I found myself suddenly thrust into a chaotic, constantly shifting arena where the world's greatest legends were about to face off. Uchiha Madara, exuding that cocky, I'm better than you attitude, summoned his Susanoo, daring anyone to challenge him. Ryaman Sukuna, as calm as ever, hands casually tucked in his pockets, basically told Madara to make the first move, total boss move. Azome Sasuke, looking ready to take flight, pulled out his hairspray hand and announced he'd be soaring through the skies. Then there was Saitama, bald-headed and standing there scratching his head, completely out of place, trying to figure out the madness unfolding around him. Meanwhile, Black Saber, looking a bit off without his usual ahogue, waved around a curry stick as if it were a weapon, clearly losing his cool. And just when I thought it couldn't get any crazier, Bite Sangshu, grinning like he'd just won the lottery, unleashed an overwhelming burst of power. Sorry, everyone, he said, looks like I'm the monster here. Fast forward to a more ordinary, though still strange, scene. Officer Song, I asked, trying to understand what was going on. I didn't catch that on the phone. Why are you here to see Bite Sangju? Counselor Zhang, nearly 40, was doing her best to stay calm, though her anxiety was clear. The heat didn't help, and her sweat only made her nervousness more obvious. But I guess she had been expecting this moment, just not so soon. She thought it would at least wait until after graduation. Officer Song, somewhere in his 30s or 40s, had a rugged appearance, likely from his fieldwork, a sharp contrast to the polished policewoman behind him, Luo Shui, who had flawless makeup and an elegant demeanor. Teacher Zhang, please don't worry, Officer Song said, attempting to ease the tension. We're just here to ask a few questions. Teacher Zhang smiled but didn't fully relax. As we walked, she muttered, Bite Sangju's not a bad kid. Well, he doesn't get along well with his classmates and has some personality issues. There are some pretty nasty rumors circulating around the university town. The more Teacher Zhang spoke, the more she seemed to realize she was saying too much. She quickly cut herself off and added with a chuckle, but overall, he's still a good kid. Luo Shui, who, I must admit, was quite stunning, was a bit taken aback by how many positive adjectives Teacher Zhang used to describe Bite Sangju. We finally reached dormitory 1314 at the end of the hall. Teacher Zhang knocked, waited for a response, and then opened the door. Inside was a simple 4-person dorm, though only 3 beds were unoccupied. Everything was neat and spotless, hard to believe this was a boys' dorm. The atmosphere felt off, especially when Bite Sangju turned around from the window. His short black hair barely moved with the breeze from the open window, and he looked like something out of a poem, sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, and the kind of presence that made the sunlight hit him just right. I wasn't the only one who noticed. Luo Shui, who was also beautiful, had the same reaction. Bite Sangju's appearance was undeniably captivating. Officer Song raised an eyebrow but, accustomed to all kinds of people, quickly shifted his attention to the book on the table, Legal Encyclopedia, Criminal Law. So, you're Bite Sangju, right? Officer Song asked, his tone neutral. I'm from the Binhai City Bureau. We've got a few questions and would like you to cooperate. Bite Sangju smiled, nodding in agreement. His smile was way too gentle for someone who probably didn't get along with most of his classmates. He moved some chairs around so everyone could sit and said, Go ahead. I'll answer everything you ask. Officer Song, I couldn't hear you clearly on the phone. The reason why you came here to see Bite Sangju this time is. The counselor surnamed Zhang is nearly 40 years old. Due to nervousness and the sultry weather, the sweat on his face has washed away traces of embarrassment from his foundation. But she just wiped it randomly at this time. She had actually expected that her student would face this situation sooner or later, but now, wasn't it a little too early? She thought she would at least wait until after graduation. The man called Officer Song is about 30 or 40 years old. He has dark skin and looks like he often does some field work. He is completely different from the fair-skinned policewoman behind him with delicate makeup. Teacher Zhang, please relax, we are just here to understand some situations. The instructor, Teacher Zhang, just smiled and did not relax completely. She walked and said the kid Bite Sangju is not bad at heart. Well, although he doesn't have a very good relationship with his classmates and has some personality problems. It is said that there are a lot of terrible rumors in the university town. The instructor felt that something was wrong the more he spoke, so he quickly stopped talking. But overall he is still very good, huh? It was the first time that the good-looking policewoman Luo Shui realized that a teacher could add so many modifiers to say good things for his students. Teacher Zhang led a few people to dormitory 1314 at the end of the corridor, knocked on the door, and waited for a response from the dormitory before opening the door and taking the 2 of them inside. This is a 4-person dormitory, but there are 3 empty beds. The furnishings in the dormitory are simple, but everything is arranged in an orderly manner. It is so clean that Luo Shuwei can hardly believe that this is a boys' dormitory. The people in the dormitory were standing by the window and turned around when they heard a few people coming in. The short black hair trembled slightly with the wind blowing outside the window, the clean white shirt, and the face that seemed to have a halo when illuminated by the sunlight outside the window, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, and black eyes. My young master is graceful and as clever as a god. Luo Shuwei herself was beautiful, but she had never thought that a man would remind her of such poems inexplicably. This student named Bai Sangju indeed has an eye-catching appearance. Officer Song, I couldn't hear you clearly on the phone. The reason why you came here to see Bai Sangju this time is. The counselor surnamed Zhang is nearly 40 years old. Due to nervousness and the sultry weather, the sweat on his face has washed away traces of embarrassment from his foundation. But she just wiped it randomly at this time. She had actually expected that her student would face this situation sooner or later, but now, wasn't it a little too early? She thought she would at least wait until after graduation. The man called Officer Song is about 30 or 40 years old. He has dark skin and looks like he often does some field work. He is completely different from the fair-skinned policewoman behind him with delicate makeup. Teacher Zhang, please relax, we are just here to understand some situations. The instructor, Teacher Zhang, just smiled and did not relax completely. She walked and said the kid Bai Sangju is not bad at heart. Well, although he doesn't have a very good relationship with his classmates and has some personality problems. It is said that there are a lot of terrible rumors in the university town. The instructor felt that something was wrong the more he spoke, so he quickly stopped talking. But overall he is still very good, huh? It was the first time that the good-looking policewoman Luo Shuwei realized that a teacher could add so many modifiers to say good things for his students. Teacher Zhang led a few people to dormitory 1314 at the end of the corridor, knocked on the door, and waited for a response from the dormitory before opening the door and taking the two of them inside. This is a 4-person dormitory, but there are 3 empty beds. The furnishings in the dormitory are simple, but everything is arranged in an orderly manner. It is so clean that Luo Shuwei can hardly believe that this is a boys' dormitory. The people in the dormitory were standing by the window and turned around when they heard a few people coming in. The short black hair trembled slightly with the wind blowing outside the window, the clean white shirt, and the face that seemed to have a halo when illuminated by the sunlight outside the window, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, and black eyes. My young master is graceful and as clever as a god. Luo Shuwei herself was beautiful, but she had never thought that a man would remind her of such poems inexplicably. This student named Bai Sangju indeed has an eye-catching appearance. Officer Song also raised his eyebrows, but he had seen a lot of people of all kinds, and soon he looked at the book on the table with his usual expression. It was a hardcover edition of Legal Encyclopedia, Criminal Law. Classmate by Kanangzu, right? I'm from the Binhai City Bureau. I have some questions today that I hope you can cooperate with us to understand. Bai Sangju nodded, with a gentle smile on his face that Teacher Zhang was very unaccustomed to, and moved chairs from other beds in the dormitory for a few people to sit down. Ask me, I'll tell you everything I know. Officer Song stretched out his hand, but received no response. He turned around and found that his apprentice was still staring at the student's face. After coughing, Luo Shuwei found a photo from his bag in a panic. Song Xian handed the photo to Bai Sangju and asked, "You should know this person." In the photo, there is a young man with a baby face, wearing black-rimmed glasses, pursed lips, and a rather cold expression, which is somewhat inconsistent with his baby-faced appearance. Bai Sangju nodded while looking at the photo. Yes, I know Chu Chi. He and I grew up together when we were young. We used to have a good relationship. Song Xian nodded. He had been looking at Bai Sangju's expression and felt that although the other person's features looked handsome, there was something missing in his smile. He died yesterday, did you know? Teacher Zhang let out a short exclamation. Bai Sangju sighed, shook his head, pinched his eyebrows, seemed a little sad, and said, "Really, dead?" Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Luo Shuwei took the initiative to change the topic. Did Chu Chi contact you before this? I mean during the recent period. Bai Sangju raised his head, smiled at the kind-hearted policewoman, and shook his head. When he was in the 3rd grade of junior high school, he transferred schools midway. After that, I had no news about him. Luo Shuwei nodded and wrote down these contents one by one. She already felt that there was no problem. Song Xian, on the other hand, looked around at the environment of the dormitory. To be honest, he had never thought that the boys' dormitory would be so clean and tidy. Looking at the few empty beds, he asked, why are there 3 empty beds? How can one person live in such a big dormitory? Teacher Zhang, a counselor in her 30s, had some wandering eyes at this time. She rubbed her hands, thinking about how to speak more appropriately. Bai Sangju, on the other hand, touched his head and smiled naturally. Ah, they are all locals. They are rich and have partners. It's normal that they don't want to live in the dormitory with me, a single guy. Luo Shui put away his notebook and was amused by Bai Sangju's self-mockery. Teacher Zhang also coughed and mumbled a few words. Song Xian also smiled on his face, put on his hat and stood up, and was about to walk out of the dormitory, but suddenly an idea flashed in his heart, and he turned around and said, by the way, I haven't told you the cause of Chu Chi's death yet. He went into a violent rampage in the most prosperous commercial street in Binhai City. He stabbed 8 people to death and seriously injured 2 others with a special tang knife with a sharp edge. In the end, he was shot dead by the special police who arrived but failed to persuade him to surrender. Bai Sangju seemed to be startled for a moment, then touched her nose and whispered, looking at it this way, he does deserve to die. Song Xian looked at Bai Sangju, who had no emotion after hearing such a tragic incident. The strange feeling in his heart became even stronger. He thought about it and suddenly asked, have you heard of Infinite Dimension Adventure? Song Xian stared at Bai Sangju's eyes, but Bai Sangju's eyes were flawless. He just frowned and asked in confusion, what is that? A new game? Song Xian stared at the back of Bai Sangju's hand from the corner of his eyes. At this time, he finally relaxed. He shook his head and smiled, I heard that there is a popular game recently. Maybe I remembered the name wrong. Thank you for your hard work today, Mr. Bai and Mr. Zhang. If you remember anything later, you can contact me. After that, Officer Song took out a business card and put it on the table. When Song Xian went down to the first floor, he remembered what the strange feeling in his heart was. Was Bai Sangju too emotionally stable? Even when facing the police's questioning, he did not feel nervous or uncomfortable throughout the whole process. He asked the female teacher beside him with this doubt. Ms. Zhang, I think Mr. Bai's spirit and emotions are quite stable. Why is there such a record in the file? Even for an experienced old criminal policeman like him, it is difficult to imagine that a student who has had more than 10 legitimate defenses in 4 years is so gentle and clean and emotionally stable. The female instructor surnamed Zhang thought to herself, I thought so at the beginning. She thought for a while, and began to explain Bai Sangju is still very normal when he is normal. A correct version can be found in the 16:9 book forum. Luo Shui frowned and looked at teacher Zhang with a question mark on his face. What about when he is not normal? Song Xian asked. Teacher Zhang opened her mouth, wanting to say something but stopping. Finally, under the instinct of caring for her students, she slightly polished her words and said, when he is not normal, he will look a little crazy. Crazy? Luo Shui could not equate this word with the clean and gentle person just now. How crazy? Teacher Zhang's expression changed several times, and finally he stretched out his index finger and thumb, slightly separating them. A little bit crazy. Bai Sangju saw several people talking in the small square in front of the dormitory from the window. He waved to them from a distance, then closed the window and returned to his seat under the bed. He took out his phone from his pocket and looked at a series of text messages from different numbers again, but it was obvious that the senders were all the same person. Sangju, I don't know if you have recovered from your illness, but I have no choice. This game may be the stage for crazy people like you. I put a hot potato that many people are fighting for in the old place that only the 2 of us know. Sangju, go crazy in that world and let those self-righteous guys feel the real alien. After I die, I don't care about the flood. Hey, Shuki, there is such a fun game. Why did you tell me now? Look. Without me, you will play yourself to death. The smile on Bai Sangju's face became more and more obvious. He felt that Shuki was still the same, with good luck, but a little stupid, well, although he was dead. And this thing. Bai Sangju took out a black card from his pocket. This was what he found from the old place. One side of the card seemed completely black, but when facing the sunlight outside the window and changing the angle, a word, sin, appeared. The other side of the card was painted with complex patterns, and the golden lines formed a mark like a Ouroboros on the black card. At the bottom of the middle, there were 2 white regular script characters, infinite. Puff. While rubbing, Bai Sangju's fingers suddenly paused, and a wound appeared inexplicably. He looked at the word, sin, on the back of the card, and suddenly his pupils shrank. The font actually came out of the card and appeared in his palm. Special props have been bound. Sin sequence begins to activate it. Activation failed. The reincarnation number has not been retrieved. Correcting. Bai Sangju's muscles tensed instantly, but soon relaxed. He reached out and tried to touch the words in front of him, but to no avail. Suddenly, the white words disappeared, and scarlet blood began to appear. You are arrogant and different from others. You are out of tune with everything and have long been tired of the mundane daily life. Now, a new stage has begun. Do you want to gamble your life and start an infinite dimensional adventure? Yes or no? Chapter 2 Special Trial Sin and Karma. Didi. Song Xian stopped and Luo Shui didn't know why. Master, what's wrong? Song Xian took out his mobile phone. It was a mobile phone with an obvious sense of age. Colored in black and red, the upper part of the phone is a small display screen, emitting a dim light. The lower part is filled with old buttons, which are completely different from today's smartphones. It has been found that Chu Chi, codenamed Fantasy Sword, attacked and killed the team under Virtual and Real Throne last month during an unknown mission in One Piece-derived world, and suspected of seizing a special card. The card surface, type and sequence are unknown. Currently, relevant departments have monitored that multiple team members are gathering towards Binhai City, including the elite teams under Virtual and Real Throne and Blue Sky. Divination revealed that Fantasy Sword, Chu Chi contacted by Sangshu in some form before his death. The specific content is unknown. The observation level of the individual, White Sangshu, is now raised to danger. Luo Shui saw her master looking at that special mobile phone again and could only turn around. She knew that once she got contaminated by some things, it would be difficult to get rid of them. Song Xian pinched his eyebrows. He didn't expect that he had made a mistake. That kind of thing cannot be left in Binhai City, it is too dangerous. Luo Shui, please go back to the bureau first and bring out all of Bite Sangshu's life relationships and past detailed resume. Luo Shui was startled and already understood something, but still asked, what about you, master? Song Xian moved his shoulders and turned to look at the dormitory building in the distance. I have to find a way to communicate with classmate Bai again about his transfer matter. The moment Bite Sangshu clicked, yes, the handwriting in front of her instantly turned into a silver-white information flow. The world seemed to be stretched infinitely in his eyes, a large amount of information poured into his brain in an instant, and countless pictures, tastes, breaths, and feelings all impacted his nerves crazily. Countless information eventually turned into pure white, and countless perceptions finally made Bite Sangshu lose all consciousness. The trial world is being selected. It has been detected that the tester is carrying special props and evidence of sin, and the test is being changed. Special trial Sin and Karma has been opened. Haha, after an unknown amount of time, the strong sound of wind, accompanied by the moist water vapor, rushed straight into Bite Sangshu's senses, bringing his consciousness back to his body bit by bit. Bite Sangshu opened his eyes and saw that the roof was made of exquisite wooden beams. It was a magical structure called the mortise and tenon structure in ancient Chinese architecture. No nails were needed to build a house that was both delicate and strong. But unfortunately, this craft has been gradually abandoned by the molten steel jungle. Are you not in a modern environment anymore? Bite Sangshu stood up and found that the bed he was lying on was also a rather classical and simple wooden bed. Even the pillows were made of hard wooden pillows. The carved windows were open, and the mountain breeze carrying moisture from the outside kept pouring in, making Bite Sangshu's spirit clearer. He knew that this was not a dream, but that the card really allowed him to enter the so-called infinite dimension adventure. When the concept of infinite dimension adventure appeared in Bite Sangshu's mind, the palm of his right hand suddenly became hot. He looked down and saw the word Sin looming in the palm of his hand. No. EX051 has regained consciousness and now begins the first digital calibration. Calibration completed. Words appeared in front of Bite Sangshu's eyes again. He tried to close his eyes, but the words still appeared in his mind. Obviously, this is not the so-called VR or AR technology, but something more advanced. No. EX051 codename, Bite Sangshu, the name of the trialer's self-awareness, can be modified, essence, human, dark iron species, native species, talent, calibrating. Needs to be anchored through more adventure data, experts, street fighting LV3, fist and foot specialization LV4, footwork specialization LV4, basic four-dimensional attributes, strength, 13, 5, physique reflects the physical quality of an individual, including muscle output capacity and explosive power. The data in brackets are the standard values for adult males of this lineage. Agility, 12, 5, agility reflects individual nervous reaction ability and physical flexibility. Constitution, 9, 5, physique reflects individual tolerance, including tolerance to abnormal conditions. Spirit, 9, 5, spirit reflects the quality of individual spiritual power, including energy tolerance and intensity of mental energy. Hide three-dimensional attributes, normally not displayed. Luck, 4, 5, reflects the Probability of an individual turning to the good side when encountering an accidental event, which is an interval fluctuation value, charm, 14.5, reflecting the individual's attractiveness value in the mainstream aesthetics of the same race, energy, 0.0, reflects the individual's strength in controlling energy. Baizhangju was not too surprised by the high base value of his own. After all, he had discovered this kind of thing since he was a child. When he was 13 years old, he severely injured 7 adults during a certain attack. From then on, he felt that he was different. Whether it is physical quality, psychological quality, or perspective on things. He once thought that everyone should be like him, but in fact, everyone except himself was too fragile and weak. So that everyone will look at him with a mixture of fear and disgust, as if he is looking at an alien. Because he is weak, he is afraid. Because he is weak, he cannot understand himself. Hey! But Baizhangju was a little disappointed that his bloodline was identified as the black iron species, the native species. He thought that his strength would be a problem of blood. Duh. There was a knock on the door at this time. Baizhangju turned his head and looked outside. Through the crack of the door, he could see a figure, but the other party did not mean to open the door. Hey, the time is almost up. Don't you want to become a disciple? Don't keep that person waiting for a long time. He is not a good-tempered guy. He will kill people. The man said this and walked away cursing. You can vaguely hear swear words such as a group of lunatics and wishful thinking. Read the correct version in 16,191 book in one forum. World loading completed. Mission World, Dragon Ball Derivative World S2653. This derivative world has not been affected by other reincarnations. Mission type, special trial, challenge difficulty, low unknown. This world has a great difficulty span. Please explore carefully. Time limit, 30 days. Note, based on the effect of the evidence of sin, your appearance and identity information have been modified. Appearance and identity will be subject to hidden 3-dimensional correction. Note, in this world, you have been educated by the constant language. In this world, you can obtain and unlock the following milestones, and the milestones will be affects the task rating and title acquisition. Champion, win any martial arts competition championship. Martial artist, contact and practice any martial arts school and obtain corresponding expertise. Killer, kill more than 100 humans. Gourmet, taste more than 10 special dishes of this world. Magical scholar, contact more than 10 special monsters. Dragon Seeker, find all Dragon Balls and call the dragon. A large amount of information appeared in front of Baizhangju like a waterfall. Baizhangju found that although he could not touch this information, he only needed to concentrate on a certain place to get an annotation. This is a special privilege for a trialist like him who entered the space for the first time. For example, he fixed his eyes on Dragon Ball Derivative World S2653 in the world type and got an explanation immediately. Derivative world means that this world is not the original world of Dragon Ball, but a special world derived from Dragon Ball. The direction of the world and the development of the plot may not be the same. S2653 is the number of this derivative world, and each derivative world number is different. This S2653 is obviously a newly generated world for Baizhangju's trial, so it has not been disturbed by others, and everything has remained almost original. That is to say, other derivative worlds may have been messed up by various so-called reincarnations, right? The world of Dragon Ball, Baizhangju got up and searched the room for a while, but didn't see anything useful, only a poster on the table, glowing slightly. Picking it up and looking at it, the poster shows a middle-aged man with a sinister face, long black braids, wearing a pink Chinese robe, and the word kill printed on his chest. Tao bye bye. Baizhangju turned the poster over, and rows of new handwriting began to appear on the back of the poster, and the handwriting seemed to be written directly in blood. Special trial, Sin and Karma. Task 1, get Tao Bai Bai's approval and get any specialization. Task 2, stop Team 64323 from killing Tao Bai Bai. Optional quest, reduce Team 64323 by at least one person. Failure penalty, erase Squad number 64323. Baizhangju has also seen some infinite works, and is not unfamiliar with the settings and rules of this so-called infinite dimension. I just didn't expect that in the first trial mission, I would encounter other teams, and they seem to be from a conflicting camp with my own trial mission. Is this the difficulty of the so-called special trial? Baizhangju focused on the number of this team and got the idea that the time when this team entered this world was 7 days later. In other words, the time left for you to complete the first task is within 7 days. Moreover, the difficulty of this particular trial does not stop there. Tao Bai Bai is a villain in the early Dragon Ball world. He is ruthless and powerful, and has the title of the best killer in the world. When Sun Wukong first encountered him, he was easily defeated by Tao Bai Bai. At that time, Sun Wukong actually had a strength close to that of Turtle Immortal at that time. At the same time, Tao Bai Bai showed for the first time in the plot the terrifying strength of the world's top martial arts master. Use the breath to heat the bath water to 200 degrees and take a comfortable bath in this hot water. Use the cloth shoes to bounce up to block the bullets from the sniper rifle, and bounce the bullets back to accurately kill the gunman. Use your tongue to crush the skull of a strong fighter and kill him. He cut off a stone pillar as thick as one person could hold it with his bare hands and threw it out. Then he jumped on the stone pillar and performed pillar flying. In less than 4 minutes, the stone pillar flew 2,300 kilometers and accurately found the target. Almost every item is completely beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Tao Bai Bai is a monster-level strongman who truly transcends the boundaries of mortals. The test of this kind of person may not be as safe and harmless as the Turtle Immortal. Squeak! Bai Sangju opened the door, and the wind outside immediately rushed in, and the moisture was very heavy. The altitude here is obviously not low, and it may be very close to the sea. Bai Sangju noticed that several figures had appeared outside the room. These people were different in height, fat and thin, but each of them had a cold look on their face. No one was talking to each other, they were all just waiting here. Bai Sangju didn't know if there would be other testers among these people. He took a look at his own attire, which was a white t-shirt, black training clothes, and flat cloth shoes. Almost all of these people were dressed in this way, and it seemed to be a unified arrangement. Wait for Attractaloads to take a closer look. Buzz! The terrifying roar grew from small to loud, and every breath was as scary as a fighter jet flying over at low altitude. A black spot appeared in the sky, and the next moment, a stone pillar crashed down from the sky. Boom! The terrifying shockwave penetrated Bai Sangju's body as if it were real, and he felt like he was crossing the road during a typhoon. The huge sonic boom and shockwave caused everyone, including Bai Sangju, to lose hearing for a short time, and their consciousness was also confused. When the smoke and dust in the field of vision cleared, Tao Bai Bai, with his black braid wrapped around his neck, appeared in front of everyone. The man who had been knocking on the door one by one before was wearing a blue tang suit and was now standing at the farthest end. Looking at Master Tao Bai Bai is still as scary as ever. He is the owner of this hotel and is one of the few people who can talk to Tao Bai Bai, but he is still instinctively afraid of Tao Bai Bai. This is a mountaintop hotel that only entertains special guests. For example, customers who want to find the best killer in the world to place an order, or today, these killers and lunatics who desperately want to join Tao Bai Bai's family. Tread, tread, tread. Tao Bai Bai stepped forward step by step. Bai Sangju's pupils shrank slightly, like a hawk. His dynamic vision was very good. The rhythm of each step and the distance taken by Tao Bai Bai were exactly the same. TSK, is this the so-called martial arts master's body control ability? Tao Bai Bai came in front of these scum with his hands on his back. He suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed at a giant man over 2 meters tall in front of Bai Sangju and several other people. You guys are not worthy of learning from me, so get out. The giant man was startled. He was the overlord of the underground world in his hometown city. He wanted to see the world's #1 killer to gain some knowledge, but he was about to be kicked out as soon as he met him. He became angry immediately. Why? You haven't seen my skills yet, why? Whoosh, poof. 2 short sounds appeared, and Bai Sangju felt the peach blossoms in his eyes flicker. His pupils shrank, and he turned his head to look at the giant man in front of him. He saw this little giant who probably weighed more than 400 kilograms, and his center of gravity began to become unstable. Woo. After grunting twice, no sound came out, and then he fell to the ground with a loud splash, throwing up a lot of dust. It was then that the others realized what was happening. Several people showed horrified expressions, and some couldn't help but subconsciously exclaimed briefly. But Tao Bai Bai just shook her braid indifferently and said, you are not worthy of imitating me, get out. This time, no one dared to question Tao Bai Bai's decision, and everyone who was pointed out turned and walked down the mountain. A few of them even showed happy expressions. Tao Bai Bai's behavior of killing people at every turn frightened them. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. Bai Sangju looked around, and finally there were only 8 people left together with him. There was a swordsman wearing a red scarf and holding a machete in his hand, a middle-aged man with a shotgun on his back, and even a woman wearing scantily clad clothes. Seeing Bai Sangju looking at him, he pulled down his shoulder straps and winked at Bai Sangju. Bai Sangju knew that the remaining few people were probably not easy to deal with. After all, those who could kill people without changing their expressions had some problems. Moreover, Bai Sangshu also saw at this time that the few people who were just pointed out were all those who showed fear or evasive intentions after Tao Bai appeared. The only exception was probably the giant man, who was right in front of Bai Sangshu and did not move. But he was killed. The reason Bai Sangshu could think of was that Tao Bai needed a target that looked tough enough to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Ha, he is really a villain, who wants to kill people when he disagrees with something. Tao Bai glanced at the few people who stayed, and did not say anything else. He casually threw a stack of envelopes and slid in front of them. Kung Fu is a killing skill. Here are some assassins who are not presentable. You can choose one by yourself. The one who successfully completes the task within 7 days and gets the highest reward, I may reluctantly accept him as my disciple. The eyes of everyone changed instantly. The woman who had previously been charming and seductive, her body was as flexible as a spirit snake. She twisted her waist and reached out to grab an envelope from the air. The man holding the scimitar slashed directly at the woman, but the other party twisted her waist to avoid it. The other people started fighting instantly. Bai Sangshu stood in place and did not move. He saw the fighting movements of several people clearly, the trajectory of the scimitar dancing, the posture of the man holding the gun with both hands. After several people scrambled, only a slightly wrinkled envelope was left on the ground. Bai Sangshu saw that everyone had left, so he lowered his head to pick it up. Side quest: assassination for hire. Go to Nandu, meet the employer Apala, and kill the strike leader Maggie for him. Quest reward, 500 dimension points. Tao Bai looked at Bai Sangshu, who was not fighting or grabbing, and had no expression. Why don't you grab it? Don't you want to be my disciple? There was a murderous intent hidden in his words. Bai Sangshu seemed not to notice it, shook the envelope in his hand, and smiled. How could it be? Your test is to complete the task and bring back the most bounty, not to fight for the envelope. What's the difference between getting it first and getting it later? Bai Sangshu walked down the stone steps from the top of the mountain and noticed that this was a high mountain by the sea. The water vapor was very heavy and the stone steps were slippery. Coupled with the biting mountain wind and the steep slope, it seems that those who are willing to climb this mountain to become a disciple are probably crazy people. Along with Bai Sangshu is the owner of the mountaintop hotel, who calls himself Tang Badwan. His own business is in the small town at the foot of the mountain, but his reputation is getting bigger and bigger because of Tao Bai. Originally, I was just doing a casual job as a middleman for Tao Bai to transfer business, but now my income has exceeded the main business. By the way, they also built a hotel on the top of the mountain and did some side jobs. Tao Bai makes money at an astonishing rate and spends money very casually. He may kill his boss when he is in a bad mood, and give him a large sum of money when he is in a good mood. Tang Badwan can make Tao Bai's money and has an outstanding eye. When we arrived at the foot of the mountain, a car was already waiting at the entrance of the town. It was a small taxi with Longju characteristics, small in size and rounded lines. Tang Badwan pointed at the car and said, "You are a young man who is neither impatient nor impatient. If you really become a disciple of a martial arts master like Master Wu Tian, you are probably a promising candidate. But Master Tao Bai won't accept this trick. You'd better be able to complete the task, otherwise, hum." He hummed twice with his stomach raised, the meaning of which was self-explanatory. "This car will take you to Nandu to find your employer. Everyone else has already set off." Bai Sangshu was not annoyed, and still had that salty smile on his face. He opened the car door and got in. The car started quickly and disappeared into the mountain road with smoke and dust. Tang Badwan thought as he walked, every year a group of people who are not afraid of death want to join Tao Bai's family, but they are either scared out of their wits or never make a sound again. But this young man did give him a strange feeling. Although he always has a smiling face, there is something indescribably weird about him. He looks handsome and his smile looks sunny at first, but after looking at it for a long time, it always feels a little fake and permeable. Bai Sangshu was sitting in this special taxi. The driver was a bearded man who was about to burst the seat just by looking at his figure. "Can this car be turned into a capsule, sir?" Bai Sangshu asked the driver with a harmless smile. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror and didn't want to talk to this guy who looked very feminine. He just said impatiently, "With such high-end goods, do I still need to take a taxi? Attractaloads is a little regretful." Sure enough, universal capsules are not available everywhere. There was no talking all the way, and it took about 3 hours of driving to reach Nandu. Nandu is a city where the southern desert meets the sea. There are many wealthy businessmen and there are also many troubles. After the driver told him where he was waiting, he put down by Kanangju and left, while Bai Canangju came to the city on his own. Bai Sangju saw many demi-humans with animal appearances, also wandering in the city. This is a unique human race in the Dragon Ball world, animal-shaped Earthlings. Many of these special demi-humans can also learn special transformation abilities. However, what Bai Sangju saw did not show any other extraordinary characteristics. He saw that the footsteps and movements of these people were just close to ordinary people. Just as the challenge difficulty of this world ranges from low to unknown, the level of martial arts of ordinary people in the Dragon Ball world is actually close to that of the Earth. It's just that with the prevalence of martial arts, the general physical fitness will be better, and the upper limit of technological level will be higher. But the basic physical quality still does not exceed the world where Bai Sangju lives. The upper limit of this world is held up by those monster-level martial artists as well as aliens, artificial humans, and demons. There is a huge lower limit in the world. Bai Sangju saw a gun sales store. The laws in this city were close to those in the United States and the real world, and gun ownership was quite free. It's just that Bai Sangju doesn't have the currency of this world on him at this time, so he can't buy it. If you are an ordinary trialist, you will probably choose to explore some branches to earn currency first, or wait until the night is dark and windy to do some illegal things to grab some weapons. But Bai Sangju is not an ordinary person. Friends who often kill people should know that people are actually very fragile. When you are unlucky, if you get bumped, your life will be over. Therefore, in many cases, killing does not require powerful weapons, but killing requires a cruel heart. After he arrived at the building with the sign of Apollo Trading Company, just a moment later, someone took him to the reception room on the top floor. The fat-bellied wealthy businessman Apollo is a middle-aged man with obvious Middle Eastern features. He is bloated and wealthy, and is accompanied by 2 bodyguards in black. He kept wiping the sweat from Bai Nu's face with expensive silk sweat towels, which made Bai Sangju smile even more. Who is that? Are you the killer sent here by Tao Bai Bai? Why doesn't he come by himself? Apollo was already bothered by those who went on strike to demand wages. Even when Tao Bai Bai asked for a reward of 100 million, he did not hesitate. However, when he saw that the person coming was a young man with a beardless face, he felt dissatisfied and neither asked Bai Sangju's name nor looked at him. Bai Sangju was sitting on the sofa opposite. The two were less than 2 meters apart, with a table made of natural solid stone between them. I am Master Tao Bai Bai's new disciple. There are some little people who can't get on the stage. Master is too lazy to do it himself, so we do it for him. Bai Sangju spoke casually, as if he didn't take the strikers and his target McGee seriously at all, just looking at this luxurious reception room. A correct version can be found in 16191 Book 1 bar. The panoramic floor-to-ceiling glass, the wall panels are made of luxury stone, and the floor is also made of precious stone, not to mention the tables and chairs. Even the sofa under you is very comfortable. Moreover, the sound insulation of this room is very good, surprisingly good. At this time, Apollo changed his opinion of Bai Sangju because of his confident attitude. He lit a cigar and waved to the bodyguard next to him. The bodyguard immediately put a photo on the table. This is McGee. It is said that he has practiced in the local martial arts hall for several years. He is very skilled and ordinary people cannot get close to him. Since Master Tao Bai Bai sent you here, I won't waste words. 80 million. If you kill him, I will give you 80 million. Abala is quite generous. For him, although the price is not cheap, he doesn't have to offend a bad star like Tao Bai Bai for a little money, so he didn't bargain too much. I think this price is fair for a disciple to make a move. Bai Sangju nodded, did not bargain, and did not even look at McGee's photo. The price is not a problem. The remaining problem is that I lack a weapon. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare. Abala exhaled a puff of smoke and frowned. Would a killer forget to bring a weapon? But he didn't want to care too much, and shook 2 fingers again. A bodyguard immediately put a black gun on the table. The gun was very short, about less than 30 centimeters, and it was a submachine gun unique to the Dragon Ball world. Bai Sangju picked up the gun. Short-handled submachine gun, quality, white, ordinary, description, a mass-produced gunpowder-activated rapid-fire firearm in a certain world, using pellet-type ammunition, effect, fast firing rate, low power, note, cannot be taken out of this world, the item pheromone is too low. Here, Bai Sangju can see the annotations of the space. The items that can be put into the backpack and taken out of the derivative world are all items with extra pheromones. This kind of ordinary weapon, which almost everyone in this world can have, does not have the information required by the space, and therefore cannot be recognized by the space. But it doesn't matter. Bite Sanshu picked up the gun and suddenly aimed it directly at Apala and his two bodyguards, pressing the trigger. Click, click. The sound of pulling the trigger was crisp and awkward. Bite Sanshu put down the empty gun and shrugged his shoulders in the face of Apala's murderous gaze. I didn't expect you to be so alert and not give me bullets. At this moment, Apala's heart began to beat violently in fear, and the amplitude was so large that he almost felt black in front of his eyes. You actually. He didn't know that there were no bullets in the gun. This was a subconscious decision made by the experienced bodyguard based on his experience, but Bite Sanshu pulled the trigger without hesitation, which also startled the two of them. At this moment, he subconsciously touched his waist. Step. Apala only saw that the young man in front of him suddenly became as agile as a cheetah, suddenly stepped on the table made of luxury stone, and pounced on it. The action was so abrupt. He was still shrugging and laughing in the last second, as if he had just made a bad joke, and then he jumped up in the next moment. Apala's heart suddenly shuddered. At this moment, he felt the feeling of being stared at by a predator, just like being stared at by a wild beast in the mountains when he was young. Ka! Under Bite Sanshu's clothes, his muscles had long been tense like springs. When he stepped on the stone and pounced, his center of gravity did not loosen at all. With the momentum of the forward rush, he punched the bodyguard on the left in the throat in an instant. There was a crisp sound of bone cracking. The cartilage of the human throat is very fragile. Bite Sanshu punched it, and he could feel the broken cartilage piercing into the trachea, roaring, and the puffing sound in the blood vessels, and even the cervical vertebrae instantly protruded backwards. Bang! The bodyguard on the right had already pulled out the pistol behind him and shot directly at Bite Sanshu. But after Bite Sanshu broke the throat of the bodyguard in front of him with a punch, he shrank behind him. The shot only grazed the shoulder of the big bodyguard who was not dead yet and hit the wall. Bite Sanshu pushed the tall bodyguard who was whimpering because of the great pain in his throat and the panic of being unable to breathe. The other party staggered 2 steps, and Bite Sanshu followed like a monkey. He made this move as if he had practiced it thousands of times in his dreams. He had never really fought with anyone like this before, but when he broke the throat, he didn't feel any sluggishness. It was as if he had imagined doing this countless times. Bang! Bang! The only remaining bodyguard Owen fired several shots, but because he was blocked by his companion's body, he didn't hit it, and he was panicked. The next moment, his knee suddenly hurt, and the whole person fell down instantly. Bite Sanshu suddenly stepped directly on Owen's knee joint. The sound of the joint breaking made Apala almost subconsciously shake his body, and then he heard the scream of the bodyguard Owen. Owen was experienced. He had realized the horror of Bite Sanshu at this moment. The pain of the knee recurvation made him kneel down suddenly. But it was also because of this that he finally saw Bite Sanshu hiding behind Love's strong body. He gritted his teeth, raised his pistol, and immediately pulled the trigger. Ka! Bite Sanshu's left hand suddenly inserted under the trigger that Owen wanted to pull, making it impossible to pull the trigger. Owen was shocked and immediately tried to fight for the pistol, but the slender hand was so steady that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't take the gun away. Bite Sanshu looked at the bodyguard who was kneeling on one knee and still fighting for the pistol indifferently, feeling a little disappointed. Ordinary people's strength, ordinary people's thinking, hee. If it were him, he would not hesitate to draw his gun and shoot through his companion's body at the first time, instead of avoiding his companion's body like Owen, and finally make the advantage of the gun disappear. Of course, the most fundamental reason is that the two bodyguards are too weak, probably just ordinary people with stronger bodies. Bite Sanshu suddenly exerted force forward and kicked Owen in the face, and the other party let go of the gun in his hand because of the severe pain. Aha! At this time, the bodyguard Lo, whose throat was broken at the beginning, was still stammering, but his face had turned purple due to lack of oxygen, and his body began to tremble and twitch. Bite Sanshu turned the pistol he had snatched. Light pistol, quality, white, ordinary, description, mass-produced light single-shot flintlock, using pellet ammunition, effect, average firing rate, low power, note, cannot be taken out of this world, the prop pheromone is too low, he pulled the bolt. This kind of firearm is actually similar to modern pistols in reality, but it uses a round pellet ammunition, which is much less powerful than modern bullets. Of course, it is more than enough to kill ordinary people at close range. Bite Sanshu aimed the pistol at the bodyguard who was wailing because of his recurved knees and broken nose, and shot him in the forehead. Bang! You killed the bodyguard Owen and got 50 dimensional points. At this time, the twitching big bodyguard was silent. You killed the bodyguard Lev and got 50 dimensional points. Bite Sanshu did not feel any discomfort from the first killing. He came to the table again and pointed his pistol at Apala. Apala was pale at this moment, and the cigar in his mouth was almost extinguished. No. Don't kill me. He still didn't understand why this person attacked him directly when he was obviously looking for Tao Bai Bai to kill McGee. Bite Sanshu pointed with his pistol and said, "Where's the money?" Money? A correct version at 16,191 book in one forum. Apola didn't react for a moment. This living room had excellent soundproofing, which was for keeping secret business secrets. He never thought that it would become the source of Apola's suffering. He looked at the white smoke coming out of the black muzzle of the gun, and then he came to his senses. He got up with difficulty and took a suitcase from the back. Here is the 100 million reward. Because Apola knew Tao Bai Bai's style of doing things, he had actually prepared the money a long time ago, but he didn't expect that the person who came was not Tao Bai Bai. Bite Sanshu opened the box. Large denomination banknotes, quality, special items, description, large denomination banknotes, which can only be circulated in Dragon Ball and its derivative worlds, effect, strong purchasing power, note, cannot be taken out of this world. Bite Sanshu picked up the box and stood up to leave. Apola breathed a sigh of relief. Although he lost money, he finally sent away the plague god, but he didn't notice that Bite Sanshu, who walked to the door, had pointed the gun at him again. Bang! You killed the rich man Apala and got 50 dimensional points. Side quest, assassination for hire, failed, milestone, killing species, progress update, 3/100. The target did not die, but the employer was killed first. This side quest failed as it should, but Bite Sanshu did not care. There was no penalty for failing this quest. He blew the white smoke from the muzzle of the gun, and then searched the house again. This time, he really found something special. Rare gemstone, quality, special item, description, a ruby of a size beyond the ordinary level, with extremely high purity, effect, it has high value in most worldviews and can also be used as a magic material. This egg-sized gemstone was not marked as not being able to be taken out of the world. Bite Sanshu waited and then put it into the Yi backpack, given by the space. This backpack has 10 grids and can only store items that can be taken out of this world. Bite Sanshu noticed that the clothes he wore in the real world were now placed in this backpack, occupying a grid. And this gem occupied a grid alone. He guessed that this backpack might have some kind of stacking mechanism, but the space of 10 grids was not sufficient. When trying to store items with his mind, there was a prompt that only objects that did not exceed the standard size could be placed. After searching for a while, Bite Sanshu packed the 100 million yuan reward, along with several land deeds, deposit certificates, etc., in a suitcase. Then he left this luxurious reception room leisurely. Half a while after he left, the secretary of the Chamber of Commerce realized that Apala had not appeared for a long time, and then screamed in fear. But at this time, Bite Sanshu had already arrived outside the hotel where the taxi driver was waiting. He leaned against the side of this rather cute taxi and said to the driver who was smoking at the door of the hotel, "Sir, I think we can return." Mission accomplished. The first swordsman, Feiluan Tang Badwan, looked at the young man who walked back to the cliff under the night sky, and frowned and asked the fat driver, "Fei Bo, are you sure he really finished the job that Tao Bai Bai gave him? Less than half a day?" In fact, the time spent was less than Tang Badwan imagined. Fei Bo wiped his sweat while eating. He swore that the young man with a good face was definitely a tough guy. He saw with his own eyes that the other party took a box of money from the car into a weapons store, and then returned to the car with a few guns and more money. That was the attitude of a guy who completely ignored the law in human life. Yeah, probably. Fei Bo didn't want to offend such a person, so he said a few vague words, pretended not to hear, and stopped talking to Tang Badwan. Bite Sanshu took advantage of the night and walked on the slippery mountain road. The mountain wind was stronger at night, and the rain and fog with heavy moisture filled the entire mountain road. Bite Sanshu was holding a box in each hand, and his whole body was wet by the rain and fog, but his steps were brisk, as if he was thinking that he would soon be able to return to the hotel on the mountain to rest. Snap! A stone rolled down the mountain road, hit the black rock at the corner, and then rolled down the cliff. You are in a good mood. Is it because you think you are very smart and have figured out the real trial of Master Tao Bai Bai? The hoarse male voice was a little unclear in the rain and fog, as if it would be drowned by the wind if it was any lower. The rain and fog were blinding, and a figure appeared at the corner, holding a scimitar in each hand, turning it slightly, and occasionally throwing out some rainflowers. Bite Sanshu stopped and recognized that the person was the swordsman with a red cloth mask. Master Tao Bai Bai's real trial. What is that? Bite Sanshu asked knowingly. At this moment, the wind gradually stopped, and the rain and fog dissipated bit by bit. The man holding the two swords finally revealed his complete figure. He was a thin man with long hair, which looked messy because of the rain. Bai Sangshu found that it seemed that all animations in film and television works like to portray swordsmen as having a slightly wild appearance, as if only in this way could people know his sword was very fast. The man did not wear the red scarf, which was wrapped with a round object at his feet. He noticed Bai Sangshu's eyes, deliberately kicked the object under his feet forward, and said, "You are a smart man, but not smart enough, and you understand it a little late. Master Tao Bai Bai's request is that the one who completes the task and gets the most bounty will be accepted as his disciple." The scarf was untied while rolling, and inside was indeed a human head that was slightly swollen by rain. I realized it as soon as I got on the car and left the town. As long as I guard this mountain pass and kill everyone you drive back, I will naturally be Master Tao Bai Bai's disciple. So I immediately cut off the driver's head and returned to this mountain road. His voice was hoarse and his smile was cruel. Bai Sangshu loosened his hands, and the two boxes fell to the ground naturally. The man immediately took 2 steps forward, his steps were light and steady, and the scimitars in his hands also changed to an inverted style. This way of holding, although the attack distance will be slightly closer, the swinging speed is extremely fast, and it can be swung tightly. Be careful, kid, that's the bounty I want to give to Master Tao Bai Bai. Bai Sangshu looked at this man who seemed to have cut off the driver's head and rushed back to wait for the rabbit, and finally showed a hint of interest on his face. Sure enough, this world is the most suitable place for me. This way of thinking is too much to my taste. Bai Sangshu pretended to reach out to touch his waist, where the black short-handled submachine gun showed a gun handle. The man's face changed slightly. On this narrow mountain road where only one person can pass, the threat of guns to him would be unprecedentedly great. He immediately rushed forward and lowered his body center of gravity. 7 steps away, the gun is fast, and within 7 steps, the knife is fast. Buzz! The sound of the blade cutting through the air was like a dragonfly shaking its wings, and the sharp knife light suddenly lit up under the moon that finally appeared above the head. Bai Sangshu stepped back, and his upper body flexibly dodged backwards like a water snake. Puff puff puff! 3 swift knives shattered the rain and fog. Bang! The sudden gunshots sounded almost at the same time, echoing between the cliffs. You! The man stared at Bai Sangshu, as if he saw something incredible. While the other party was dodging, a silver-white revolver appeared out of thin air in his right hand. Is this guy a superpower? Moreover, the other party's dodging action just now was exactly the same as that damn woman's. Damn! He lowered his head and looked at the hollow in his chest. His strength quickly drained away, and soon his consciousness became dark. You killed the swordsman Fei Luan and obtained 100 dimensional points, milestone killing progress update, 4 out of 100, Bai Sangshu stood up, and the gun in his hand disappeared again. He then started to refute, within 7 steps, the gun is accurate and fast. He actually had no shooting experience. If he hadn't seen the swordsman's attack during the day, and the distance between the two sides was very close, he couldn't be sure if he could hit the other party. However, in the final analysis, in this kind of terrain, if he took a gun, the other party would hardly have a chance to compete if he was not a martial artist. A correct version in 16,191 book in 1 forum. Bai Sangshu's agility attribute is also very high. If the swordsman is extremely powerful, Bai Sangshu can also choose to pretend to escape. On such a narrow mountain road, there is no room to dodge bullets. Bai Sangshu turned the silver-white revolver in his hand. This was the reward he got from robbing the armory on a whim. Revolver misfortune knocks on the door, quality, blue, excellent, description, a famous bounty hunter killed more than 100 bounty hunters with this gun, but he choked to death while eating one day, low reload speed, medium power, effect 1, misfortune knocks on the door, this gun has a higher chance of hitting the enemy's vital points, and this effect is negatively modified by shooting expertise, effect 2. Misfortune comes on the door holding this gun, the shooting expertise level is reduced by 2, and after every 6 bullets fired, luck is negatively modified for a certain period of time. This is a very distinctive boutique revolver, with a slender barrel and a total length of more than 20 centimeters. It is also heavier than an ordinary pistol. It is loaded with .357 high-explosive magnum bullets and weighs nearly 2 kilograms. Not only can it be taken out of the space and put into the backpack, it is also an equipment with a unique name. Moreover, the effect of this gun is very interesting. Bad luck will be negatively modified by the shooting expertise. In other words, the better the shooting skills of the user, the lower the probability of triggering this bad luck. On the contrary, people like Bite Sanshu who have no shooting experience often shoot casually, but they will have the miraculous effect of hitting the vital point. Of course, there are some negative effects after shooting, but Bite Sanshu has not felt the effect yet. Bite Sanshu put the pistol back into his backpack and prepared to search for anything on the dead swordsman. A white card appeared on the corpse at some point, suspended in the air, and kept spinning. Bite Sanshu reached out and grabbed it. You got a white drop card swordsman Farron, quality, white, description, this is an ordinary drop card, which may contain the unique abilities and props of swordsman Farron, effect, crushing is activated, Bite Sanshu crushed it directly. You have opened the white drop card Blade Master Farron, you have obtained 300 dimension points, you have obtained the scroll dual wielding expertise, rare, Bite Sanshu swept the innocent driver's head off the cliff with his foot, and then pushed the swordsman's body down with his foot, looking at the blue scroll in his hand. Dual wielding expertise, grade, blue, excellent, description, the scroll condenses the inheritance of skills, which can help you open the dual wielding expertise, effect 1, if a reincarnator who has not mastered the dual wielding skills uses it, he can obtain the dual wielding expertise level 1, effect 2, if a reincarnator who has mastered the dual wielding skills uses it, he can improve his skills a little bit. The so-called tempura is actually a dish that uses batter to wrap ingredients and fry them. Generally, there are seafood such as prawns and octopus, or vegetarians such as eggplants, asparagus, and even cherry blossoms. Of course, there are also some outliers that use insects such as grasshoppers and locusts. Bite Sanshu is eating regular prawn tempura at this time. Snap, snap. Japanese cuisine is always light and does not suit Bite Sanshu's taste very well, but relatively speaking, this tempura is much better than the oden and takoyaki that Tang Badwan sent before. You have eaten 10 special dishes in this world and completed the milestone gourmet. Gourmet, you can get random gains by eating any ingredients. The gain effect is related to the ingredients and cooking methods. You have unlocked subsequent milestones. Kingly Gourmet, Evil Gourmet, Kingly Gourmet, eat more than 100 legendary dishes in different worlds. Evil Gourmet, eat more than 50 dark dishes in different worlds. Bite Sanshu wiped his mouth and then stuffed the dessert pudding beside him directly into his mouth. This sweet dessert is quite good no matter which country makes it. You ate a dish and got the gain, keen perception, your perception is slightly enhanced. The gain effect is not obvious, but Bite Sanshu is not surprised. After all, pudding is everywhere and not rare. If he can eat the flying dragon meat of the descendants of the great demon King Piccolo, the effect may be much more obvious. Milestone, in Bite Sanshu's view, is similar to achievements in video games. You can get special rewards after completing it, and it seems that there is potential for subsequent advancement. In this case, I should indeed pursue more such things in the mission world. Dingling, the old-fashioned telephone in the hotel lobby rang, but Bite Sanshu did not answer it. He just stood up and walked towards the mountain road. There was no one else in the hotel on the top of the mountain except Bite Sanshu at this time. This phone call was a secret code between Tang Badwan and Bite Sanshu. After Bite Sanshu killed the swordsman that day, he returned to the town and gave Tang Badwan a sum of money, asking him to give him a signal every time someone returned. In order to be on the safe side, he even gave the driver Fei Bo a sum of money. He could see that Fei Bo was very afraid of him. This was much easier than the swordsman who had to wait on the mountain road in the rain. Ha, money, although I can't take it out of the space, there are many plot characters in this world who need money. Bite Sanshu shook the scimitar, found a red face towel and put it on, and walked towards the mountain road. There are 2 more. In the past few days, in addition to having Tang Badwan constantly deliver various special dishes, Bite Sanshu has already ambushed and killed 3 people on the mountain road. In addition, Tang Badwan said that 2 people were killed by the target during the mission, and the mission failed. That is to say, of the 8 people including himself, only 2 survived. One is the middle-aged man carrying a double-barreled shotgun, and the other is the woman who first grabbed the envelope. Tang Badwan also specifically reminded Bite Sanshu that the woman was not simple. She was also a well-known killer in the underground world before, nicknamed Green Snake. Bite Sanshu was wearing a scarf and holding a scimitar in his right hand. He did not use the specialization of the dual-wielding weapon because he was not sure what kind of specialization Tao Bai Bai would teach him, so he decided to keep it first. This outfit is Bite Sanshu's old routine. On the blurry mountain road, the vision is not good. There are always people who see his outfit and only keep alert to this knife, and then they are knocked down by Bite Sanshu with a few shots. Bite Sanshu is not the kind of person who has a special fetish for hand-to-hand combat, or in other words, when he is not sick, Bite Sanshu is actually very rational. While thinking, Bike Sanshu has come to the narrow mountain road entrance. He specially chose a section of the road without guardrails and close to the sea. In the distance, there is indeed a figure walking up the misty trail. Judging from the figure, it should be the middle-aged man carrying the shotgun. Bike Sanshu's heart moved, and he also walked forward with the help of the clouds and mist. When snatching the envelope that day, Bike Sanshu noticed that although the other party waved the double-barreled shotgun as a stick, the position of his hands was always the grip. In other words, the other party is very confident in his shooting skills. If there is a slight mistake, even in the chaotic close combat, he will still rely on shooting to solve the enemy. Therefore, facing this real shooter, Bike Sanshu does not think he should rely on a revolver to shoot at a long distance. "Welcome back, Master Tao Bai Bai asked me to greet you." Bike Sanshu said nonsense without any basis, and the machete in his right hand hung down. The man with the shotgun on his back did not respond, but continued to move forward, with the double-barreled shotgun still on his back. Bike Sanshu frowned. Could it be that the other party was really that kind of naive, really believing his nonsense at this time and being defenseless? Suddenly, Bike Sanshu paused, and a light flashed in his left hand, and the silver revolver, Knock on the Door of Doom, appeared directly. I saw the correct version in the 16:9 book in one forum. He raised his hand and fired directly. Bang! This shot hit the other party's head directly, which should have triggered the special effect of Knock on the Door of Doom. The mountain road was very humid during the day, and even when the other party fell, his figure was a little blurry. Bike Sanshu squinted his eyes and suddenly leaned down. Bang! As the body of the middle-aged man fell, a figure that had been hiding behind him finally appeared. No, it should be said that the man with the shotgun that Bike Sanshu saw was a corpse from beginning to end, so there was no killing prompt. It was this woman who had been carrying the corpse up the mountain from behind. Bike Sanshu vaguely saw the double-barreled shotgun separated from the corpse and lifted up, and he instantly crouched and rushed forward. On this mountain road, facing a long-barreled shotgun, the risk of running backwards was much higher than rushing forward. When Bike Sanshu heard the gunshot, he had already rushed out, and even the white smoke rising in front of the other party turned into slow motion. His pupils dilated, and he held the machete straight and slashed violently. Buzz! Without any skills, Bike Sanshu's muscles bulged, and he completely relied on the instantaneous explosive power of more than 600 kilograms to push the machete to a terrifying speed. The long-haired woman's pupils shrank, her waist bent, and her hands loosened the shotgun, watching the steel knife pass through the air, and then instantly cut the neck of the middle-aged man whose body was still warm. Puff! A head flew up, blood gushing out like a fountain. Clang! Bike Sanshu used too much force, and after cutting off the neck, the knife continued to move forward, directly cutting on the rock, and the blade broke instantly. Madman! The female killer nicknamed Green Snake cursed in her heart. The knife just now made her feel scared. If she was a little slower, her whole head would probably be cut open. She realized early that Tao Bai Bai's so-called trial actually implied that everyone would kill each other, so after completing the task, she hid outside the town and did not go up the mountain. Seeing that 3 people had returned without any news, she secretly followed the middle-aged gunman who returned today to the mountain and assassinated the other party in the fog and covered the mountain with the corpse. Unexpectedly, Bike Sanshu was not only smart, but also a madman who had no psychological burden for killing. The green snake pushed hard, and the headless corpse pounced towards Bike Sanshu. The woman followed the corpse step by step, without leaving the ground, approaching with a gait as if sliding on the ground, and 2 cold lights flashed at the fingertips of her hands. Puff! 2 cold lights flashed, Bike Sanshu let go instantly, and stepped back continuously along the side of the cliff. The woman's attack speed was extremely fast. In Bike Sanshu's eyes, it was like 2 poisonous snakes with their bodies raised. The speed of the attack was much faster than his own. This woman was very strong. The dagger in her hand kept stabbing into the air, and the venom was also thrown into the air, which made Qingsha's heart sink slightly. This handsome man with a pair of peach blossom eyes was not an ordinary person. But she did not give up, and her feet slid forward on the ground. Although the speed was not fast, it was extremely stable and would not slip, and the center of gravity changed freely, allowing her attack to continuously cover Bike Sanshu in various directions. Bike Sanshu tried to attack the woman's lower body several times, but was forced back by the woman's stab. This kind of very insidious move in street fighting seemed to have no such unexpected effect when facing a real ruthless killer like Qingshi. Bike Sanshu kept retreating, and his heart beat faster and faster. He was not the type who would be restrained because of nervousness. On the contrary, the intense secretion of adrenaline made Bike Sanshu feel lighter and lighter. He suddenly stopped retreating, stepped on the cliff on the left, and jumped directly behind Qingxi. This action was extremely bold. There was only a cliff on one side of the mountain road, and the other side was fog and cliffs without guardrails. The mountain road was less than 1 meter wide, and it was a little slippery due to the rain and fog. If you were not careful, you would fall off the cliff and die without a complete body. Qingxi did not expect Bai Xiangshu to make such a bold move. She did not jump up to fight. Qingxi was flexible and jumping up to fight was her taboo. Bai Xiangshu jumped 2 or 3 meters and came behind Qingxi. His right hand flashed, and the silver-white revolver had appeared. Qingxi suddenly felt a throbbing in her heart, turned around and saw that Bai Xiangshu had raised his gun. Bang! Qingxi's waist suddenly sank, and the whole person actually twisted on the ground like a spirit snake, and his body strangely rushed a long way towards Bai Xiangshu. Bai Xiangshu stepped back and pulled the trigger again. Bang! The gunshot rang again, but the green snake was still sticking to the mountain road, twisting constantly, and its movements were impossible to predict. Knock of Doom didn't seem to trigger the special effect. The green snake was very fast. When Bai Xiangshu fired the third shot, she had already come close to Bai Xiangshu, with a cruel look on her face. Her head swung violently, and while the shot missed, her right hand stabbed Bai Xiangshu in the face. Bai Xiangshu's pupils shrank, and the fishy wind blew in his face. He turned his head to avoid the stab, and the pistol disappeared again. He pinched the woman's arm with both hands and jumped back suddenly. Ha! Exhaling and speaking, Bai Xiangshu pulled the center of gravity of the green snake away in an instant, and then broke it with both hands. Click, the sound of the joints was much smaller than expected. Bai Xiangshu realized that something was wrong and wanted to let go, but the green snake had already wrapped around him. This woman's body was surprisingly flexible. Whether it was Bai Xiangshu pulling away the hard bend just now, or now with her legs wrapped around Bai Xiangshu's lower body, and the body movements of the whole person going around Bai Xiangshu's back, they were already beyond the ability of ordinary people. Boy, have some strength, struggle a little more. The woman exhaled and spoke, with a cruel smile on her lips. She always dressed seductively, but every time she strangled these strong men, it was her most enjoyable time. Bai Xiangshu grabbed the 2 arms of the green snake with both hands to prevent the 2 daggers from piercing his body, but the whole person was entangled. The woman strangled Bai Xiangshu's joints with her whole body, and at this time she continued to use the strength of her body to pull Bai Xiangshu's hands behind her back. Crunch! The terrible muscle wrestling caused the joints to make a sound of severe wear, and Bai Xiangshu could feel the severe pain of the shoulder muscles starting to tear. Once Bai Xiangshu lost his strength, the dagger would instantly pierce his neck. The breath of the death snake was clearly audible, and the skin on Bai Xiangshu's neck bulged a little bit. Thump! Thump! A violent heartbeat sounded for no reason. The green snake was startled, and then leaned back even harder. Your heartbeat is so intense, are you so afraid of death? She became more and more excited, and her body began to get wet. Bai Xiangshu felt his hands being bent back little by little, and his neck seemed to be able to feel the cold dagger. His heart beat faster and faster, and the sound became louder and louder, and suddenly, thump! After his heart beat heavily like a drumbeat, Bai Xiangshu was shocked. Cratchit, the green snake's arm, which was pulling back little by little, suddenly froze, and then began to pull back again in an unstoppable manner. Feeling the huge power coming from her arm, the green snake was startled, and in an instant, she loosened her legs that were wrapped around Bai Xiangshu's lower body, stepped directly on Bai Xiangshu's back, and used the power of her whole body to pull. This was her full strength. After a slight stalemate for a moment, a strange chuckle sounded, followed by a burst of powerful force. The green snake lost its balance instantly, and the whole person crashed into the back of Bai Xiangshu. The huge force caused her nose to collapse in an instant, and the severe pain destroyed her nerves. A correct version of the book in 16-9-1 forum. She screamed miserably, but the next moment she felt dizzy. In the rain and fog, she only felt that the man's body was terribly hot, as if his whole body was emitting heat. Bang! The green snake was slammed into the ground by the arm, and the spine was broken, and blood spurted from the mouth and nose. The power in her body disappeared instantly, and the dagger she held tightly fell to the ground. In her blurred consciousness, she saw the man squatting down, revealing a pair of strange eyes with only the whites of his eyes left. Strange thing. At this moment, Bai Xiangshu's skin was red, his muscles were slightly swollen, and his body seemed to have become a little bigger. He squatted down and looked at the woman who was barely breathing, with a smile on his lips that was far more wanton than the woman's expression just now. Bang! Bai Xiangshu smashed the beautiful face of Qingxi with one punch, and then punched the opponent's head completely into a dent. You killed the killer Qingxi and got 200 dimensional points, bang! Bang! Bai Xiangshu punched down tirelessly, always feeling that this feeling was so wonderful. He had seen many doctors, some of whom arranged psychological counseling for him, and some of whom prescribed him some psychiatric drugs. But in the end, Bai Xiangshu was still Bai Xiangshu. He didn't think he was a lunatic, but just felt that he was an out-of-place alien. It's not that he's too crazy, but that the people around him are as docile as lambs. Puff! The sound of a watermelon breaking sounded, and red and white sprayed all over the place in an instant. Woo! In the distance, there was a sound of vomiting, followed by the back of a fat figure rolling and crawling away from the mountain path. Bai Xiangshu ignored it, just got up and used the rain and fog to wash the dirt off his hands. Tang Badwan's face was pale and his whole body was stiff. He didn't know how many times he had fallen, and he didn't even come back to his senses when he returned to his hotel at the foot of the mountain. Madman, that guy is really a madman. Tang Badwan trembled and dialed Tao Bai-Bai's contact. At this moment, he just wanted to slap himself a few days ago when he said that this young man was suitable to be a disciple of a real martial artist like Master Wu Tian. I'm afraid no one would accept such a madman except Tao Bai-Bai. Tread! The sound of Tao Bai-Bai falling from the sky was as soft as a cat landing on the ground. This extreme transformation of speed and power makes people feel inexplicably creepy. This is a human martial artist who perfectly controls his body to the extreme. Tang Badwan said that I have completed all the tests, why are you the only one? Tao Bai-Bai closed her eyes, her braids wrapped around her neck, and asked knowingly. Bai Xiangshu took out several boxes of money that had been prepared in advance from the house one by one, and said with a smile, those tasks have been completed, and this is the task reward. Bai Xiangshu avoided the important and took the easy. He knew that Tao Bai-Bai's so-called trial had only two real purposes. First, get paid. Tao Bai-Bai is a strong man who is obsessed with money. As the best killer in the world, his reward for performing a mission is 100 million, and he also has the habit of saving money. This can be seen from the fact that he was blown up by Sun Wukong with the grenade. When he was about to die, he used all his savings to transform himself into a robot. Second, ensure that there is only one person left who finally completes the trial. This was revealed by his deliberate suggestion that he could only teach the person who received the most bounty reward. If he only taught one person, then only one person would win in the end, and it would be useless no matter how many tasks others completed. Tao Bai-Bai likes worldly things like money and fame, and at the same time abides by the rules to a certain extent. He is not a completely chaotic and evil character. Therefore, his trial essentially takes many forms. Even if the 8 people who were left behind were caught and killed on the spot, and the last one was left behind and gave Tao Bai-Bai a sum of money, they might be able to get Tao Bai-Bai's teachings. It was because Bai Xiangshu and the double swordsman understood this that they chose to kill the employer to seize the money, and to kill the driver and go back to the mountain to wait. Both of them were convinced that as long as only one person returned to the mountain in the end, Tao Bai-Bai's request would be satisfied. Tao Bai-Bai opened her eyes and glanced at the man with thick eyebrows and big eyes again. He didn't compete for those tasks that day, and was probably ready to kill others. He's quite a good candidate. Your behavior has been appreciated by Tao Bai-Bai, and Tao Bai-Bai's impression of you has improved, currently, friendly, 15 out of 100, instead of being dissatisfied with Bai Xiangshu's behavior. Tao Bai-Bai felt that this was a truly talented young man. He walked with his hands behind his back on the large square on the top of the mountain. This was to some extent his dojo. He would conduct similar selection activities every year, but the purpose was not to recruit disciples, but to improve his reputation. Tao Bai-Bai paced, looking at attractoloads from time to time. Bai Xiangshu still had a smile on his face, but he was looking at the mission time limit from the corner of his eye. There are still 81 hours and 30 minutes left before team number 64323 enters the world. In more than 3 days, the reincarnation team that can carry out the task of killing Tao Bai-Bai will arrive. Bai Xiangshu's time is actually quite tight. Do you know what Kung Fu is? Tao Bai-Bai spoke. Bai Xiangshu answered naturally. It's a killing technique. Tao Bai-Bai nodded with satisfaction. He couldn't stand the hypocrisy of those who claimed to be martial arts masters. Even his own brother He Xianrun seemed to him to be hypocritical. He clearly wanted to act with force, but he had to pretend to be virtuous and respectable. Yes, Kung Fu is for killing people. On the other hand, what can kill people is Kung Fu. Tao Bai-Bai also has his own understanding of martial arts, and he has found his own path. Human beings are so fragile. My hands can kill people. Tao Bai Bai casually punched the air, and a dull sound of breaking through the air suddenly appeared in the air. The air spread outward like a shock wave. Bai Kanangzu's breath was suffocated, and her hair spread out. My feet can also kill people. Tao Bai Bai stamped her foot again. Boom! The ground shook violently, and the ground under Bai Sangshu's feet suddenly rose, pushing him into the air. Bai Sangshu hurriedly adjusted her center of gravity in the air, her muscles tightened, but her knees gently bent and landed on the ground. Step, the sound is light, and the movement is quite similar to the posture of Tao Bai Bai landing before. Tao Bai Bai frowned coldly, seeing this scene in his eyes, and continued, my aura can also kill people. Tao Bai Bai suddenly inhaled briefly, then exhaled towards Bai Attractilodes. Ha! Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Bai Sangshu suddenly felt stiff at this moment, and a terrible energy suddenly burst out from Tao Bai Bai's mouth. Although this move was certainly not as scary as his divine finger skill, Dong Dong Wave, Bai Sangshu still felt like he was being manipulated by modern. The aim of the firearm was average. The muscles were stiff, the heart was sinking infinitely, the cold hairs were standing on the back, and the burning sting made Attractilodes so clearly feel it as never before. This was the feeling of approaching death. Plop! 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 The heart beat rapidly and extremely violently. A large amount of adrenaline began to be secreted, and blood was pumped by the heart to every corner of the body. Attractilode's body surface swelled slightly and turned red due to congestion, and her eyes began to turn white unconsciously. At the same time, Bai Sangshu's mind was not thinking about unnecessary questions such as what Tao Bai Bai wanted to do, why the other party wanted to kill him after he had clearly completed the trial. In Bai Sangshu's vision at this moment, everything seemed to have stopped, even the scene where Tao Bai Bai opened his mouth and a large amount of golden air began to burst out of his mouth, became slow like bullet time. Bai Sangshu's white pupils kept trembling, and Tao Bai Bai's previous actions appeared in his mind, the seemingly random swinging fists, and the scene of the stomping foot. There is no doubt that from a primitive perspective, martial arts is a killing skill. And this killing skill is to bring the inherent abilities of human beings to the extreme. After the speed and strength are brought to the extreme, simple movements also have the most terrible lethality. And the various postures practiced by martial artists are to be able to better burst out the energy of the body. In the face of huge pressure, Bai Sangshu's mind was slowed down by the scene of Tao Bai Bai raising his foot and stomping. At the same time, his right foot was also raised high, and then stomped down suddenly. Boom! Bai Sangshu's foot went down, and the high-raised ground was shattered with a bang, and gravel was scattered. At the same time, the air in Tao Bai Bai's mouth also exploded at the same time. Wave! With a crisp sound, a golden air instantly penetrated the ground. Haha! Bai Sangshu was panting, and his muscles were still twitching slightly like spasms. You have completed the special trial mission 1, Tao Bai Bai's trial. You have obtained a special expertise, Martial Arts Mastery LV1, Martial Arts Mastery LV1. Your control over muscles has greatly increased. You can exert force with incredible movements, and feel the trace of chi. Tao Bai Bai stood in place and slowly dispersed his posture. He just wanted to show the use of chi, but he didn't expect that this guy was really talented. Not only did he have a special ability to explode his body's potential, but he could also imitate the moves he had only seen once to exert force. You do have some talent. No problem, I will accept you as my disciple and teach you some skills. Poof! Tao Bai Bai lightly tapped his finger and pierced into the rock that was washed by rain. The action looked no more difficult than piercing tofu. Although your physique is good, you neglected to practice, and your strength is even worse. Before you can make a move, 90% of your strength has been lost. Tao Bai Bai did not look back, and his tone was somewhat disdainful. After all, he was not very satisfied with the kick that Bai Sangshu finally stomped down after imitating his action. The form is similar, but the spirit is not. His kick, all the strength is condensed and not dispersed, through the ground for dozens of meters, and finally exploded under Bai Sangshu's feet. Bai Sangshu's kick seemed to explode, directly crushing the ground, but the strength was directly poured out. For a martial artist, that was a performance of not getting started. He was completely relying on the strength of the flesh to play randomly. Tao Bai Bai glanced at Bai Sangshu and felt that this guy was not as good as the disciple found by his brother after all. He suddenly regretted accepting him. In the final analysis, he didn't have the heart to be a teacher, but it just happened that Bai Sangshu's temperament was what he wanted, so he made an exception and accepted it. Bai Sangshu still lowered his eyebrows and looked obedient, as if he didn't notice Tao Bai Bai's dissatisfaction at all, but he kept thinking about how to stop team number 64323 from killing Tao Bai Bai. Tao Bai Bai was very powerful, And those who could trigger such a task must be very powerful, at least in the recognition of this dimensional game. They have the ability to kill Tao Bai Bai. Tell Tao Bai Bai directly? No, Bai Sangshu directly denied this possibility. Tao Bai Bai had a high opinion of himself, and was cruel and cunning. If he rashly said that there was a powerful gang ready to hunt Tao Bai Bai, I'm afraid Tao Bai Bai would only attack him first, and then ask about the source of the information. Bai Sangshu saw clearly that Tao Bai Bai was not Kame Sennin, and he had no so-called master-disciple relationship with him at all, and he was probably not as good as Crane Sennin. Tao Bai Bai is a complete villain. To him, I am just a tool. Once I learn a few moves and make some noise, Tao Bai Bai's reputation will be even greater. On the contrary, if I die, it will not be a loss for him. So, I can't tell Tao Bai Bai. Bai Sangshu thought about various plans in his mind, but his body followed Tao Bai Bai meticulously in various postures. This may be the biggest benefit of this cruel trial. A martial artist with a combat power of more than 100 guides you to practice martial arts. This is an amazing reward that is unimaginable in other worlds. Bai Sangshu put his fingers together like a crane and stabbed out suddenly. Puff! His fingers stabbed on the tree stump, and blood instantly flowed from his fingertips, but at the same time, Bai Sangshu could also feel that he did have a mysterious feeling of pouring strength into the inside of the tree stump. This is a completely different experience from using violence to break the skin of the tree stump with one punch. Under the guidance of the plot powerhouse Tao Bai Bai, your special expertise has been improved. Currently, Martial Arts Expertise LV2, Martial Arts Expertise LV2, you are proficient in various force-generating postures, and are beginning to be able to inject force into the target, and the attack will ignore some defenses, of course. Bai Sangshu is now far from being able to generate this kind of force in various forms, and he can only achieve this goal with this special crane-shaped sudden hand attack. This scene also made Tao Bai Bai look a little better. In general, although his disciple has no martial arts foundation, he has an abnormal control over the muscles of his body, which allows the other party to easily imitate his various movements. So that all kinds of martial arts postures can be learned at a glance. From this perspective, this person is definitely a martial arts genius. But unfortunately, in terms of chi, this person is dull. Tao Bai Bai demonstrated it several times repeatedly, and this person did not sense the chi. In the martial arts of Tsurusenryu and Tao Pai Pai, chi is the most important thing. Therefore, Tao Pai Pai has a psychological gap after comparing White Sangshu with Tian Xinhan. Tian Xinhan is a genius in manipulating chi, and even Tao Pai Pai is somewhat envious of that talent. Tao Pai Pai's body is not actually that indestructible. Although under the infusion of chi, he can block the shooting of a sniper rifle with a piece of cloth. But after the chi is exhausted, his body cannot withstand the explosion of a grenade. If you can't control chi flexibly, your lifelong achievement is just a fighting master in the eyes of ordinary people. Tao Pai Pai snorted coldly and turned away. He has always been very self-righteous. Even his brothers Tsurusenryu and the martial arts master Kamisenryu looked down on him. How can he tolerate that his disciple is not as good as Tian Xinhan? At this time, Tao Bai Bai is probably the best player on earth. Tao Bai Bai's impression of you has decreased. Currently, friendly, 5 out of 100, Bai Sangshu raised his eyebrows. Even with his temperament, he felt uncomfortable with Tao Bai Bai's unexplained Shenju ability. Staying around such a person, I am afraid he really has no sense of security. And the reality of this infinite dimensional game also gave Bai Sangshu a new understanding. Unlike the stereotyped characters in anime, each character in this world has his own preferences and behavioral logic, and different behaviors of reincarnations will also lead to different results. Looking at Tao Bai Bai going away in the rain and fog, the English words "I kill you" were written on the back of the pink robe, and the braids swayed slightly, like a venomous snake. Perhaps even if he really worshipped the other party as his master, once he confirmed that he could not meet the requirements or when he lost the other party's face, he would be killed instantly by Tao Bai Bai. A flawless version can be found in the 16:9 book forum. Bai Sangshu suddenly had an idea, and suddenly found the answer to the question that had troubled him for a long time. Trial Mission 2, stop team number 64323 from killing Tao Bai Bai. Optional mission, reduce team number 64323 by at least one person. Bai Sangshu's eyes stayed on the word stop killing. He pulled his hand back from the stump. The tips of his 3 fingers were covered in blood, his nails were broken, and his joints were injured to varying degrees. But Bai Sangshu seemed to feel no pain. He used his bloody fingers to point at Tao Bai Bai's name, and a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Stop killing. Hey, the wording of this dimensional game feels more rigorous than expected. It's just like saying that there is indeed such a method. At this moment, Tao Bai Bai, who was walking away in the rain and fog, suddenly felt a slight chill on his back. He snorted coldly, threw his braid around his neck, and prepared to go to the hotel in Tang Badwan at the foot of the mountain to take a hot bath. The weather on the mountain really displeased him. If it weren't for the quiet environment that suited his temperament and style, he wouldn't be willing to stay in such a place. Well, let's wait for 2 more days. If that guy is really useless, then that's fine. Tao Bai Bai didn't have the idea of waiting for his apprentice to become a talent, or rather, he didn't regard Bai Xiangshu as his own apprentice. If he could learn a little bit of his own fur, he would naturally be able to promote some reputation for himself in the assassin world in the future. But if he couldn't learn anything, it wouldn't be a pity even if he was killed. Tao Bai Bai jumped down from the cliff, with his hands behind his back, and his toes lightly tapped on the slippery cliff. The whole person jumped down quickly like a big bird. He arrived in the town in a breath. Tang Badwan had been paying attention to the dojo on the mountain. When he saw the familiar dress, he immediately cheered up and ordered people to prepare food and hot water for Tao Bai Bai. Tang Badwan relied on his ability to observe Tao Bai Bai's words and expressions to gain Tao Bai Bai's trust. No, I still have to find a way to kill Tao Bai Bai. Bai Xiangshu got up from the hardwood bed. He did think about it for about 10 seconds based on the principle of respecting teachers and respecting morality, but he still couldn't convince himself in the end. Logically speaking, since this infinite space will issue the task of stopping Team 64323 from killing Tao Bai Bai to himself, it means that in the judgment of this infinite space, Tao Bai Bai may be killed by team number 64323. Bai Xiangshu did not doubt the fact that someone in the infinite space could kill Tao Bai Bai. After all, no matter how to say it, although Tao Bai Bai is powerful, he has not reached the level of those monsters that are truly unkillable. If this infinite space is really like those infinite flow novels, which can allow reincarnations to have various abilities in the world view, then some powerful reincarnations will naturally have many ways to kill Tao Bai Bai. Moreover, for himself, these reincarnations are much more dangerous. Each of them may have a terrible ability that they don't know about. After all, no one can be sure whether the other party will open his eyes to reveal a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, or will lower his head and start writing his name in the death note. There are too many unknown means, and I am completely unable to resist with my strength. Therefore, there are only 2 possibilities from the beginning to complete the task of preventing team number 64323 from killing Tao Pai Pai. One is to save Tao Pai Pai. Whether it is to find a way to increase Tao Pai Pai's reputation and trust, so that Tao Pai Pai can believe in his intelligence and prepare for resistance in advance, or to seek help from Master Crane Immortal, who is now unknown, it is best to do both. Tao Pai Pai deliberately meets the enemy in the front, and then uses mobility to pull the enemy team members apart, and Crane Immortal Tien Shinhan and others cooperate with him to secretly attack and kill. This can explain why there is also a side quest, reduce at least 1 person in team number 64323. Obviously, this is the hint given by the space, and it is the orthodox way to complete this task. But unfortunately, Bai Xiangshu could feel that Tao Bai Bai was not satisfied with him, and he was still too slow in killing other candidates. To take this path, he must first tell the truth about Tao Bai Bai's trial after Tao Bai Bai left the mountain, thus triggering a chaotic fight among the 8 people. Then he will become the final winner, and he will be recognized by Tao Bai Bai on the same day to complete the first trial task. In this way, the trialists will have nearly 7 days to fill up Tao Bai Bai's reputation. If Bai Xiangshu guessed correctly, the hired killing tasks in the 8 envelopes. It was prepared for this time. After becoming Tao Bai Bai's disciple, he will complete those hired tasks for Tao Bai Bai and kill every target to gain Tao Bai Bai's trust. Bai Xiangshu, who was sitting on the wooden bed, thought of this and raised his mouth. The cruelty of this infinite dimension adventure space is more prominent than he imagined. Who would have thought that a trial task, at the very beginning after being triggered, has already determined the subsequent direction? Most newcomers would probably still be in a state of panic at that time, and would miss the best opportunity in a daze. Even Bai Xiangshu, who is a non-ordinary human with a high self-esteem, also missed the opportunity because of his desire to observe. Of course, Bai Xiangshu himself did not realize the special nature of this special trial at this time. The reason why Bai Xiangshu did not think he was crazy was because he felt that he was very rational. The so-called rationality is to be able to weigh gains and losses and not be swayed by emotions. It only took him 10 seconds to abandon this plan that he could no longer execute smoothly. Turning to think about the second method of stopping team number 64323 from killing Tao Bai Bai. In addition to saving Tao Bai Bai, there is another way, which is to kill Tao Bai Bai in advance. Bai Xiangshu carefully confirmed the mission description, and the mission requirement was to stop team number 64323 from killing Tao Bai Bai. The core of the mission is actually to stop the actions of this team of reincarnationists, not Tao Bai Bai's life or death. In other words, as long as Tao Bai Bai is not killed by this team of reincarnationists, he has completed special trial 2. Bai Xiangshu naturally began to think about how he could kill Tao Bai Bai. As mentioned above, Tao Bai Bai is an absolute extraordinary martial artist when he has enough energy. It is almost impossible for ordinary people to kill him in a head-on battle. Judging from his mobility of more than 2,000 kilometers in 4 minutes of flying on the pillar, it is probably difficult for superpowers in the real world to easily lock him for precise strikes. Although Bai Xiangshu has always been feared by people around him, both his physical and psychological qualities are far superior to those of his peers. But Bai Xiangshu is still just an ordinary person. He looked at the silver-white revolver, knock on the door of doom, in his hand and shook his head. No, the power of this firearm is far less than that of a sniper rifle and cannot pose a threat to Tao Bai Bai. He looked at the relics of those he killed in the room, the double swords, the double-barreled shotgun. These weapons cannot be taken out of the space, so they cannot be put into the backpack, and finally his eyes stopped on the 2 emerald green daggers. Poisoning. Bai Xiangshu felt that it was not thorough enough. Check out the correct version in the 1619 book forum. 2107 left until team number 64323 enters the world. Time was not enough, and it also cut off the possibility that Bai Xiangshu would find the people of Gixianlia to provoke conflicts between the two sides and reap the benefits. It was nonsense to make a wish to find the Dragon Ball. If the Dragon Ball could really be found in a short time, then the space should not have set up such a so-called trial task. What the Dragon Ball in this world can do has long surpassed the scope of killing Tao Bai Bai. Bai Xiangshu looked at the moon outside the window and suddenly made a decision. He jumped up from the bed in an instant, with a nimble figure. After picking up the pair of poison daggers, he used the hotel phone and pressed the call back button. Then he took advantage of the night and the rain to quickly go down the mountain road. Bai Xiangshu was very fast and came to the town again from the mountain in less than a minute. He still had bandages on his right index and middle fingers, but his expression had returned to the state of a natural smile. Bai Xiangshu liked to laugh because he found that laughing was actually the most convenient expression. His true emotions will not be seen through, and he has a natural camouflage effect that no one can find fault with. He walked slowly and steadily, and the distance of each step was exactly the same. This was the result of his imitating Tao Bai Bai's gait. He seemed to be born with this strong muscle control. Tang Badwan stood in the shadow of the backlight of the hotel, looking at Bai Xiangshu with a steady pace and a scary smile, with a cold expression. He was breathing rapidly and his heart was beating violently. You must be really crazy to say such a suicidal thing. Aren't you afraid that I will tell Master Tao Bai Bai directly that you want to kill him? Bai Xiangshu was already confident when he saw Tang Badwan show up. He walked step by step to Tang Badwan, and the two almost bumped into each other. He did not stop. Tang Badwan staggered back 2 steps, and his momentum had already fallen behind. The smile on Bai Xiangshu's mouth became more obvious. Tao Bai Bai is suspicious without reason. If you tell him that kind of thing, he will only start to doubt you as well. Besides, since Lord Tang Badwan is willing to see me, he must also want to kill Lord Tao Bai Bai. Shut up! Tang Badwan's heart almost jumped to his throat. He felt that his eyes were getting dark, but he still just shouted Bai Kanangzu in a low voice. He did not forget to calm down and listen to the noise in the hotel, for fear that Tao Bai Bai would wake up. After waiting for a while and hearing no movement, Tang Badwan looked at Bai Xiangshu gloomily and said angrily, "It's not you who dares to threaten me." Bai Xiangshu smiled and shrugged, not ashamed of his despicable behavior, but rather proud of it. He corrected, "It's not a threat, Mr. Tang Badwan. I have left a note somewhere in the hotel, which states that you coveted Tao Bai Bai's accumulated wealth, and at the same time were afraid of his cruelty, so you secretly seduced his disciple, that is, me. The thing about killing Tao Bai Bai together, hey. Bai Xiangshu did leave this kind of thing in the hotel. He was not threatening Tang Badwan, but he had already done it. With Tao Bai Bai's unreasonable suspicion, once he found out that Tang Badwan might have other thoughts, he would not investigate whether it was true or false, and it would be most convenient to kill Tang Badwan directly. Tang Badwan himself understood this, so he did not dare to tell Tao Bai Bai about Bai Xiangshu contacting him. Instead, he came to see Bai Xiangshu late at night. If looks could kill, Bai Xiangshu would have been cut to pieces by Tang Badwan at this moment. Bai Xiangshu waved his hand, took off the 2 daggers soaked in various venoms by the green snake from behind, and said with a smile, Stop looking at me so affectionately, Mr. Tang Budwan, let's carefully plan how to survive tomorrow. Teacher Tao Bai Bai is not a reasonable person. Seeing that Tang Budwan was still looking at him with hatred, Bai Tsangju helplessly shook his head and continued. Why don't you think about the good news? As long as we get things done tomorrow, all the wealth Tao Bai Bai has accumulated over the years will be yours. Tang Budwan's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously said, you really don't want to. Bai Tsangju spread his hands, and his smile became brighter. The reason why this person is weak is because he is controlled by his emotions too often. Even a timid person like Tang Budwan could resist the fear brought by Tao Bai Bai under the temptation of wealth. He tremblingly put away the 2 poisonous daggers, but still didn't have much confidence. Fortunately, Bai Tsangju didn't need him to think and plan. Bai Tsangju patted Tang Budwan on the shoulder and said softly, that's all you need. The moonlight was obscured by dark clouds, and Tang Budwan only felt that an evil ghost was tempting him to the road of no return, but he couldn't refuse him. Time passed quickly. When the sun experienced another rise and fall, night was about to rise, and the stars in the sky were not yet bright. In the wilderness outside the town, several figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. Each of these people is dressed in a very distinctive way. The leader has long red hair that reaches the sky, and his gravity-defying performance always shows to others that his strength is unusual. This person briefly checked the mission information, then whistled and said, it seems we are lucky. The first mission of the team was to enter the exclusive derivative world of other reincarnations. Behind him, a fat man over 3 meters tall just sitting on the ground also grinned. Ha, then we can happily start looting again. Fortunately, I found someone to buy a few pairs of slave shackles before I came in. Although Bulma is not that valuable in space, she is still a rare commodity, hee. The fat man laughed strangely, and his lower body swelled rapidly. In the other direction of the 2 people, there was a slender middle-aged man wearing a green robe, with a scar running through his entire cheek, like a waning moon. When the red-haired man saw that the other party was silent, he secretly said, Moon Demon, throw away those useless hypocrisies. We are reincarnations, a villain even worse than the 4th natural disaster. Seizing all the resources in these planes to strengthen ourselves is what the space needs us to do. Besides, there's nothing to be pitiful about those NPC-like bugs, huh? The man known as the Moon Demon did not say a word, just glanced at the 2 of them, and then pulled out the huge crossed sword beside him. The blade was pure black, and the golden hilt was inlaid with gems. It was the symbol of the world of One Piece. The 12 skills of the Supreme Sharp Sword Black Sword Knight. Stop talking nonsense. The target this time, Tao Bai Bai, is not the kind of person who can be easily killed. The person behind the Moon Demon was a woman. She covered her eyes with a white cloth and was wearing a nun's costume. She looked like a dead thing and there was no movement at all. At this moment, the red-haired man's body suddenly ignited with flames, and strong magic power began to rise. Even dense red scales began to appear on his body surface. His pupils also turned into vertical golden pupils. The man walked towards the Moon Demon step by step, licking the corners of his mouth with his slender tongue. Speaking of which, Moon Demon, you seem to have never captured a female slave. Not even the piglet got to enjoy it. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. He tore open the woman's nun's uniform, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. The skin was so delicate that it was clearly not human. The flames on the red-haired man burned the woman's skin into large black blisters in an instant, but the woman still stood there unconscious. Feeling bored, the man put away the flame, threw the woman away, and took 2 steps towards the Moon Demon with malicious intentions. Moon Demon, you can't be a woman under your disguise. Ming! The sound of the sword sounded, and Senhen's sword fell instantly. The man's pupils shrank, and a ray of emerald green sword light passed by him, suddenly cutting through the earth. The sword light stretched for more than hundreds of meters, directly cutting a huge hole in the desert. Moon Demon lowered his eyelids and spoke lightly. You are really as useless as the rumors say, Balrog. Don't worry, after completing this mission, we will make a decision. At that time, let the adult take a look at who among the so-called, for demons of the East District, is qualified to get that card person. After the Moon Demon said that, the black knife he instantly put away and fell back on his back. He turned around in the wind and sand and disappeared into the night. The huge fat man was still laughing lewdly at this moment, as if he didn't realize that the atmosphere within the team had broken down, or in other words, he didn't care. Balrog's pupils returned to normal, and he touched his shoulder, where there were a few broken scales. Although Shindao, the Moon Demon, is unique, his strength is indeed outstanding. With his swordsmanship and killing intent, I am afraid he is not the kind person he is rumored to be. Moon Demon is indeed a demon. He snorted coldly and shouted angrily at the disheveled nun. Hurry up and divine Tao Bai Bai's location. A light flashed in the woman's hand, and a yellow crystal ball appeared. She began to use some kind of divination ability. After a while, she said Tao Bai Bai is 13 kilometers away to the southeast at the moment, and doesn't seem to be in good condition. Team number 64323 has entered the venue. Bai Sangju was sitting in the kitchen of the restaurant, and the fat driver Feibo was sitting outside, eating with his head down. He regretted why he didn't go out to drive earlier today and encountered such a disaster. Bai Sangju looked at the reminder that appeared in front of him and knew that Trial Mission 2 had officially started. The space only informed itself of the entry time of team number 64323, and did not prompt the coordinates such as the entry location. This was probably a degree of difficulty balance. Let Bai Sangju, the weak one, know when the stronger team will enter, which can force Bai Kanangju to choose a way to complete the task faster. However, if the entry coordinates are notified at the same time, it may cause the first entrants to take advantage of the opportunity to encircle and kill. For example, under ideal circumstances, Attractalodes has gained enough favor and reputation, and now it is surrounded and killed by Tao Bai Bai, He Sanran, Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, and others. Many reincarnation teams cannot resist. Bai Sangshu's eyes showed no fluctuation, and he had no intention of confronting the reincarnation team head-on. Anyway, the opportunity for victory has long been in my hands. Bai Sangju had an obvious smile on his face, and he was fiddling with a switch about 10 centimeters in his hand. Universal Capsule Controller Car, quality, blue, rare, description, fantasy technology props unique to Dragon Ball and its derivative worlds. Press the button to open or close the capsule. Effect 1. Press the button to release the car in the capsule. Effect 2. Press the button to restore the car to a capsule. Note, this prop cannot be taken out of this world. At the same time, in the hotel at night, Tao Bai Bai was sitting in front of the dining table with chopsticks. He picked up a piece of fish and smelled it. It was very fresh and had no bad smell, but his chopsticks stopped in front of him. Badon, are you nervous? Tang Budwan, who was standing respectfully aside, lowered his head, his pupils almost shrinking to the size of pinholes at this moment. His heartbeat suddenly became more violent, a large amount of blood was pumped to his brain, and the excess oxygen even made him feel like he was about to faint. This performance made Tao Bai Bai pay attention. Tao Bai Bai frowned and looked at this partner for many years. Your heart is beating drums in my ears, 8th section. He originally thought that the fish was not fresh enough, so Tang Bodwan was extra nervous today, and his heartbeat was nearly twice as fast as usual. But after he smelled it, he found that there was nothing wrong with the fish. So, it's the people who have the problem. Tao Bai Bai's hands were very steady, but his eyes were like a sharp sword that was about to pierce Tang Bodwan in an instant. Tang Bodwan's psychological quality was not strong enough to deceive Tao Bai Bai, but just being stared at by Tao Bai Bai made his heart beat faster and he became paralyzed. Lord Tao Bai Bai, have mercy on me. Spare your life, it's all that guy, it's all ordered by that Bai Sangshu. Tao Bai Bai's hand holding the fish piece was still steady in front of him, but when he heard Bai Sangshu's name, Tao Bai Bai's eyes narrowed dangerously. He had already prepared to use this piece of fish to kill Tang Bodwan, but now he had the idea of listening to the other person say a few more words. White Sangju. He didn't even pay attention to Bai Sangju's name. Tao Bai Bai didn't have much interest in most people other than the mission target. Tang Bodwan's clothes were soaked through. He felt that at that moment, Tao Bai Bai's murderous aura was like a dagger, piercing his heart. The feeling of death became more tangible than ever before. He immediately put aside all the monstrous wealth and the threat of Bai Sangshu, and tremblingly revealed all of Bai Sangshu's plans. He gave me the poisonous weapon of green snake, and asked me to. Tao Bai Bai's face darkened. Although he did not consider Bai Sangju as his disciple, it was certain that he had taught him some skills anyway. But this guy actually wants to poison himself? He really turned against Tian Gang. On weekdays, only Tao Bai Bai had no qualms about killing people. This was the first time that he had experienced this unprovoked change feeling. Speaking of poisoning, Tang Bodwan's face turned even paler now. He subconsciously covered his pockets, his heart beating like a drum. Tao Bai Bai noticed this little move at a glance. He let go of his chopsticks and the fish fell on the table. Where did you put the poison? He originally thought that Tang Bodwan's heartbeat was so violent when he was eating fish because he had fallen into the fish meat, but Tang Bodwan's reaction at this moment, I'm afraid. Tang Bodwan's body went limp. He didn't even have the strength to hold himself up. He lay completely on the ground, tears streaming down his face. He felt that he had no chance of living. Attractalodes said that the Lord is cunning and alert, so he asked me to poison the tea, rice, vegetables, soup, and even the tableware. Tao Bai Bai's pupils shrank. Looking at the tea he had drank, a strong murderous intention instantly rose up. He did not expect that in order to poison himself, Tang Ba Duan poisoned everyone in the hotel, even Tang Ba Duan. Duan himself also drank the tea. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. Tang Ba Duan knew that he was probably dead, and he hated Bai Xiangshu for getting him involved in this dispute for no reason. But at the same time, he also harbors hatred for Tao Bai Bai, who controls his life and death. These guys, none of them took his life or death seriously. He suddenly reached for his waist pocket, where there was the antidote left by Bai Xiangshu. Tang Ba Duan was going to take the antidote before being killed by Tao Bai Bai, so that Tao Bai Bai might be poisoned to death after killing Bai Xiangshu, which was the greatest revenge he could make. Puff! Tao Bai Bai's chopsticks flashed, and Tang Ba Duan's right hand was instantly nailed to the floor. Ah! Tang Ba Duan howled in pain, and Tao Bai Bai walked over slowly and dug out with 2 fingers. Puff! Tao Bai Bai directly took out the thing from Tang Ba Duan's waist, along with the large piece of flesh and blood on his waist. A black pill the size of a pigeon egg, exuding a strong medicinal fragrance, was not in perfect shape, and traces of hand rubbing could be vaguely seen. This was probably the antidote made by Green Snake. Tao Bai Bai knew that those second-rate killers who liked to apply poison on their weapons would occasionally do stupid things like poison themselves to death. So many people would also make their own antidote and carry it with them. He looked at Tang Ba Duan, who was howling in pain, with disdain on his face. Do you think this poison can really kill me? Do you think you can survive by taking this antidote? No, I will cut open your stomach and take out the antidote. Tao Bai Bai pointed 2 fingers at Tang Ba Duan's eyebrows, and Tang Ba Duan's whole body stiffened instantly. He felt as if his skull had been pierced and he would be killed in the next second. A fishy smell instantly came from under him. Tao Bai Bai frowned and was about to kill the other party completely, but the temperature behind him rose abnormally. The roar of the fire dragon. Boom! In the huge fireball, the intense flames like magma kept rotating and compressing, and finally smashed the wall of the hotel and exploded. Boom! In the violent tremor of the town, a huge mushroom cloud rose, and the entire hotel disappeared. Yen Mo's eyes moved away from the exploded hotel. The smell of meat from the charred remains made Yen Mo lick his lips. He was the kind of reincarnation who completely abandoned the moral system of the real world. As long as there was nothing forbidden in the space, he would try it. But suddenly, his superhuman senses instantly realized that something was wrong. He turned his head and saw a figure in a pink robe with his back to him, and one hand had already pierced into the body of the huge Moshan. Ugh! It hurts! Moshan's mouth and nose choked with blood. He didn't even see Tao Bai Bai's movements clearly, and was hit in the chest. Tao Bai Bai stood in front of this behemoth over 7 meters tall, with one hand completely inserted into the fat of the other's chest, and his feet hanging in the air. He still held the black pill in his left hand. Moshan's body trembled violently, and suddenly, a strong activity burst out from his body, and blue-white chakra burst out from the wound. Tao Bai Bai, who had never felt such power, disappeared in an instant, and reappeared 10 meters away. Tao Bai Bai's braid fell from her neck and was draped behind her again. He looked coldly at the giant man with a blue light like butterfly wings behind him, and the red-haired man with flames burning on his body. Tao Bai Bai had never heard of such a martial artist or bounty hunter appearing recently. The scorn in the expressions of Moshan and Yenma was completely gone at this time. This Tao Bai Bai was really good. That speed, that power, had already exceeded the standard of strong. Be careful, it's a ferocious level monster. Yenma licked his mouth, his face was completely covered with dragon scales, his defense increased, and his whole body's magic power increased further. The flames spread from under him like a sea of fire, and instantly enveloped hundreds of meters of space. Someone in the distance screamed in fear, and those who fled miserably were the best annotation of his powerful strength. Tao Bai Bai, you really... Whoosh! The flame demon's eyes were empty, and Tao Bai Bai's figure completely disappeared. There was no sound of breaking through the air. Tao Bai Bai's movements were as light as a real crane, but at a very fast speed. The flame demon's golden vertical pupils trembled, and Tao Bai Bai's figure had already appeared in front of him. He subconsciously crossed his arms in front of him, and a fist had already hit him. Puff! Although his scaly arms actually blocked the punch, a sharp force directly penetrated his body defense that could almost ignore most hot weapons. Boom! A strong impact instantly penetrated the flame demon's internal organs, and rushed out from behind him, extinguishing the flames that swept hundreds of meters. Step! Tao Bai Bai snorted coldly, turned upside down in the air for several circles and fell to the ground, with his braids wrapped around his neck again. Superpowers? They are really a group of guys with nothing but appearances. The flame demon choked with blood in his mouth and nose, and Tao Bai Bai turned and walked away while he was about to fall. He looked at the slightly deformed pill held in his left hand, and happened to feel a faint pain in his stomach at this time. Tao Bai Bai knew that this was probably the toxin that had taken effect. Without much hesitation, Tao Bai Bai swallowed the black pill in one gulp. In fact, ordinary toxins did not pose much threat to him. He only needed to use qi to strengthen his metabolism to excrete them, but the sudden appearance of these two guys made Tao Bai Bai feel a little unusual. He vaguely felt that someone was secretly watching him. He was very familiar with the vague murderous aura. Tao Bai Bai therefore took the antidote. Ha! It's worthy of being a derivative world of Dragon Ball. An early boss has such strength. Tao Bai Bai was stunned, his movements froze, and he slowly turned back to find that the red-haired guy who should have been shattered by his punch just now was standing up again. Although there was blood on his face, his aura was not much weakened. The flame demon was also a little scared at this moment. He knew that he probably got a member of Clear Sky killed in the last mission world, which made him a little complacent. That's why he provoked the moon demon. This reincarnation mission, Kill Tao Bai Bai, is a team mission, so Tao Bai Bai's strength is obviously comparable to his own 64,323 team. This kind of guy is not something that he or Mozhan can defeat alone. But the reason why he dared to be so reckless is naturally to save his life. His dragon-killing magic level is already very high, and almost his whole body can be transformed into a dragon at any time. The timely transformation of his internal organs has prevented him from being killed by Tao Bai Bai's heart and lungs. Roar! The shadow under Tao Bai Bai's feet quickly expanded, and a huge figure suddenly swooped down from the air with a magnificent momentum. Boom! Mozhan suddenly smashed down, the ground of the town shattered, and a huge pit of hundreds of meters appeared in an instant. A correct version can be found in the 16:9 book in one forum. The fat of the 7-meter-tall Mozhan was burning into chakra, and he became full of power. Moreover, in the form of butterfly mode, with the help of powerful chakra, Mozhan's mobility and destructive power completely surpassed the flame demon. He stood in the ruins and roared suddenly, like a beast. Although Mozhan has the ability system of chakra, and has specially strengthened the secret techniques of a Kimichi clan, his own fighting style is more wild. He is a reincarnation who needs to suppress the terrible beast in his body all the time. Tao Bai Bai's face darkened at this moment. He was the best killer in the world, but he failed to kill the target after 2 attempts. This made him feel ashamed. He slashed his left foot in front of him, squatted down slowly, and took a martial arts stance. The energy in his body was also condensed. Tao Bai Bai's fingers on both hands were slightly bent, and they were naturally and loosely placed on his chest, with a cold look in his eyes. The next moment, Tao Bai Bai disappeared instantly, and the huge Mozhan also flew into the air in an instant, but was still caught up in the air, and Tao Bai Bai punched him. Bang! The force behind Mozhan penetrated him, and he suddenly showed fear in his painful roar. Below him, a fiery red laser beam burst out. It instantly penetrated his stomach and burned Tao Bai Bai's shoulder, who was caught off guard. Tao Bai Bai was stabbed with pain and quickly turned in the air, but the scorching rays followed his moving trajectory. The flame demon didn't care about Mozhan's life or death at all, and took the opportunity to kill Tao Bai Bai. But Tao Bai Bai suddenly paused in mid-air against gravity, reversed his trajectory, bounced back to the side of the mountain, then stepped on the mountain's chest and quickly rushed towards the fire demon. The braid on his neck was more flexible than a whip, and it wrapped around the mountain's hand during the movement to help him change his trajectory. The fire demon, who was still spewing dragon breath, did not dodge and continued to spit directly at Tao Bai Bai. Tao Bai Bai was shooting in midair, and when he saw this, he snorted coldly and pointed his fingers out. The strong energy condensed at the fingertips in an instant. Divine finger skill, Dong Dong wave. The strong wave spread at the fingertips in an instant, and the next moment it burst out. Fei Bo followed by Xiangshu out of breath and fled, occasionally making the kind of embarrassing cry for help. He didn't understand why Bai Xiangshu, the killer, did this, but the silver-white revolver forced him to do it. Bai Xiangshu took Fei Bo all the way to the entrance of the mountain road and stopped. At this time, the town was already a sea of fire. The strength of those reincarnations exceeded his expectations, and the battle was very explosive. And what disappointed him was that the death of Tang Bodwan and others was not counted on him. The progress of the killing species milestone was not updated. Obviously, the toxins he provided were not the cause of death, and they were probably killed by the people of Team 64323. TSK Bite Sanshu looked blankly, a little regretful. To be honest, after seeing the special effects of these milestones, he still wanted to complete the killing species milestone. Relatively speaking, this milestone that only requires killing people to complete has the lowest difficulty. If you are a little more crazy, take a gun and shoot around the town, you may have a chance to complete it. However, if he did so, he would definitely become the target of the plot characters, and there was no shortage of results in being hunted down by powerful martial artists. Moreover, Bite Sangshu's own trial mission was very short, and he did not have the time to do such a thing. Boom! 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 The ground continued to shake, and the houses in the town began to collapse on a large scale. The intensity and destructive power of the battle center had completely exceeded the scope of ordinary people's battles. Attention, the plot character Tao Bai Bai is under attack. Attention, the plot character Tao Bai Bai is under attack. Bite Sanshu saw the prompt and took out the telescope. Although he could not capture Tao Bai Bai's movements at all, Bite Sanshu knew that Tao Bai Bai had indeed suffered some damage. But judging from the battle scene at this time, Tao Bai Bai seemed to still take the initiative. Could it be that the team numbered 64,323 could not kill Tao Bai Bai? No. Bite Sanshu immediately denied this speculation. This world was a derivative world generated for his own trial. If he did nothing and the trial mission could be completed, then the meaning of this world's existence would be small. So, the reincarnation must have a trump card. Bite Sanshu began to look around with a telescope, and at the same time, his right hand was already pressing something in his pocket. Bite Sanshu was still looking forward to the side quest of reducing at least one member of team number 64323, and he hoped to weaken team number 64323 as much as possible or even reduce its members with Tao Bai Bai's power. Only then would he have hope of achieving his goal. Suddenly, Bite Sanshu discovered an extremely unnatural place in the flames. It was behind a wooden house on the south side of the town, and there were originally bushes on both sides. But as the intensity of the battle increased, the bushes had been burned and the wooden house collapsed. That place, which seemed to have an invisible cover, became very conspicuous on the charred land. There are people there. Bite Sanshu realized at the first time that there were hidden reincarnations there. There were currently two members of team number 64323 who appeared in his field of vision, a giant-like strong man, who now had butterfly-like blue and white wings on his back, with terrible mobility, and he withstood Tao Bai Bai's attack head-on. The other red-haired monster also had wings on its back and was covered with scales. Every strike was accompanied by a brilliant flame, and its destructive power was terrible. Then the reincarnationist hiding in the dark was either an assassin with the ability to kill with one strike, or an assistant providing support. Bite Sanshu thought about it, and suddenly untied the double-barreled shotgun behind him and began to aim at that special place. He knew very well that with his current means, he might not be able to break through the defense of the two reincarnationists on the front battlefield. Fei Bo didn't know what happened yet. Suddenly, bang! A terrible gunshot exploded in his ears. He looked back and saw Bite Sanshu turning around and running towards the mountain path, winking at him. I advise you to run fast, Mr. Fei Bo. I can't guarantee that there will be no danger later. Fei Bo subconsciously followed Bite Sanshu to run up the mountain. He still didn't know why this killer with thick eyebrows and big eyes had to take him with him. Bite Sanshu quickly ran towards the mountain road. This special terrain was not only the key for him to kill those plot characters, but also the key for him to observe the movements of the reincarnationists and delay time. Mr. Fei Bo, what was the result of Tang Bodwan contacting the Red Ribbon Army? Fei Bo shook his head. He was just Tang Bodwan's younger brother. Tang Bodwan would never tell him such a secret. Bite Sanshu felt a little pity. If the Red Ribbon Army and other ambitious people did not show up, Mr. Fei Bo would probably have to rely on luck to survive today. Fei Bo suddenly panicked. You attacked a reincarnationist. Based on the spiritual gap between the two sides, you obtained certain information. Your attack did not cause any damage. Bite Sanshu looked at the prompt in front of him and knew that compared with the hidden reincarnationist, not only was there a huge gap in offensive and defensive capabilities, but also in spiritual attributes. He could not know any information at all. The only thing that could be confirmed was that there was indeed a reincarnationist hiding there. A correct version was found in the 16:9 book forum. Buzz. Suddenly, a strange sound like a cicada chirped. Bai Xiangshu looked back and saw that the rain and fog in the mountains cleared up in an instant, and a figure suddenly broke through the air. He stepped on the air and changed direction directly in the air. He raised a very wide black cross knife in his hand. Bai Xiangshu's heart trembled, and he turned around and jumped down the cliff in an instant. He had not climbed to a very high altitude at this moment. There were trees below, and the damage of jumping down was much less than being attacked by the reincarnation who looked ill-intentioned. Bai Xiangshu took out the universal capsule controller car from his pocket in the air, and without hesitation, he directly pressed the red button on the top. The moon demon had been hiding in the air. He was good at moon steps, and ordinary reincarnations could not catch his trace. He was just looking for an opportunity to kill Tao Bai Bai. But he never thought that the nun left behind by the flame demon was shot in the shield. Your team's contracted beast nun was attacked. Based on the difference in mental power between the two sides, you learned the following information. Number X051 attacked the nun, and the damage was blocked by the barrier, X's number. The moon demon changed his mind instantly, fell straight from the air, and chased after the target immediately after finding it. In the infinite dimensional space, the number is also an important information. The number of ordinary reincarnations is AAZZ as the serial number, followed by an 8-digit number, indicating the order in which the reincarnation entered the space. Of course, this is not absolute. After a reincarnation dies, his number will be used by the next new reincarnation. Therefore, the number of ordinary reincarnations does not have special meaning. But I don't know since when, a saying similar to an urban legend began to appear in the space, that there are reincarnations with special numbers. Those reincarnations are all special beings selected by the space, and each of them has special powers. The moon demon did not expect that this legend was actually true, and he actually saw a reincarnation with a special number. This guy is more valuable than the main task. Bai Xiangshu fell from the cliff, and a huge emerald green knife light suddenly fell from the sky. Puff! The narrow and slippery mountain road was cut open like tofu in an instant. Fei Bo lay on the other side of the neat knife edge, his face pale. Yuemo just took a look and jumped off the cliff. The moment Bai Xiangshu saw the sword light, he realized that he could not fight, and pressed the button instantly. In the battlefield surrounded by flames in the town, Yen Mo was covered in blood and had a hole in his abdomen, which was the result of the failure of confronting Tao Bai Bai. He and Mo Shan were more and more frightened as they fought. Tao Bai Bai was much stronger than the enemies they had encountered before. There was blood on Tao Bai Bai's shoulder, and his robe was a little burned. Although his energy was consumed, he still had the upper hand. Suddenly, Tao Bai Bai was startled, and his stomach swelled up instantly. Bang! The flesh and blood exploded instantly. Plot character Tao Bai Bai dies, main quest fails. Yen Mo and Mo Shan stood there in a daze, not realizing what had happened. Bang! It was like a bomb exploded in the body. Tao Bai Bai's body exploded with a bang, blood and flesh flew everywhere, one arm was missing, and even the chakra butterfly wings behind him were half broken. Mo Shan's pupils were dilated and soaked in blood mist. He stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to sense whether he was in an illusion. A rather retro pickup truck appeared where Tao Bai Bai was just now. Main quest, kill Tao Bai Bai, failed, penalty for failed quest, erase. Scarlet handwriting appeared in front of Mozhan, and his nerves that were congested by the battle instantly went cold. Enma also reacted, but he just flashed a light in his hand and instantly crushed a prop. You used the item scapegoat doll, the punishment is being transferred. Mozhan, use the item quickly. But Mozhan was still stunned. His pupils shrank. He realized something and shouted angrily, idiot, didn't you prepare a scapegoat doll? Scapegoat doll is a rare item with a very special origin in the space. It was created by a mysterious gathering called Destiny. This item can exempt the punishment for failed space missions. But the side effect is that this mission will not generate any benefits, and even the items carried on the body will be randomly lost by 1/3. Almost all senior teams will find ways to prepare this item for elite members to avoid elites dying from space penalties. But Mozhan spent the funds given by the team in advance to buy more slave shackles. He thought he was strong, and this mission was to team up with Moon Demon and Flame Demon, two well-known elite reincarnations in the East District. I thought it was foolproof, but I didn't expect that I would not only have a conflict with Moon Demon and part ways early, but also inexplicably encounter the punishment of failing the main task. The mountain looked back at Flame Demon, his face twisted with fear. It was the first time that the Flame Demon saw the mountain show an expression other than that evil laugh. This guy can also be afraid. The Flame Demon thought so in his heart, and the next moment, the mountain opened his mouth, as if he wanted to call for help. Bang! The head exploded instantly, and the headless body shook twice, and fell to the ground with a bang, and there was no movement anymore. Your team member BG1846523333, Mountain, has died. The flame demon was shocked, and it was hard to believe that his partner was dead. Although he didn't take the mountain seriously in battle, he could attack the mountain unscrupulously. But that was because they had worked together for a long time and knew that the mountain was actually very immune to damage. The two of them had killed many powerful enemies in this mode. The combination of him and the mountain was the fundamental reason why he could firmly occupy the position of the leader of the new team. Although the moon demon was strong, he was a lone ranger. But at this moment, the mountain was actually wiped out in this mission? He suddenly remembered the battle prompt that popped up when he was fighting Tao Bai Bai just now. No. X051 attacked the nun, and the damage was blocked by the barrier. No. X051? A special numbered reincarnation. Roar! The flame demon completely transformed into a dragon in an instant. A red dragon with a body length of more than 10 meters appeared, and flew high between the vibrations of its wings. He must find the potential special reincarnation. You killed an important plot character Tao Bai Bai, obtained 1 B-level singularity, obtained 3,000 dimensional points, your reputation with Tao Bai Bai has been reset, your reputation with Crane Immortal has solidified into hatred, you have unlocked a new milestone, underdog, betrayer, villain. A large amount of information started to fill the screen in an instant. Bai Sangshu ran down the forest violently, and his clothes were torn by the bushes in a moment, and a large area of wounds appeared on his body. But Bai Sangshu seemed to feel no pain, his muscles swelled slightly, his eyes turned white, and he had entered the illness state. He was almost running downhill at full speed, and kept trying to change direction, and only then did he avoid several attacks. Hurry up, settle faster. At this time, a purple card appeared in front of Bai Sangshu, and he grabbed it. You got a purple drop card, Buzz. Before he could take a closer look, a green fan lit up from the night. Bai Sangshu gritted his teeth and jumped forward, jumping straight into the valley from the forest more than 10 meters high. Puff! The forest was neatly cut. This sword technique was too lethal, it was like cutting the mountains like tofu. Bai Sangshu had also watched the animation of One Piece, but the effect in the animation was not as terrible as the experience in person. Team number 64323 lost one person, and the side quest was completed, obtained 1 C-level singularity, obtained 1,000 dimensional points. The damage percentage you caused to BG1846523333, Mozhan, was not detected. This loss was judged as a special loss, and you cannot get the kill reward, a correct version in 1619, 1 book, 1 forum. Team number 64323 failed to kill Tao Bai Bai, trial mission 2 completed, special trial, Sin and Karma completed, Sin Karma sequence activated. Bai Sangshu's right hand suddenly felt an unbearable burning pain, and the scarlet word Sin appeared in an instant. Bai Sangshu lost his balance and fell heavily, hitting the dry riverbed of the valley. The pain came quickly and disappeared quickly. Bai Sangshu noticed that there were complicated black and red lines on the back of his hand, which disappeared quickly. The trial is completed. Do you want to leave this world? Boom! Amid the terrible sound of landslides, the green-robed man changed direction several times in the air and rushed into the river valley. Bai Sangshu found that the other party had an abnormal perception ability. No matter how he used the rain, fog and trees to avoid, he could not get rid of the entanglement. Although he didn't know why the other party was so persistent, he instinctively felt that if he didn't occupy this intricate terrain, he would be killed in a moment. Roar! A huge dragon roar sounded, and a huge fire dragon cleared the rain and fog in the river valley in an instant. Bai Sangshu's pupils shrank, and his mind immediately moved. Yes, Buzz. A sword light instantly passed through Bai Sangshu's body, but Bai Sangshu's body had no entity like a phantom, and slowly disappeared in the huge movement of the ground being cut open. Bai Sangshu finally heard the angry roar of the fire dragon echoing throughout the valley. But Bai Sangshu had returned to a dark space, and his performance after entering the Dragon Ball world began to be played in front of him. From his calmness when facing Tao Bai Bai's appearance after entering the space, to his brutal killing of Apala to seize money and robbing the gun store, and finally stopped at the moment when he pressed the universal capsule to restore the car and kill Tao Bai Bai. Reincarnation X051 has returned, and the settlement has begun. Settlement in progress. World, Dragon Ball Derivative World S2653, Special Trial, Sin and Karma, Trial Completion, 100%, Task Completion Evaluation. Note, the lowest rating is E, and the highest is SSS, Task Reward, 1000 Dimension Points. Character Attribute Points *3. Note, The rating of the sinful reincarnation X051 is not enough to be strong, and the attribute points have been automatically allocated. Bai Sanshu felt an electric current flowing through his body in an instant, and then his muscles felt a tearing pain, but the pain dissipated very quickly, and it disappeared when Bai Sanshu was distracted to feel the location of the muscle tear. Sin Reincarnation EX051, codename, Bai Sanshu, the name recognized by the self-consciousness of the trialer, which can be modified, wearing milestone, gourmet, bloodline, human, black iron, native, talent, absolute domain, similarity 87%. Power beyond the limit of the human body. Note, the space will gradually anchor the reincarnation's own talent ability according to the performance of the reincarnation. Before it is completely anchored, it will be located at the closest ability according to the similarity, expertise, martial arts specialization LV2, street fighting LV3, fists and kicks specialization LV5, footwork specialization LV4, basic four-dimensional attributes, strength, 13, physique reflects the individual's physical quality, including muscle output capacity and explosive power. The data in brackets are the standard values of adult males of this bloodline. Agility, 12, agility reflects the individual's nerve reaction ability and physical flexibility. Constitution, 12, constitution reflects the individual's tolerance, including tolerance to abnormal conditions. Spirit, 9, spirit reflects the individual's spiritual strength, including energy tolerance and the strength of spiritual energy. Special point, 1 B level, 1 C level, dimensional point, 5750, items, Doom. Nox, blue, dual weapon mastery scroll, blue, treasure gem, special, drop card, purple, rating, paper upper, advanced conditions have been met, and you can apply for advanced challenges at the Space Rank Management Office. A large amount of information is constantly refreshed, and Bai Sanshu feels a little overwhelmed. When he came to his senses, the dark space around him like the starry sky had dissipated, and he appeared in an empty room. There is no furnishings or arrangements in the room, only brown floors and pure white walls and ceilings. This is the exclusive private space numbered X051. You can decorate it as you like. Bai Sanshu thought about it for a moment, and the room really changed immediately. Bright windows and clean dormitories immediately replaced the empty room. This is probably one of the special abilities of this infinite dimensional space. Bai Sanshu, who also knows a lot about infinite flow works, nodded and naturally accepted the characteristics of this space that can arbitrarily control space and matter. He only had time to check his gains and sort out the details of the previous tasks. The reincarnation who used the swordsmanship of the One Piece world gave Bai Sanshu an intuitive understanding of what a powerful reincarnation can do for the first time. Flying into the sky and hiding in the ground, opening mountains and destroying cities, that is another completely different path from Tao Bai Bai, but it is also full of the terrible destructive power of personal power overcoming everything. Bai Sanshu's expectations for this infinite dimension adventure are a little more. Bai Sanshu noticed that although he had completed 100% of the trial mission this time, his rating was only A level. I am afraid that in the judgment of the space, his use of tricks to assassinate Tao Bai Bai was ultimately a trick. To achieve S-level completion, he must first gain Tao Bai Bai's trust, and then join forces with the plot characters to kill the team numbered 64323. He frowned, and at this time Bai Sanshu had already realized the special difficulty of his trial. Although he didn't know what the difficulty of the tasks faced by ordinary reincarnations in this infinite dimensional space was, that PvP tasks with reincarnations from the hostile camp would not be too easy. And from the terrifying reincarnation who almost cut through the mountains with every sword, it was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. As a newcomer who had just entered the space and had not yet obtained any enhancement, he had to be hostile to a reincarnation of this level. This was definitely not a normal difficulty. Bai Sanshu noticed the special mark before his number, sinful reincarnation. Obviously, the card Chu Chi left for him was very special. Bai Sanshu focused on this, reincarnation of sin, but the space only gave a vague hint. Reincarnation of sin is a reincarnation with a special sequence. It did not explain where its specialness was. Bai Sanshu prepared to investigate this point later. Perhaps, this will also be related to the cause of Chu Chi's death. Bai Sanshu finally killed Tao Bai Bai. In addition to getting a large number of dimensional points, he also got a purple drop card and a B-level singularity. Singularity, a special note of destiny, marking a special change in the world, which will lead the world to a new branch. It is extremely valuable and can be exchanged for rewards at the goddess, or it can be freely traded. In other words, Tao Bai Bai's killing will affect the subsequent development of the original world, causing the original direction of the world to change. In his heart, Bai Baitsangshu equated this special currency called singularity with the branch plot in a classic infinite flow work. As for the so-called goddess, there is also the Space Rank Management Office, marked in the rating, which are all special structures of this reincarnation space in the notes. Baitsangshu finally took out the purple drop card. Drop card Tao Bai Bai, quality, purple, rare and extremely rare, description. This is a rare drop card, which contains the abilities and props of Tao Bai Bai, the world's #1 killer, effect, crushing to open. Baitsangshu took a last look at the sinister face on the drop card, and then crushed it. A purple glow instantly lit up in Baitsangshu's hand, which was a scene that had never happened before when using the white drop card. Obviously, even in this infinite space, this purple-grade drop card is also a very precious one. You opened a precious drop card, a correct version of 16-9-1 Book 1 bar. Drop extraction, you got the item Tao Bai Bai's pink robe. Baitsangshu was stunned for a moment, but found that the purple glow in front of him had not dissipated and was still flickering. You got the ability Scroll Divine Finger, a plus. After the purple glow flickered several times, it finally turned into stardust and dissipated. Baitsangshu looked at the two things in his hand and finally smiled. Pink robe of Tao Bai Bai, quality, silver plot equipment. Note, plot equipment is a special equipment formed by gathering excessive pheromones. It has similar performance when worn by the original characters and is divided into two qualities, silver and gold. Description, exclusive clothing for Tao Bai Bai, the world's #1 killer in Dragon Ball and its derivatives. It is extremely rare, low defense and low durability. Wearing requirements, must have martial arts expertise, strength, agility, and physique are not less than 10 in 3 dimensions. Effect 1, strength +2, agility +2, physique +2, effect 2, martial arts related expertise +1, effect 3. Killing intent perception, the wearer can perceive the killing intent of other beings whose spirit is no more than 2 times his own. Unexpectedly, the so-called pink robe of Tao Bai Bai that appeared for the first time in the extraction had unexpectedly powerful attributes. Not only does it have 3 entries, but each one is very powerful, and the improved attributes are even twice the final reward of this mission. Baitsangshu's mind moved, and this pink robe with a rather curious appearance appeared on him. He moved his hands and feet. He didn't know if it was because of the improved attributes, but he didn't feel that the robe was a hindrance. Instead, he felt more comfortable. Then he looked at the scroll in his hand. Ability Scroll, Divine Finger Skill, a plus, quality, purple, rare and extreme. Description, special martial arts ability of Dragon Ball and its derivative world, condensing strong energy at the fingertips, with amazing lethality. Usage requirements, martial arts expertise LV4, perception of energy, energy 15, chapter 18. Clown Evans. Baitsangshu whistled softly. This purple drop card gave him an unexpected surprise. He actually got an extremely precious, silver plot equipment, and a small skill, Divine Finger, Dong Dong Wave, from the early stage of Dragon Ball world at one time. Although Dong Dong Wave is not as terrible as Kamehameha in terms of absolute destructive power, it has extremely strong penetration, and the chi used and the flexibility of the moves are stronger. In the final analysis, all kinds of abilities in the Dragon Ball world are ultimately based on the strength of chi. And, Kameha, Dong Dong Wave, Chi Yuan Zhan, Magic Light Killing Cannon, these moves can release the chi of the martial artist in an extremely condensed form, thereby causing several times the lethality. As the unique skill of Hexyanlio, Dong Dong Wave abandons the accumulation and terrible scale of Kamehameha, but is full of agility and condensed power. In Baitsangshu's view, it is still an outstanding skill. Unfortunately, the threshold of this skill is indeed not low. It not only requires the ability level of martial arts expertise, but also requires the values of mastering chi and energy to be no less than 15. Baitsangshu put this rare skill into his backpack. Then, he looked at the door of the room that he had transformed into a dormitory, walked over a few steps, and turned the doorknob. You can return to the real world by pulling the door inward, or push the door outward to enter the infinite dimensional public space. Please note that the time you can stay in the infinite dimensional space is left, 1 hour, 55 minutes, and 34 seconds. The stay time is increased according to the rating of the reincarnationist, and the time will be automatically returned to the real world when it is reset. In other words, from the perspective of this space, the time that the reincarnationist stays in this space is actually a resource? When Baitsangshu saw this prompt, he immediately realized that the reincarnationist actually benefited from going to the so-called infinite dimensional public space. Therefore, he was originally preparing to return to reality to deal with the investigation of the overly vigilant officer Son. He actually knew that the information he received on his mobile phone and his behavior of leaving school yesterday would be discovered by the authorities if they were willing. He had also prepared countermeasures. However, the magical degree of the things Chu-Chi left behind was beyond Bai Sangshu's imagination. It was not a special contraband or a storage card with some confidential information that could not be made public. It was an infinite dimension adventure that could completely subvert the worldview of ordinary people. Bai Sangshu pushed hard, and the door of the room was pushed open instantly. A large amount of light poured in instantly. The next moment, Bai Sangshu opened his eyes again and appeared on a neat stone road. You have entered the infinite dimensional public space. You can return to the private space through your thoughts anywhere in this space. The space has made a basic concealment of your image. This service is free. Bai Sangshu wore a pink peach-white robe and stood on this stone road that was about 10 meters wide, instantly attracting a lot of attention. Bai Sangshu was also observing other people at this time. These people should all be reincarnations, and everyone was dressed quite exaggeratedly. Some carried giant swords, some dressed like warriors, and some floated in the air. The clothes were all strange and the hair colors were colorful. Bai Sangshu guessed that this was probably a disguised image, just like these reincarnations pinched a face to survive in the space. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and the smooth revolver appeared. Through the smooth and transparent barrel, he saw that his image was like a layer of black mist wrapped on his face. After a little hesitation, Bai Sangshu understood that if it was just to conceal his true identity and appearance, then the disguise given by the space would be enough. But the reason why the reincarnations had to pinch their faces to disguise themselves was to make others remember their appearance. In this public space, the reincarnations not only had to disguise their real identity and appearance in the real world, but also had to have an appearance of a reincarnation that could be remembered by others. In this way, the reincarnations would have an identity, whether it was trading with others or establishing trust, ties, and other connections. They could actually fall on a specific appearance. Hey, this new guy looks very unique. A frivolous voice suddenly sounded from Bai Sangshu's side. Bai Sangshu turned around and saw a man in a red suit and green shirt standing behind him. The man saw Bai Sangshu, noticed him, took off his hat, and saluted gracefully, but also revealed the clown makeup on his face. Clown? The corner of the clown's mouth cracked, and the bright red mouth looked particularly huge after the crack. The clown Evans from the East Shanty district is at your service, the distinguished new reincarnationist. At this time, several reincarnationists with faces similar to Bai Sangshu and covered by mist appeared out of thin air on this stone road. These people were all wearing ordinary clothes and were indeed not as outstanding as Bai Sangshu. But there were also a few people who immediately greeted him. The clown who called himself Evans obviously understood what Bai Sangshu was thinking. He turned around and did a backflip to come behind Bai Sangshu, blocking Bai Sangshu's sight and also faintly blocking the intention of others to approach. The clown Evans is just like those hounds, both useless reincarnations who can only earn a little consulting fee in this newcomer zone. There is no wrong version at the one book one bar on 16-9. The clown did his best to belittle and humiliate himself, but his face was still full of smiles. This was probably a different kind of tour guide or broker, specifically targeting reincarnationists like himself who had just entered the space. And the basis for judgment was that only new reincarnationists like himself would choose to disguise themselves by covering their faces with black fog. Bai Sangshu's eyes moved, and his intuition told him that this kind of thinking inertia might be used by some people. Okay, Mr. Clown, I am indeed a new reincarnationist, so how do you charge? Bai Sangshu was a person who was not stingy with spending, and he also needed to use this to determine how much purchasing power the 5,750 dimensional points he got in the trial world had. The clown smiled even more brightly, and his body was very flexible. He did another backflip and caught his hat in mid-air, and bowed down and saluted in one go when he landed. This person might not be as unbearable as he described himself. Bai Sangshu judged in his heart. The clown Evans raised 5 fingers, and then broke his little finger and ring finger in Bai Sangshu's calm eyes. Click. 300 dimensional points, sir, the clown Evans is honest. Bai Sangshu nodded calmly and approved the price. He had no interest in exploring whether the clown's action of breaking his fingers was a deterrent or a magic show. He always believed that people who could enter this space should be like him, more or less incompatible with ordinary people. Such people can predict what they will do. Evans moved his ears. After seeing his performance, the new reincarnation in front of him did not even have a slight fluctuation in his heartbeat and breathing. He smiled even more brightly, as if the corners of his mouth were torn apart. It seems that today's divination is correct. This is an extraordinary newcomer, a rare fat fish. The public space in the infinite dimensional space is roughly a huge circular layout, and then divided into 4 parts. the East area, the West area, the South area, and the North area. The biggest difference in each region is probably the sampling area when recruiting reincarnations in the real world. The clown glanced at Baitsanju and said with a smile, "You are probably from Dongxia or Neon. The East District has the most people from East Asia. Because of its large population, it has always been the most competitive district." Baitsanju didn't respond, and Joker wasn't annoyed either. He was completely unlike a so-called veteran and had no airs about newcomers. He seemed to have really positioned himself as a broker who collects money to do things. He led by tractaloads across the neat stone road, and shantytowns began to appear on both sides. They were large shacks made of oilcloth, with simple stalls underneath. Many reincarnations were crowded into these shanties at this time. Clown Evans pointed to the large slums here. This is the biggest welfare area for newcomers in the early stage of public space shanty town, commonly known as street stall area. The reincarnators will trade props, items, currencies, and even anything that can be traded here that they can't use. The corners of Evan's mouth cracked and he added, including the body of the reincarnated person. As always, Bai Kanangzu didn't have any emotional fluctuations towards these words, and seemed to have no discomfort with the reincarnation space, an environment without any moral laws. Baitsanju thought of his 5,750 dimensional points and the more precious singular points, but he did not speak. Keep moving forward with Evans. After the shanty towns, the houses on both sides gradually became taller and their exterior walls became more refined, and some single-family buildings with unique neon signs began to appear. The surrounding roads also began to converge, as if a large area was gathered here. This is where the public facilities of the reincarnation space exist, including the authentication laboratory that can identify unknown strange objects, the alchemy laboratory that can repair enhanced items, the training laboratory that can train abilities and expertise, and the rank management laboratory that can apply for challenges and upgrade ranks. And behind these four major institutions is the miracle of our East District, the residence of the goddess. When it comes to goddesses, even this clown Evans has some wandering thoughts. If you get something called a singularity point during your adventure in the future, you can exchange it for rewards at the goddess. Of course, there are some restrictions. At this time, the two of them had arrived in front of the four major institutions. There were still a lot of reincarnators here. Baitsangshu noticed that the most people entered the Alchemy Institute and Cultivation Institute. Clown Evans looked around, covered his mouth in a playful manner, and whispered, "I'm secretly sending you some extra news. In alchemy, there is a disguise service that allows reincarnators to have another look. Of course, this is a paid service." Baitsanju nodded. Although this information was useful to him, it only saved him some time to observe and search. Overall, it was not of high value, but he had no intention of breaking the contract. He still followed what Evans said and stretched out his right hand, facing Evans, who also extended his right hand. "No. X051, Tao Bai Bai, pays 300 dimension points to know. JK7419531, Clown Evans. Do you accept it?" The information appeared in front of both of them at the same time. At this moment, both of them were stunned at the same time. Plop, plop. The muscles on Clown Evans's face suddenly squirmed, and the stiffness quickly disappeared. His mouth opened to both sides, and his smile was so bright that he looked a little sinister. But his heartbeat was so obvious. Baitsanju slowly put down his hand. He changed his codename in advance and changed it to Tao Bai Bai in a bad way. However, he did not expect that his number was so different from the other person's. In just an instant, he realized that the so-called special trial of sin and karma was probably much more special than he thought. As a reincarnator of sinful karma, perhaps I am also a very special type among these reincarnators. At the same time, he also understood that the powerful swordsman Samsara was always chasing him. The opponent must have obtained his number information when he attacked because of his high mental attributes. The smile on Evan's face could not be concealed. "Ha, what an unexpected harvest. Newcomer, how about I give you another important piece of news for free?" He quickly took a few steps towards Attractaloads, and almost touched Attractaloads. There are some big shots who are looking for a stolen card, and just at this time, a newcomer with a special number appeared in the space. "Tell me, what will happen if I let this news out?" Clown Evans looked at Baitsanju expectantly. He was curious about how this newcomer with a perverted mentality would be upset after knowing that he had leaked the most critical information. But Baitsanju suddenly burst into laughter. "Mr. Clown, your performance now is much funnier than breaking off your finger just now." He shook his head. Even though it was covered by the black fog, Evans could still feel the contempt and ridicule in the other person's words. The smile that always hung on Evans' face slowly disappeared, and he took a step forward again, almost colliding with Bai Sangju. But Bai Sangju remained motionless. Since space treats this kind of public market as a resource to reincarnations, there must be a rule here that cannot attack each other in any form. While speaking, Bai Sangju stretched out his finger to poke Evans. As expected, there was a layer of shackles that prevented Bai Sangju from touching the other person's body. With Clown Evans's expression sinking, Bai Sangju continued, check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. I also know that Mr. Evans is actually waiting for me on purpose, right? You probably have some kind of prophecy or divination ability, so you will wait for my appearance without bias. After all, giving up other potential new customers without any bargaining is a stupid behavior for a real broker, isn't it? Only then did Evans realize that he had exposed his flaws from the very beginning. He took off his hat and rubbed his face, and his face quickly changed into another look. At this time, Evans had a fierce face, no eyebrows, and his face was full of flesh. He looked at Bai Sangju seriously, as if he wanted to see Bai Sangju's eyes clearly through the black mist. It's been a long time since I've seen a newcomer like you. Sure enough, the specially numbered reincarnations are all monsters. This fierce Evans did not continue to threaten Bai Sangju. Instead, a light flashed in his hand, and something appeared. Ability Scroll Magic Spear, C+, Quality, Blue, Rare, Description, the ultimate boxing move born from the world of Fist with Shijura and its derivatives. It combines the powerful penetrating attack of the strange wrist style and the two tiger style. Usage requirements, physique greater than 15, fist and foot specialization level 4 or above. I know you must have gained a lot in the world of trial missions. I would like to use this scroll to exchange for the singularity points you got, if you have any. Evans looked at Bai Sangju with burning eyes. Bai Sangju shook his head calmly. Unfortunately, I don't have anything like that. The two looked at each other calmly, and finally Evans took a few steps back and raised his right hand. No. JK74195131, Clown Evans, pays 300 dimension points to know. X051. Do you accept it? Except for a newbie like you, I won't charge any fees. Just treat today's information as my investment in you. Evans waved his hand and left gracefully. He generously returned the 300 dimensional points to Bai Sangju. But from an angle that Bai Sangju couldn't see, Evans's iconic smile appeared again. Ha! Bai Sangju looked at Evans, who disappeared into the crowd, smiling with interest as well. He looked at the special attributes of this special piece of silver plot equipment on his body. Effect 3, Sense of Murderous Intent. The wearer can sense the murderous intent of other beings whose spirit is not more than twice his own. Is this the sense of murderous intent? He is really a disgusting guy, Evans. Chapter 20 Disguise the appearance of the ancient god. Although Bai Sangju is called a madman by many people, he is actually a very calm person in nature. He is often judged as an outlier by others because he is too calm. For example, when he appears in a new environment like infinite space, he will directly judge all other reincarnations that appear in his field of vision as the type that has bad intentions towards him. The reason is that if he himself appears in such a place with terrible resources, he will be full of ill intentions towards newcomers. After all, from the information currently known, this space is undoubtedly a special space that can make ordinary people become supermen. The value of such a place is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Take the killing intention perception of the robe on Bai Sangju for example. In the real world, how many rich people and politicians would do anything for such a thing? Therefore, the Clown Evans thought that he was well disguised to pick up a conversation, but in Bai Sangju's view, there were many flaws. But he was not in a hurry to expose it, just waiting for Evans to reveal more information. Bai Sangju's thinking mode has always been like this. For example, the plan to kill Tao Bai Bai. From the very beginning, he saw that Tao Bai Bai was indeed tyrannical and unprovoked, and subconsciously thought about how to get rid of Tao Bai Bai. When he asked Fei Bo about the universal capsule and the taxi, he had actually subconsciously considered using the universal capsule to shrink and restore things like cars to kill people. In childhood, other people would only sigh at the magic of the universal capsule when watching the Dragon Ball animation and fantasize that they could have it. But Bai Sangju thought that if people could swallow the universal capsule, it would be a murder weapon. Perhaps all his plans were led by this childhood introduction. As for Bai Sangju's plan to kill Tao Bai Bai, he actually made 3 preparations. The first one was naturally the most obvious poisoning plan. He asked Tang Badwan to poison all food, tea, and utensils, including everyone including Tang Badwan in the poisoning range, and gave Tang Badwan the so-called antidote. This allowed the greedy Tang Badwan to execute the plan with confidence. The second plan is the core, and is the real plan of Bai Sanshu to kill Tao Bai Bai. He crushed all the antidotes of the green snake, reformed them into a ball, and wrapped the universal capsule in it. Then he deliberately chose the time when the reincarnationist was about to enter the world to let Tang Badwan start the poisoning plan. He foresaw that Tang Badwan would not be able to hide his panic due to emotions such as poisoning and fear, and was eventually discovered by Tao Bai Bai. Moreover, Tang Badwan was not a person who could withstand pressure. In the end, he would only reveal his first plan, so that the antidote would fall into Tao Bai Bai's hands. If the reincarnationist was indeed strong enough, Tao Bai Bai would not resist the negative effects of the green snake poison, and would choose to take the antidote, and eventually be killed by Bai Sangshu. The third plan was a remedy in case Tao Bai Bai did not take the antidote. He took out the 2 boxes of money that he had given to Tao Bai Bai at the Mountaintop Hotel in advance, and asked Fei Bo to contact multiple forces including the Red Ribbon Army. In fact, if the battle between Tao Bai Bai and the Flame Demon and the Demon Mountain drags on for a little longer, the Moon Demon will have to join the battle, and eventually, local forces such as the Red Ribbon Army will intervene. That was Bai Sanshu's chance to escape with the injured Tao Bai Bai. Bai Sanshu is not crazy at all, he is terribly rational. Guest, have you made your choice? The old voice interrupted Bai Sanshu's thoughts. He was standing inside the Alchemy Institute at this moment, and a white-bearded old man wearing a purple magic robe and a pointed hat asked Bai Sanshu with a smile. Since he knew the existence of these institutions, he naturally had to disguise himself. Okay, there should be no problem with this. The so-called appearance disguise is actually similar to a face-pinching system. The old man gave a crystal ball, and you can imagine and modify your appearance at will in front of the crystal ball. In the end, the old man will fix that look and make it your disguise. Of course, guest, no matter how beautiful the appearance is, my alchemy can definitely, The old man looked at the crystal ball sent by Bai Sanshu and was stunned. Guest, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? The high forehead, the deep chin, and the nose that is almost as long as Usopp, the 2 eyes are abnormally small, and the most important thing is that the skin of this appearance is bright red. This appearance has completely deviated from the concept of ugly. It is better to say that after taking a look at the alchemist with this appearance, I feel that my spirit has been hurt. Bai Sanshu shook his head and was not satisfied with this face pinching. Master, your crystal ball may not be very perfect. It can't present the perfect appearance in my mind. The old man tapped his forehead lightly, trying to remove the mental pollution, and subconsciously complained, what on earth do you want to create, an ancient god? Alchemist Yuppie, I offer you 1,000 dimensional points, do you accept it? The old man suppressed his nausea and completed this alchemical work, charging a little more than the usual 800 points. I checked the correct version on the 16:9 book forum. Bai Sanshu still happily accepted the offer. You got the item disguise mask, quality, blue, rare, description, a special mask created by an alchemist based on your shaping. The master refused to sign his name because of the distortion of the work. Durability, 30/30ths, Effect 1, after wearing it, your appearance will be modified into a specific appearance. Effect 2, this alchemical disguise cannot be seen through by any pupil technique or detection ability. Master Yuppie finally felt a little better after feeling the dimensional points entering his account. To be honest, those who come to him basically either want to make their masks very delicate, handsome, and beautiful, unlike humans, or make them completely ordinary faces that people can't remember. This is the first time he has suffered such mental damage. Guest, a special reincarnation like you, in addition to covering up your appearance, I'm afraid even your number needs to be covered up. The master pushed another thing over. Prop's right hand of the reincarnation, it was a completely hollowed out palm with a special black spell pattern on the back of the hand. This thing, 1E level singularity, plus 800 dimensional points. Bai Sanshu knew that Master Yuppie was a space character similar to an NPC, so it was not surprising that he could be sensed by the other party. I don't have an E-level singularity, Master. Yuppie pointed at Bai Sanshu from a distance, and a new prompt appeared in front of Bai Sanshu. Singularities can be split and combined arbitrarily, and high-level singularities can be split into 3 low-level singularities. Do you want to split the C-level singularity into 3 D-level singularities? Bai Sanshu moved his right hand and found that the human skin glove was as thin as a cicada's wing, and there was no discomfort when wearing it.
He finally split the C-level singularity into 3 D-level singularities, and split one of the D-level singularities into 3 E-level singularities.
After some operations in the Alchemy Institute, he spent 1 E-level singularity in 1,800 dimensional points to get a mask that can disguise his appearance and a special right hand that can disguise his number. The remaining singularities in his assets are 1 B-level, 2 D-level, and 2 E-level dimensional points, 3,950, your stay time in space, 57 minutes and 55 seconds. Bai Xiangshu took a look at his remaining activity time. It was probably too late to go to the training institute to exercise, so he decided to go to the most curious shantytown stalls first. According to the settings in most games, the cheapest and most cost-effective things are always traded between players, and trading with the system is always expensive and inconvenient. Bai Xiangshu came to the huge number of stalls in the shantytown and attracted a lot of people's attention in an instant. His special appearance can indeed make people see him in the crowd at a glance, and the next second they frowned and looked away. Bai Xiangshu was very satisfied with the appearance of the ancient god he pinched. It not only completely concealed his original appearance, but also successfully satisfied the role of marking his identity among the space reincarnations. Hey, brother, you have some strength in pinching your face. The owner of the stall closest to Bai Xiangshu had a completely unrecognizable face, and he was the kind that would never be seen by anyone in the crowd. He teased Bai Xiangshu without any burden, and successfully attracted Bai Xiangshu to his stall. Basic Shooting Expertise Scroll, priced at 800 dimensional points, Advanced Shooting Expertise Scroll, priced at 2,500 dimensional points, or barter, Item Hopeflower Cold Gun, blue, priced at 4,500 dimensional points, or barter. This stall owner is obviously a gunner-type reincarnation who was very good at shooting. The goods are basically some shooting expertise scrolls and special firearms. Bai Xiangshu looked at it twice, just smiled at the stall owner, and turned away. The stall owner covered his eyes after all, and was a little hurt by the smile. Damn, is this guy really a genius? He can actually come up with this way to attack other people's spirits in the safe zone. He looked at Bai Xiangshu's back, and finally laughed when he saw a stall owner behind him covering his eyes. Bai Xiangshu picked and chose along the way, and finally stopped at a stall after hurting the spirits of many people. He saw a special equipment. Stone mask, quality, blue, rare, description, a special mask in the JoJo world, with evil and terrible power, wearing requirements, Constitution 10, effect, after wearing, the reincarnation will be forced to transform into a vampire. This is a bloodline item that allows ordinary people to quickly gain strong constitution and strength, as well as a certain degree of immortality and super long life. Although it will also be accompanied by a special blood-sucking desire after becoming a vampire, and a weakness of being unable to survive in the sun. But this item undoubtedly has a powerful special effect on both the reincarnation and the real world. The stall owner is a strong man with a full beard and brown hair draped in a mess. He lay next to the stall and saw Bai Xiangshu not leaving for a long time. Then he said, "This thing is not cheap. Those who know the business can quote, and those who know nothing can get out." He spoke because the robe on Bai Xiangshu was a bit special. He was too lazy to quote for ordinary reincarnations. Although the stone ghost mask is not a very powerful item for the reincarnationists, it can be turned into a terrible resource in the hands of the right person. Which country does not have some rich and powerful bigwigs who are so old that they are afraid of death? The real value of this stone ghost mask is not in the reincarnation space, but in reality. So he naturally would not sell it casually. This is a filtering mechanism to avoid meaningless conversations. Whether he can understand the value of this item and whether he can afford the corresponding price is what he cares about. Bai Xiangshu pondered for a moment and said, "Singularity, is it enough?" The stall owner slowly stood up after hearing the singularity and looked at Bai Xiangshu seriously. But it would be better if he didn't look at him. Once he looked at him, he felt that his brain was throbbing. Damn, what an ugly face. Kai couldn't help but curse at Bai Xiangshu directly. He felt that his spirit was polluted. Bai Xiangshu was very satisfied with the effect. Kai cursed a few times before he slowly adapted to Bai Xiangshu's face of the ancient god. He said unhappily, "Singularity, what level?" Bai Xiangshu tried to touch the mask, but there was also a special isolation facility on these stalls, so he couldn't pick it up and could only see the properties of the props. There are E-level and D-level ones, and B-level ones. Kai's pupils shrank and his eyes changed slightly. He thought to himself that he didn't expect that he had made a mistake. The ones that could produce B-level singularities were either the death of a special person who caused a huge change in the direction of the world, or the powerful plot characters who reached the evil level were hunted down by leaps and bounds.
A correct version can be found in the 16:9 book in one forum. In any case, those who can obtain this level of singularity are not ordinary reincarnationists.
His tone also softened a little, which was the respect of the strong for the strong. This mask, sea-level singularity plus 5,000 dimensional points, no bargaining, you should understand, how many resources can be obtained if this thing is brought into reality. Bite Sanshu checked it at this time and found out that the confidentiality agreement of this, infinite dimensional space, is quite pleasing. Elimination of those who leak the existence of the space, in the explanation of the space, only the reincarnationists who directly cause the leakage of the existence of the space will be erased. In other words, you can't directly tell others that there is such a space with many magical items in it. But if you directly take these magical items to ordinary people to use, as long as you don't explain the source of the items and let the other party imagine, the other party will not know the exact existence of the space.
Then you will not be erased.
This space does not want to completely cover up its existence, but in a certain angle, it implies that the reincarnationists expand their influence.
Bite Sanshu made a lot of speculations in an instant.
But he still shook his head. Kai snorted coldly and was about to sit down when Bite Sanshu said again, since you can get this stone mask, it means you should have entered the JoJo world.
I want, Ripple Qigong.
Kai's eyes changed and he looked at Bite Sanshu again.
Are you a newcomer? Kai is not stupid.
For a real strong man, Ripple Qigong is not strong enough in terms of power and body enhancement. This is an ability that is only needed in the early stage, or in other words, it is needed only when there is a specific goal. Kai thought about it, and a light flashed in his hand, and new goods immediately appeared in the stall. Ability Scroll Ripple Qigong, C+, Quality, Blue, Rare, Description, a special Qigong in the JoJo world, with good effects, practice requirements, Constitution 10, Martial Arts Expertise or any fist and foot expertise level not less than 4, effect. Mastering Ripple Qigong will make the human body burst out with powerful power and cause devastating damage to creatures that fear the sun, such as vampires. Ripple Qigong is a special breathing method in the JoJo world that is said to have
originated in Tibet, China.
It uses a specific rhythm of breathing to change the oxygen content in the blood, thereby greatly improving physical ability. Because of the special breathing rhythm, it produces a ripple-like force in the body, so it is called Ripple Qigong. Furthermore, since the ripples produced by this breathing method have the same properties as sunlight, they have a devastating effect on creatures such as vampires and pillar men. In Bite Sanshu's eyes, this Ripple Qigong has another special effect, which is very useful to him.
Qi.
Bite Sanshu knew that he was actually quite appreciated by Tao Bai Bai at the beginning.
Those martial arts moves can be learned by watching them once.
The special talent identified by the space as absolute domain not only enables him to exert power beyond the limit under special circumstances, but also gives him a strong control over his body.
For a long time, Bite Sanshu can almost do any action completely after seeing it. The ability to control muscle coordination seems to be innate.
But Qi is completely different. Tao Pai Pai tried several times, but Bite Sanshu was completely unable to grasp that ethereal thing. He didn't understand whether he couldn't master the sense of Qi because he was not from the Dragon Ball world, or for other reasons. In the Dragon Ball world, quickly mastering the sense of Qi is almost a standard for geniuses. Whether it was Tien Shinhan or the young Son Goku, they basically mastered Qi the first time they saw it. Compared with this talent, Bite Sanshu naturally fell behind a lot, so he was almost abandoned by Tao Pai Pai, and later went directly to the hotel at the foot of the mountain, and never mentioned continuing to teach martial arts skills. Bite Sanshu didn't hate Tao Pai Pai, he killed Tao Pai Pai completely for the mission. Bite Sanshu wouldn't be disappointed with himself, he knew very well that he didn't master the sense of Qi, probably because of the difference in identity and race.
But in contrast, he also had advantages that Tien Shinhan and Son Goku couldn't match.
He was a reincarnator. A reincarnator who could walk through the heavens and come into contact with countless rare treasures and abilities.
Qigong is not exclusive to the Dragon Ball world.
The so-called Qi in the Dragon Ball world is similar to a biological magnetic field and is a special energy.
There are actually quite a few similar energy systems.
The reason why the martial artists and aliens in the Dragon Ball world are so powerful is not because their Qi is so special. It is because those people are strong and powerful, and the amount of Qi is overwhelming and beyond the level. As a new reincarnation, since I have obtained the powerful ability of Divine Finger, Dong Dong Wave, I naturally have to work in this direction. Once I can practice this ability, it will become a very scary trump card.
Very good, make an offer.
Bai Xiangshu was not surprised to see that the other party really had Ripple Qigong. After all, Stone Ghost Mask and Ripple Qigong are the products of the same plot stage. Compared with those terrible pillar men, it is easier for reincarnations to sneak attack and kill some owners of Ripple Qigong. Kai felt that he was increasingly unable to see through the reincarnation in front of him with the appearance of an ancient god. He clearly saw what he wanted, but he still looked completely emotionless. Could it be that the other party was not looking for this thing for himself, but for a friend or teammate? It was difficult to make an offer without knowing the other party's true intention. He could only tentatively say 1D level singularity, plus 3,000 dimensional points. Bai Xiangshu shook his head. Although he didn't know the price of space, he knew that in this case, the other party's first offer must be a tentative high price. Too high. Kai had already concluded in his heart that the other party was probably also a high-level reincarnation, who was configuring abilities for the second-tier members of the team or the assembly, or was preparing to enter JoJo or other worlds with vampires. He decisively lowered the offer. 2E level singularities, plus 2,500 dimensional points. Bai Xiangshu had his own set of bargaining ideas. The first offer from the other party could be rejected without thinking, and the second offer needed to be adjusted downward based on the other party's price. Then you will get a nearly accurate offer. 1E level singularity, plus 2,000 dimensional points. Kai sat down, shook his head and said firmly, this price is too low, 2E level singularities cannot be changed. Bai Xiangshu also roughly felt the true value of this Ripple Qigong, so he said 2E level singularities, no dimensional points. He keenly noticed that the stall owner was very persistent about the singularity and refused to give up, so he changed his angle and directly left all the singularities. Kai heard the offer, pondered for a moment, and agreed to the transaction. No. AX9516247, Kai, initiated a transaction with you, do you accept it? Accept, you got the ability scroll Ripple Qigong, C+, Kai looked at the singularity that was entered into the account, and felt relieved. With these things, the team's current urgent needs can be solved. He looked at his transaction information and nodded to Bai Xiangshu. Tao bye-bye, right? You are a smart guy. I will remember you. We can cooperate if we have the opportunity in the future. He took a last look at Bai Xiangshu's terrifying face that could make people feel mentally hurt, turned around, put away the stall, and left directly, heading towards the so-called Miracle of the East District Goddess Residence. A correct version in 16-9-1 Book 1 bar. Bai Xiangshu knew that the other party was probably going to use the singularity, and he wanted to follow him to see, but he looked at the time he could stay in this space. He planned to wait until the next mission started, and then enter the space to strengthen and choose. More importantly, Bai Xiangshu actually realized a different use of this space daytime. This is a peaceful area in an independent space. If he encounters any danger in the real world, he can actually hide in the space and use these stalls and other reincarnations to find a way out of the predicament. But once he has used up all the stay time, this trump card will disappear. He immediately returned to his exclusive space with a thought, and then tore open the ability scroll. You tried to learn the ability Ripple Qigong, checking qualifications, you successfully learned the ability Ripple Qigong, C+, Bai Xiangshu immediately checked his panel and found that under Features, there was an additional category of Ability. Sin Reincarnation EX051, codename, Tao Bye-Bye, Wearing Milestone, Gourmet, Bloodline, Human, Black Iron, Native, Talent, Absolute Domain, Similarity 87%. A-, Power Beyond the Limit of the Human Body, Features, Martial Arts Expertise LV3, +1, Street Fighting LV3, Fists and Kicks Expertise LV5, Footwork Expertise LV4, Levels and Brackets are additional equipment upgrades, Ability, Ripple Qigong, C+, LV1 can breathe at a special frequency to enhance its own athletic ability, basic 4-dimensional attributes, Strength, 13 + 2 Agility, 12 + 2 Constitution, 12 + 2 Spirit, 9, Special Points, 1B level, 2D level, Dimension Points, 3,950. Items, Knock of Doom, Blue, Dual Weapon Mastery Scroll, Blue, Treasure Gem, Special, Peach White Pink Robe, Purple, Rating, Paper Upper, Advanced conditions have been met, and you can apply for advanced challenges at the Space Rank Management Office. As the breathing rhythm in Bai Xiangshu's mouth and nose changes, the special rhythm causes fluctuations in the body, and then ripples are generated under the agitation. The body also becomes lighter and more powerful, but Bai Xiangshu presses the wall, but does not feel the power of the ripples. I think the current Ripple Qigong is only at the level of LV1. If you want to use it as flexibly and variably as in JoJo, you still need to practice more.
Bai Xiangshu only tried it briefly, then twisted the door handle and prepared to return to reality. After all, he couldn't waste precious time on such attempts. After pulling the door handle of the private space inward, a large amount of white information flow instantly overwhelmed Bai Xiangshu. When his consciousness returned to his body, he was sitting on the chair in the dormitory again. His body was slightly stiff, and the clothing on his body automatically switched from a peach-white robe to the previous shirt. Bai Xiangshu looked at the back of his right hand. The backpack in the infinite dimensional space could still be accessed at any time. Duh. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Bai Xiangshu thought. The breathing rhythm returned to normal, and the ripple qigong was automatically released. He stood up and opened the door to the dormitory, and sure enough he saw Officer Song, whose complexion looked weathered, reappearing. Classmate Bai, I'm sorry, I just forgot something, and I only remembered it after a colleague reminded me. Is it convenient to talk about it again? Song Xian has worked as a criminal police officer for more than 10 years, and in that plan, he became a person in that dimension. He is extremely rich in both body control ability and experience in dealing with people. There is nothing unnatural about making an embarrassed gesture at this time. It seemed like it was really just a policeman asking college students to cooperate with the investigation. Because Bai Xiangshu opened the dormitory door, the window behind her was ventilated, and her white shirt and short black hair fluttered fiercely with the strong wind. He also touched his head and showed an embarrassed smile. Even Song Xian himself didn't notice that the angle, movements, and timing of Bai Xiangshu's smile, as well as the movements of his lips and facial muscles, were exactly the same as his. It's okay, Officer Song. Actually, I just remembered that there were some things I didn't explain clearly just now. Song Xian looked at the unrealistically handsome young man in front of him, and suddenly had a hunch that today's action would not go smoothly. As soon as Song Xian sat down, Bai Xiangshu took out a mobile phone and handed it to Song Xian. Officer Song, I'm really sorry. In fact, I received a few strange text messages yesterday. They were all network numbers. He scratched his hair and continued. I originally thought it was some new type of scam information, but later I guessed it was probably Chu Chi's information. When you asked me today, I didn't say it right away because I was afraid. Bai Xiangshu lowered his head, as if sincerely admitting his mistake. Song Xian looked at the text messages on his phone and confirmed in his heart that Chu Chi had indeed contacted Bai Xiangshu, and that hot potato mentioned in the text messages that many people were grabbing was obviously the key card in the intelligence. Song Xian's expression became serious and he no longer argued with Bai Kang's Huxu. Song Xian's legs were tense and his body was half rising. This action was very strenuous, but it was an excellent starting position. While his movements are very subtle, it also makes it impossible to judge his subsequent choices. Bai Xiangshu didn't seem to see Song Xian's change and continued to speak. Officer Song, actually I sneaked out of school last night and went to look for it in the old street where Chu Chi and I used to play when we were in junior high school, but I couldn't find the thing he was talking about. I don't know what happened. Song Xian stared into Bai Xiangshu's eyes, and there was still no flaw in the latter's eyes. Not only that, the heartbeat, breathing, and even pulse were completely flawless. Song Xian stared at Bai Xiangshu's eyes for nearly 5 seconds. Bai Xiangshu's face turned slightly pale as if he was at a loss, and his breathing became slightly messy. All the behaviors are consistent with the attitude of a student when he is suspected by the police. But Song Xian began to feel confused about the authenticity of the other party's emotions. He nodded, stood up with Bai Xiangshu's mobile phone and said, Classmate Bai, the information you provided is very important. In this case, I will contact my colleagues in the bureau first to confirm the situation on the old street. After saying that, he turned around and started to take out his mobile phone and dial a number, with his back to Bai Xiangshu completely defenseless. Bai Xiangshu sat on the chair and looked at Song Xian, who had his back turned to him. His muscles actually relaxed, as if he was a prey that had relaxed all its vigilance. Song Xian suddenly felt the skin on his neck getting cold, and a gust of wind blew, causing the skin to bulge in an instant. He turned around subconsciously and his hands turned black. Bai Xiangshu's files rolled in his mind like a movie. When he was a teenager, he was isolated by all his classmates and was nicknamed Monster. In junior high school, he had conflicts with gangsters outside the school for unknown reasons. In the end, many adults were beaten and hospitalized. He seemed to have restrained himself a lot during high school. He was feared in school because of his reputation as a monster, but no serious crimes occurred. During the 4 years of college, this young man seemed to have studied a lot of law. Every conflict ended in self-defense, but among so many cases of self-defense, he never went to the hospital.
Even with the experience of old Detective Song Xian and the reincarnator, he has never seen many such abnormal young people. It's like he was a special talent who grew up in the chaos of those constant shootings. When he turned around, Song Xian's pupils shrank. The young man whom he regarded as an alien in his heart was sitting on the chair in an orderly manner, still with his head lowered and motionless. It seems like a student who has done something wrong. No, the other party is actually a student. For a moment, Song Xian was shaken by his previous judgment. Is it possible that I have preconceived ideas? This young man essentially does not have any criminal or disciplinary experience at this time. In a strict sense, the other person is a good person. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. Is he setting his position in advance because of personal prejudice? Song Xian was in a dilemma. He pondered for a moment and really dialed a number. Hello, Lao Yang, help me check last night. Yes, confirm whether there were any suspicious people in the old street before that. Song Xian made several calls and got complicated information. Several unidentified people did appear in the old street, and Baik Sanshu did appear in the surveillance, but there was no special performance. Suspicion cannot be eliminated, but it cannot be confirmed either. After the fishing enforcement just now, Song Xian finally developed a little trust in Baik Sanshu, and a little guilt based on the previous suspicion. So, he made a decision. Student Bai, this is a serious matter. I hope you can listen to what I am going to say next. I am now officially informing you in the name of the Dongxia Special Affairs Bureau, that you will be monitored by our bureau at observation level dangerous level, for the next period of time. You need to stay within the scope of the station during the monitoring period and must not leave, otherwise we will impose coercive measures on you. Song Xian looked serious, and Baik Sangshu kept nodding, and then seemed to remember something and asked Officer Song, I still have to go to class on weekdays. I should be fine if I move around within the school. Song Xian nodded. He did not explain what kind of organization the Dongxia Special Affairs Bureau is, nor did he explain how it would be monitored. But it seems that this student Baik Sanshu did not pay attention to these and showed a considerable degree of cooperation. After explaining some precautions, Song Xian hurriedly left Binhai University. And not long after Song Xian left, another person knocked on Baik Sangshu's dormitory door. Brother Bai, someone was asking about you in the bar street in the university town just now. Do you want us to give him some treat? The man had dyed yellow hair and a black rose tattoo on his neck. His unruly temperament was out of tune with the students of Binhai University. But he was very polite to Baik Sangshu. He lowered his head when he spoke and covered his mouth with his hand to prevent the smell of smoke from entering Baik Sangshu's dormitory. Baik Sangshu smiled knowingly when he heard the news. Xiaoning, give me a mobile phone. Send me his location and photos later. I will give you news. The yellow-haired man nodded and handed over his new Apple mobile phone without hesitation. He saw the smile on Baik Sangshu's face and shuddered subconsciously. He knew that the real monster in the underground world of this area was about to take action. Chapter 24 Sequence 8 Clown Master, are we going back just like that? Luo Shui asked Song Xian uncertainly. She had already obtained Baik Sangshu's file from the municipal bureau and sent it to Song Xian. The information in the file made Luo Shui feel a chill down her spine. She couldn't imagine that the clean and handsome man she saw in the dormitory, who looked like a young man in a turbid world, actually had such a terrible past. At the age of 13, he beat 7 adult men to the hospital, many of whom had concussions and fractures. Since the age of 19, he has been carrying out legitimate defense every year, and the public security near Binhai University has become extremely good. There are rumors that the underground world in the university town area is following the young monster. Song Xian sat in the co-pilot seat, kneading his eyebrows with his hands. Baik Sangshu did give him a very contradictory feeling. On the one hand, Baik Sangshu was like a monster full of primitive wildness in his eyes. All kinds of unknown and weird inconsistencies wrapped around him, which made Song Xian want to apply for a special transfer order and bring him directly to the bureau for an accurate mental search. But on the other hand, he felt an unusual sense of stability from Baik Sangshu, whose physical fitness was unusually high. Judging from the fact that he could knock down a gang of nearly 10 people at the age of 13 and seriously injure many people, Baik Sangshu's body must have some abnormal endowment. But Baik Sangshu, who has such conditions, has never left a record of actively hurting people. This shows that Baik Sangshu recognizes order and will take the initiative to learn and adapt to order. Song Xian felt that Baik Sangshu was like a special human walking on the border between darkness and light, and the other party was still very young. If he handled it improperly, it was very likely that the other party would fall completely into the dark side. Combined with the unprecedented turmoil in the current situation, the mysterious space is expanding. If a human like Baik Sangshu can intervene properly, maybe in the future he can also enter the space and become a potential person. Hey, master? Luo Shui suddenly braked, and inertia woke Song Xian from his thoughts. He frowned and looked at his somewhat naive apprentice, feeling a little helpless. Luo Shui is the daughter of a big shot. Although she is nominally his apprentice, she is actually a spy placed by the top management in the executive bureau. Extraordinary power, the upper level is also very careful when using it. What's wrong? Luo Shui looked strange, and the pendant on her neck was shining. There is no mention of parents and family in the file of Baik Sangshu? Isn't this very strange? Song Xian's pupils suddenly shrank, and he suddenly recalled the unusual place in the information at the same time. There is no existence of parents and relatives. This is almost impossible in the file, but why did no one, including himself, realize this? And why was Luo Shui able to realize this? He suddenly remembered that the director said that Luo Shui was not only a supervisor of the executive bureau, but also a balance that would not be deceived. A lot of speculations appeared, and he said to Luo Shui with a serious look, "Let's go, we must go to the Special Affairs Bureau immediately." With a roar, the two people's car drove directly into the main road from the gate of Binhai University and disappeared. In the milk tea shop opposite the school gate, a man wearing a loose t-shirt and cropped shorts was sitting at a table facing the street, watching the scene with a smile. When he smiled, his mouth split open to both sides, which did not make people feel warm, but rather a little scary. There was a tarot card on his table. The towering tower on the card was destroyed by lightning, and the two men fell headfirst. It was the 16th card in the tarot tower. At this time, the tower was in reverse position, representing a considerable degree of danger, but it unfolded in a rather slow and gentle form. Evans, no, it should be Li Qinshan. He put away the card and smiled knowingly. The so-called extraordinary ability is not a comparison of size in the game. He was very disdainful of the mainstream reincarnations in the space who blindly pursued the ability level and destructive power. The so-called battle is always planned before action, this is his principle. He spent a considerable price to exchange a power called Sequence from the reincarnations in the high-level area. From Sequence 9 Fortune Teller to Sequence 8 Clown, Li Qinshan played perfectly. He is a sophomore at Xianing City University. He uses student clubs to play the role. The popularity of online fortune-telling has made him digest the knowledge very quickly. In this sequence, although the lower-level sequence is not very powerful in direct combat, the powerful fortune-telling ability allows Li Qinshan to walk quite steadily in both real life and the reincarnation world. He kept fortune-telling, avoiding danger and seeking good fortune, and steadily gained rewards. There is no wrong version in the one book one bar of 16 to 9. Recently, he has discovered a new resource path, hunting newcomers. The trial tasks of newcomers are simple, but the rewards are quite rich. This group of newcomers are also the type of people with the worst awareness of prevention in the real world. He successively contacted many newcomers as a broker, and then used the method of giving them something, whether it is a dimensional point or a small prop, to locate and divine the target's real position. He successfully attacked and killed 2 people. Li Qinshan, who had tasted the sweetness, got an exaggerated revelation today when he once again divined about a newcomer with abundant resources. A newcomer gave him an unimaginable light in his dream, which meant that he had gained an amazing amount in the trial mission. So Li Qinshan successfully contacted him as Clown Evans, and by returning the dimensional point to him, he completed the process of letting him be infected with his spirituality. Because the dimensional point of space is actually a kind of information, and information will be infected with the individual's spirituality. When he returned to reality, he kept divination and finally found that the Tao Bai Bai was in Binhai City next to him. Li Qinshan was ecstatic and quickly took the high-speed rail to get there. But he was cautious and still divination for himself once, and found that it was the reversed tower, which represented potential danger. So Li Qinshan patiently began to inquire about the news of that person in places where students of Binhai University frequently appeared, such as the bar street and the food street. And through divination, he successfully avoided the troublesome hunter Song Xian. Song Xian is a reincarnation who was almost opened in the reincarnation space because he directly released the recruitment information as a special executor of the Dongxia Special Affairs Bureau. This made many people think that Song Xian was a madman, but several rebellious reincarnations tried to hunt Song Xian in reality, but they all disappeared completely. This made Song Xian's name become louder along with the terrifying national strength of Dongxia in the real world. Domxia is not a place where reincarnations can act recklessly at present. This is the signal specially sent by the official. The identity of the 5 permanent members of the world also made the reincarnations, who possess extraordinary martial arts, feel fear for the first time. Bite Songshu. Hey, don't worry, wait until Song Xian, the hyena, walks away, I will find you. Li Chenchen stood up and placed the banknotes on the counter. Boss, leave the money here. He does not need to scan the QR code to pay, because the security of the reincarnator's information is almost equal to his life security. Unfortunately, Bite Sangju's identity information has been mastered by him. Just as Li Chenchen was about to leave, a young girl with red hair approached him. Handsome guy, add me on WeChat. Li Chenchen smiled politely. This is the good thing about a university town. There are many young and superficial girls, and they seem to have endless hormones to secrete. No, I have someone. The woman was a little embarrassed, but she still straightened her chest and said to Li Chenchen, what's wrong with having a partner? It's not like we can't separate them. Stop talking and take a photo together first. Click. The woman quickly came over and pressed her breast directly against Li Chenchen's arm, which made Li Chenchen's expression even colder. When the woman pressed the shutter, he instinctively turned his head, and only a side profile was photographed. Then he flicked his right hand, got rid of the woman and walked out. Huh, why are you dragging me? In fact, I don't like you very much. The woman's speech further deepened Li Chenchen's stereotype of this group. To be honest, when it comes to female sex, reincarnations have too many better choices. 1,800 dimensional points are enough to buy a female slave in the story world. The beauty from the two-dimensional world is really not these mediocre things. Popular fans can match it. Not to mention, there are some cheaper pay-per-view services out there. The reincarnators are basically a group of desperados with their heads in their waistbands. Everyone indulges in lust and desires, so the threshold is also set very high. It's hard to feel good about this kind of woman. Li Chenchen turned and walked into the underground snack bar street. He had to continue to inquire about what was so special about the so-called monster Bite Sangju. Didi. Bite Sangju opened her phone, and a clear selfie appeared on her phone. A woman with dyed red hair took a selfie in front of the camera, and behind it was a man's profile. The man's hair is slightly longer and has fallen behind his ears, but his skin is delicate. His height is about 1.7 meters, which is not very high. He has a well-proportioned figure and strong muscles. Bite Sangju looked at the photo, thoughtfully, writing on his hands, and finally crossed out all the options, leaving only one answer. He has abilities similar to prophecy or divination, has excellent physical skills, can make various exaggerated movements, and has a certain preference for the image of Joker. Those who fit this kind of portrait, excluding some purely spellcasting professions, Bite Sangju knows of one that fits extremely well. The Master of Mysteries, the Diviner Path, the sequence is almost unknown, it is most likely sequence 8, clown, but it does not rule out that the other party is not dressing up as a clown for show, but deliberately misleading himself. So Bite Sangju thought for a moment and positioned the opponent's ability as being at the level of a sequence 7 magician. The reason why it is not positioned at a higher level is because Bite Sangju believes that if the opponent can really reach the level of sequence 6 faceless man, theoretically speaking, it is impossible for Xiao Ning and others to track the opponent. Sequence 7 magicians are actually very dangerous. At this stage, the strange and numerous tricks of the fortune teller sequence begin to appear. Not only can it use its hands to transfer damage to the body, but it also has escape abilities such as fire jump, paper doppelganger, and skeleton softening. It is very suitable for small-scale battles and is difficult to kill quickly. Moreover, the magician at this stage begins to have the direct damage capabilities of air bombs and fire control. According to the description in the book, the lethality of air bullets is close to that of a special revolver. The only way to activate it is to snap your fingers or make a specific sound. This is a very lethal stage. Bite Sangju looked at Song Xian's business card on the table and thought quickly about the pros and cons. He clearly felt the murderous intention from Clown Evans, and the opponent quickly found him and started hunting. This kind of enemy is even more dangerous because of the specialized divination ability of the fortune teller sequence. He put the business card away, he had to kill this guy. The red-haired woman smiled coquettishly and sat on Xiao Ning's lap. She was originally a young girl who hung out on the street, but today she found that Brother Ning, who was very majestic in her eyes, seemed to be a different person. There was no laughing and joking. I was always seriously arranging for everyone to do this and that. His eyes were fierce, as if he made a mistake, he would eat him. Brother Ning,
Do we need to help that student boy like that? After all, he is just a student, and we are not afraid. Snap! The woman nicknamed Hongmei was picked up by her hair and then slapped to the ground. She looked in disbelief at Brother Ning, who had been flirting with her recently and was obviously quite fond of her, and was breathing heavily at the moment. Shut up, you idiot. Do you know who that guy is? He's just talking about it. The place where a few people were sitting was a well-decorated bar, with a dark tone and various colored light strips on the wall. Because it was daytime and the bar was not open yet, there was only this group of people at this time. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. The beaten girl looked at the others, but no one spoke for herself. The sister with braces, who was 2 years older than her, helped her up and whispered. Don't talk nonsense, that white Sangju is very scary. She secretly glanced at Xiao Ning and found that he did not stop her, so she continued to whisper. You know, this area was quite chaotic before, right? There were often various groups fighting in this bar street. Hongmei also remembered this incident. At that time, she was still in junior high school and was afraid to get close to this place. Later, when she saw Xiao Ning calm down the scene, she felt that he was very powerful. The braces girl had a dark skin and was not as pretty as Hongmei, but the two of them were from close hometowns and had a good relationship. Actually, those people were killed by that guy. Ding, ding. The phone screen lit up, and Xiao Ning immediately stood up and picked up the phone. Hello, brother Bai, it's me. Okay. I understand. I'll do it right away. 2 years ago, Xiao Ning followed a man named Brother Hu. At that time, Brother Hu led more than 20 people and was a very difficult group of people in this area. Brother Hu was very smart and rarely went to the police station. The bar owner and security guards didn't have much to do with him. But one day, Bai Sangshu appeared, and he just followed Brother Hu and laughed at Brother Hu for not having courage. Finally, Brother Hu got angry and asked his men to beat up Bai Sangshu. As a result, there were more than 20 people, and more than 10 of them went to the hospital. Xiao Ning was inexperienced at the time and didn't dare to go up, so he didn't get hurt. He only saw that Bai Sangshu's physical strength was completely different from that of an ordinary person. With one punch, the strong Brother Hu was directly knocked 2 meters away, and then he kept shaking like a dead fish. What scared Xiao Ning even more was that Bai Sangshu had a relaxed smile on his face throughout the whole process. Some people laugh complacently because they can show their strength when bullying the weak. But in Xiao Ning's eyes, Bai Sangshu's smile had only one explanation: he was happy because he could legally hurt others. That guy is a real monster. He looked at the photos in Hongmei's mobile phone and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the smooth ground. Damn it, this kid is looking for death, and he came to our territory. Pan him. Brace's sister, go and add some ingredients to him and drug him. As the night gets darker, the bar street also starts to open. Because it is located in a university town, there are mostly clear bars in this area. There are only a few noisy ones in the deepest part. Usually there are few students and it is a mixed bag. Li Qinshan changed into long sleeves and entered the bar with a normal expression. He spent an afternoon getting a rough idea of his goals. According to the results of his divination, the target woman is very popular, but he has no partner, and seems to be often involved in trouble. In theory, such a person can get a lot of information in a place like a bar. He took advantage of asking for drinks and chatted with the bartender. I heard that there is a strange man in this area. He is handsome but not a womanizer. He can't be gay. The bartender was a dark-skinned woman, wearing a white shirt and a black vest. She was quite visible under the dim light, but the braces exposed when she opened her mouth were a bit annoying. You're talking about Bai? Well, forget it, just pretend I didn't say it. The woman was very cautious, as if she was afraid of causing trouble, but Li Qinshan had a smile on his face. Now that the other party knew, it would be easier. He took out a few red bills, pressed them under the wineglass, and pushed them over. The meaning was obvious. The woman was very moved, but still seemed hesitant to speak. Sir, this is a bar, we don't do other business. Li Qinshan smiled indifferently, took out a few more bills, pushed them over, and said, then just treat me as buying a drink and you can make me a glass of your best wine. This counts as your tip. The woman's subconscious action of grabbing the banknotes made Li Qinshan grin with a mocking smile. He tilted his head slightly, and the woman's heartbeat was obviously accelerating. The woman looked around, put away the banknotes, picked up a few bottles of wine, and moved closer to Li Qinshan's position. She mixes drinks skillfully, her heart beats very fast, and her voice is very low, as if she is talking about an urban legend. Sir, I don't know if the person you are talking about is the person I am talking about, but You can tell me, just pretend I'm bored and listen to the story.
The woman nodded and said, I heard from the seniors at the bar and some fellow villagers who came here to work earlier than me, that there has always been a legend around here.
Li Chen drank and listened.
Legend has it that in the Binhai University town area, there is a monster, like young man in the underground world. It is said that that person once beat up gang members until they were hospitalized in junior high school. During the few years of college, all nearby groups that dared to cross the line were beaten until they were hospitalized and disbanded. Some people once said that he could knock out a strong adult with one punch. Others said that Guy was a master of ancient martial arts. He was very fast and without a gun, no one could be his opponent.
Li Chen frowned slightly. Why does this guy sound like a reincarnation person?
But he clearly saw that the other party didn't know anything, which was completely the behavior of a new reincarnation person. The girl with braces pushed the mixed wine in front of the man. Her heartbeat was already very high, but the man did not doubt it. She is very good at observing words and emotions and understanding a man's psychology. She knows that although the man in front of her seems to be smiling all the time, he is actually extremely arrogant and does not take anyone seriously at all. She had only seen that kind of look in one or two rich second generations. He clearly felt that no one was worthy of communicating with him on an equal footing, and the friendliness he displayed was similar to the arrogance that humans have towards small animals. And this kind of person is most likely to overlook many details.
The girl with braces was heartbeating very fast.
She rarely did this kind of drugging, but now she gradually calmed down. She watched the man drink the glass of wine she had added, and felt relieved. Then, after telling some true and false information, she quietly left the place where the man was while taking the opportunity to serve others.
Bar location. She quietly sent an OK on her phone.
Soon, several people who looked like security guards in black suits came over. At this time, Li Chen was already lying quietly on the bar, and several security guards took Li Chen out as if they were entertaining drunkards. The three security guards, all of whom belonged to Xiaoning, quickly took Li Chen to the basement and threw him on the cold ground. Xiaoning pinched the cigarette in his hand, walked over and stepped on Li Chen's face with his foot, and took a look at the other person's appearance. He was not the friend on the road he knew. He's really a stranger. Why would such a person want to see brother by? Forget it, let's give him a good beating first, then take some nude photos of him and throw them out. Xiaoning is not a real gangster. In today's Dongsha, mature gangsters have completely transformed or disappeared, and most of the gangs left behind are gangs like him. He's not a good person, but he doesn't dare to be that bad, and he's still afraid of the law. They are really a bunch of low-class people.
No wonder they are intimidated by a newcomer.
Xiaoning was startled by the sudden sound. Almost instantly, he realized that the man under his feet had woken up.
He suddenly raised his foot and stamped it hard. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. But one hand firmly grasped Xiaoning's leather shoes.
Xiaoning felt a powerful force rising unstoppably from below.
He couldn't step on it at all. He lost his center of gravity in an instant.
He only had time to shout he's awake before he was knocked over. Hongmei, who was hiding farthest away, opened her eyes wide as she watched the young man lift Brother Ning away with one hand.
Yes, it's literally blown away.
Xiaoning, who was nearly 1.8 meters tall and weighed over 160, was thrown 3 meters away by the man and hit the sofa hard. The other 3 security guards also reacted at this time.
The person in front was the most vicious.
He took a step forward with his left foot, raised his right foot and kicked Li Chen violently in the body. At this time, Li Chen was supporting the ground with one hand, and the other hand was still in a position to push Xiaoning out. When faced with a kick, the hand that was supporting the ground suddenly exerted force. The body's center of gravity instantly moved forward, like a gecko, leaping forward. The security guard kicked the ball in the air with great strength, and his center of gravity was unstable and he fell to the ground. The other 2 people only felt a black shadow jump forward instantly, stood up instantly like civet cats, walked up to the wall with a few more feet, and turned upside down in the air.
Bang!
One of them's vision went dark for a moment, and he was kicked in the face. He immediately fell straight to the ground, trembled twice and lost consciousness.
Snap!
The wine bottle in Hongmei's hand fell to the ground and exploded. Her eyes were a little dull, and she could hardly believe what she saw. In just a few seconds, the man defeated the team's top players, including Brother Ning and Xiaohu.
The remaining Achao took 2 more steps forward, but his momentum had completely disappeared, and he stopped in silence, not daring to move.
On the other side, Xiaoning, who had fallen down on the sofa, stood up holding her chest, her eyes filled with fear.
Who is this guy's background? That kind of action is not something ordinary people can do. He even feels that the person opposite him looks like a martial arts master in the movie. He was terrified in his heart and subconsciously reached out to touch the sofa behind him. Li Chenchen grinned and his smile became more mocking. He spread his hands and said, "Why so serious?" Li Chenchen felt that his progress in digesting the potion had made another breakthrough. The feeling of digesting the potion and getting closer to the mystery made him obsessed. Perhaps, in the near future, he could truly become a magician, a superhuman who could freely perform mysterious magic in modern cities. Of course, the premise is that he must take down the fat sheep of Baitsangshu, so that he can have enough resources to continue to exchange potions. Li Chenchen is somewhat obsessed with the concept of superhuman. He always thinks that a parallel-level reincarnationist like himself is not superhuman at all. Even if some extreme reincarnationists come into contact with energy at this stage, they can perform some abilities that seem magical to ordinary people. But in battle, most of them are some fancy effects. The low energy attribute determines that the reincarnationists at this stage still rely on their bodies and weapons to fight. The most powerful type of reincarnationist at this stage is shooter. A high enough shooting expertise, combined with a powerful enough weapon, can allow them to cross levels and kill many powerful reincarnationists and plot characters. Of course, they are also the most terrifying type of people in reality. Li Qinshin's thoughts are jumping, but his perception is very sharp. In fact, he has gradually made himself inhuman in the process of swallowing and digesting magic potions twice. The friction sound of metal being pulled out of the fabric sofa is particularly obvious in Li Qinshin's ears. Xiaoning's back is completely wet with cold sweat, as if he has returned to the scene when he faced Baitsangshu. The skills of this mysterious man are even more weird in his eyes. Maybe Brother Bai is not the opponent of the other party. As soon as this thought came up, his impulse to draw the weapon behind him suddenly dissipated a little. Li Chenchen keenly noticed this scene. He stood on tiptoe, like a ghost, and appeared in front of Xiaoning in a moment in the slightly dark room. Xiaoning's forehead tightened, and he had been pinched by a hand. The huge pressure from both temples made him feel like he was going to be pinched to death. Tell me, where is Baitsangshu now? The woman who put something in the wine, the woman who took selfies to chat up, and the few of you, are his men? Hong Mei looked at the young man at this time, and lifted Brother Ning from the sofa little by little with one hand. It was not much more difficult than lifting a cat. For the first time, she intuitively felt what power was. Hong Mei's whole body trembled uncontrollably, and she sat stiffly on the chair, not even daring to wipe the wine spilled on her legs. Brother Bai is in school. He is at Binhai University. Ah! Xiaoning cried out in pain, and he felt that his temple was about to be crushed. The hand loosened, and the polished dagger fell to the ground. Li Chenchen sneered in his heart. He was very cautious. He would redivine almost every time he made a new choice. So, he would encounter a trap tonight. He had been mentally prepared for such things. Even when the wine just entered his mouth, he noticed something strange. Because he drank the potion, he completed a special milestone, Poison Tester Apprentice. The effect of this milestone gave him extra resistance to toxins and immunity to poisons with lower toxin intensity. That's why he deliberately drank the glass of wine and let the few people take him away. And this trap, as expected, is not very dangerous. It's just a few mortals. Li Chenchen tapped his left foot lightly, and the dagger suddenly bounced up from the ground. He didn't even look at it, but grabbed it firmly with his left hand and swung it violently. Puff! Hong Mei didn't react. It took 2 seconds before she felt the severe pain from her right hand. Ah! My hand! Li Chenchen was disgusted with this kind of woman. He felt even more disgusted when he found out that the other party was really calculating part of him. He pierced the woman's right hand with a dagger, leaving a big hole. Xiaoning saw all this from the corner of his eye and became even more scared. On the other side, Ah Chao, who was standing stiffly in the room, unconsciously retreated to the door. He wanted to run, every cell in his body wanted to run. Finally, after seeing Hong Mei's right hand pierced, he suddenly opened the door and was about to run out. Li Chenchen let go of Xiaoning instantly, and his right hand seemed to disappear. The next moment, a tarot card flew out instantly. Puff! As he opened the door, Ah Chao's right leg softened and he fell forward directly, hitting his face on the steps, bleeding. But he still twisted the door of the basement, and it slowly opened as Ah Chao fell. Li Chenchen looked at Ah Chao, whose tendons were cut by him, with cold eyes. His left hand was still holding Xiaoning. He was about to continue to interrogate him, but suddenly his whole body was shocked, and he saw a figure in the corner of his eye. He was shocked and looked back. It was indeed not his illusion. A man in a clean shirt was squatting at the door of the basement at this time, looking at him with an admiring smile on his face. Pa. Bite Sanshu walked down naturally while clapping. He swept his feet and Ah Chow was swept down from the steps. He closed the basement door again. Clown Evans, I'm beginning to admire you a little bit. Bite Sanshu stood on the steps, naturally overlooking Li Qinshan, and saw Hongmei's miserable condition, Xiaoning's despair, and Akao's fear more clearly than he heard. The emotions revealed by these people have already shown that this, Clown, Evans is indeed a qualified reincarnation. He was not knocked down by these ordinary gangsters. A correct version can be found in the 16:9 book forum. In Bite Sanshu's opinion, a true alien will never be defeated by these ordinary people, especially when the other party does not have a gun. The shock that Li Qinshan felt due to Bite Sanshu's sudden appearance soon subsided, and his body became flexible and soft again. When he heard the other party say the name of Clown Evans, without hesitation, he knew that this newcomer was indeed not simple. It turned out that when he was in the space, he not only secretly planted the lead to find the other party. This newcomer also knew his intention at that time and was waiting for his appearance. Heh, there is such a thing. You are just a newcomer. You know I want to hunt you, but you don't surrender to Song Xian, the hunting dog, but want to deal with me yourself. Bite Sanshu, has anyone told you that you have a problem with your brain? Li Qinshan's mouth was wide open, and his mouth looked unusually wide. He sneered and stretched his body completely. Xiaoning's forehead loosened and he collapsed to the ground. Li Qinshan's sleeves had 2 tarot cards falling into his fingers. The next moment, whoosh! The 2 cards shot out at the same time, and in the dimly lit basement, only a short sound of breaking through the air was made. Bite Sanshu's pupils trembled, and his eyes were quite adapted to this dark environment. He took a step forward, not retreating but advancing. Da! There was only one sound when the 2 cards shot into the door. Bite Sanshu had already jumped 3 meters away in one step, instantly crossing the distance of almost the entire room and appeared in front of Li Qinshan. He punched out. Strong wind blew in his face. Li Qinshan's pupils shrank, and his neck seemed to be broken and tilted to the right shoulder. Is this guy really a newcomer? This speed, this strength, even for fighting athletes, needs some strengthening before they can achieve it. He suddenly felt a little strange in his heart. Could this newcomer who can gain huge benefits in the trial world really be an ordinary newcomer? Bite Sanshu had never expected Li Qinshan's dodging method that was like breaking his neck. He punched in the air and was hit in the chest in an instant. Bang! Bite Sanshu's center of gravity sank, and the whole person slid back more than a meter on the floor. He patted the clothes on his chest, and a grim smile appeared on his face. It seems that you haven't become a magician yet. You are just a clown. Li Qinshan's heart sank suddenly, and he felt a sense of horror for a moment. What is the origin of this guy? The origin of one's ability has always been a top secret of every reincarnationist. Most experienced reincarnationists will disguise their abilities. Li Qinshan is no exception. He benefits from the fact that his ability comes from a high-level reincarnationist, where there are many derivative worlds based on novels, with a wide variety of abilities and secrets. And because most new reincarnationists appear in the derivative worlds of animation and film and television, it is difficult to realize the origin of his ability at the first time. Li Qinshan set his codename as Clown Evans, and then the disguise in the space imitated the classic clown image in film and television. On the one hand, it is to use the role-playing method to digest the magic potion, and on the other hand, it is to confuse the audience and mislead other reincarnationists as much as possible about their guesses about their abilities. But he didn't expect that this new reincarnationist who had only met him once would reveal the true face of his ability in one breath. This guy. What's going on? It's too abnormal. Li Qinshan frowned and was on guard. He wanted to tell his fortune again, but the current occasion was not suitable. Aren't you coming over? Bite Sanshu also opened his hands, without any weapons in his hands. He took another step forward, while Clown Evans took a step back. In terms of momentum, at first glance, Bite Sanshu had the advantage. Bite Sanshu's flamboyant attitude made Li Qinshan look gloomy, but he was cautious and not a reckless man. His eyes moved slightly, a new tarot card fell into his hand, and his wrist shook. Poof! Xiaoning, who fell to the ground, turned pale and cried out in pain. Ah! The back of his hand was nailed to the ground by a card. The thin card actually directly shattered his hand bones. The severe pain made him wail non-stop. But what puzzled Li Qinshan was that Bite Sanshu still had a smile on his face,
and he didn't even make a rescue move, which made him unable to find a flaw. Bai Xiangshu smiled and shook his head. He seemed to have a strong desire to communicate with this person, who might be the first kind he met in his life. You may have misunderstood, Evans. These people and I are not as close as you think. We are not friends, nor do we have a relationship. Bai Xiangshu would not be angry or unhappy because Xiao Ning and others were hurt. He knew very well that Xiao Ning was just a gangster who attached himself to him because he was afraid of him. If he was killed by Evans, these people would not hesitate to attach themselves to Evans. Li Qinshan exhaled, his body sank slightly, his hands slowly raised, and he put on a somewhat strange posture and slowly spoke. These people did things for you and ended up like this. Normal people would have at least some sympathy. You guys, you are so cold-blooded that you don't look like a human. Step. Li Qinshan took a step forward with his left foot. The two were very close. Almost instantly, he came to Bai Xiangshu, raised his right hand, and pressed it to Bai Xiangshu's face. Bai Xiangshu stood there, as if he had no reaction at all. Li Qinshan's palm suddenly turned into a claw shape and clasped it down. Ha! The sound of breaking through the air was heard, and Li Qinshan's pupils shrank. In his eyes, Bai Xiangshu's neck suddenly leaned towards his left shoulder as if it was broken, allowing him to grab it and fall into the air. This is... Li Qinshan was shocked to find that Bai Xiangshu's action was exactly the same as the dodge he made when he just dodged the attack by relying on the flexibility of Sequence 8 Clown. The next moment, a strong wind appeared in front of his chest. His mind flashed, and in an instant, his hands crossed in front of his chest. Bang! A fist hit him where his arms were crossed. Li Qinshan's upper body was unable to unload the huge force of nearly 1,000 pounds, and he fell backwards, and his feet rubbed and slid backwards on the smooth floor. What a great strength! This guy's strength value is probably more than 10 points. For East Asia, where the general strength value of adult men is considered to be 5, this strength value is basically not born with except for professional boxers and people who do heavy physical labor. Could it be that the other party's initial trial completion degree was terrifyingly high, and he got a lot of attribute points, and all of them were allocated to strength by luck? Li Qinshan was quick-witted, but Bai Xiangshu's attack would not stop at all. He punched out, and seeing Evan's center of gravity was scattered, as if he was about to fall to the ground, he immediately took a step forward, grabbed Evan's arm, and pulled it hard. Evans's backward slide was forcibly stopped, and the two opposite forces almost tore his arm muscles. Bai Xiangshu pulled Evans back with great force, lowered his right shoulder, and rammed sideways. But Jiquan Iron Mountain Lean. Bai Xiangshu usually didn't dare to use this move on ordinary people. With his strength, it was enough to completely smash a person's sternum. But today was different. He was very sure that Evans was not an ordinary person, and even if he really killed a reincarnation like him, he would not be at great risk. The air exploded like firecrackers, and Li Qinshan's pupils shrank, and he woke up instantly. He didn't expect that this newcomer would actually fight with him for life and death. No, the other party wanted to kill him. In an instant, a ridiculous feeling rose in Li Qinshan's chest. I found a correct version in the 16:9 book forum. A newcomer who didn't even know the rules of space completely had the idea of hunting the senior reincarnationist who attacked with malicious intent. This kid is a complete alien, a real monster. As his mind wandered, his breathing became short, and his body suddenly turned, as if his center of gravity did not exist. He looked like he was about to fall, but he completely ignored inertia and did a half flip, with his left foot behind and his right foot inserted into Bai Xiangshu's side. In his hands, the same strength of more than 10 points of strength burst out in an instant. He was very skillful in blocking the moment when Bai Xiangshu burst out his whole body strength and hit him, and pushed Bai Xiangshu's shoulders with both palms. Bai Xiangshu's pupils dilated, and the terrible force completely destroyed his balance in an instant. The power he felt at this moment was completely irresistible, because it was not just Evans's power. Evans's movements were clever, using the force to fight the force, and completely relying on the force of his iron mountain to destroy his body. Bai Xiangshu was tripped, and instantly lost his balance and flew into the air. Because of the great power of the two forces, he actually flew several meters away and hit the wall in an instant. Li Qinshan's eyes were indifferent, and his hands hung calmly in front of him. Two Tigers Flow Manipulation Flow Type Lu, as a reincarnation, he certainly knows the weakness of the fortune teller sequence when it is low in combat power, but since he is a reincarnation, he naturally has various means of reinforcement. The characteristics of Sequence 8 Clown are precise body control ability, outstanding agility and speed, and super core coordination ability. He almost never falls, and has excellent intuition for combat.
In Li Qinshin's opinion, Sequence 8 Clown is a potion sequence that makes him a genius martial artist.
Bang! Bite Sanshu suddenly twisted his body in the air and stepped heavily on the wall.
The stiff Hongmei almost had a pain in her ears due to the huge sound. Seeing Bite Sanshu kick the wall and land without injury, although Li Qinshin was a little surprised, he had already determined that Bite Sanshu was an outlier at this moment, and he no longer cared about it.
He just waved at Bite Sanshu. Do you think that I am just a clown, and you can beat me? I am not just a clown. Chapter 29 Monsters vs. Clowns 3 Fox Shadow Style Rakshasa Poem. Bite Sanshu seemed to be oblivious to Evan's words. He just looked at Evans, his hair slightly standing up, and all the pores on his body dilated. He was completely excited. This was the taste of a real fight. Even in the trial mission, the people he met were either too weak, such as those assassins and bodyguards, or too strong, such as Tao Bai Bai and the reincarnations of Team 64323 behind him. There was no pleasure of equal fighting at all. The only battle that came close was the one with the green snake, but that woman's fighting style was too extreme, specializing in poisoning and strangling. After Bite Sanshu opened the so-called absolute domain, he used absolute violence to crush her in an instant. At this moment, the clown Evans brought Bite Sanshu a sense of interaction in a real fight.
He had actually guessed that Evans had considerable martial arts fighting ability. After all, the bait that Evans gave him was that ability scroll magic spear. A reincarnationist could show him this kind of thing. Combined with the agility shown by Evans, Bite Sanshu could hardly help but think of the other party's potential fighting style. But the first time he saw this kind of martial arts from the world of Ken 1, Bite Sanshu was still surprised. That kind of clever use of force to unload force really has some ancient martial arts Tai Chi posture. Li Qinshin frowned, and he felt more and more from this Bite Sanshu a trait that made him uneasy.
Is this kind of look really what a reincarnationist who has just passed the trial mission should have?
Even if it is a reincarnationist with a special number, it is a bit too exaggerated. It is hard for him to believe that there are people in this world who are really not afraid of death.
Does the other party really think that his strength is better than mine?
Absurd! Li Qinshin himself did not realize that since Bite Sanshu appeared, he had not shown that kind of mocking smile that everything is under control for a long time. Li Qinshin's breathing rhythm changed slightly, and the feeling of the change of flowing water disappeared. The next moment, he stepped hard, and the power of his whole body burst out completely in an instant.
Two tigers flow fire sky-shaped fire. Bang! Amidst the huge explosion, the distance of 4 or 5 meters disappeared in an instant.
Bite Sanshu's pupils trembled, and the figure in front of him disappeared in an instant. When the strong wind hit his face, Bite Sanshu suddenly leaned back. His body was as agile as a water snake, and it broke in an instant. Not only that, he swung his hands back, and the whole person swung violently. He twisted his body with his left foot, inserted his right foot into Evan's side, and his center of gravity was instantly lifted.
The whole person also suddenly appeared beside Evans.
He raised his hands, and the force action was exactly the same as the action that Evans had just taken to destroy his center of gravity and throw him out.
Li Qinshin's heart seemed to skip a beat at this moment.
He was very sure that this move was indeed Two Tigers Flow Water Manipulation Willow.
How could it be possible? How could someone be able to do this kind of action after seeing it once?
Unless the other party has the eye technique of Sharingan.
Could it be that this Bite Sanshu also happened to be in the trial world of Kengan world?
Or, did the other party buy this ability at the stall? In an instant, Li Qinshin was greatly confused and shaken, and his highly concentrated state was broken. Bite Sanshu pushed with both hands.
Bang! A violent collision suddenly broke out.
Bite Sanshu was swept away by the huge force, and Li Qinshin was not much better. Under the action of the two forces, his body staggered a few steps and hit the wall directly. Bite Sanshu quickly got up, shook his head, and looked at his hands.
Your move is really clever.
I didn't control your strength well just now.
Come again.
Li Qinshin felt heavy in his heart. The other party did not master the martial arts of Two Tigers, but was really learning in the battle with him. There was such a thing. He suddenly remembered a secret about the special number in the reincarnation space for no reason.
Legend has it that not all reincarnations are recruited by the space to enter the trial and thus selected. There are very few chosen sons of heaven.
Those people are born with the talent recognized by the space and can see the special mark of the reincarnation.
That kind of person is called the chosen one.
Each chosen one is a treasure of the space, has a unique status, and can even steal part of the power of the space.
Could it be that the Bite Sanshu in front of him is the chosen one? Bang!
The sound of heavy stomping sounded, and Li Qinshan suddenly came back to his senses, but his vision was empty. Not good. He instantly realized that Bai Sangshu was imitating the use of two tigers flow fire skyform fire. Bai Sangshu's movements were explosive, and he had already felt that the agility attribute of this clown Evans might be better than his. Sequence 8. The clown's bonus to him made his body flexibility and speed vaguely surpass his own. But on the other hand, his strength was above Evans. Bai Sangshu's mouth curled up, and his fire skyform fire was even more explosive when he was used. The floor was instantly broken, and Bai Sangshu had already appeared behind Evans. Evans was about to raise his hand to defend, and Bai Sangshu had already punched him in the back. Poof! Li Qinshan suddenly rolled forward several times, trying to relieve the force, but still spurted out a mouthful of blood. A tearing pain came from his chest and lungs with every breath. I looked at the correct version on the 16:9 book forum. Oh no, my internal organs are injured. A flash of light flashed in Li Qinshan's hand, and a scroll appeared. He tore it open and stuck it on his chest. Green chakra instantly flowed into his body, and the pain in his lungs was relieved. He slowly stood up and found that Bai Sangshu did not pursue his victory, but stood there watching his movements. Li Qinshan exhaled a breath of rusty air. Bai Sangshu, you are very strong. I recognize you, maybe. We can talk. At this moment, Li Qinshan was not deceiving Bai Sangshu. He did realize the great potential of Bai Sangshu. This kind of monster who can master the skills he learned from the ability scroll after seeing it once cannot be calculated by reason. The benefits of being an enemy of such a person are very low. He has already lost a medical ninjutsu scroll at this time. If he continues to fight, I am afraid that the loss will be even greater. The ecology among the reincarnations is a primitive jungle. Everyone is a predator and a prey at the same time. Successfully hunting other reincarnations will certainly bring considerable benefits, but if you reveal a flaw, you will instantly become the prey of other reincarnations, which is not worth the loss. Li Qinshan had the intention to negotiate. But Bai Sangshu smiled even more, showing his full white teeth, which looked a little grim in the slightly dim basement. Bai Sangshu shook his head. No, Evans, our battle has just begun. How can it be so anticlimactic? He licked his dry lips, and his voice trembled slightly because of pleasure. Use all your skills, let us fight happily. Bang! The floor broke again, and Bai Sangshu disappeared instantly. Li Qinshan's heart tightened, but he immediately turned his attention to his blind spot. Most of the martial arts in the Kengan world are still at the level of skills. This high-speed pace, in addition to explosive power, is more about taking advantage of the blind spots of human vision. At this moment, his mind was extremely clear, and he could even see Bai Sangshu's arrogance clearly. This new monster thought he had me completely defeated. Li Qinshan suddenly abandoned the arrow style, put his right hand together, and kept rotating it while retracting it, with his muscles twisting violently. Bai Sangshu's pupils shrank suddenly, and Li Qinshan struck out with a palm. The terrible force, accompanied by a strong twisting force, burst out in an instant. Fox Shadow Style Rakshasa Palm. New book, please read it. Bai Sangshu's heart palpitated, and a terrible sense of crisis suddenly came. His pupils contracted due to the strong stimulation coming from the nerve endings at this moment. This palm will kill you. A strong desire to die instantly filled Bai Sangshu's nerves. The so-called Fox Shadow Style Rakshasa Palm is also a martial arts technique from Fist Wish World, which uses strong and twisted energy to explode in an instant, directly tearing the muscles and even internal organs of the person hit. This is an extremely terrifying killing move. As Bai Attractilode's pupils contracted violently, her heart suddenly beat rapidly, with the frequency accelerating dozens of times compared to normal times. This sudden and extremely fast beating heart made Bai Attractilode's whole body turn red in an instant. A large number of fine capillaries are broken by the blood pumped by the overly powerful heart and bleed. But at the same time, the huge amount of oxygen also made Bai Attractilode's brain seem to be on slow motion at this moment. Delicate sensations from various senses come one after another. Normally, the human body cannot process such a huge amount of information, so it will ignore these sensations. However, at this moment, Attractilodes completely incorporates all perceptions into the heart. Evans's palm, which was twisted to the extreme, twisted rapidly in the opposite direction at the moment when the terrifying force was struck, twisting and accelerating his own strength. This is the so-called Fox Shadow Style Rakshasa Palm. The muscles all over Bai Sangshu's body swelled, and he grew taller by more than a few centimeters in an instant. However, he used the fire footwork to rush towards him, and his inertia could not be changed. The Rakshasa palm landed on his chest almost instantly. At this moment, Baitsanju could clearly see that Evan's pupils were dilating and the corners of his mouth were curling up unconsciously. Li Qinshan suddenly used his secret skill, Rakshasa palm, and Baitsanju was unprepared and hit him head-on. His heart beat uncontrollably and rapidly. The moment his palm hit Baitsanju's chest, Li Qinshan even wondered whether he should tell, throne of virtuality and reality, about the G card. Bang! A terrible palm hit, and the power poured out instantly. Boom! Baitsanju flew up in a spiral in an instant, smashed the basement door with a bang, and was knocked directly into the bar gallery. The sound of the door exploding was extremely terrifying, and the music in the bar fell silent for an instant. What happened? The gas exploded? Many people saw Baitsanju hitting the wall and falling. Baitsanju looked very miserable at this moment. The clothes on his upper body were directly torn to pieces by the twisting force, and the muscles on his left chest and shoulders were completely twisted to a degree visible to the naked eye. With that kind of spiral-like twist, one can almost imagine that this part of the muscle has been completely strained or even broken. Moreover, the impact of being sent flying more than 10 meters and hitting the wall with a palm also caused blood to flow from Baitsanju's mouth and nose. As if he didn't realize it, he climbed up from the ground and reached the basement in trance again step by step. Cha was wailing because his hamstring was severed, but suddenly he saw Baitsanju walking towards him covered in blood, and he subconsciously stopped howling. Bye, brother, bye, He suddenly felt a lightness in his body. Baitsanju grabbed his collar with one hand and threw him out of the basement with his backhand. This is the first time since Cha has felt so light since he became an adult. Tell people outside that there's a gas explosion and tell everyone to get away. Akeo followed Xiao Ning and had dealings with Baitsanju several times, but he had never seen Baitsanju in this state. He only felt that Brother Bai's voice at this time was horrifyingly deep. That kind of demeanor is really not human at all. Chao was stunned on the spot. Suddenly, he saw Baitsanju in the basement looking back at him. Only then did he see that Baitsanju's eyes were blank. A cold air suddenly rose from the soles of his feet. Regardless of the pain in his ankles, Chao shouted while crawling out of the corridor. The gas exploded, everyone get out first, the gas exploded. Exclamations rang out, and the crowd rushed outside. No one had time to take a look at the scene in the basement. The joy on Li Qinshan's face gradually faded, and he frowned, looking at Baitsanju's posture at this moment. What is this, some kind of transformation technique? In the infinite dimensional space, there are countless abilities. Li Qinshan boasts that he knows a lot about animation, novels, movies, and TV shows, but he is not sure what abilities Baitsanju has activated at this moment. He saw the clear muscle distortion effect on Baitsanju's chest and understood that his Rakshasa palm had indeed hit the opponent. When a newcomer enters the reincarnation space for the first time and eats his own, fox shadow-style Rakshasa palm, shouldn't his heart be twisted and broken in an instant? He can actually stand up, no, not just stand up, the opponent even seems to want to fight. What kind of joke is this? Brother Bai, let us go first, please. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Xiao Ning reluctantly pulled out the tarot card on the back of his hand. He watched Baitsanju reveal his original monster posture again, and scenes from the past came to his mind. I don't dare to stay here at all. But neither Baitsanju nor Li Qinshan were indifferent to his words. Neither of them paid any attention to Xiao Ning, Hongmei, and the two people who fainted on the ground. It's round 2, Ivan's. Baitsanju suddenly raised his left foot high. The movement was so large that it was not at all like the starting position of arrow-style fire, sky-style fire. The fire sky style and the arrow style is basically a variety of footwork, which emphasizes the use of the extreme burst of the body to allow the martial artist to move explosively. But even so, each movement is still slight to avoid being seen through by the enemy in advance. All moves, no matter how powerful, will be meaningless once they are seen through in advance. Just like the fox shadow style Rakshasa palm that Li Qinshan just used, it is terrible, but in order to increase the destructive power, he has to over-twist his arms and muscles, so the signs of using this move are very obvious. In actual combat, almost only super high-speed footwork can be used to cut into the enemy's blind spot and suddenly use it. Just now, Baitsanju was hit because he used his own unskilled fire to rush forward, and was seen through by Li Qinshan, so he was ready to hit. Li Qinshan looked at Baitsanju's left foot raised high at this time, and did not understand the opponent's intention for a while, but he could see that the new reincarnation named Baitsanju was laughing. Boom! Bai Sangshu stomped his foot suddenly, and the floor shook violently, and collapsed in an instant. Amid the piercing screams of Xiao Ning and Hong Mei, Li Qinshin's heart choked. It was still, two tigers flow fire sky-type fire. Li Qinshin turned around subconsciously, but the strong wind behind him was already howling. The air in the basement was stirred in an instant, as if a small hurricane was rising in the room. Li Qinshin's pupils trembled, and he only saw a completely twisted right arm, which suddenly rotated and hit him. He subconsciously wanted to tighten his muscles and launch the fierce, two tigers flow Vajra type indestructible, to defend, but the palm had already hit him instantly. Puff! Bai Sangshu hit Li Qinshin's chest and abdomen with a palm, with a grim smile on his face, and scarlet blood between his lips and teeth. Fox Shadow Flow Rakshasa Palm. Li Qinshin's eyes were wide open, and his pupils were still trembling. He looked at the palm fixed between his chest and abdomen in disbelief. The terrible twisting force penetrated his body in an instant. Puff! His muscles were completely torn, and his heart was twisted by a force that penetrated his body. It was twisted and broken in an instant, like a rag that had been wrung out of water. Woo puff! Blood that was dark and almost black spurted out of Li Qinshin's nasal cavity. He suddenly felt nauseous and spit out a large mouthful of purple-black blood mixed with some internal organs. Seeing this, Li Qinshin's face was dejected, and he knew that his death was coming. Rakshasa Palm. What kind of monster are you? Li Qinshin fell down with a plop, and his body began to shake constantly. It was the human organs that had not completely lost their vitality trying to awaken the body's functions, and it was the wailing of countless cells in the human body that still retained vitality and wanted to save themselves. But unfortunately, no miracle came. Bai Sangshu stood in front of the clown Evans until his body stopped shaking. You killed no. JK741 Evans in the real world, the strength comparison between the two sides is 1 minute and 1.18 seconds, and there is no additional reward, no. JK741 Evans' highest attribute will increase your fixed attribute points, your agility attribute is increased by 1 point, no. JK741 Evans' private space has been integrated into your private space, you can check it after entering the space, special sequence sin and karma detected, your killing points are converted into sin points, currently, 1, sin points will affect your drop rate of opening Scarlet drop cards, you have unlocked a special milestone, Hunter, kill 3 reincarnations in the real world, 1/3. Bai Sangshu looked at the prompts in front of him indifferently, refreshing like a waterfall, and finally sighed in boredom, accepting the reality that Evans was really dead. He touched the twisted muscles on his chest, and the severe pain made him recall the excitement of the battle just now. His heartbeat gradually slowed down, but the feeling of life and death made him inexplicably obsessed. He looked at the corpse on the ground and even wanted him to stand up and fight again. TSK, Evans, you didn't even practice the secret of the two tigers. You are really useless. Bai Sangshu was suddenly disappointed with Evans. The other party might have gotten rid of the mentality of ordinary people to some extent, but his strength was not as strong as he expected. Whether it was the level of the fortune teller sequence or the degree of practice of two tigers martial arts, Bai Sangshu was disappointed. Bai Sangshu suddenly tore the twisted muscles on his chest downwards with force, and the pain of cutting bones made his face distorted. Xia Ning, who was lying on the ground, listened to the sound of muscle tearing, and his hair stood on end. He was very sure that this was not what he thought humans could do. Ordinary people will feel pain for a long time and unable to move freely when they have cramps. How can someone restore the dislocated and twisted muscles by themselves? Bai Sangshu was not completely hit by the Rakshasa Palm. After entering the absolute domain, he completely saw through the power and rotation of the Rakshasa Palm in an instant. He learned the two tigers flow manipulation flow type Lu that he had seen before, and applied the power to his body in the direction of the violent and twisted power. Therefore, he seemed to be knocked away more than 10 meters in an instant, and broke out of the door in an extremely tragic way. But the twisted power of the Rakshasa Palm was not fully exerted, and most of it was removed by Bai Sangshu's rotation. This is why Bai Sangshu not only did not die from the twisted internal organs, but was able to stand up and fight. All the seemingly incredible crazy behaviors always hide the truth and cause an effect that outsiders cannot understand. This is what Bai Sangshu thinks is his special rationality. Bai Sangshu stood up and looked at Hong Mei and Xiao Ning indifferently, which made the two tremble uncontrollably. Hong Mei's face was pale. Her palm was already pierced. When she saw Bai Sangshu, who was no longer as handsome as before, looking at her with a cold gaze, a stream of smelly urine flowed down instantly. Bai. Brother Bai, don't kill us. She couldn't even speak a complete sentence because of extreme fear. Xiao Ning was also shaking like a sieve. He had seen Bai Sangshu take action before. That crazy look scared him, but Bai Sangshu didn't kill anyone at that time. He was extremely sure that Bai Sangshu had really killed that equally scary young man just now. Killing. This kind of thing was witnessed by himself. He couldn't think of any reason for the crazy Bai Sangshu to spare him. His scalp was as painful as if it was torn apart. That was because of the intense fear that he was about to die. Xiao Ning, take your woman and these guys out. What happened today? At this time, Xiao Ning seemed to not feel the severe pain of his hand bones being cut. A desire for life made his adrenaline secrete wildly. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed, swearing, "We will definitely keep today's events to ourselves. No matter who asks, we only know that there was a gas explosion in the basement today. Other things? He. A correct version can be found in 1619, one book, one forum." Bai Sangshu's laughter made Xiao Ning dare not continue to speak. Bai Sangshu patted Xiao Ning's head. Even though the force was very light, Xiao Ning still subconsciously lay on the ground. He even felt a burning pain on the top of his head touched by Bai Sangshu. That was a sign that he was extremely scared. But Bai Sangshu didn't need him to swear at all. Before he came out of the space, he had already consulted the space in advance about the confidentiality agreement of the space and the relevant matters if the reincarnation died in the real world. Because the reincarnation has too much information from other worlds, it has already become a kind of asset of the space. So when the reincarnation dies, the body will eventually disappear and turn into a scarlet drop card, and everything about him will be forgotten. Whether it is his relatives or friends, or strangers who have just seen him, they will forget his existence. The dead reincarnation is like a blank file, and everything about him disappears completely. After Xiao Ning dragged Hong Mei, who was covered in urine, and the two people who had lost consciousness and fainted out of the basement, Bai Sangshu reached out and touched Li Qinshin's body. The complicated pattern on his right hand reappeared and turned into scarlet color. It seemed to penetrate his body and directly covered Li Qinshin's body. In just a moment, Li Qinshin's body completely disappeared from the world, leaving a scarlet drop card floating in front of Bai Sangshu. Bai Sangshu reached out and picked it up. You got a scarlet drop card Clown Evans. Description: a special drop card that condenses all the information of a reincarnationist. It can only be dropped by killing reincarnationists in the mission world or the real world in non-team cooperation mode. Effect: after crushing, you can draw one or more of the following rewards according to the kill points of both parties. A. 30% to 100% of the dimension points. B. 1 to 10 items in the backpack. C. Get an additional 10% of the main attribute to improve your own attributes. D. Randomly draw 1 to 3 specialties and keep the highest level of LV4. E. Randomly obtain 1 to 2 abilities, and the ability can only keep the level of LV1. You have activated the Scarlet Drop card. Bai Sangshu sat in the dormitory and crushed the last thing left by Clown Evans in this world. The scarlet light instantly turned into dots of glow, lingering around Bai Sangshu's hand. Drop is starting. The target killing points are being calculated. The target killing points are 13. The reward is increased. Calculating your kill points, it is found that X051 holds crime points. You will receive an additional reward option. Complete calculation. This time you start. You will be able to choose 2 of the following reward items as rewards. A. 50% of dimensional points. B. 3 items in the backpack. C. Get an additional 10% of the main attributes and add them to your own attributes. D. Randomly select 1 expertise and retain the highest level of LV4. E. Gain 1 ability randomly, and the ability can only retain LV1 level. The scarlet glow on Bai Sangshu's hand turned into a row of red writing, appearing before his eyes. The rewards of the 5 categories have all been corrected according to the current correction values, and may be the special characteristics of the so-called reincarnation of sin karma. Bai Sangshu can choose 2 as rewards at this time. You are simply tempting me to continue hunting the reincarnators, tisk. Bai Sangshu complained softly, but there was a smile in her eyes. He has realized that compared to those characters in the plot who are not clear about their identities, the battle between the reincarnations is more intense and suits his taste. Bai Sangshu looked at these 5 rewards, and it was directly eliminated by him, because he still had 3,950 dimensional points at the moment, which was the most abundant resource. And B is the one Bai Sangshu must choose, because he knows that in Evans's backpack, there must be the special skill, Magic Spear, that he showed to himself but never used. Magic Spear is also a martial arts stunt from the world of Fist Wish. It is a one-hit kill trick learned by the world's top martial arts master, Kuroki Genzai. It is a fusion of the arrow style and the Wei Wan style. Characteristics. Hiss while thinking, Baitractylode still maintained a special rhythmic breathing between his mouth and nose. Ripple Qigong was running almost non-stop. This Qigong itself has considerable effects in healing wounds and prolonging life. Before returning to space to use points to practice abilities, if you can improve your abilities in the real world, the effect will naturally be the best. But at this moment, when this Ripple Qigong is running, the ripples generated by the special breathing rhythm inside vibrate the muscles, causing him to feel severe pain. Perhaps, he really needs to use medical means to deal with his injuries a little bit, in case his condition is affected when the space starts a new mission. Choose B and C. In the end, Baixangju did not choose D or E. The combat effectiveness shown by Clown Evans was not particularly strong. The comparison of spatial calculation strength also showed that in the judgment of space, Evans' overall strength was only slightly higher than that of Baixangju. What makes him great is the particularity of the soothsayer sequence. His unique divination ability allows him to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune, and even obtain additional very secret information. But this ability needs to be digested by swallowing magic potion and using acting methods. Baixangju cannot determine whether this thing is counted as bloodline or something else. As for the abilities of other martial arts masters, Baixangju knew that there was a high probability that Evans had not mastered them when he saw that Evans had not used them until his death. Ordinary martial arts abilities only involve the control of muscles and the flow of power, but Baixangju doesn't want to waste an extraction opportunity. As for attribute points, the more the better. You chose B prop extraction, now start the extraction. You got the props Konoha medical scroll *2, white. You got the ability scroll, magic gun, blue. You got the prop advanced electronic information storage device U35, blue. You chose C attribute extraction, start extracting now. Your agility attribute increases by 1 additional point. The muscles all over Baixangju's body convulsed as if being electrocuted. He shook his hands and feet and found that he was indeed a little lighter. His agility attribute at this time has been increased to 14 points, almost 3 times that of ordinary people. He feels that his reaction ability has also been greatly enhanced. The fluttering movements of the birds outside the window became extremely clear in his eyes. If he wanted to, he could even shoot the stupid bird that always chirped hoarsely next to the dormitory with a pencil. Baixangju was suddenly startled. Was this bird outside the dormitory building before? Is this bird appearing too frequently in the past 2 days? He suddenly remembered what Officer Song said about surveillance. Is this one of the methods of that department? Baixangju checked the props he had just obtained. Konoha Medical Scroll, quality, white, ordinary. Check out the 16:9 bookbar and see the correct version. Description: a portable and fast medical item created by the medical ninja of the fire country in the ninja world, which can heal low-intensity injuries. Consumables, current inventory. 2. Effect: tear it open and stick it on the wound, and the yang attribute chakra stored inside will heal the injury. Baixangju looked at the wound on his chest, but still did not use this thing. The resources in the reincarnation space were very precious. The hospital could actually treat his muscle damage. He looked at the next scroll. Ability Scroll Magic Spear, C+, quality, blue, rare. Description: a killer fist move born from Kengan Ashura and its derivative world, combining the powerful penetrating attacks of the Strange Arm style and the Two Tiger style. Requirements for use: Constitution 15, have fist and foot specialization LV4 or above. Effect 1, send out a powerful penetrating attack. Effect 2, the ability is enhanced by the Two Tiger style and the Strange Arm style. This ability is rated as C+, because B level abilities almost all involve energy release. This complete physical ability, whether it is skill or explosive power, is already extremely terrifying. There are no restrictions on strength and agility in the usage requirements. I think these 2 points will only affect the effect of the ability. However, if the constitution is too low, using this move will make your hands useless first. The so-called Strange Arm style is actually the assassination boxing of Ryukyu, which combines the characteristics of Ryukyu martial arts, Chinese Tang Hand and other martial arts. It is necessary to hone one's limbs with the methods of traditional Chinese martial arts, and cooperate with the stimulation of qi on meridians and acupoints, and finally hone one's limbs into yi guns. Without this level of limbs, it is impossible to use the terrible trick magic spear. Baixangju guessed that this was probably the reason why Evans kept the scroll without using it. Baixangju's physical fitness was 12 points at the moment, and after wearing Tao Baibai's robe to get a temporary bonus, it was only 14 points, which still could not meet the requirements of practice. He knew that if his Ripple Qigong could be improved, he would be able to make new progress with the help of ripples. By then, perhaps he could perform the magic spear stunt. After Bai Sangshu put away these two things, he only had the so-called Advanced Electronic Information Storage Device U35 in his hand, which looked exactly like a white USB flash drive. Advanced Electronic Information Storage Device U35, quality, blue, rare, description, a special information storage device from future technology in the Terminator world. The stored information is very safe. Effect, stores information without being affected by low-tech virus software and without being tracked and locked by IP. Bai Sangshu plugged this thing into a laptop, but an electronic wallet account popped up. Obviously, this is Evan's digital currency storage tool. Bai Sangshu searched for the amount converted now and raised his eyebrows. Reincarnationists are really an easy profession to make money. There are actually more than $300,000? Binhai University is the only top university in Binhai City. The school area is quite large, with a total area of more than 9,000 acres. The campus where Attractaloads is located is not big. It is built near the sea and covers an area of 3,000 acres. Outside the campus is Binhai City's famous Huanhai Avenue, with beautiful scenery and moist sea breeze. This year's military training for freshmen has ended. Bai Sangshu was walking on campus, and many freshmen cast curious glances. There were even many brave girls who came over to say hello. Senior, which department are you from? Senior, would you like to add WeChat? These girls who have just entered college are always full of expectations for college and campus romance. But before Bai Sangshu responded, their seniors nodded awkwardly to Bai Sangshu, and then pulled a few people away. Don't be crazy, that person is not something you can mess with. Bai Sangshu smiled indifferently. He walked through the entire campus and exited the school gate. The sea breeze blew in his face, and there was a vague atmosphere of freedom. The degree of muscle damage on his body was not something that the school medical station could handle, but there was a good private hospital on the street next to Binhai University, presumably because of the potential geographical advantage of the university town. Bai Sangshu noticed that behind him, the strange black bird was indeed still hovering in the sky. He was even more certain that the bird was indeed part of the surveillance team. After Attractaloads was simply registered, the surgeon rebandaged and fixed him. The extent of his muscle contusion surprised the doctor. The doctor used acupuncture to repair and adjust Attractaloads' muscles. The severe pain in the process impressed Attractaloads, but he insisted not to use anesthetics. In a sense, Attractaloads is extremely adaptable to everything reincarnated. Careful in the details, but pretty crazy in the big picture. By the time everything was over and the bandaged Attractaloads came out, it was already sunset. The red sunset looks extremely beautiful on the sea. On the coastal boulevard, a red sports car was parked near the hospital. Luo Shui sat in the car nervously and kept talking to Song Xian through a Bluetooth headset. Master, what should I do? He's out. This is the first time Luo Shui has performed this kind of mission alone. Due to her background, she has rarely been on the front line. If it weren't for the special situation now, and she has the protection of that treasure, she can be completely immune to cognitive interference. Influence, and will not be allowed to enter the current department by his father. Song Xian's voice appeared from the headset, his voice was low and steady. Luo Shui, don't be too nervous. Bai Sangshu is just the object of our observation. He is not a bad person in the strict sense. You just need to have normal contact with him. We don't even need you to actually spy on any information. All we have to do is to ease the opposition and let him know that our monitoring is not a hostile act. Song Xian was also a little helpless. His actions were not supported by some people in the bureau. For those leaders who never went to the front line, the standards of action were always mechanical and did not know how to adapt. Those people don't know that in a place like infinite dimensional space, talents are always the scarcest. What a powerful reincarnation can do is simply too terrifying. Therefore, Song Xian had no choice but to send out the little girl Luo Shui. After all, Luo Shui had a special status, and even the leader of the bureau could not order her around. Luo Shui thought about it carefully and realized that this Bai Sangshu indeed only looked weird in the file. When he saw him, he didn't notice anything strange at all. She touched the pendant around her neck again, which was given to her by a Taoist master. Master Song Xian said it was a rare treasure that would make her invulnerable to evil. Luo Shui encouraged himself secretly for a while before opening the car door, but Bai Sangshu had already walked some distance away. She secretly smacked her thigh, which made that accidental encounter argument she had planned to use useless. Luo Shui caught up with Bai Sangju in small steps and said, "What a coincidence, classmate Bai, it's really you." The smile on Luo Shui's face was slightly stiff, and she also knew that what she said at the moment was embarrassing. Sure enough, Bai Sangju turned around and saw Luo Shui, and complained, "Didn't you come running here all the way? This is not an accidental encounter." When Luo Shui's face turned a little red, Bai Sangju changed the subject and said, "But I also know that I should have violated your rules by leaving the campus without permission, and I'm still worried. I'm relieved that you're here, not that officer Song." A smile appeared on Bai Sangju's face, which looked very warm under the orange-red sunset. When Luo Shui heard this, she found the topic and the starting point. She also smiled easily and said, "Yeah, my master always has a dark face. I was a little scared when I saw him, so I volunteered to ask if there was something wrong with your sudden departure from school." She felt that the topic unfolded very naturally, and she was secretly happy. Song Xian's face on the other side of the headset darkened. He didn't expect that his apprentice's way of finding topics was to complain about himself along with the person he was observing. Bai Sangju knew that Luo Shui's words were actually inquiring about his whereabouts, and he said truthfully, "I usually have the habit of working out. Yesterday I went to the shopping street opposite the school to work out. I never thought I would strain a muscle." He pulled his shirt down a little, revealing his bandaged chest. Luo Shui glanced over unconsciously, only to find that Bai Sangju had very clear muscle lines, which were not too much to say that he was sculpted with a knife. Is this man too strong? Is this the effect of training in the gym? Bai Sangju kept pulling open his clothes, but the female police officer kept looking at him. He coughed and pulled up his clothes. Luo Shui also blushed and coughed to explain, "Don't get me wrong, I'm confirming your injuries, and confirming what you said." A correct version in 16,191 book in one forum. Bai Sangju could see that the female police officer should have a good family background. The car should be the AMG SL63 under Benz, which is a very expensive sports car for ordinary people and should not be purchased by ordinary law enforcement personnel. So he didn't think the other party was lying for his naive attitude. Dealing with such people is always better than dealing with Song Xian. He took the opportunity to invite the other party to go to the commercial street for a drink, which made it easier for the other party to monitor him. Luo Shui felt that her actions today were quite smooth. Not only did she find out where Bai Sangju left the campus in the past 2 days, but she also successfully established a good relationship. She thought that Bai Sangju should have a good impression of her. But when she heard the cough of her master in the headset, she still refused. "Mr. Bai, you don't need to drink tea. I just came to see if you have any problems. If you have similar problems again, you can call me directly. I can help you within my authority." She gave her business card, then ran back to her car and left. Bai Sangju also smiled and waved, turned and walked towards the commercial street, and came to the gym upstairs of the bar yesterday. Xiaoning, who had a bandage on his hand, saw Bai Sangju coming over at this time, and his head drooped unconsciously. He didn't know why, but he became more afraid of Bai Sangju. "Xiaoning, have you got the iron sand I want?" Xiaoning nodded. "Those things are ready." He didn't dare to ask what those things were for. Bai Sangju waved his hand and walked into the VIP area on his own. Some new equipment was added here according to his request. Bai Sangju walked to the basin of heavy iron sand and suddenly inserted his hand directly into it. Puff! The rough iron sand instantly rubbed his skin and made it hot, but he seemed to feel nothing and continued to hurt his body. On the other side, Luo Shui listened to the roar of the engine and suddenly remembered. She forgot to ask Bai Sangju about the other party's parents. She clearly remembered it before, and Song Xian also said that he would remind her, but when Bai Sangju appeared, both of them had forgotten about it completely. After hard training, the Ripple Qigong Level 1 has been upgraded to Level 2, Ripple Qigong Level 2. When running, it slightly increases cell activity and slightly enhances the body's self-healing ability. Bai Sangju has a white bandage wrapped around his arm, and his breathing rhythm is sometimes short and sometimes long. This special rhythm of breathing makes him produce ripples in his body. After 5 days of almost uninterrupted use of Ripple Qigong, combined with Bai Sangju's almost harmful training of his body, he finally got a direct upgrade. Bai Sangju began to clearly feel the warm fluctuations in his body, the so-called ripples, which appeared in his body for the first time as if they were real. You have comprehended the sense of qi, and you can unlock the relevant sequences of martial artists and Qigong masters. Bai Sangju's guess is indeed correct. The so-called qi is actually a special energy generated by the body. Many breathing methods in Qigong have certain commonalities. The only difference is the quality, quantity, and utilization efficiency of qi. For example, in Demon Slayer and JoJo World, there are breathing methods that can improve human athletic ability and physical activity. The Chi in the Dragon Ball world highlights a huge, powerful martial artist who condenses Qigong waves, destroying cities and even continental plates. Even the monsters in the later period can easily destroy planets. At this moment, Bai Sangshu finally has the conditions to embark on that terrible road. Bai Sangshu untied the bandage, and there were scars on the joints and the back of his hands. In the Kengan world, there is a practice method similar to Dongsha ancient martial arts. Before practicing extremely destructive moves such as Rakshasa Palm or Magic Spear, you have to polish your body for several years. In the practice of Fox Shadow Flow, you must first strike water, that is, constantly hit the water in the basin with your palm, feel the changes in water, and feel the changes in force. Striking water day and night will eventually make the invisible and soft water become like sand iron that can rub scars on the palm. Using this hard practice, master, force twist, and thoroughly master the power of the spiral. Then it is sand hitting, then stone hitting, and finally you can enter the realm of flesh hitting. The so-called Fox Shadow Flow Rakshasa Palm is a killing skill obtained through this kind of hard training. Coincidentally, the strange arm flow required by Magic Spear is also through hard training, honing one's limbs to an inhuman level. Even more coincidentally, Ripple Qigong in the JoJo world also has two schools of practice methods. One is naturally the hard training and quiet training in Tibet, but the other is to quickly increase the realm of Ripple Qigong through extreme physical destruction. It was based on this cognition that Bai Sangshu bought a large amount of iron sand for hard training. In 5 days, he seemed to feel no pain, and finally got a rapid upgrade of Ripple Qigong. Attention, no. X051, you will start a new round of space delivery in 1 hour. Please confirm the safety of the surrounding environment in advance. The scarlet reminder suddenly appeared in front of Bai Sangshu. Bai Sangshu paused and continued to apply the ointment. He had about 30 minutes left in the public space, and it would take him about 10 minutes to get back to the dormitory from here. So, his time was not tight. Bai Sangshu packed up his things and left Xiaoning's gym, patting the latter on the shoulder, which made Xiaoning pale, fearing that he had done something wrong. Bai Sangshu calmly returned to the dormitory, closed the door and windows, confirmed that the bird could not enter the dormitory, and adjusted the time before giving the order to return to the space to the mark on his right hand. The mark of the word Sin enlarged in an instant, and then turned into a scarlet information flow, drowning Bai Sangshu. Bai Sangshu opened his eyes again and had returned to his private space, but unlike the last time, this time, his private space expanded by nearly 2 times, from the original small dormitory of less than 20 square meters to a room of nearly 60 square meters. This was the result of his private space swallowing up the other party's space after he killed Evans. Bai Sangshu had returned to the space once before to check the changes in his private space. After finding that Evans only stored some food and water in his private space and nothing valuable, Bai Sangshu redesigned the room and converted it into a very simple 1-bedroom apartment. Bai Sangshu sorted out his backpack, put on the peach-white-pink robe, and the disguise of the ancient god, and then pushed the door to the public space and went straight to the goddess residence. The so-called East District Miracle Goddess Residence is a mysterious place above a white jade staircase behind the 4 major functional institutions such as the Alchemy Institute. Bai Sangshu came to the entrance, and 2 white jade lions squatted in front of the white jade stairs. When Bai Sangshu approached, the 2 lions bowed their heads, sniffed, and then spoke human words. The smell of a newcomer. Well, there are tributes on you, you can go up. The 2 lions are more than 10 meters tall, and they are full of oppression. Bai Sangshu raised his eyebrows and guessed that the so-called tribute might be the singularity, because the reincarnations in the space seem to assume that only those with the singularity can go to the goddess's residence. He was in a hurry and did not delay. He quickly climbed the stairs, but a female voice suddenly sounded at this moment. In my residence, time will not flow. A correct version is available at 16,191 book in 1 forum. This voice, whether in timbre or pitch, perfectly matches Bai Sangshu's aesthetic taste. If it were a little sharper, it would sound harsh, and if it were a little deeper, it would not be melodious enough. It was so perfect that just hearing this voice would make people stop. Tisk, it's such a perfect voice that makes people want to vomit. Bai Sangshu commented in his heart. He didn't like those perfect things, but he did notice that the time he stayed in the public space was no longer passing. And he noticed that after he entered the white jade stairs, he didn't see other reincarnations, but with the number of reincarnations in the East District, this phenomenon was obviously unreasonable. No matter how precious the singularity was, it would not be used by Bai Sangshu alone. Perhaps, the moment he entered this white jade staircase, he was already in an independent space. This time, it was a smart boy. The female voice appeared again, and Bai Xiangshu confirmed that the other party could indeed read his thoughts. Is this the so-called goddess? Bai Xiangshu spent about 60 heartbeats walking up the white jade stairs and came to a huge and empty white jade square. The surroundings seemed to be shrouded in clouds and mist. When the clouds and mist occasionally disturbed, the blue sky and the sea of clouds could be seen. Coming to the center of the square, Bai Xiangshu looked at the huge statue in the middle and sighed again. This is the so-called goddess. Silver hair fluttering, red eyes like blood, skin as white as jade, without a single flaw on the body. The only difference is that the other party is probably more than 10 meters tall. Even if it is floating in the air, it fills Bai Xiangshu's entire field of vision. Why, is my appearance not enough for a goddess? According to statistics, the proportion of people who like silver hair and red eyes in East Asia is the highest. My appearance is always more comfortable than that big ball of light. The goddess of the East District was quite talkative and gave Bai Xiangshu a lot of information. For example, in the infinite space of a certain generation in the past, there was neither public space nor the right to form a team freely. All reincarnations were constantly thrown like poisonous insects, and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. In this generation, not only did the reincarnations have considerable freedom, but even the Lord God became this lovable appearance. But no matter how his appearance changes, it cannot be changed at all. This guy may be the essence of the manifestation of space. In other words, it is the so-called miracle of the East District in front of him that determines the life and death of countless reincarnations. TSK, the newcomers recently are really rude. The silver-haired and red-eyed goddess made an inelegant voice and fell from the air. The smiling expression on her face also completely disappeared. She made a very vulgar gesture. Please select the function you want to choose. A. Improve the authority of the reincarnationist. B. Ability advancement, ability removal related. C. Bloodline advancement, bloodline removal related. D. Sequence advancement, sequence removal related. E. Insufficient rating, not unlocked. Bai Xiangshu stared at these options, and an explanation appeared after each option. The so-called reincarnationist authority is a completely different system from the reincarnationist strength rating. This reincarnationist authority represents what kind of special treatment you, the reincarnationist, can have in the infinite dimensional space. For example, you can predict the next mission world in advance, form a team, form a gathering, increase the time you stay in the public space, and even use the function of the space to recruit someone to become a reincarnationist. Bai Xiangshu is currently a new reincarnationist and has no authority at all. But you can use singularity to improve your authority. To upgrade from a newcomer to a 1-star reincarnation, 1 sea-level singularity is needed. Each time a 1-star reincarnation returns to space from a mission world, it will gain an extra 2 hours of stay time, which can be accumulated. To upgrade from a 1-star reincarnation to a 2-star reincarnation, 1 B-level singularity is needed. In addition to gaining an extra 2 hours of stay time, a 2-star reincarnation will also be able to know the time of the next round of delivery 1 day in advance. In addition, a 2-star reincarnation will be able to create his own team and use contracts to allow multiple reincarnations to work together to perform tasks. Bai Xiangshu felt that there was no need to check the 3-star reincarnation and the higher level, title reincarnation, for the time being. Because the 3 very practical functions of the subsequent, ability, bloodline, and sequence, all require singularity, and singularity is the only special currency required by the goddess. The purchasing power of this thing was beyond Bai Xiangshu's cognition. He began to understand why the other party accepted the transaction even though he cut off 2,000 dimensional points when trading, Ripple Qigong, because singularity really has an irreplaceable role. Bai Xiangshu still had 1 B-level singularity and 2 D-level singularities on him at this time. He looked up at the huge goddess, who seemed to be completely unaffected by gravity and was floating gently in the air. Ability Ripple Qigong, C+, LV2 to LV3, 1 E-level singularity is required. Do you want to use it? Bai Xiangshu tried it and found that the cost of improving ability was relatively low. Any ability below B-level, at the stage below LV4, only needs 1 E-level singularity to improve 1 level, but when breaking through to LV4 or higher, D-level singularity is required. But think about it, it is reasonable. After all, these abilities are cultivated by the reincarnationists themselves with time and resources, and low levels are relatively easy to upgrade. Bai Xiangshu spent 5 days to improve his Ripple Qigong by 1 level. It is hard to determine which is more valuable, 5 days of real time or 1 E-level singularity. Special sequence sin and karma advanced query failed, insufficient reincarnation rating. The advancement of the sequence seems to be accompanied by hidden conditions. After thinking for a moment, Bai Sangshu split one of the remaining 2 D-level singularities into 3 E-level singularities. Then he used one. With the blessing of the goddess, ability Ripple Qigong LV2 has been improved. Currently, Ripple Qigong LV3, Bai Sangshu feels that the activity of his body's cells has increased significantly, but he is still not satisfied. Ability Ripple Qigong C+, LV3 to LV4, requires 1 D-level singularity. Do you want to use it? Use. With the blessing of the goddess, the ability Ripple Qigong LV3 has been upgraded. Currently, Ripple Qigong LV4, when running, improve various body functions, strength +1, agility +1, constitution +1, the body has the ability to quickly heal minor injuries. Ripple Qigong C+, breaks through to LV4, please choose the deepening direction. 16 to 9 1 book 1 bar, 1 look at the correct version. A. Ripple strengthening, additional enhancement of some body functions. B. Ripple sprinting, can release ripples through fists, enhance strength. Bai Sangshu saw that when the ability breaks through to LV4, you can choose the direction of improvement and deepening. The 2 directions of Ripple Qigong, one represents further enhancement of the body, but the ripples remain in the body for the time being. B chose to release the ripples, and the Ripple Qigong began to show the ability of ripple sprinting, with the effect of close-range release. Bai Sangshu's physical attributes were already quite high at this moment. At this stage, he thought that his physical skills were not weak, so after a simple thought, he chose the more special, ripple sprinting, to strengthen. In an instant, he felt that the ripple power in his body was greatly enhanced, and the rich ripples vibrated in his body and wandered on the surface of his body. The injury on his hand was instantly numb, showing signs of recovery. At the same time, he felt that he could punch with the ripples together with his fist. Energy attribute +1, Bai Sangshu was wearing peach white-pink robe at this time. His physical fitness had increased by 2 points. With the effect of Ripple Qigong, his physical fitness had reached 15 points, meeting the most basic training conditions of magic spear. He tore open the scroll, and the scroll turned into a stream of information flowing into his body. Bai Sangshu instantly felt his muscles trembling constantly, and a large amount of muscle memory poured into his body. His body seemed to have turned the ability of magic spear into instinct and integrated it into his body because he had practiced it for a long time. You have mastered the ability, Magic Spear, C+, ability Magic Spear, C+, LV1 to LV2, 1 E-level singularity is required. Do you want to use it? Use Bai Sangshu is not the kind of hamster-type player who will store a lot of resources. On the contrary, he is quite extravagant and very open-minded about resources. In an instant, he used the 2 extra E-level singularities again to upgrade the Magic Spear to LV3, Magic Spear LV3, strong piercing burst at close range, terrible destructive power. After leaving the goddess residence, Bai Sangshu came to the rank management office, where there was also a female space character wearing knight armor. Wow, you've reached the level so quickly? To reach the level, it's very simple. Kill a plot character with a level or above in one-on-one, and bring his head to me. His head will become your strength. You have accepted the advanced task, the enemy's flesh and blood, my sustenance. Kyo Kusunagi's gloves right, quality, silver plot equipment, set, description. The gloves worn by Kusanagi Ryu fighting master Kyo Kusanagi are contaminated with red flames. Effect 1, manipulate red flames. When attacking while wearing this glove, red flames can be produced. Effect 2, unarmed specialization increases LV3 additionally. Effect 3, hide. The appearance of this piece of equipment caused a small sensation in Shanti East District. Silver plot equipment is already rare, and this is a set item. Moreover, the effect of this item is extremely versatile. Unarmed specialization covers almost all types of physical combat, such as fighting, martial arts, etc., and can all receive bonuses. Therefore, even Bai Sangshu, who was pressed for time, stopped. The owner of the stall was a maroon woman wearing a black and white maid uniform. This disguise was extremely exquisite. She was holding a coffee cup in her hand. She seemed not to be in a hurry at all, and she slowly rejected other people's offers. This prop only accepts exchanges for items of equal value, or offers with a minimum B-level singularity point. The woman's voice was calm, her eyelids were drooped, and she looked quite noble. Bai Sangshu frowned. Because of his previous experience of being divined by Evans, he began to unconsciously pay attention to some coincidental things. For example, he happened to have a B-level singularity in his backpack at the moment. Therefore, he thought for a while, turned around and left. This item was very popular, and even the B-level singularity might not necessarily be able to be obtained. Instead of wasting time, it was better to find a way to get rid of the items in his backpack that were temporarily unused. Desert Eagle Infinite Bullets version, quality, white, description, the classic model of the reincarnation space. This is the work of the master Li Shuishi, strong power, average rate of fire, TSK. Bai Cangzhu raised his eyebrows, thinking that there were indeed many people with worrying mental conditions among the reincarnations. This alchemist's code name and this weapon were both full of tribute. His glance made the stall owner think he had met someone who could catch the radio wave, and he became energetic. This, Li Shuishi, indeed looks ordinary. He looked at Bai Cangzhu and said, it seems that you are also interested in the same thing. How come, when you come to a ghost place like infinite space, how can you not have a desert eagle with infinite bullets? For the sake of my fellow friends, I will only charge you 2,000 dimensional points. The price is indeed not that expensive, but Bai Cangzhu has a blue, doom knocks on the door. In exchange for this desert eagle, I am afraid I will have to practice shooting skills. Bai Cangzhu shook his head, and suddenly a light flashed in his hand, and he took out something. Since we are the same hobby, I guess you won't be able to resist the temptation of dual-wielding Gauss pistols and using gun fighting skills in the future. How about a dual-wielding weapon specialization first? What he had in his hand was the scroll of dual-wielding weapon specialization. The value of this thing was not high, but after all, it could open up a specialization, which was still much higher than consumables and weapons without special effects. Li Shuishi did not expect that someone would sell props to him at his stall, and he was also an infinite horror fan. Coincidentally, he does have a tendency to develop in the direction of dual-wielding weapons, and he recently had the opportunity to get a job in the roaming gunners sequence. Therefore, Li Shuishi just coughed and accepted. How about 3,000 dimensional points? This kind of specialization scroll is not particularly rare. Bai Cangzhu didn't know the specific price, but he still shook his head. This is a basic strategy for negotiation. You must reject the other party's first offer. Li Shuishi secretly clicked his tongue and was about to continue bargaining. Bai Cangzhu pointed at the things in his stall and said, I want 2 sets of these, high-speed hemostatic spray, and high-explosive grenade, how about it? Li Shuishi is a staunch, technology-side, reincarnator. He feels that those reincarnators who studied various martial arts and even special abilities in the early days are all shabby. Why take the huge risk to compete with the characters in the plot when you can obviously do it with one shot? Your strength is over 10, and your punch can weigh 1,000 pounds. You are so awesome. You can break a thinner tree trunk with one punch. But when I drop a high-explosive grenade, it can cause devastating damage to enemies within a radius of nearly 10 meters. Therefore, he not only specialized his private room, but also found someone to purchase a considerable number of drawings. He is a special reincarnation who uses his manufacturing ability to support himself. He looked at the items on his stall. Although he sold these 2 sets of props separately and the total value should be more than 5,000 points, for him, the cost was not high after all. This transaction is not a loss either. You got props high-explosive grenades 3, high-speed hemostatic spray 2, you have lost the item dual-wielding weapon specialization scroll. Please return to the private space immediately, the task delivery is about to begin. Bai Cangzhu had just finished preparations, and returned to his private space as soon as his mind moved. 3, 2, 1, publishing starts. A large amount of white information flow poured out of the private space in an instant, completely overwhelming Bai Cangzhu's consciousness. Bai Cangzhu stood there, unable to even think due to the huge amount of information in his brain, and he was completely unaware of the transition between time and space. I don't know how much time passed, maybe a moment, maybe longer. Bai Cangzhu suddenly opened his eyes, and the rich fragrance of flowers made him frown. A correct version of the book in 16-9-1. The sky was dim, with only a few dim sunlight still hanging in the sky. There were deep forests all around, and the trees were generally 7 or 8 meters high, with dense branches and leaves, making the forest seem even more quiet. The ground was covered with dry and rotten fallen leaves. If it weren't for the strong fragrance of flowers, perhaps this place would have been extremely smelly. Bai Cangzhu stood up and noticed that there were several figures around, and each person kept a distance of several meters. Is this a multiplayer mission this time? Ah. As the night fell, many crows made unpleasant calls and circled away. Tisk, these Japanese things like to design crows, which make people upset. At this time, someone spoke, and Bai Cangzhu looked at the other party, only to see a tall figure wearing a bamboo hat, with his back to Bai Cangzhu, and a long sword on his waist. The other people also looked at the person who spoke first, but did not greet each other. Bai Sangshu noticed that there were 7 people in the field, including himself. 4 of them stood in pairs, as if they were entering in a group, while the man in the bamboo hat, Bai Sangshu, and a young woman wearing black-framed glasses were all lone travelers. The few people looked at each other for a few times, and the lone woman walked to the side of Bai Sangshu and the man in the bamboo hat without making a sound, forming a vague confrontation. Just at this moment, the information in front of him began to refresh. World loading completed, Mission World, Demon Slayer Derivative World P9971. This derivative world has not been affected by other reincarnations for the time being. Mission type, multiplayer cooperative mission. In this world, reincarnations kill each other, and scarlet drop cards will not be generated. The sin points of sinful reincarnations are not limited by this. Challenge difficulty, low medium, time limit, 30 days. Note, your disguise ancient god appearance is not visible to plot. Characters, note, in this world, you have been educated by the constant language. In this world, you can obtain and unlock the following milestones, which will affect the task rating and title acquisition. Ghost Hunter, kill more than 20 ghosts. Killer, kill more than 100 humans, 9 out of 100. Martial Artist, contact and practice any martial arts school, and obtain corresponding expertise. Pharmacy Expert, make more than 10 potions of this world. Spirit Seer, rare sea spirits. Bai Sangshu pursed his lips. It turned out to be the world of Demon Slayer. He felt the ripple qigong in his body and his face was a little strange. Demon Slayer, the world is not difficult. Fortunately, I bought 2 slave shackles. I can make a lot of money this time. At this time, a pair of reincarnations standing at the farthest distance from Bai Sangshu spoke as if no one was around, and whistled. Bai Sangshu also smiled. Yes, it's great, this world. Task starts, Main Mission 1, survive until dawn. Main Mission 2, join any camp. Main Mission 3, open after completion of Main Mission 2. Side Mission, destroy the cannibals in the mountains. This mission was displayed in scarlet writing. At this moment, a piercing scream came from the distance. Ah! The fear and pain revealed in the voice made several reincarnations become a little more serious. Everyone, since this is a team cooperation mode, why don't we all communicate first? If our tasks do not conflict, we can also cooperate with each other. The woman walking alone took the initiative to speak, attracting everyone's attention. The 2 people who had just said they had bought slave shackles were ready to leave, but after hearing this, they still turned their heads and looked at the woman. Seeing that the others did not leave directly, the woman took a step forward, opened her arms, and took the initiative to say, if I guess correctly, everyone's main task 1 should be to survive until sunrise tomorrow. How did you know? The duo walked out of the shadows under the trees, revealing their faces. Both were wearing black night clothes for easy movement. One was carrying a giant sword, and the other was carrying a samurai sword. Their hair was wrapped in a black turban. Bai Sangshu stared at the footsteps of the 2 people and found that their feet could not touch the ground when they moved. He guessed that these 2 people were probably quite agile. Different from the careless appearance on the surface, he is actually quite alert. Even if he is a team of 2, he is always ready to escape on the move. Another duo also came over at this time. They were a man and a woman. The man had blonde hair that is common in the anime world. He was tall and muscular. He was wearing a large hip-hop style t-shirt. The woman has long green hair, curly and trailing behind her. The woman is close to 1.8 meters tall, with cold eyes, and a thin sword at her waist. The woman wearing black-rimmed glasses took another step forward. At this time, she had moved to the center of the group, vaguely taking the lead in the conversation. I have my own intelligence channels and know a lot about space and the mission world. You can call me, Professor. The woman who gave the code name spoke very quickly. This kind of mission that only requires survival is the most difficult type in space, because this kind of mission shows that space believes that it is very difficult for us to survive until sunrise. And this mission world is a teamwork mission world, so I think when the space calculates our survival difficulty, it is calculated together. At this point, the woman stopped, but several other people also heard what the woman meant. What the little girl means is that this night, there will be a ghost that can kill all of us reincarnations? The man in the hat seems to be quite young. The tone of his voice is very much like an elder talking to a junior, but there is no guarantee that this is not a deliberate disguise. The woman who claimed to be a professor nodded, looked at the others, and said calmly, I am a reincarnation who is good at analyzing and exploring the mission world, and my combat ability is average. I think this is what this main mission reveals, so I suggest that everyone not disperse and survive tonight first. I know that everyone must have their own support. You may not take ordinary cannibals seriously, but what if it's the 12th ghost moon? What if it's the first quarter? The woman kept speaking, dispelling the desire of others to speak to refute. The combat capabilities of ordinary cannibals in Demon Slayer world are indeed not that outrageous. A well-trained soldier can withstand enough if they have sufficient ammunition. Even if the cannibals cannot be completely killed, the large-caliber firearms will cause terrible injuries to these cannibals who can be injured by the Taisho-era muskets. But the 12 ghost moons are different. The 12 ghost moons have unique blood ghost skills and their recovery ability is much stronger. Anyone encountered in the night may have accidents. When Bai Sangju heard this, he actually understood that this woman was probably the type who was not good at fighting. That's why I always take the initiative to speak up and maintain the existence of the team. Is this kind of person really suitable to survive in this space? Bai Sangju doesn't believe in this kind of thing that ties life and death to so-called companions. Perhaps, the other party also has some trump cards. Without saying a word, he turned and walked away into the night. Hey, didn't you hear? It's possible that the 12 ghost moons will appear. The woman called Bai Sangju, but Bai Sangju ignored her. He just waved his hand and said, hey, didn't you smell it? The fishy smell in the air is getting stronger and stronger. He vaguely reminded a few people, and as expected, the others instantly became nervous, and guns began to appear in a few people's hands. In fact, Bai Sangju didn't smell any fishy smell at all, but from the time the woman mentioned the 12 ghost moons, killing intention sense, made him aware of the vague peeping. Moreover, attractaloads is not stupid. The rich floral fragrance that he could smell when he woke up was obviously a reminder from the space. There must be wisteria flowers nearby. If there are really man-eating ghosts that can destroy the reincarnations, that place will be a refuge for the reincarnations. Attractaloads is walking towards the place where the flowers are fragrant. Several people behind him also reacted at this time, and the professor said let's go to where the wisteria flowers are first. Puff, puff, puff. Heavy footsteps sounded, and a tall figure emerged from the dense forest, and the smell of blood instantly became strong. Bai Sangju looked up and happened to see a huge monster over 3 meters tall and covered in green, emerging from behind the bushes. A correct version in 16:9 book bar. The white hair on the top of the cannibal's head was connected to the beard, stained with a lot of blood and flesh, and he was holding half of the corpse in his hand. The internal organs and blood and flesh kept falling. Wisteria? No. Don't go to the wisteria, okay? The cannibal's voice was low, and his huge eyes were full of pleading. I'm hungry. You stay here and let me eat meat, okay? The cannibal raised his left hand, grabbed a bull-thick tree, broke it directly, and then suddenly swept towards Bai Sangju. Bang! A huge gunshot sounded instantly. The cannibal's thick arm and the tree fell to the ground in front of Bai Sangju. Bai Sangju stood still, feeling the strong wind blowing. He estimated that the strength of this cannibal was probably quite high, much higher than his own. Ah! It hurts! The cannibal looked at his broken arm in astonishment, and began to cry out in pain after a while. A hand cannon appeared in the professor's hand, and it was still smoking. Seeing that the cannibal was not moving very quickly, the others also started. The nightclothes duo was indeed very fast. The two started in an instant, and in the midst of smoke and dust, they came from both sides behind the cannibal. The sword light lit up, and the cannibal's ugly head was cut off in an instant. Let's go first. It's not easy to kill it without the sun will sword. The professor spoke, and the few people were about to move forward. Suddenly, whoosh! A black shadow flew out of the cannibal's head that fell to the ground. It appeared in front of Bai Sangju in an instant, and its sharp claws suddenly reached Bai Sangju's chest. The man in the bamboo hat had a gleam in his eyes, and the long sword on his waist was half an inch out of its sheath. But before he could make a move, Bai Sangju's left hand had appeared in front of him at some point. Puff! This naked cannibal, who was less than 70 centimeters in size, was firmly strangled by his neck. A grim smile appeared on Bai Sangju's face. You picked the wrong opponent, little ghost. The ripple force appeared in Bai Sangju's hand, and the pale cannibal screamed instantly. Chapter 38, Flying Sword Style. Luchi. Bai Sangju kept a strange rhythm in his breathing, and the ripples generated by the vibrations in his body had the same frequency as the sun. This is why Bai Sangju smiled when he saw that the world he entered was Demon Slayer. Perhaps, at this moment, he had its special attack against demons that was more terrifying than breathing of the sun. How the professor and others were shocked to see that the cannibal hidden in the huge body was actually burning in the hands of the horrible-looking reincarnation. Is it a fire ability?
No, the professor quickly denied his guess because he saw that the cannibal quickly turned into ashes in the flames. It was actually killed directly. Although high-level abilities can kill cannibals directly without relying on the sunblade, the reincarnation who can enter the same world with a newcomer like him must not be a very powerful reincarnation.
Ripple run?
Bite Sanshu looked at the professor, who knew he had spoken out of turn and took 2 steps back. Before Bite Sanshu could speak, the dense forest suddenly shook continuously, and the sound of branches and leaves rubbing against each other became louder and louder. The professor suddenly realized something and said, "Run, it's a ghost tide." Whoosh! A figure broke through the air and rushed directly to the professor who was speaking from the dense forest. Bite Sanshu's pupils trembled slightly, and with his superior dynamic vision, he saw that the person rushing towards him was a cannibal with a green body and wearing tattered linen clothes. Judging from the figure of this cannibal, it should have become a ghost when it was a child.
Dinner is ready. After the professor gave a warning, her heart was trembling.
When she heard the sound of breaking through the air, she already felt bad. She only had time to raise her hand and randomly fired a shot at the front of her, and was instantly knocked down.
Bang!
The professor's hand cannon made a lot of noise and exploded again in the night. The professor's shoulder was in great pain. She saw a cannibal with half of its body missing, biting her shoulder with red eyes. With just one bite, the white bones were exposed.
Ah!
As the professor cried out in pain, a large number of black shadows in the dense forest kept rushing over, and terrible howling sounds also sounded at this time.
Little ones, it's a new person.
Dozens of cannibals rushed out of the woods, and each cannibal exuded a fishy smell. This scene made the pupils of the 2 reincarnations in night clothes shrink suddenly. The 2 looked at each other and turned around and ran towards the periphery.
What teamwork!
In this case, the world is big and your life is the most important. The escape of the 2 caused a cry among the cannibals.
The 2 swordsmen ran away. Let's eat this side first. Sure enough, there are pastures at the bottom of Tingshi Mountain.
Amid the screams, dozens of cannibals howled and pounced on the remaining reincarnations. The professor was suffocated when he saw this scene, but suddenly, the man in the bamboo hat raised his head and the long sword on his waist was instantly unsheathed.
Ming!
Under the moonlight, the silver-white knife light suddenly appeared.
Puff! The professor's pupils shrank, and scarlet blood sprayed all over her face.
She wiped the blood off her glasses, and then she saw that the little ghost biting her shoulder had broken into 4 pieces, fell to the ground, and kept shaking. The man in the bamboo had held the sheath in one hand and the sword in the other. The blade of the sword was clear and the man's posture was extremely relaxed.
Ha! There are still swordsmen?
A cannibal with green hair scattered in front of him saw the scene, took 2 steps back, stepped into the darkness, and slowly merged into the darkness and disappeared. The man in the bamboo hat also sank in his heart. This was obviously a cannibal who mastered the blood ghost art. In the Demon Slayer, cannibals have obvious stages.
Newly born cannibals are often just beasts with speed, strength and recovery ability higher than ordinary people.
If there are many humans or brave men, they can also rely on physical strength to defeat them.
But if this kind of cannibal eats a lot of humans, they will evolve.
While their own speed, strength and recovery ability are enhanced, they will awaken a special ability called blood ghost art. This kind of cannibal is often difficult to deal with, and the Demon Slayer Corps needs to send out elites or multiple people to deal with it. Later, there are special individuals called 12 Demon Moons. How could this mission encounter so many demons, and among them there are individuals who have mastered blood demon arts?
There is something wrong with this mission. The man in the bamboo hat, Lu Chi, guessed this in his mind, but his hands did not stop moving.
He sheathed his sword, lowered his body center of gravity, bent his knees slightly, and held his right hand on the hilt of the sword. The whole person exuded a terrible killing intent in an instant.
The professor covered her shoulder and took 2 steps back.
She hesitated in her eyes, but finally gritted her teeth, held the hand cannon with both hands, raised her hand and shot at the cannibals who were howling and rushing in front of her.
Bang!
In the huge sound, the air was blown away together. A large number of fine bullets instantly blasted several cannibals jumping in the air into sieves. At this moment, in the shadow behind the professor, the cannibal with green hair and face reappeared from the darkness. He opened his mouth, his teeth were interlaced, and the flesh and blood that had not been cleaned out exuded a foul stench. The professor smelled the smell and turned his head, only to see that the mouth had been torn to the neck and biting down on his head.
Read the correct version in 1619 book bar.
She saw from the corner of her eye that the man in the bamboo hat still maintained the posture of drawing the sword and did not make a move, and the professor's heart sank.
I am going to die. Ming. The next moment, the man in the bamboo hat drew his sword instantly. His speed was so fast that his arms and blade could not be seen at all. Only a crescent moon was seen rising, and the huge mouth was cut off along with the body. Flying sword style speedy sword drawing technique? The professor was pressed down by the inertia of the corpses. She understood the ability of the man in the bamboo hat, and she guessed that the level of this sword drawing technique was probably at least LV4, and it was also equipped with a very high swordsmanship expertise. This man is a master. The man in the bamboo hat broke the siege with one strike, and continued to draw his sword without stopping. If the sword is not sheathed, then use the scabbard to cut. Flying sword style double dragon flash. Puff. The wooden scabbard instantly blasted away another cannibal that pounced on Lu Qi. The force was so great that the cannibal's cervical vertebrae were completely broken. Lu Qi's sword light kept lighting up, and the sturdy blonde man on the other side also cooperated with his female companion to blast away the cannibal. Several reincarnations barely managed to keep their numbers intact. Even the professor who was injured at the beginning calmed down at this time. Suddenly, she realized the problem. Where is the man with the wave qigong? You killed the cannibal ghost and got 10-dimensional points, you killed the cannibal ghost and got 15-dimensional points, you killed the cannibal ghost Hentaro and got 100-dimensional points. Milestone Ghost Hunter Progress Update, currently June 20th. Like Sanshu ran frantically in the dense forest. He felt like he had found a monster cage in a game. The wave sprint is a power that can instantly turn creatures that are afraid of sunlight, such as the Pillar Man and vampires, into ashes, and the cannibal ghosts in the Demon Slayer world are no exception. The ripples on his fist were as pure as sunlight. When he hit the cannibal ghost with one punch, it began to burn. Go find Master Hand Ghost, this guy, ah. Bite Sangshu stomped his left foot violently on the ground, his body was as violent as a raging fire, and he punched the cannibal with his fist, and slammed it on the tree trunk. Bang! As the bull-thick tree fell, the pale flames also burned on the cannibal, and in the blink of an eye the cannibal turned into black ash and fell. Bite Sanshu was violent, chasing the cannibal in the dense forest. The third Rakshasa palm. Ha ha! The professor tried her best to control her breathing. Although she knew that this mission would be difficult, she did not expect that it would be so dangerous. The teamwork mission of 7 reincarnations was almost wiped out on the first night. She had a bandage on her left shoulder and a scar on her thigh. Lu Qi, the man in the hat, no longer had the same chic posture as before. A gap was made in the hat, revealing his slightly old-fashioned face. The other duo also had injuries on their bodies. After the initial panic, the few people discovered that many cannibals were chasing the other 3, so they retreated and came to the current hiding place. It is said to be a hiding place, but in fact it is just a wisteria forest. There are many wisteria flowers in bloom in this area, which makes it somewhat beautiful under the night. More importantly, wisteria flowers are extremely poisonous to creatures like ghosts. Therefore, after recovering from their injuries, the dozens of pursuing cannibal ghosts could only linger in the distance and did not dare to approach. The sturdy blonde man was relieved when he saw this scene. His strong body collapsed a little. After the woman beside him treated his wound, the two came to the professor and Lu Qi and said coldly, "There must be some special reincarnations among you." The woman has long green hair, fluffy and curled behind her back. She is tall, condescending, and full of momentum. The main target of her observation is Lu Qi, who is wearing a bamboo hat. This man's fighting ability is indeed quite extraordinary. I am afraid that even if he is not at the same level, he is still close to him. If he didn't use that move, he might not be able to defeat that kind of rapid sword drawing technique. For reincarnators, if future growth potential is not considered, the most powerful genre in the early stage is undoubtedly the shooting genre that relies on thermal weapons. Combined with the characteristics of the reincarnation world, after reaching a certain level, the enemy can hardly be solved with conventional thermal weapons. Immortality, regeneration, and impenetrable defense. Thermal weapons will encounter bottlenecks, but humans will not. Therefore, White Blade is the most powerful sect in the eyes of most people. In the early stage, it has the best lethality among melee factions, and in the middle and later stages, it has a lot of room for growth. The so-called one sword can defeat all methods, whether it is in the animation world, film and television world, or novel derivative world. It is a very powerful school. The professor's eyes moved and he also looked at Lu Qi, but Lu Qi snorted and shook his head. "Why do you two little girls test me? You can clearly see that the guy in the disgusting pink robe is the most abnormal person in the team." The cannibal who first appeared targeted him immediately. Even after his head was cut off, he did not attack the professor who shot him. Instead, he stared at the guy and attacked. He is probably the strongest among us. The professor discovered that Lu Qi was not as simple as he appeared. Although he was wearing a hat, he could see the situation very clearly. The green-haired woman's eyes softened slightly at this time. It seems that there are no stupid people here, so let me tell you straight away, there is something wrong with this mission world. Vincent and I have seen this situation before. This so-called Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba derivative world P9971, must have undergone major changes, which is completely different from the original plot direction, so that such an unusually difficult game would occur. Task. The green-haired woman's codename was Elizabeth, and her face was gloomy. She had only participated in this kind of mission that changed the world's plot on a large scale once, but that time, of the 16 reincarnators in the mission world, only 3 returned to space in the end. People. The professor pondered for a moment and then spoke. Yes, I also think that we may have been disturbed by the reminder that this world is not affected by reincarnations. This is a derivative world, and the direction of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba's original world is not necessarily the same. Furthermore, an ogre just mentioned Tingshi Mountain. If I guessed correctly, the place we are at right now is probably the venue for the final selection in the original work, Tingshi Mountain. Lu Qi and Elizabeth were both startled. They looked up at the dense wisteria flowers above their heads, and had to believe that this was probably the place where the Demon Slayer team imprisoned cannibals for the Demon Slayer swordsman entrance examination. But now, this place has obviously been destroyed, and ghosts are running rampant. Only this small section of the wisteria forest surrounding Tingshi Mountain is left, which is completely unable to prevent the cannibals from escaping. Vincent touched the bloody wound on his chest. He was just a hair away from being chopped in half by the cannibal that could slash blood through the air like a sharp blade. Are those 3 guys still alive? The professor is not sure and can only say maybe, we can go look for it in the morning. This kind of world is not something we can mess around with. You killed the cannibal Xiaohua and obtained 200 dimension points. Milestone Ghost Hunter Progress Update. Currently, 9/20, Bai Sangju had reached the depths of the jungle unknowingly, and he finally killed this cannibal that could change directions strangely in the air. The other party's blood ghost technique was quite special, and it seemed that he could borrow power out of thin air. At this time, Bai Sangju also had several wounds left on his body, but the wounds were very shallow. When Attractalodes wears Tao Baibai's pink robe, her agility attribute is as high as 16 points. Attractalodes' nerve reflexes and physical reaction speed are extremely exaggerated. The cannibal changed direction in midair, but Bai Sangju always managed to dodge it, and finally seized the opportunity to smash the opponent's head with one punch. Xiaohua, the name is not bad. Bai Sangju said this, but his mind was actually highly concentrated. His killing intent perception told him that there was a strong killing intent surrounding him. Rumble. The ground suddenly shook violently, and Bai Sangju's heart moved. He raised his right foot high and slammed it down. A correct version of the book in 1619. Boom! In the strong impact, the huge blue-gray arm that broke out of the ground paused, and Bai Sangju was thrown into the air by a stronger force. Bai Sangju came to the sky above the dense forest in an instant, and finally took in the surrounding terrain completely. This was a long mountain. There were sparse wisteria forests on the periphery of the mountain, but the mountain was already in a mess. At Bai Sangju's feet, the blue-gray giant hand stretched out from the ground. It turned out to be a huge arm more than tens of meters long, and the palm size was probably more than 3 meters in diameter. The body of that thing also looked up and saw Bai Sangju being thrown into the air. The cannibal's eyes narrowed with a smile. It was huge, and its body was like bluestone. Circles of arms completely surrounded its body, and only part of it was inserted into the ground to attack. Hand Ghost. It should have been a slightly stronger cannibal in Fujiki Mountain, but the one in front of Bai Sangju at this time was no longer the same level as the hand ghost that Tanjiro encountered in the original work. Because it used its arms to wrap around its neck, the sound it made from its mouth was also very dull. Hee hee, are there any remnants of the Demon Slayer core now? I think that adult will be happier after eating you. This powerful hand ghost, who didn't know how many people he had swallowed at this time, showed clear handwriting in his eyes, lower string. But unlike the lower string ghost in Bai Sangju's impression, there were no numbers in his eyes. Several huge arms simultaneously grabbed from the ground to the air, as if several giant pythons were rising from the ground. The breathing frequency of Bai Sangju's mouth and nose changed slightly, and his heart began to beat violently. The muscles all over his body swelled, and his pupils turned pure white. Bike Sangshu's upward momentum disappeared.
With the gravity of the fall, his right arm tightened backwards like a taut bowstring, and his right hand kept rotating inward. The terrible force completely twisted Bike Sangshu's swollen right arm muscles. At the same time, the ripple qigong was fully activated. Through the breathing with a special rhythm, the blood in Bike Sangshu's body began to vibrate, and a faint air escaped from Bike Sangshu's body.
Circles of ripples began to appear on Bike Sangshu's right hand. Xiandao Raksha Palm.
The ripples in Bike Sangshu's body began to surge, spreading out from his palms in circles, like Buddha's light. The hand ghost looked at the human being who was thrown more than 10 meters away in the air, and suddenly emitted circles of light. He subconsciously narrowed his eyes. There was a power that frightened him in that light.
What is it? Is it the breathing method of the Demon Slayer core? The next moment, its several huge arms had risen into the air and suddenly grabbed the opponent.
As long as it was pinched, even the strongest human would be squeezed into a pool of blood. Bike Sangshu felt the impact of the giant hand breaking through the air, and his heart beat more violently. It seemed that all the cells in his body were breathing, and all the pores in his body were opened because of this stimulation. A large amount of qi was swallowing and spitting out with the operation of the body. Ripple energy accumulation increases, your energy attribute +1. Bike Sangshu did not pay attention to the prompts on the panel at all. He just stretched out the palm that was twisted to the extreme, and burst out violently with the terrible power that broke through the limit in the absolute domain state. The ripples driven by the palm of the hand suddenly went wild, just like a huge rock was smashed into the calm lake, and a large number of ripples were generated instantly.
Xiandao Rakshasa Palm.
The huge palm of the hand ghost was like a wall, and several arms grabbed together, just like several giant pythons fighting for food, completely covering Bike Sangshu's figure. The hand ghost was slightly relieved.
Even those so-called pillar-level swordsmen could not take this move. Boom! Bike Sangshu hit the blue-gray giant hand in front of him with a palm. The terrifying power burst out in an instant. Puff!
Like a dry rag being wrung out in an instant, the muscles of the blue-gray palm began to twist in an instant. A huge spiral pattern was generated from the middle of the palm, and instantly extended downwards, twisting the arm of more than 10 meters into a twist. What's even more terrifying is that a ripple with exactly the same wavelength and nature as sunlight, together with this force, instantly sank into the twisted palm and spread around.
Puff!
As if a rotten winter melon was smashed from the outside, the pupils of the hand ghost shrank, and his powerful giant hand shattered out of thin air. Even the flesh and blood did not scatter, and it burst in the air like melted mud in water.
Ah!
The pain of being burned by the scorching sun was only experienced once in the hand ghost's life. It was a pain that he never dared to touch again after experiencing it once. The severe pain of the soul being burned appeared again at this time. He was like a spasm, and all his arms curled up subconsciously. In the wild dance of his arms, they all retracted around his body and wrapped himself into a meatball of dozens of meters. It hurts, this is not the Sunwheel sword. The hand ghost was not only slashed by a Sunwheel sword, it was very sure that this kind of power was not the Sunwheel sword at all, and it realized at this time that this human was probably not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps at all, and the other party didn't even have a sword.
When did humans actually kill demons without the help of the Sunwheel sword?
Bike Sangshu's mouth was grinning. He was emitting a faint aura at this moment, and his hands were rippled. He fell from a height of more than 10 meters. With the help of the terrible Rakshasa palm, he completely removed the momentum of falling.
The sound of landing was as light as a cat's foot. The degree of his muscle expansion at this time was far more obvious than any previous time.
At this time, he was more than 1.9 meters tall. The peach-white-pink robe was firmly supported by him. The strong contrast between the sturdy muscles and the pink clothes made the hand ghost feel more ridiculous.
Hey, you guy, what is your origin? Are you the newly created lower string by that adult?
The hand ghost chattered nonstop. When it was weak, it could only hold hatred. At the final selection venue of Tingshi Mountain, it hunted those teenagers wearing fox masks for revenge. It could only vent its hatred that had nowhere to vent by provoking the fear of those teenagers with words. Now, when the venue of Tingshi Mountain was destroyed and the cannibal ghosts were rampant on a large scale, it still retained this habit. Bite Sangshu did not answer, but just made a sound of tsk tisk and shook his fingers.
Don't talk, hand ghost, I'm so high now.
Bite Sangshu exaggeratedly raised his left leg high.
He was different from the clown Evans who relied on his agility to fight. Evans tried to be as concealed as possible in every move, but Bite Sangshu was extremely brilliant.
There was no other reason, he was much better at fighting than Evans, and better at grasping the momentum in the battle. The leg raised high fell to the ground with a bang. Bang! The ground shook violently, and then spiderweb-like cracks appeared instantly, and the ground collapsed a moment later. Bike Sanshu turned into a black shadow and shot out from the front. That speed, that power, was completely unlike that of an ordinary human. The hand ghost chattered nonstop. It wanted to interfere with the opponent's mind, which was its usual strategy when it thought it was weaker than its opponent. It knew very well that humans were only humans after all. No matter how powerful they were, they had flaws, either physical or mental. As long as they found them. Boom! A terrifying force erupted from the front of him. As the hand ghost's pupils trembled, he saw the figure that seemed to be stretched by the air punching in front of him. Don't be afraid, he has dozens of arms to defend himself, and this kind of attack can't be. Puff! A force with terrible penetrating power blasted through several meters of blue-gray flesh and blood, and entered the body of the hand ghost. Look at the correct version in the 16:9 book forum. Its internal organs were shattered in an instant, and blood spurted out of its mouth instantly. And the terrifying force that burned the soul appeared again. It watched as the dozens of arms around its neck began to melt and fester, and the fear of facing death came instantly. Ah! The hand ghost screamed in fear, almost breaking its voice. But the momentum of those dozens of arms spinning and whipping around like a hurricane in an instant was extremely terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. The trees in the forest, whether they were small trees as thick as a bowl or large trees that required one person to hug, were instantly shattered and smashed away by those blue-gray arms. The hand ghost instantly became the center of the terrible whirlwind. Bite Sanshu's eyes trembled when the blue-gray giant hand hit him. The reason why he could perfectly capture the movements and strength of others, and even imitate the movements of the other party almost once, was not only because of his nearly perfect muscle control ability. It was also because of his eyes. Bite Sanshu's eyes had extremely good dynamic vision. He could even see the trajectory of the wings of a flying dragonfly. This moment was no exception. The movement of the hand ghost's huge arms spiraling outward became extremely obvious because of its huge muscles. Bite Sanshu noticed it immediately. Then he jumped up slightly, his muscles became extremely soft, his hands blocked in front of him, and his core was completely tense. Two tigers flow manipulation flow type Lu. At this moment, Bite Sanshu didn't care what would happen if he failed. He didn't choose a more secure way to dodge, but used this move to take it head-on. Buzz! The huge force came. Bite Sanshu's hands were hard, but his arms were extremely soft. In an instant, the huge force was twisted in front of him. Bite Sanshu rolled over and spun in the air twice. He was not knocked out, but fell on the huge arm that was waving like a whip. Ha, ha, ha. Bite Sanshu suddenly laughed heartily in this violent hurricane, and his feet seemed to be rooted, standing on the arm. The next moment, he laughed wildly and rushed towards the hand ghost along the arm. Chapter 41 Immortal Path Magic Spear. Bite Sanshu's heart was beating violently, but this feeling was not uncomfortable. On the contrary, it was because of the great joy of succeeding in his own thoughts and ideas in great danger. That kind of joy far exceeded any dopamine, and Bite Sanshu even had some signs of losing emotional control. He laughed wildly and rushed towards the hand ghost from his constantly moving and waving arms. At this moment, the fear in the hand ghost's heart was magnified to an unparalleled level. This guy is a monster. It stopped its moves in an instant because of fear, and even did not hesitate to hurt itself. A large number of arms began to beat each other, and it screamed in fear as blood and flesh flew everywhere. Die! Die quickly! Ah! Bite Sanshu was extremely fast, and he had crossed more than 10 meters in a breath. When the dozen arms hit him, his eyes swayed and his body swayed left and right, but he was not hit at all. The left hand was put together like a knife, and ripples appeared, suddenly inserted into the huge arm in front of him. The hand ghost smashed randomly, and his vision was also blocked, but the faint human smell let it know that the human had not left at all. But there was no movement in the field. It smashed for a moment, and its movements slowed down. It found that only its arm that was smashed was slowly recovering. Suddenly, a tingling pain appeared in one of its arms. Its scalp exploded, and it had seen the disgusting muscle man in a pink robe hiding under its arm. At this time, it tore hard with both hands, and while its hand was melted, the other party had already pounced on it. This distance was enough for the hand ghost to see the terrible smile on the other party's face. It was as happy as the cannibal ghost pounced on the human who had no ability to resist. This was the joy of hunting and succeeding. The other party was the hunter, and he was the prey. In great fear, the hand ghost shook his head, and a large number of arms grew in an instant. He had already exerted his blood ghost art to the extreme, and even his recovery ability was much stronger than before. A large number of arms blocked the front of the neck, with a thickness of several meters. "With this kind of defense, even if you are a pillar, you can't kill me," it roared, just to give itself courage. But Baeksanshu jumped up in one step, raised his right hand, put his fingers together, slightly bent his thumb, and the other 4 fingers were as hard as a blade. Strong ripples flashed from his palm again with the rhythm of his breathing. The muscles of Baeksanshu's right arm were so tight that you could almost hear the creaking sound of the human body's tendons trembling. In this state, the terrible pressure of thousands of Jin's huge force completely compressed and concentrated in one arm caused a large number of blood vessels on Baeksanshu's arm to break and bleed instantly. Suddenly, it seemed that the bowstring that was stretched to the extreme was loosened instantly. Buzz! The air made a dull whistling sound. The scarlet right arm disappeared instantly. Puff! Sandao magic spear. The secret of the martial arts master Kuroki Gensai's stab showed its fangs for the first time in the Demon Slayer world. The terrifying penetrating force, accompanied by the sun-like ripples, pierced into the hand ghost's body. The torrent-like force, accompanied by the burning wave Qigong, instantly penetrated the hand ghost's body like a huge meatball. Bang! The hand ghost's pupils shrank, and it turned its head mechanically, seeing behind it, the ripples and force, mixed with its melted internal organs and flesh, sprayed out together. The high temperature and scorching heat of the sun spread unstoppably in its body. The severe pain of the soul instantly annihilated all its strength, and the blood ghost technique could not be performed. Plop! Dozens of huge blue-gray arms fell to the ground like breaking gold and jade. The huge body of the hand ghost also fell down powerlessly. You killed the lower string candidate hand ghost and obtained 500 dimension points. Ghost Hunter Progress Update, current, October 20th, Advanced Task Enemies Flesh and Blood, My Supplies, Progress Update, Hand Ghost Strength Detected, Unified Beginning. Do you want to complete the task in this way? Hu Baeksanshu exhaled a long breath, carrying a high-temperature white turbid air, and exhaled 1 meter away. No. Baeksanshu did not think about it for long. He had actually guessed it when he saw this advanced task, and seeing this task prompt at this time, he was even more certain. This advanced task is indeed not difficult, and it can be achieved by killing any unified level plot character in a single fight, but it is obvious that the enemy's flesh and blood, my supplies, the enemy's strength will affect the nutrition you get. A correct version can be found in the 16:9 book in bar. The strength of Hand Ghost cannot satisfy Baeksanshu. He knew that if he were in some ancient martial arts schools, he might be considered a master of Ming Jin or even in Jin now, but he was just a reincarnation who had experienced a mission, the so-called paper level, and he still had a long way to go. This infinite dimensional space does have the ability to allow people to quickly reach the extraordinary level. The premise is, you have to survive. Baeksanshu did not directly release the state of absolute domain. Although this posture beyond the limit would put a burden on the body, at the moment, he wanted to try to find the reason why he had just deepened this posture. When Baeksanshu was in the real world, although he would not curb his desire to enter this state, he rarely encountered a situation that made him feel enough crisis and made his heartbeat increase to that extent. Therefore, Baeksanshu didn't use this attitude, which was considered crazy by others, very often. Before entering the infinite dimension, he also thought it was some special disease or some special inheritance. But the infinite dimension judged this ability as a special talent and gave the absolute domain, with a similarity of 87% as an anchor. Absolute domain is a special power system in the world view of King of Fighters. After punching 1,000 times or 10,000 times, and experiencing extreme fatigue and pain, and after ordinary people fall down, fighters continue to experience pain and fatigue, and finally break through this shackles. Completely mastering the power that allows you to break through the limit is absolute domain. After entering the absolute domain, not only will your physical ability be greatly improved, but your tolerance for pain and resistance to damage will also be enhanced. Baeksanshu also thinks that this power is quite similar to his disease. But just now, Baeksanshu clearly felt that he was taking a step further in the battle with the hand ghost. In the so-called absolute domain, he took a big step forward, his muscles swelled, his body shape changed, and his power increased even more terrifyingly. This kind of power is definitely not the ultimate power after the absolute domain. Instead, it is like his own talent, and he began to show his truest posture. Baeksanshu wanted to study it in detail. He used the ripples to feel the condition of his body, but suddenly, a gust of wind came, and the smell of blood appeared. There was even a faint sound of fighting in the wind.
Bite Sangshu's heart moved, and he took a step forward in an instant. The power under his feet burst, and he stepped directly on the body of the hand ghost that was melting, and came to the top of the tree 7 or 8 meters high. With the excellent vision of an eagle, by the moonlight, he saw several figures, who were being chased by a group of cannibals at the foot of the mountain. This group of people were all wearing black uniforms, and only the leader was wearing a white feather. Bite Sangshu exerted force on his feet, jumped down from the tree, and rushed to the place. Ah! Another scream sounded, and the female demon slayer swordsman with black hair, purple eyes, and butterfly pattern feathers frowned, looking reluctant. She knew that another companion was killed by a demon. She must kill all the cannibals as soon as possible, but... You are a pillar-level swordsman, right? I never thought that there would be a pillar-level swordsman who dared to come out in the night. A gloomy male voice sounded, and Butterfly Kane looked at the human who put the clear sun will sword on the girl's neck. Yes, this person who led a group of cannibals to attack the demon slayers is a human. Butterfly Kane looked reluctant, but her companions behind her were obviously unable to resist the attack of dozens of cannibals. As if seeing the woman's determination, the swordsman with gray hair hanging down from both sides of his temples pressed the sword down 2 inches and threatened further. If you make a move, this girl will become another victim of the sun will sword. You must understand the current situation. The Abuyashiki clan has long been targeted by the higher-ups for raising a group of swordsmen like you. If another demon slayer swordsman appears to slaughter ordinary people, I think the Abuyashiki clan will be wiped out soon even if they hide in the mountains. Kane Kocho's face was slightly pale. She didn't expect that she would come out to save people simply to make the situation like this. At this moment, on one side is a companion surrounded by cannibals, and on the other side is a traitor holding a sun will sword and threatening her. What should she do? Help, Master Hanashiri! A scream came from the back again, and Kane Kocho's eyes changed. She still couldn't bear her companions dying beside her. She suddenly drew her sword, and the orange 4-leaf clover blade shone in the moonlight. The next moment, the breath of flowers bloomed. The gray-haired swordsman only saw that Butterfly Kane moved extremely quickly, and instantly floated back, slashing with a sword. The sword light was like petals scattered, and several cannibal ghosts were beheaded in an instant. He panicked. No, if these ghosts died here, he would definitely be extremely miserable when he returned. He gently scratched the neck of the girl he was holding with a sword, and blood flowed out instantly. Stop, do you want to kill everyone? Since Butterfly Kane took action, she had already realized it. Her voice came as usual in her slender figure. Tonight's events were all decided by me, Butterfly Kane, and have nothing to do with the master. After I send everyone away, I will naturally commit suicide to apologize. The woman's voice was resolute, and the sword light was even more ruthless. In an instant, dozens of cannibal ghosts were chopped and fled in all directions. Due to years of practicing breathing techniques, the physical abilities of the pillar-level swordsmen are quite strong, and their swordsmanship is specifically targeted at cannibals. Ordinary cannibals are no match for pillar-level swordsmen. Only those powerful cannibals called the 12 demon moons are monsters that can fight with pillar-level swordsmen and even hunt them. Hirano Katsumi's heart was already cold at this time. He kept thinking about what he should do to save his life in front of the commander. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he mentioned the foolish girl who couldn't even cry and rushed directly to the female swordsman wearing a feather. Kocho Kane, who noticed the movement, glanced behind her and saw that the girl was thrown directly by the opponent. Kocho Kane withdrew her sword and gently caught it with one hand. Although Kocho Kane's strength is not great among the pillars, it is much higher than that of her sister Shinobu. When the breathing method is in the normal state, her strength is much greater than that of ordinary men. Her movements were smooth, and flower breathing was originally a branch of water breathing, and she was very good at controlling and borrowing power. Kane took the girl, and the man's sword finally arrived. She lightly raised her sword and blocked the opponent's sword. Katsumi Hirano knew that the fur breathing method he learned could not really defeat the pillar-level swordsman, but he also had his own support. Facing the agile sword of Butterfly Kane, he did not dodge or avoid, gritted his teeth and rushed forward with both hands holding the katana. That posture was almost like rushing towards the sword. With his face shaking, he said fiercely, "Today, your demon slayer corps killed my sheriff. I want to see if your life can calm the minister's anger." Kane Butterfly heard the other party's words, turned the sword, and took the initiative to avoid Hirano Katsumi. Katsumi Hirano saw that his strategy was indeed correct, and fought more aggressively. Those cannibals who had already fled, seeing that this useless human swordsman could actually hold back the powerful woman, also turned their heads and pounced like evil wolves. Butterfly Kene fell below in an instant, and her sword momentum began to become unsmooth, and each sword was interrupted because Hirano Katsumi sacrificed himself to block it. Hirano Katsumi was secretly happy in his heart. This woman was indeed the type who would ignore herself for the so-called overall situation and the safety of others. It seems that there are many such fools in the Demon Slayer Corps. He didn't expect that he could really survive. As long as he caught this beautiful pillar-level swordsman today, he would not be blamed by that adult even if more than a dozen cannibals died. After all, the adult in Kyoto might have reached a cooperation with Muzan Kibutsuji at this moment. Even if it was the 12 demon moons, he should not be too reckless at this time. Check out the correct version in the 16:9 book forum. When he thought of the joy, he had completely forgotten his fear and attacked Butterfly Kene regardless of his life and death. He took the initiative to become the cannibal's meat shield, as if you can't kill the ghost unless you kill me. Butterfly Kene kept retreating. Suddenly, Hirano Katsumi turned around and stabbed the stupid girl with his sword. Only then did Butterfly Kene realize that the battlefield had moved here unknowingly. She subconsciously drew her sword to block it, but Hirano Katsumi jumped in. Butterfly Kene reluctantly sheathed her sword. Hirano Katsumi's Nichiren sword turned and stabbed Butterfly Kene in the calf. He was overjoyed, he hurt his leg and the other party couldn't run away. Bang! At this time, a huge sound suddenly came from the hillside behind. Bang! There was another sound, and Hirano Katsumi thought it was a noise made by ghosts. He turned around, but suddenly saw a strong man wearing a pink robe and bulging muscles running from the hillside. On such a downhill slope, the opponent actually rushed towards us with long strides, as terrifying as a rolling stone. A cannibal smelled human scent, turned around and pounced on the opponent, the next second. Puff! The strong pink man punched out, and the skinny cannibal was blown into pieces. Hirano Katsumi was frightened. The person had rushed towards him violently, and he immediately shouted, "I am Hirano Masaru, the sheriff under the command of Minister Zwa." Bang! Bite Sangshu hit the opponent's chest with a solid punch. In an instant, the sounds of shattered breastbone and shattered flesh and blood were heard at the same time. As flesh and blood flew everywhere, Butterfly Kene's pupils were dilated and she was a little distracted. The blood instantly dyed her soft face red. Bite Sangshu's left fist still has flesh and blood left on it, whether it's ghost or human. Hirano Katsumi only felt a huge force coming towards him, and then he flew out like a cloud. He felt no pain, but he looked down at his completely deflated chest and wanted to speak, but purple-black flesh spurted out first. Who is this guy?" Bite Sangshu still maintained his punching posture. His right hand was damaged due to the use of the magic spear, and his left hand was also covered in blood at this moment. He had a terrifying smile on his face that Butterfly Kane couldn't understand at all, and his body stood upright and made some contorted movements. "There is no need to tell you evil ghosts my noble name, Jojo." The scene was quiet for a rare moment. The cannibal ghost was terrified because he found that the ghost that had just been smashed was actually turned into ashes. Hirano Katsumi trembled twice and fell silent. "You killed the sheriff Hirano Katsumi and obtained 50 dimensional points, milestone killing species progress update, currently, 10 out of 100, Kane Kocho was also stunned. Although she didn't understand what Jojo meant, the wild and violent fighting posture of the man in front of her, and his behavior of killing Hirano Katsumi without mercy, all had a huge impact on her. "Who are you?" She spoke, and then slowly came back to her senses. Looking at the sheriff Hirano Katsumi who fell to the ground, she knew that what happened tonight might not be explained clearly. The sheriffs of nearby villages and towns would probably turn hostile to the Demon Slayer Corps because of the death of their colleagues. And that minister would definitely make a big fuss, and the master might be implicated again. "What on earth did you do, you guy?" Kane Kocho blared at Bite Sangshu. Bite Sangshu ignored this woman who could not devote herself to the battle. She was kind and beautiful, but she was not a qualified fighter. The so-called identity was something that needed to be considered outside of fighting. He felt that his state began to become unstable, and there was a faint pain in his lower abdomen. This situation was something he had never encountered before when he opened this posture. But Bite Sangshu did not show it, but the smile on his face became more wanton. He glanced at the cannibals in the field, and the next moment, he stomped on the ground. Bang! 2 Tigers Flow Fire Sky-type Fire was activated again. He was violent, and in an instant he appeared in front of the nearest cannibal. When the cannibal saw Bite Sangshu rushing towards him, he opened his mouth directly, stretched his neck, and tore his mouth at a huge angle, and directly bit Bite Sangshu. Bite Sangshu didn't even look at it, his head was strangely bent to avoid the bite, and the ripples on his left hand were already running. Puff! It was as smooth as a hot knife cutting butter. Bite Sangshu put his left hand together like a knife, and with a casual stroke, the cannibal's elongated neck and head were cut open, and quickly began to melt. You killed a cannibal and got 10 dimensional points. Milestone Ghost Hunter Progress Update. Currently, December 20th, in his current state, Bite Sangshu's body speed and strength completely crushed ordinary cannibals. Bite Sangshu estimated that his actual value after the amplification should be above 20 points. He was like a devil pouncing on his prey, and the cannibals fell one after another in the sound of violent stomping on the ground. Kocho Kene looked at this terrible man, and her heart was throbbing. This scene was even more terrible than the strongest pillar, rock pillar Sad Island Shingne. The extreme violence that was born entirely from physical strength and speed made her heart tremble. You killed a cannibal and gained 15 dimensional points. You have killed 20 cannibals in this world, and the milestone of Ghost Hunter has been reached. Do you want to wear it? Ghost Hunter, you have a complete grasp of the cannibal's vital points, and your attacks will cause additional damage to the cannibal. This guy is not right, run away. The remaining cannibals had troublesome blood ghost arts, or they fled far away at the first time, and now they all disappeared into the woods. Bite Sangshu still wanted to chase, but the hidden pain had become extremely severe. He was panting, and his body quickly shrank back to its original state, and his muscles began to spasm violently. The severe pain came from the abdomen and continued to spread to other parts of the body. Bite Sangshu's face quickly turned pale. He calmly took out a scroll, tore it open, and stuck it directly on his stomach. Green chakra lit up, and the chakra with strong vitality quickly entered Bite Sangshu's body. This time, his severe pain really began to ease. Hey, let me help you with the injury on your arm. Although Butterfly Kane thought Bite Sangshu was a lunatic, he was undoubtedly a human being. And objectively speaking, he saved himself and the team members behind him. At this time, the swordsmen wearing black Demon Slayer uniforms also came over with each other. They lost 2 people, one was seriously injured, and the other 2 also had some injuries. They all looked at Bite Sangshu in horror. Bite Sangshu's posture of killing demons did surprise them, but at the same time, Bite Sangshu's ruthless punch to kill the troublesome sheriff also made them feel scared. The wildness shown by Bite Sangshu made them very uncomfortable. One of the boys brought the girl who looked numb and couldn't even make a scared expression to Kane. Bite Sangshu recognized the black-haired, purple-eyed woman in front of him, wearing a butterfly pattern haori and a butterfly hairpin, as the Kane Kocho in the story of Demon Slayer. I found the correct version in the 16:9 book forum. In other words, the timeline of this so-called Demon Slayer spin-off World P9971 is not the time after the start of the original story. At this moment, Tanjiro's family has not encountered that misfortune. And Bite Sangshu also realized that the danger of this world is a bit too high. In the original work, the cannibals almost all appeared alone, but here they always appeared in groups, and there was also the hand ghost identified by the space as a lower string candidate. Kane Butterfly saw that Bite Sangshu didn't answer her, but she didn't get angry. She was gentle and kind to both people and ghosts who were once humans. This, sir, I was from a medical family before I picked up this sword. She saw at a glance that Bite Sangshu's right hand was actually seriously injured, with a large number of capillaries ruptured, muscles severely bruised, and several fingers twisted, as if he had suffered a terrible shock. But the other party was pale, and when he treated himself for the first time, he pressed his abdomen, and it was obvious that he had other injuries. It's still night, let's go to the old site of Fujixi Mountain to hide first, there may be a lower string ghost in the local area. Kane Butterfly took the empty-eyed girl and took Bite Sangshu to move with the team without saying anything, and she was still telling the team members to pay attention to other traces of battle. It seems that Butterfly Kane heard the battle and came out to find the people fighting with the cannibal ghost on Fujixi Mountain. At this moment, Bite Sangshu's severe pain in the abdomen was relieved a little, and his mind became clear again. He realized that perhaps this was also an arrangement for the reincarnationists. As long as the team of reincarnationists stayed where they were and did not separate, they would be able to support until the Demon Slayer Corps sent people to help. Among the people who came, there happened to be a pillar-level swordsman who was good at healing. It was enough for the surviving reincarnationists to spend the night smoothly. Moreover, the hand ghost had been staying on the top of the mountain. The reincarnationists did not run around and were not easy to encounter. TSK, is this the reincarnation space? It will never give you a mission that will definitely kill you, but at the same time, it will not let you be too relaxed. It was just that Bite Sangshu and his men could not maintain a team configuration in the face of danger. 2 highly mobile reincarnationists fled directly, and by Sanshu, who was too murderous, chased too deep to the top of the mountain alone. The other few people were nowhere to be found. They came to a forest with dense wisteria flowers, and the demon slayers breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, several figures suddenly appeared, making Butterfly Kane nervous. The professor and his friends looked at Bite Sangshu, who was injured but had all his limbs intact, with strange looks in their eyes. If they remembered correctly, this madman chased a group of cannibals into the depths of the jungle alone. "Hey, you are not dead yet." Bite Sangshu greeted them like this. "Do you know each other?" Butterfly Kane heard the conversation and was keenly aware that these humans who suddenly appeared in Fujise Mountain knew each other. The professor's eyes moved slightly, and he quickly said with a smile, "Yes, we are all overseas adventurers. When we came to this country, we heard that there were cannibals raging everywhere, so we wanted to investigate. Unexpectedly, we were attacked in the mountains at night, and everyone was separated." The professor is very good at dealing with plot characters. Although what he said is not without loopholes, it is not easy to verify Butterfly Kane in a short time. Moreover, the traces of battle on several people's bodies did not seem to be fake, and Bite Sangshu, a fierce man who had just killed ghosts physically, did not deny the other party's words, which made Butterfly Kane nodded thoughtfully. "So, you guys are going to fight ghosts in Tingshi Mountain tonight?" I thought some trainer from a remote area was still sending his disciples to Tingshi Mountain. Butterfly Kane's tone was filled with both happiness and disappointment. A few years ago, for some reason, Suji Musen suddenly seemed to have an enlightenment and changed his usual behavior. Taking the initiative to contact high-ranking officials and nobles, using the wealth accumulated over thousands of years and the secret technique that can make people live forever, he quickly gained the support of the powerful, and finally came into contact with high-ranking big shots. The Taisho era was the era of great changes in the entire country after the Meiji Restoration. The Heian era, in which magic was all victorious, had come to an end for too long. Those Shinto priests had long lost their miracles, and Kibutsuji Mukai became the new favorite in the hearts of many elderly dignitaries. True God. In the end, with the support of a certain heir of Emperor Taisho, demon slayers began to take the initiative to eliminate the interference of the demon slayer corps. The property of the Yabuyoshiki clan was affected, and the demon slayer corps was regarded as a private armed force and could not operate openly. The number of cannibals began to increase dramatically in this environment. Instead, the Demon Slayer squad was suppressed to the point where it was almost impossible to appear. A large area of Fujise Mountain was also burned down by ministers was men. Since then, trainers from all over the country began to lose contact with the Demon Slayer headquarters. Many members of the Demon Slayer Corps were arrested and left the Demon Slayer Corps to join the government. Various signs almost make it impossible for the Demon Slayer squad to continue. Fortunately, the core of the Demon Slayer team, the pillar-level swordsmen, stayed and kept running in the dark. Yanju and Mingyu Yuxingming killed 3 lower strings in succession, which slowed down the search speed of the 12 ghost moons, and the lower strings began to dare not be alone. Action. However, the 2-person team members will still be hunted by rock pillars. Oniabutsuji Musen was furious because of this, and promoted many so-called Shidestring candidates, and adopted a cruel final elimination system among the Shidestring ghosts. Regularly every 6 months eliminate those who have no merit. This caused Shurxian Giju to start a riot, and the Demon Slayer squad suffered heavy losses. Today, Lord Abuyashiki Amain, who has the blood of a priest, received a revelation from the publicity, and a new power appeared in the Fujirai mountain area. Therefore, Butterfly Kane led a team to check, but was stopped by the sheriff and the cannibal who also came. The team chases. It finally became what it is now. After hearing Butterfly Kane's explanation, several reincarnations had different eyes. Obviously, several people realized that this world is indeed different from the plot world in their memories. The biggest change is naturally Kibutsuji Mume. In this original work, except for Kran, the boss has neither brains nor courage. Suddenly enlightened. Start using humans to control the general trend. The professor went a step further and realized that if he entered the world, he could quickly integrate the opinions of everyone in the team. When the cannibal came, the 7 people cooperated to stop it. Next, you will see the Demon Slayer camp represented by Style and Butterfly Kane, and the Demon Slayer camp represented by the sheriff and the ogre. Afterwards, the reincarnator can choose to help one party, defeat or even kill the other party according to his own tendencies and goals. This way he can meet the requirements of Main Task 1 and Main Task 2, and even directly gain a faction reputation. It's a pity. The professor's eyes turned, finally landing on the man who disguised himself into that terrifying appearance. It's a pity that the strongest person in the team has such a difficult character to get along with. Just as Lu Chi, the man in the hat, said, the first cannibal who appeared had an unreasonable desire to attack this man. The only explanation they could think of was that this man was extremely powerful and was targeted by the space. Or, the professor took a breath and took 2 steps forward, taking the initiative to contact Butterfly Kane. She also wanted to get more and more detailed information. For example, the current number and strength of 12 ghost moons, as well as the traces of Musen Kibutsuji, etc. But Butterfly Kane just shook her head gently and rejected the other party. It's still dark, so I'll take care of this gentleman's injuries first. When daylight comes, we'll find a place to talk in detail. She came to Bai Sangju and took the initiative to bandage the injury on Bai Sangju's right hand. Seeing this, the others could only disperse. Vincent and Elizabeth were at the outermost edge of the team, their eyes always looking at Bai Sangju. Bai Sangju was the culprit who made this mission so dangerous in their eyes. Of course, they will not be stupid enough to break out at this time. The reincarnators have their own way of survival. The most important one is not to provoke someone who is stronger than you, especially if the other party is not a good person. Elizabeth watched Bai Sangju smile dangerously at her and subconsciously looked away. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. At this moment, she was somewhat certain that what Lu Chi and the professor said was right. This man was extremely dangerous. Those who would provoke her without knowing her background were either fools or extremely confident lunatics. Seeing that the blonde man and the green-haired woman had both looked away, Bai Sangshu looked away complacently like a victorious general. Butterfly Kane was indeed from a medical family, and her bandaging technique was very professional. She would not let Bai Sangshu feel that her arm was too constrained, but the twisted finger joints and damaged capillaries were all pressed. You can't use force on your right hand for a short time, otherwise it may cause deformity. Bai Sangshu was unmoved by the doctor's advice. The so-called reincarnation was a disposable combat weapon. As long as they didn't die and returned to the space, any injury could be healed. Besides, Bai Sangshu has been maintaining the unique rhythm of ripple qigong between his mouth and nose, and the tingling feeling is always warm in his right hand. In addition to its combat effect, ripple qigong is also quite good in treatment and longevity. He felt that his right arm would recover soon. When the sun rises, I need you to go with me to see someone and find a way to solve the matter of killing the sheriff. Kane Kocho spoke softly, but her words were firm. Her bandaged hand also grabbed Bai Sangshu's arm joint at some point. Bai Sangshu didn't care. He heard what Kane Kocho had said before and knew that this was probably another world where the ruling class cooperated with Musen Kibutsuji to exploit ordinary people. That kind of story is happening almost every moment. He can guess the general development trend with a casual guess. What left minister and what sheriff are just the will of the emperor's son. Does this kind of thing need to be solved by others? Tell me the location of the minister and the ghost, and I will communicate with them myself. It will be easy to solve. Kane Kocho felt that although the man in front of her had heroic eyes and eyebrows, plot characters will not be affected by the disguise of the ancient god's appearance, but plot characters will be affected by charm. He was very reckless, and she frowned. You killed someone, how can you communicate? Bai Sangshu nodded. Yes, I killed someone, and I still need to communicate. Chapter 45 Side Mission Blood Purge. Miss Wuhan, have you seen the latest firearms? How does it compare with your cannibal subordinates? Anabutsuji Musen wore a black kimono with bright red flowers embroidered on it, exuding a noble and cool aura. This kind of magnanimity cannot be matched even by those young ladies from wealthy families. This was also the reason why Hirohito was willing to listen to the other party in the first place. Musen was sitting in the guest seat below, her expression was calm, and her every move was completely silent. She only heard Prince Hirohito speak, thought for a moment, and answered the lethality is good. An excellent soldier can withstand the attacks of multiple ordinary cannibals if there is sufficient ammunition. She neither mocked nor praised. This made the smile on Prince Hirohito's face fade a little, but soon he shook his head and smiled. Indeed, these firearms are just commonplace objects after all. They are still far behind the immortal evil ghosts under Miss Wuhan. Wu Xian didn't answer, so he accepted the answer by default. She had little interest in the so-called restoration and reform. In her opinion, these human beings who would turn into dust in a few decades were just showing off their short time. This kind of thing was originally just her ration. But one day a few years ago, out of nowhere, she suddenly received a revelation. Kibutsuji Mume hated God and cursed God. Naturally, she didn't think it was a revelation from God, but she somehow figured out many things. She realized that there were many humans, and she realized that people's hearts were greedy and complex. She no longer ignored humans, but began to dominate them. This transformation is extremely effective. It just so happened that Japan ended the Meiji Restoration and entered the Taisho era. Huge changes were taking place in all walks of life, including cities. There were too many impetuous people and desires that she could take advantage of. For example, those warlord forces that continue to emerge and have now begun to try to dominate the entire country. Although the warlord giant named Katsura Taro was defeated by various forces a few years ago, the warlords still have the upper hand. More and more powerful people are realizing the terrifying power of Muzan. More importantly, the old people among the powerful people are not willing to die. They kneel down in front of Muzan and pray to him for the elixir of immortality. TSK, Ghost Dance Suji Muzan sneered in her heart. She had never thought in the past 1,000 years that humans were such a weak species. After all, a human like Jiguyuan is rare to see in 1,000 years. Prince Hirohito has already heard some news about the Blue Higanbana. He believes that his long-cherished wish will be realized in the near future. After that, he will slowly take care of the so-called Demon Slayer squad. I can take whatever I want in the world. Suddenly, in the dim room, an ugly-looking creature crawled out of a rather expensive glass pot. Behind Prince Hirohito, several figures appeared instantly, protecting the prince behind them. Wang Xian 5 Jade Pot, seeing this scene, his mouth widened with a mocking expression. These ignorant human beings don't take precautions when they are with Master Wuhan, but look wary every time they appear. They are really stupid and don't realize it. Don't they know that Master Wu Mei is the most terrifying monster in the world? Muzan nodded and signaled Yuhu to speak directly. She did not take the Prince Hirohito seriously. In fact, a considerable number of powerful people in this country have turned into cannibals who depend on her for their existence. Master Wuhan, there are traces of the Demon Slayer Corps near Fujise Mountain. One of the lower string candidates and a police officer under the left minister died. Muzan's face was expressionless, and Hirohito didn't respond. He was even a little confused. Is the murder of a police officer a big deal? To investigate the faults of the Abuyoshiki clan, Minister's intervention is more than enough. Yuhu also knew that Lord Wuhan had this reaction, and continued, there are still 2 humans who say they want to take refuge with you. They claim to know the detailed location of Blue Higanbana, and the origin of the humans who killed the sheriff and Xian tonight. Oh? Kibutsuji Muzan narrowed her scarlet eyes. In an instant, Yuhu's memory began to be read and rummaged through by her. She also saw the 2 people wearing night clothes, the other's special skills, and that sense of power. Greed. Yuhu, you did a pretty good job. I'm very interested in these 2 humans. Heian-kyo was the former capital of Japan, but with the passing of the Heian era, everything in the past, whether it was the era of ghosts and ghosts, or the mysterious power, has faded away. The Emperor of Japan also moved the capital to what was once Edo, now Tokyo City. In Pinyin capital, Minister Zhuo frowned. He was also wearing a military uniform. Today's cabinet has long been controlled by warlords and the new bourgeoisie who control wealth. He chose to stand in the warlord faction. In fact, this faction is also heading towards success. He could feel that people in the entire country were boiling because of the Meiji Restoration. They had an uncontrollable desire for destruction and urgently needed a war that swept the entire world to vent. Just like the war going on in the far west right now. Minister, Minister. He was awakened by shouts, and the soldiers behind him all held spears in their hands. He was not guarding against the civilians or the warriors who had long since fallen behind the times. He is guarding against those cannibals. In the shadows of the lobby, the cannibals with the words "N" clearly written in their eyes also had disdain for the so-called left minister, but Master Wuhan forbade them from eating these officials without orders. Minister Zwa. Sheriff Hirano and the cannibals sent to Fujirai Mountain are all dead. Only a few came back and said they encountered pillar-level swordsmen from the Demon Slayer Corps. Minister Zwa was still thinking about what he could get in exchange for the Abuyoshiki clan if Hirano died. This clan had a rich family fortune, enough to feed him. But suddenly, the powerful ogre in the shadow moved. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. The man-eating ghost named Wind Rider had long black hair and an equally thick beard. Its nose twitched slightly and emerged from the shadows. Ignoring Minister's caution, he spoke. It smells strange, it's human, and it's physically very strong.
Minister Zuo was startled and immediately waved his hand. In the courtyard, an army team immediately set up guns and stood on guard. The swordsmanship of those demon slayer swordsmen was not much weaker than that of the legendary Shinsengumi. Fortunately, we have guns now. But the next moment, several figures suddenly appeared on the outer wall, and several dark objects were thrown into the yard. The next moment, boom! High explosive grenades from the high-tech world exploded in Taisho-era Japan. With flesh and blood flying everywhere, Minister Zuo was shaken by the terrible explosion and could not control himself. Windmill's pupils also shrank. This kind of firearm was probably powerful enough to threaten the ghost of Shixian. He turned into an afterimage in an instant and rushed towards several people, but Vincent roared and blocked the way. The professor also instantly raised his hand cannon and fired a roar. You triggered the side mission Blood Purge. Task description: many humans have defected to the cannibal camp. Eliminate the opponents. For each person killed, you will receive additional rewards. Failure penalty: none. Additional reward: kill high-ranking figures to get special point rewards. A flash of light flashed in by Tsangju's hand, and a silver revolver appeared. He did not aim, but raised his hand and fired a shot into the lobby. Puff! Minister Zuo's pupils were dilated and he collapsed on the chair. He was shot in the center of his eyebrow and the back of his head was blown away. He died extremely happily. You killed the left minister Kosuke Kono and obtained 300 dimension points. Side mission Blood Purge. Additional rewards are triggered, and mission participants obtain E-level singularity points *1. Bite Sangju whistled, but he didn't expect that his winning shot would directly trigger the special effect of doom knocking on the door. Vincent and Elizabeth were also overjoyed at this moment. They did not expect that the side mission triggered by this madman would have such a high reward. Killing an ordinary plot character would have a special point. Only the professor frowned. She knew that the higher the reward, the greater the danger. This world is becoming more and more dangerous. Lu Qi, the man in the bamboo hat, lowered his head, stroked his sword with his hand, and walked quickly from outside the lobby. Although Japan is undergoing changes in the current era, most of the buildings are still light wooden houses. He just cut open the door with a sword, taking 2 soldiers with him. Lu Qi lowered his head and felt a fire burning in his stomach. Although he didn't like the madman who called himself Tao Bai Bai, he liked the task triggered by the other party very much. It was not because the reward was generous, but because this task made him feel like he was participating in history. Because of his personal background and experience, he had a particularly deep understanding of the humiliating days in Dongxia's modern history. That's why he often mocked the Japanese verbally, even though he used the ability called Feitian Yujianliu. At this moment, he looked at these soldiers who began to wear neat uniforms because of the military reform, and his murderous intent was filled. The sword light began to dance. Although the firearms of this era are lethal enough, their firing speed and accuracy are far from comparable to modern weapons. Of course, in the battlefields of the First World War in the West, more terrible war firearms have begun to appear. Puff! Puff! Lu Qi seemed to have become as crazy as Bite Sangshu. He killed these people very quickly. Elizabeth frowned. Lu Qi, these ordinary soldiers only have some dimensional point rewards, and you want to rob them? Lu Qi did not answer, but on the other side, Vincent cried out in pain, and blood gushed out of his chest. Be careful, it's the lower string. Vincent shouted a warning. He was full of energy. Looking at the terrible injury, it was obvious that his life was not in danger. Bai Sangshu was standing on the wall at this time, watching the battle of these reincarnations with cold eyes. That Lu Qi was a master of swordsmanship, with skillful movements, and could easily kill ordinary people without relying on ability. Vincent probably has some special physical ability. After his muscles were cut by the cannibal, the amount of bleeding was much lower than that of ordinary people, and his physical activity ability was not significantly affected. Judging from his fighting style, he seemed to be a samsara specialized in defense. And Elizabeth, the tall woman with green hair, Bai Sangshu narrowed his eyes. The other party was always using firearms to fight. A submachine gun with a super high firing rate made the Japanese soldiers of the Taisho era flee everywhere. However, Bai Sangshu stared at this woman. He guessed that this woman must have hidden other abilities. The other party did not show any special shooting skills, but Vincent and Elizabeth were obviously long-term teammates and trusted each other very much. There is only one reason why a person is willing to become a samsara specialized in defense in an extremely dangerous environment like the samsara space, and his companion is a samsara specialized in attack with enough strength. Moreover, the other party's body is quite fragile. Elizabeth pursed her lips.
She could feel that the eyes of Tao Bai Bai were looking at her wantonly, and that was not a look containing lust. On the contrary, the opponent was like a wild beast, looking at everyone with the eyes of looking at prey. This madman. But Elizabeth did not get angry. Instead, she cooperated with Lu Qi and instantly wiped out the entire gun-wielding team of the left minister. Only the lower string cannibal with black hair and black beard and strange lines on his face was left. The opponent's speed and strength were overwhelmingly stronger than ordinary cannibals. If compared with the attributes of the reincarnation, the total attribute of the opponent was definitely more than 40 points, that is to say, this was obviously a monster of the parallel level. Moreover, the 12 ghost moons all had special blood ghost arts. At this moment, the cannibals only fought with their flesh, and it was obviously not a complete posture. Elizabeth's eyes were slightly shining. The windlass, who was fighting fiercely with Lu Qi and suppressing Lu Qi, suddenly felt his body pause, and a cold light had already attacked. Puff! The body of the windlass suddenly expanded and became huge in an instant, so that the sword that could have cut off its head only scratched a small wound on his chest. At this moment, the figure of Lulu was more than 3 meters, standing in the courtyard, like a giant. It looked down at several humans, especially Lu Qi, who was holding the Sun Will sword at this time. Are you a pillar-level swordsman? Tell me your name. The black lines on Lulu's face began to spread all over his body, and the whole person's sense of oppression increased instantly. Lu Qi also looked serious. This cannibal ghost, at this moment, has completely superior physical ability to himself, but correspondingly, he also has the Sun Will sword borrowed from those demon-slaying swordsmen. He only needs one chance to. Bang! With a dull sound like artillery fire, Lulu's body was blasted back several steps. The professor stood on the farthest wall, and the hand cannon in his hand was still emitting green smoke. Are you really waiting for Lu Qi to fight the lower string alone? Come together. This woman obviously didn't have much martial virtue. Elizabeth was not going to stand idly by. While she was shooting, she secretly intervened with her ability. Vincent also roared, jumped high, his muscles bulged, and punched down with both fists. I saw the correct version in the 16:9 book forum. Baitsanshu did not make a move, but continued to shoot with Knock of Doom, but because he did not have shooting expertise and did not trigger special effects, the bullets did not land accurately. Mr. Tao Bai Bai, please do not make a sound or show any abnormality. The professor's voice appeared in Baitsanshu's ears out of thin air. Baitsanshu still had an inexplicable smile on his lips, and the gun in his hand continued to shoot. I'm afraid we've been targeted by the 2 reincarnationists who left the team. I can't lock the other party's position, but I have a special ability to detect danger. Now, I, the weakest member of the team, and you, the strongest member, are both out of touch. This is their best chance. The professor's voice was cold, without any panic of being attacked. This made Baitsanshu think a little more highly of this woman. In fact, there was no need for the professor to remind him so covertly. Baitsanshu had already felt the killing intent. The biggest help that Tao Bai Bai's pink robe gave Baitsanshu was not the attribute improvement and specialization improvement, but the ability of killing intent perception, which was a top-level early warning device in the reincarnation space. You can't be sure who will have killing intent towards you when, but it can make you aware of it. Baitsanshu felt the faint pain like a needle. He was sure that the enemy had indeed regarded him, the injured strongest, and the professor, the weakest who had left the center of the battlefield, as hunting targets. Baitsanshu watched the battle below. The size of the winch became even bigger. It was now higher than the courtyard wall. Every blow made the ground tremble. Lu Qi and his companions were already in a bitter fight. They lacked the ability to kill such a large enemy with one blow. Hot weapons can only continuously hurt and stimulate the opponent, but they cannot really cause fatal damage to the lower string ghost. Baitsanshu raised his gun and seemed to be concentrating on aiming. At the same time, the professor also loaded the hand cannon again. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking through the air, and 2 black shadows quickly broke through the air from outside the courtyard wall, and the sword light also lit up at the same time. Puff! The professor's figure fell from the wall in an instant, and blood was thrown out. Clang! Another figure who appeared in front of Baitsanshu had his pupils shrank. He looked at the man in a pink robe, who actually turned the silver revolver horizontally and held his sword. Is this guy a specialized reincarnation who adds all his points? Baitsanshu looked up and met the eyes exposed under the nightgown. He could see the shock in the other person's eyes. Baitsanshu blocked the opponent's sword with his left hand with a revolver. He saw from the corner of his eye that the woman who was cut off the wall was not dead, but took the opportunity to go into the room. He didn't care and didn't mean to help. The man in the nightgown with a big sword was obviously stronger. He hesitated for a moment and didn't come to help his companion who was blocked. Instead, he continued to climb down the wall and chase the professor. Bai Xiangshu raised his mouth and smiled indifferently. He even raised his right hand wrapped in white bandages to indicate that he was injured at the moment. The sword was blocked by a revolver. Yu, who was already shocked and angry, immediately stepped forward and kicked Bai Xiangshu's lower body. But Bai Xiangshu's expression did not change, and his right foot was raised. Bang! The 2 feet collided, and Yu only felt a strong force coming, and his center of gravity was instantly scattered. He thought it was not good, and immediately pulled away and wanted to get away. For a samsaranga like him who specializes in agility, the ideal combat plan is to flee thousands of miles away if the attack fails. He has realized that this guy in a disgusting pink robe is indeed not simple. This time, as long as Hunter can kill the professor and bring back a head, the mission of the 2 of them can also be completed to a considerable extent. At that time, even if he cannot ask Muzan Kibutsuji to transform himself, he can ask one of the upper rank to transform the 2 of them into cannibals. Yu is a rare, specialized samsaranga among the samsaranga, because before the strong level, the attribute points obtained from the space mission cannot be allocated autonomously, so many people's attribute points will be allocated to multiple attributes. But there are a group of special samsaranga among the samsaranga. They are recognized by the space and have special talents in a certain field. The space will automatically allocate their attribute points to the same attribute. This results in the same task process. These specialized samsaranga will have quite high extreme attributes and have stronger combat power in the early stage. Yu is a born agile specialized reincarnation. His agility attribute has reached 15 points after surviving several missions, but his strength and stamina are only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Because of his low survival attribute and strength, he thinks that obtaining the blood of the cannibal is a good choice. In fact, in the eyes of some people in the reincarnation space, the derivative world of Demon Slayer has the characteristics of both newcomer killer and newcomer treasure. The cannibals in this world are highly aggressive and appear at night, which can easily cause the death of newcomers, but at the same time, this is also one of the easiest early worlds to obtain, bloodline. The cannibal bloodline given by Muzan Kibutsuji has a huge defect that it will definitely be clamped by Muzan in the Demon Slayer world, but it is not a problem in the reincarnation space. Not to mention that Muzan Kibutsuji cannot be influenced, even if some reincarnations capture Muzan back to the space, or seize Muzan's ability. The reincarnation can also choose to pay singularities to improve the defects in the bloodline at the goddess. For most of the reincarnations, in Demon Slayer world, the benefits of joining the Muzan camp are much higher than those of the Demon Slayer core camp. A bloodline that allows you to obtain a certain degree of immortality in an environment without sunlight is extremely cost-effective. In a flash of thought, you had already given up the idea of hunting down Bai Xiangshu. The opponent was indeed a tough guy. His guess was right. The cannibal ghost attacked the opponent first because the opponent was the strongest in the reincarnation team. This information may be exchanged for a certain camp points. Puff! As blood spurted, Yu's pupils shrank, and he jumped in the air, but his body was pulled by a strong force and could not get away. He saw that the man who blocked his sword with a silver revolver had disappeared in his left hand at some point, and the other party actually held his sword with his bare hands. Blood spurted out instantly. But at the same time, a terrible force came from the sword body, and Yu's force to escape backwards was completely offset. Want to leave now? Our fight has just begun, hasn't it? Yu suddenly pulled out his sword with all his strength, but his 8 points of strength were like a drop in the ocean, and he couldn't shake it at all. His eyes moved, and he loosened his hands. With a flash of light, another sword appeared in his hand, and he stabbed directly at Bai Xiangshu's neck. Bai Xiangshu's neck was strangely bent, like a green snake turning to the right. Yu's heart trembled, and he turned around to escape. But the next moment, a huge force suddenly hit his waist and abdomen. Bang! Yu's limbs swung forward uncontrollably, and the terrible force on his waist and abdomen brought his body down from the 3-meter-high wall in an instant. Boom! The bluestone floor cracked instantly, and Yu also spurted out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. There was a sharp pain in his pelvis, and he guessed that he might have a fracture, but at the moment, this pain was not important. He had to escape. He immediately stood up, exerted force on his toes, and his LV4 footsteps started instantly. He just took a step forward, and everything around him seemed to be left behind. He escaped from the door that was cut open by the man in the bamboo hat. He looked behind him with the corner of his eye, wanting to notify Hunter to retreat, but some dark thoughts appeared in his mind, and he turned around and ran away. Puff! You seem to hit a wall, and his body was forced to stop instantly. He only felt that his eyes went black, and a bloody palm appeared in front of him without knowing when, pinching his head. Ah! The temples on both sides of his head creaked because of the huge force, and he himself was completely unable to concentrate because of the huge pain. Sanshu mentioned this slender reincarnationist indifferently. A correct version was found in the 16:9 book forum. Your speed is not fast. The familiar voice made you feel extremely scared. How could it be possible? Isn't this guy specialized in strength? How could he be so fast? The next moment, Sanshu suddenly pinched the other's head and threw it to the ground. Bang! Bang! Puff! The fragile, agility, specialized reincarnationist, whose bones and muscles are not much tougher than ordinary people, is like a watermelon, breaking on the bluestone floor. Red and white flowed all over the ground. Yu's body struggled and trembled for a moment, and finally there was no sound. You killed the reincarnation KL16254477, you, in the cooperative mission world. This kill cannot generate rewards. On Sanshu's right hand, a scarlet light suddenly lit up, like a snake gnawing at the right hand of the dead reincarnation. Sin points +1, currently, 2, the private space numbered KL16254477, you, has been integrated into your private space. You can view it after entering the space, the sin reincarnation mark is detected, and the killing reward generation begins to be redetermined, the sin points are 2, and the additional drop rate of the scarlet drop card is slightly increased. You have obtained a scarlet drop card *1. Sanshu looked at the scarlet light condensed into a card, stretched out his hand and pointed, and the card had fallen into his backpack. He raised his head and saw the other reincarnation in night clothes looking at him in horror in the shadows by the door in the distance. Sanshu raised a finger to his mouth and made a confidentiality gesture. There was still the blood of you on his face, revealing a cruel smile. Plop, plop, plop. Hunter felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet in an instant, and the hairs on his back stood up. He didn't care about the professor who was hit by his sword again, and slashed the wooden wall with his backhand sword, running away almost without leaving any ground. That guy actually killed someone in the peaceful world and got the scarlet drop card. That guy is a monster, run. This was the only thought left in Hunter's mind. Sanshu put away the scarlet drop card. He has realized that the characteristics of his sin reincarnation may be related to killing reincarnations. What is currently shown is that opening the scarlet drop card will get extra drops due to sin points. Just now, it was discovered that even in this peaceful cooperative task world, the sin reincarnation still has a chance to get the scarlet drop card by killing the reincarnation. Tisk, it's really a bad party reincarnation. Sanshu is a little distressed. He actually thinks he is a very lawful type, but whether it is the rules of this reincarnation space or the identity of this sin reincarnation, it seems to remind himself that killing is the right thing to do here. Sanshu's mouth curled up. He saw Vincent and others still fighting with the giant cannibal in the courtyard, and the ripples on his hand appeared again. Bang! In the terrible sound of stomping on the ground, Sanshu smashed the broken wooden door with a bang, and rushed straight with a terrible strong wind. Vincent's muscles hardened, and he took the blow head on, and was knocked out. He happened to hear a terrible sound in the air, and turned his head, only to see Sanshu leaping high with a wave power in his left hand. Crunch! Amid the terrible sound of muscle tension, Sanshu's left hand twisted outward at a terrible amplitude, and the muscles completely showed a spiral texture. Elizabeth was far away, and her pupils also dilated slightly at this time, and her mental power spread out. Xiandao Raksha Palm. Puff! Sanshu hit the back of the oversized windlass with a palm, and in an instant, a strong force accompanied by a terrible spiral force completely exploded. The clothes behind the windlass were instantly broken, and the muscles were twisted and torn by the spiral force. What's more terrifying is that the golden ripples accompanied by this force directly shattered the windlass's tough skin and slammed into the body. Roar! The windlass roared like a beast because of pain, and the sound echoed in the city of Heian. He turned around and slapped Sanshu. Sanshu spun several times in the air, and landed lightly without retreating a single step. His martial arts expertise was at level 3 after being blessed by peach white pink robe, and he was very good at using and unloading force. Ah, it hurts. The windlass did not feel any better after knocking Sanshu away. On the contrary, the burning ripples caused a large piece of flesh behind it to necrotize and melt directly. This scene made Elizabeth's eyes light up. She floated up in the air, and suddenly she kept chanting words that could not be captured by human ears, and her body slowly floated up. About 5 seconds later, she suddenly opened her eyes and clenched her hands against the windlass. Puff! Amid the dull explosion, a large amount of blood spurted out of the nostrils and mouth of the lower string demon, Windlass. Standing at Bite Sangshu's position, it was clear that the huge heart of the cannibal ghost was shattered. The huge body of the wheel collapsed to the ground and soon returned to its normal size. The ogre's eyes were empty, as if he was recalling the beautiful things in his memory, and he smiled, and then turned into ashes. The second lower string, the wheel, died. You caused 47% of the damage to it, and received a secondary reward. You received 800 dimensional points. The damage caused by Bite Sangshu with just one blow almost constituted half of the killing of this lower string. This is the unmatched restraint of the ripple breathing method on creatures like ogre ghosts. But the next moment, Bite Sangshu clearly saw that the tall woman who called herself Elizabeth had a blue drop card in her hand. His eyes narrowed slightly, that is, the woman's previous blow was actually the one that killed the ogre. He immediately thought of many abilities in his mind that could directly kill the ogre without using the Sunwheel sword, in addition to the ripple breathing method he used, which could be related to sunlight. It is probably some kind of magic or prayer or other holy attribute ability. In short, it has a strong restraint on these dark creatures and undead creatures, or it is a kind of instant death ability. The so-called instant death ability is linked to immortality. In the infinite dimensional space, there are special bloodlines like cannibals and vampires that are almost impossible to kill with ordinary damage. This type of ability that can only be killed by special methods is called immortality. The more powerful the creature, the higher the possibility of immortality, and the immortality of cannibals, which can be killed by sunlight, Nichiren sword and other methods, is only the lowest level. And instant death, on the other hand, is an ability to ignore physical ability and vitality and kill the target completely. For example, the effect of Death Note. This woman is a bit dangerous. Elizabeth put away the drop card, and the joy in her heart quickly dissipated because of the look in the eyes of the monster. She knew that she used that ability to win this drop, and she would definitely be feared by the other party. But as a reincarnation, showing weakness will only lead to being devoured sooner. She stared at Tao Bai Bai with a sinister look. After a moment, the other party looked away, and Elizabeth relaxed a little. Vincent also returned to her side immediately. Vincent was not in good condition at the moment. His shoulder was broken and he had multiple injuries. Check the correct version in the 16:9 book forum. Elizabeth thought for a while and took the initiative to say, for the loss of the windlass, we will take out 3,000 dimensional points to compensate everyone. She did not open the blue drop card at this time, and was not sure whether she could get a good reward, but this approach undoubtedly added a little healing agent to this fragile team. Lu Chi, who had been fighting head-on, dropped the broken Sunwheel sword at this time and nodded to accept this plan. The professor also covered his shoulder and came out from the other side. I don't want it. I didn't contribute much in this battle. Bite Sangshu looked at this scene and had a better understanding of the ecology of the reincarnationists in the space. Reincarnationist is just a general label. There are all kinds of people here, but in order to survive, everyone is trying to find their own position. Whether Elizabeth took the initiative to take out 3,000 dimensional points or the professor gave up the dimensional points, they were all anchoring their positions. Everyone looked at Bite Sangshu at this time. They knew that the biggest contributor to this battle was actually this somewhat crazy guy. The other party not only took the initiative to provoke the assassination of the left minister, triggering this side quest, but also defeated the reincarnationist who joined the enemy camp in the battle, forcing the other party to flee. Moreover, in fact, several people were secretly afraid of Bite Sangshu. His behavior was not in line with the logic of ordinary reincarnationists. There was a kind of terrible madness. Even at this moment, the professor and Elizabeth did not dare to think that this Tao Bai Bai accepted the fact that they were temporarily a team. In their eyes, if this guy suddenly attacked and wanted to kill others at this time, it was not impossible. Ha, why are you looking at me? Miss Elizabeth's plan is very pertinent. I am not a demon. Will I force Miss Elizabeth to do something worse? Bite Sangshu smiled. But Elizabeth's body stiffened. After seeing the few people coming back, Butterfly Kane finally let go of her worries. How is it, does the left minister believe that the death of the sheriff has nothing to do with the Abuyoshiki clan? It's not that Butterfly Kane is unkind, but she feels that these demon slayers have dragged down the headmaster too much. The headmaster's property is now being constantly encroached, and it is becoming increasingly difficult to support the Demon Slayer Corps, but he has never thought of giving up. She also doesn't think that killing demons is the headmaster's business alone. These swordsmen don't come to kill demons because the headmaster spends money. Each of them has basically been robbed of their original happiness by Muzan and those demons. They kill demons for revenge, and don't let more people suffer the misfortune they have suffered. This simple empathy is the starting point of the Butterfly Sisters, and she also believes that it is the starting point of most demon slayers. The professor stared blankly, thinking about how to start, but Baeksanshu said directly, "Left Minister? He's dead." Kane Butterfly was shocked and looked at Baeksanshu in disbelief, but Baeksanshu spread his hands and looked at this woman who was not weak in strength with some amusement. "Miss Butterfly, those people have joined forces with the cannibal ghosts, and even some senior government officials may have become cannibal ghosts. You are still thinking about how to explain, isn't it ridiculous?" Kane Butterfly frowned. If she was asked to kill ghosts, she would naturally not frown, but killing the left minister. "I have to go back and report to the master. There are too many things involved. The person standing behind the left minister may be that person." Baeksanshu didn't understand the docility in the bones of the Japanese, and he still looked as if it was a matter of course. "Well, as for Hirohito, I'm going to kill him too." His hearing Baeksanshu's words, Elizabeth and the professor both took a deep breath, thinking that Tao Bai was a complete lunatic, as if he had only one choice when he spoke: kill, and kill. Hirohito is the person who will inherit the Japanese throne in the future, not just any cat or dog. Such a person probably has a lot of guards. At this moment, he is also cooperating with Muzan Kibutsuji. It is possible that there are upper strings or even Muzan himself around him. How can he be so easy to kill? Kocho Kane's pupils also shrank suddenly, and her face turned pale. She was also a little shocked by the terrible thinking of this powerful man, who actually wanted to kill the emperor's heirs. At this time, a ray of sunlight just lit up in the sky, and the night full of crises was about to end. Main Mission 1, Survive Until Dawn, completed, reward, 1000 dimension points. Kane Butterfly was in a better mood when she saw the sunshine. She did not respond to Baeksanshu's words, but said that she needed to go back and ask the master, and then prepared to take people away. The professor frowned. It was obvious that Tao Bai's words irritated Kane Butterfly. The kind, Hanashida, did not take her and others who fought side by side to the butterfly house to rest. This was not a good result for the main mission. So she stepped forward and said with a smile, "Put Mr. Tao's words aside for now, Miss Butterfly, we also want to contribute to the extermination of demons." She knew that since the two people who left had joined the Muzan Kibutsuji camp first and came to assassinate them, then the choice of joining the cannibal demon camp had been ruled out. The two had the advantage of joining first, and they must have sold the most valuable information about Muzan Kibutsuji from the Blue Higanbana, the reincarnation, for a good price. It would be extremely difficult for her and others to join, and they would probably be ambushed. So no matter whether it was Elizabeth and Vincent or Lu Chi, the man in the bamboo hat, they did not object to the professor's words. When Butterfly Kane heard this, she also smiled. It is naturally a great thing that more people can fight against the cannibal ghosts at this time, but I have to report to the master before I can give you an answer. She glanced at Baeksanshu again. She envied his skill of killing ghosts with bare hands, but it was a pity that this person's idea was too scary. After Butterfly Kane left, several people rested nearby. This place was not far from Hyunjin City, which was convenient for them to observe the follow-up reaction of the attack on the left minister last night. Because cannibal ghosts could not appear during the day, they were quite confident in facing ordinary plot characters with backward weapons. Baeksanshu found a place to sit down, closed his eyes, and continued to breathe in and out. The ripple breathing method was recovering his injuries bit by bit. Minor ones, such as the place on the left hand that was cut by the sharp blade, are now almost healed. Others are sorting out their injuries, because each reincarnation has their own secrets, and they are quite far away from each other. The professor's injuries should be considered more serious among the few people. She was hit by the sword, and Baeksanshu saw that it almost cut her chest. But somehow, she looks in good condition at the moment. The woman, wearing black-framed glasses, approached Baeksanshu. Seeing Baeksanshu open his eyes, she immediately spread her hands to indicate that she had no hostility. "Mr. Tao Bai, you should also know that the possibility of us joining Muzan Kibutsuji's camp is not high now. Why do you still want to provoke Kocho Kane?" A correct version in 1619, one book, one forum. It doesn't matter if we don't tell her about our side quest.
As long as we successfully join the Demon Slayer Corps and gain reputation, it is very likely that you will get an A rating at the end with your strength. Bike Sanchu closed his eyes again and did not comment on the professor's words. The professor pursed his lips. She knew that this Tao Bai Bai actually looked down on her, and because she had accidentally revealed the other party's ripple breathing, she was wrong first. She closed her eyes, and a strange wave spread out. Bike Sanchu opened his eyes. He did feel something, but that feeling was magical. He had never experienced it before, as if something invisible passed through his body. The professor took off his black-framed glasses, and Bike Sanchu noticed at this time that the woman's eyes were emitting a faint luster. Mr. Tao Bai Bai, I think you should be a special reincarnation. She suppressed the fear in her heart and made it clear what she saw. I saw that you got the scarlet drop after killing that reincarnationist. This kind of thing should never happen in the cooperative mission world in theory. The only explanation is that you are not an ordinary reincarnationist. You are a member of the license holder. At this moment, Bite Sanchu really looked at this professor who claimed to know the mission world and reincarnation space very well. The other party seemed to have many secrets. And now, the other party took the initiative to throw out these secrets, and there must be something to ask for help. Bike Sanchu's eyes moved and smiled. Miss Professor, you guessed right, then I will guess too. I think your main task should be completely different from ours. So you took the initiative to test whether the task of the rest of us is to survive until dawn at the beginning of the task. The abnormal difficulty of this task is not because I am too strong or a special reincarnationist. The reason why the difficulty of this world has increased sharply is that a special reincarnationist has opened a special trial in this world. The professor's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously took a half step back, but immediately realized that his reaction exposed the answer. She could only pretend to be calm and continue the conversation. Yes, I am a new reincarnation discovered by Shinkan, and also a license holder. This mission world is a special trial that I opened. Bike Sanchu stood up and came to the black-haired woman. The other party's instinctive muscle reaction would not lie. The muscles of the whole body were tense and she subconsciously shrank back. This woman was afraid of herself. But on the other hand, this woman took the initiative to contact herself in such fear, and even risked being killed by herself to reveal her identity. TSK, she is also a lunatic. Bite Sanchu saw that under this timid face, this woman had a persistence in her heart that no one could stop. And, woman, ha! When Bite Sanchu looked at himself approaching, and even deliberately showed a wanton look to look at the other party's body, the professor's reaction, his mouth curled up. Normal women, facing this situation, should not react like this. Domxia, and even most women in Asia, always have the habit of subconsciously protecting their private parts. Just like that, Elizabeth, when he looked at her, she would subconsciously turn her body, or stare at him, which was a way to protect herself. But the professor had no such reaction at all. She only feared life and death for him, not other aspects. Bite Sanchu looked at the professor with interest, and suddenly said, "You are actually a man, Professor. Will this incarnation of a woman be more expensive than an ordinary incarnation?" The professor was struck by lightning, and his face turned pale in an instant. At this moment, he subconsciously felt a great fear, as if his disguise had been exposed. He looked around, completely forgetting that he had just used his mental power to scan the surrounding space. This reaction made Bike Sanchu show a sneer. He spread his hands, took 2 steps back, and sat down again. This professor may have his own secrets and some special talents, but in Bike Sanchu's opinion, he is too young. Even the clown Evans who died in his hands was more mature than the other party. The professor stood there, his face pale. He knew that the rich experience he had been pretending to have had been exposed. He no longer had bargaining power in front of the other party. Even if the other party had bad intentions, he would face terrible blackmail. He took a few deep breaths to stabilize his emotions, and his mind quickly recalled many scenes. There are many monsters in the reincarnation space that cannot be measured by ordinary people. Hasn't he been mentally prepared for this kind of thing? At the moment, it just happened to meet one of them. Wild, powerful, and smart, completely without the recklessness and arrogance of the powerful people in those stories. Under the seemingly crazy behavior, there is a keenness that sees through everything. The professor looked at Bike Sanchu again. He had equated this man who turned himself into an absurd face like an ancient god with the monsters he had heard of. He looked at Bike Sanchu again, and his eyes had returned to calm. "Tao Bai Bai, I want to make a deal with you." Seeing that Bike Sanchu did not refuse, he continued to speak. "I think you should also be a newcomer, and the kind of newcomer who has no other samsara behind you.
I want to use a piece of information related to special samsara, like you and me, in exchange for your promise not to join the camp that is hostile to me in this mission. Baitsangshu looked at the samsara who had stabilized his emotions and adjusted his thinking in a short time with amusement. Perhaps, the other party is not as bad as he thought. For samsara, the so-called qualifications are often very multi-dimensional, and it is not just being good at fighting that is excellent qualifications. This professor is quite good at judging the situation and grasping the scale. For example, at this time, his request for the transaction was only that Baitsangshu should not join the camp that is hostile to him. Obviously, he does not want to face an enemy like Baitsangshu. But he did not ask Baitsangshu to join him, and did not restrict Baitsangshu. Although there are only two camps in this world, Demon Slayer Corps, and Musen Kibutsuji, on the surface, now that this world has changed to the point that Musen Kibutsuji has contacted the top government officials and started to get involved in all aspects, then naturally there will be many third-party camps. This is also the reason why Baitsangshu does not give in to Butterfly Channy. I think you are not very courageous. If I interrogate you before killing you, you will probably tell me your information. Baitsangshu smiled and spoke with a gentle tone, but the content was chilling. But the professor had sorted out his thoughts at this time. He looked at Baitsangshu calmly and shook his head. You won't do that. Although Mr. Tao Bai seems to be crazy on the surface, he is actually very rational. You will not kill me for no reason after I hinted that there is a force behind you. The reason is not fear of revenge, but... The professor looked at Baitsangshu with a firm tone. But that kind of behavior is not worth it. Pa. Baitsangshu clapped his hands and completely recognized this professor, who disguised himself as a woman. He changed his opinion. The other party is also a very interesting reincarnation, quite talented. Tell me, what does the so-called license holder refer to? A correct version can be found in the 16-9-1 book forum. The professor felt relieved. Although he had thought about the logic of this Tao Bai before, the other party was showing dangerous intentions all the time. Moreover, the ability to kill a reincarnator in a peaceful cooperative mission world and obtain scarlet drops is too terrifying. He guessed that it was probably the special ability of the Sin series license holder. This ability simply stimulated the reincarnator to become a madman who kills people everywhere. In fact, he had heard that all the special reincarnators of the Sin series that had appeared in the reincarnation space before, without exception, rose rapidly in a short period of time, and then died in a certain mission because they offended too many people. In the reincarnation space, you can be crazy, but you must not go crazy without limit. He sorted out his mind and began to explain the secrets of the space. I don't know how many missions you have experienced specifically, and how much you know about the space, but I believe that you should have known that the reincarnator itself, in addition to the space rating, paper bin strong ferocious crazy god theory, that marks its own strength, there is also a level. The level of the reincarnator that marks your value to the space. Baitsangshu nodded. He did see this in the goddess's residence. The professor continued to explain. After the reincarnationist surpasses the 3-star rating, he will obtain a unique title, called the so-called title level reincarnationist. Each title level reincarnationist is accompanied by extremely powerful and high-priority special authority. It is said that when your personal attributes exceed a certain extreme value, you will be invited by the space to participate in the competition for the title of strongest. There are multiple strongest in the space, and each is the pinnacle of a certain type of reincarnationist. And in this infinite dimensional space that has been open since who knows when, there are also special kings who surpass strongest. These reincarnationists with the title of king have seized the authority of the space in some way. 52 cards that should not exist were fabricated. The professor's information was indeed a secret that Baitsangshu had never heard of. 12 heavenly stems, given to the destined person, sins are 7, virtues are 8, given to people born different, tarot 22, given to the chosen person, and there are the 3 most mysterious cards. No one has ever known the card, no one has ever known what the ability is under the card. As he spoke, a card appeared in the professor's hand. The card showed a dignified priestess with the Roman numeral 2 on it. It was the so-called second number of the 22 tarot cards, priestess. The professor spoke these secret rumors in one breath, and there was also some emotion. Although he had known those things through Shinkon, a long time ago, at this moment, he and the person in front of him were probably participating in the special existence of this space legend, and the feeling was still different. Baitsangshu tutted his mouth.
He didn't expect that the so-called hot potato left by Chu Chi for him had such an origin. No wonder his trial task was so difficult. Sin, the so-called exclusive sequence given to aliens. As an alien, the task he got was completely different from that of ordinary people. He looked at the card in the professor's hand, and remembered the other party's description, and said, "Are you the so-called chosen one?" In fact, he had heard the name of chosen one more or less from other reincarnations in the space. This is almost the most widely circulated and well-known type of special reincarnation in the space. Chosen one can see the mark of reincarnation before entering the space. They are talents needed by the space, and everyone has special talents. This is a special talent similar to those who are loved by the space, and after growing up, they can often do things that ordinary reincarnations cannot do, borrowing the authority of the space to some extent. For example, the most popular and precious commodities in the shantytown, slave shackles, and scapegoat dolls, one can capture the plot character back to the space by paying a certain price, and the other can get rid of the task punishment by paying a certain price. These are all directly related to the authority of the space, and they are props that only the chosen ones can make. The professor hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. "Yes, I am the chosen one, and I am also a reserve member of the top gathering in the East District, Shinkong." When it comes to the name, Shinkong, the professor's pupils dilated slightly, and even his whole body relaxed a little. He is very proud of this organization. Bite Sanshu noticed this information and continued to ask, "Oh? That, Shinkong, is a very powerful organization?" Bite Sanshu did put away his murderous intentions for the professor at this time. The information provided by the other party is very valuable, and it is a secret message that those so-called space brokers cannot provide. Moreover, the other party's analysis was actually correct. Bite Sanshu felt that it was not worthwhile to kill this professor who was obviously still a newcomer. The other party might have some props that could resist damage or heal injuries, but that kind of thing was not so precious that Bite Sanshu would desperately try to seize it. "Mr. Tao Bai, although you are very strong, as a reincarnation, sooner or later, you will also know that in this space, a single person cannot make it to the end." The professor's tone was a little erratic, as if he had thought of something. A person always has areas that he cannot take care of, always gets tired, always has powerful enemies that he cannot challenge, always has treasures that he cannot seize. Team is the ultimate destination of every powerful reincarnationist. And the gathering is a group of reincarnationists with the same goal, led by an absolutely powerful person, and organized by many teams to share resources and intelligence efficiently. In the East District, no, in the entire infinite dimensional space, Shinkong may not be the most powerful, but it is definitely the most special and glorious group of reincarnationists. The professor's voice was firm, and Bite Sanshu also realized that Shinkong might have some tricks. At least, Chu Chi's result of getting a special card was death, but Shinkong could hand this thing over to a reserve rookie without a sound. Crunch, crunch. Bite Sanshu shook his neck and right hand muscles, making a terrible sound. He stood up, and a smile appeared on his grotesque face. "There is only one last question left, Professor." The professor's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he became a little flustered. Bite Sanshu suddenly stood up, moving swiftly and silently, and in an instant he changed from a sitting position to a standing position. "Professor, can you tell me how many special cards a reincarnationist can hold at most?" He grinned and took 2 steps forward, feeling as if he was falling into an ice cellar. "You said so much, but you didn't tell me whether the so-called Tarot 22, Sins 7, Virtues 8, and Heavenly Stems 12 can coexist. Will I have a chance to hold other cards?" The professor's pupils trembled, and his brain began to turn rapidly. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came, and Bite Sanshu and the professor both noticed at the same time that Lu Chi appeared from behind the stone on the other side with a knife, while Vincent and Elizabeth also turned their backs to the others and retreated. A lot of people appeared in the woods, and this movement made the few people regroup. Soon, dozens of people wearing black night clothes and covering their faces appeared in front of them. The professor relaxed, and the people who came were members of the Hidden in the Demon Slayer Corps. This also means that his purpose of joining the Demon Slayer Corps camp is about to be achieved. Bite Sanshu thought at this moment that whether it was the appearance of Kocho Kane at night or the timing of the appearance of these Hidden, it was probably that a certain organization of the Demon Slayer Corps was not far from Fujiki Mountain. He looked into the mountain, as if looking for something. But the next moment, a figure appeared, completely diverting Bite Sanshu's attention back. A correct version in the 16:9 book in one forum. Wearing a brown cassock with the words Namo Amatba written on it, he is blind and has a terrible scar on his forehead. He is extremely tall, more than 2 meters tall, and has a strong build, with muscles all over his body as if they were made of steel. The whole person exudes an extremely terrifying sense of existence. The strongest contemporary member of the Demon Slayer Corps is the rock pillar Mingyu Xingming. Behind him were the returning Butterfly Kane and the Butterfly Ninja Sisters, as well as several Demon Slayer swordsmen. Everyone, after the Lord heard the news about you, he was worried that you would be retaliated against, so he specially sent Mr. Wei Mingyu Xingming to cover us as we headed to the station. The implication of Butterfly Kane's words was that she naturally agreed with the professor's statement that several people had joined the Demon Slayer Corps. The plot character Butterfly Kane invites you to join the Camp Demon Slayer squad. Do you accept it? When Baitsangju saw such a prompt appearing in front of him, several others quickly chose to accept it. Only the professor, after looking at Baitsangju twice, chose to accept it and took the initiative to walk behind Mingyu Xingming. Not just the professor, Butterfly Kane also looked at Attractaloads after she spoke. In fact, in her heart, mastering the white song technique that can physically kill ghosts is what she wants most. Miss Butterfly, your boss is not afraid that after I join the Demon Slayer squad, what powerful people I kill in the future will affect him. Butterfly Kane didn't speak, but she mourned. After chanting the Buddha's name in meditation, she opened her mouth and said, when the Lord says that the difference between man and ghost is greater than the superiority of the king and his ministers, the left minister should be killed. As he spoke, Mingyu Xingming's eyes shed tears, as if he was lamenting the sin of killing. Baitsanju got the answer and chose to accept it. You have joined the camp, Demon Slayer squad, your deeds of killing demons with your body spread throughout the Demon Slayer Corps, and your reputation in the Demon Slayer Corps increases. Currently, friendly, 80 out of 100, main mission 2 completed, reward, 500 dimension points, the third trigger of the main mission, changing the balance of camp power, making the Demon Slayer camp surpass the Wuhan camp, currently, 13 vs 87, main mission 3 will calculate rewards based on camp comparison at the end of the mission. The minimum benchmark is 50 vs 50, punishment for mission failure, obliteration. Elizabeth and Vincent frowned when they saw the third main mission. The difficulty of this mission was too high. Only the professor looked normal and said, Miss Butterfly, Mr. Mingyu, actually, we have an urgent piece of information. The thing that Anabutsuji Musen has been looking for thousands of years is somewhere near the charcoal seller's house on the mountain. If he gets that thing, Musen will completely get rid of the restrictions of sunlight and become an immortal, ultimate creature. The professor did not exaggerate. He does have a special talent. It is not just the specialness of the chosen one. What Shin Kong saw at the beginning was his keenness in various animation and film plots. He seems to have a natural unique understanding in this regard. Blue Bienhua is the biggest hidden wealth for the reincarnations to enter this world. As long as it is used properly, it can get considerable benefits and convenience from Musen Kabutsuji. Of course, with Musen's despicable nature, if you use it improperly, you may also suffer a lot. But at the moment, this convenient information has obviously been used by the 2 reincarnations who joined Musen's camp. The professor knew this and immediately started his countermeasures. The unique characteristics of Blue Bienhua, it only blooms during the day, destined this thing to be impossible to be picked by the cannibals. Excluding the combat power of the cannibals, the strength of Musen's camp is actually far lower than that of his own Demon Slayer Corps. The professor pointed this out at this moment. Not only can he cut off the firewood from the bottom, but also use the power of the Demon Slayer Corps and the Abuyashiki family to cut off the local camp's opportunity to strengthen Musen and gain reputation in advance. He can also use this information to gain a huge amount of camp reputation. More importantly, the professor urgently needs an event at this moment to keep the powerful combat power of Gyumei of Sadness Island by his side and find an enemy to divert the attention of Momo Pai Bai. Regardless of whether the other party's words just now were a bad joke or not, he dared not appear alone in the other party's vision again. Since several camps have such terrible monsters, he doesn't want to become bait, so he can only find an equally fat enemy. Baitsangshu stood in the crowd and followed the team. It seems that the Demon Slayer Corps is indeed quite familiar with the situation in the mountains and towns in various places. After careful discussion with the professor, they determined the approximate area. Baitsangshu knew that the information in the original work could infer the distance between Tanjiro's family and Sajiri Mountain. With the Demon Slayer Corps hiding in the mountains and fields now, and the power of the Abuyashiki family, it is not impossible to find the specific location.
Similarly, since he can find it, Muzin Kibutsuji, who is now supported by the government, can also find it. This is a race. Moreover, Ike Sangshu suddenly remembered something. The so-called singularity, the spatial explanation, is a special fate node, which marks a special change in the world and will lead the world to a new branch. I killed Tao Pai Pai in the Dragon Ball world, so a series of subsequent things related to Tao Pai Pai will change like a butterfly effect. The world will change, causing a lot of information. Therefore, the value of this singularity is high enough. But many times, people who can have a huge impact on the world are not necessarily strong, just like Tanjiro's family at this moment. Speaking of which, Tanjiro's family is still alive and well at this moment. Bite Sangshu opened his mouth, sounding incoherent, like the opening remarks of a casual chat between acquaintances, and Kocho Kene and Sato Masam had no reaction. But at this moment, the few reincarnations in the team are all smart people. In an instant, she understood what Bite Sangshu meant. Lucci frowned, but did not speak. Elizabeth and Vincent were very tempted. In fact, Elizabeth was quite satisfied with the harvest of this mission, except for being a little afraid of Bite Sangshu's murderous nature. Singularities are often only obtained in very few missions. Killing an ordinary person like the left minister and getting a singularity is already a great thing. Now that she saw that this killer had another idea, she was also a little moved. She actually thought that if she could kill the protagonist of the world, the level of the singularity should not be too low anyway. Bite Sangshu took in the expressions of several people, but he actually did not have many ideas to implement. He knew that if it was so easy to harvest singularities, this kind of thing would not seem so precious. Bite Sangshu looked at the professor in front of him, and sure enough, the other party slowed down his pace, and his voice appeared in the ears of several people again. Bite Sangshu guessed that this professor should be a reincarnation with specialization in spirit, or he should have some special ability, and could use skills like telepathy and spiritual scanning. This could also explain why the reserve force that Qing Kong, who was so powerful in the other party's mouth, had such weak combat effectiveness. Reincarnations of this nature would indeed be very weak in the early stage when they lacked all kinds of abilities. I advise you not to have that kind of thought. Even you, Mr. Tao Bai Bai, may not be able to bear the backlash of that degree of mutation. To kill the son of the world is to be against the will of the world. I am sure that when you attack Tanjiro at this time, unimaginable changes will inevitably occur. Whether it is a swordsman passing by who suddenly wants to draw his sword to save people, or a certain sun-calling swordsman who does not exist at the moment appears, or even the sky changes suddenly and meteorites fall, I will not be surprised. The weaker the protagonist is, the stronger the destiny of, definitely being able to survive, is. Being against destiny, Mr. Tao Bai Bai, are you ready? A correct version in 1619, one book, one forum. The professor's words made several people silent. Bite Sangshu smiled with satisfaction. He got the information he wanted. He didn't intend to do that. He killed many people in the infinite dimension, not because he liked killing. What he liked was the tension that made his heart beat more intensely, the joy of fighting. Slaughtering weak people who had no ability to resist was just bullying of weak people. Bite Sangshu himself didn't realize that he actually had terrible arrogance in his bones. Whether facing the attack of the clown Evans, he chose not to contact Song Xian and chose to fight him alone, or at this moment. He had an arrogance that looked down on others from the depths of his soul. The professor turned around, and under his black-framed glasses, he glanced at Bite Sangshu with a different look. Mr. Tao Bai Bai, I'll give you another piece of information. In the infinite dimensional space, there are not only human reincarnations like us in the real world. Legend has it that in this space, there exists an organization called Black King Society, which is a special reincarnation team composed of some kings who have taken away the entire world. Their only goal is to kill all the reincarnations who have committed evil deeds. Bite Sangshu ts his lips and glances at others from the corner of his eyes. It seems that no one has heard it. He understands that this is the professor's warning to himself. The Black King Society, according to the professor's description, it seems to be a reincarnation team composed of some powerful plot characters? Interesting. Hunter's face is pale, his whole body is trembling, his chest is rising and falling violently, but the air he can breathe into his lungs is getting less and less. He looked at the figures in front of him, and the fear in his heart became stronger and stronger. Are you afraid? Don't worry, I won't eat you. The hair color is as pure as white oak, and the words, upper string, are clearly revealed in the colorful irises. Why on earth would a paper-level reincarnation like me have to face such a situation? Damn it! But if I want to survive, I must. Are you sure the Demon Slayer Corps will send out the pillar-level swordsman?
The man-eating demon wearing a purple-red short shirt, with pink short hair and golden eyes asked Hunter with great interest.
Hunter even felt his breathing smoother because of the approach of the other party.
The third upper moon, Akaza, likes to fight with the strong the most in his life.
He looks down on Doma. Originally, he would never carry out a mission with Doma.
But the human in front of him actually vowed that the location of the Blue Blossom would definitely be protected by the powerful pillar-level swordsman sent by the Demon Slayer Corps, and ordinary human soldiers could not get it.
Not only that,
Hunter failed in the last assassination attempt with you. Not only did he fail to cut off the heads of other reincarnations to prove himself, but he even lost one person. This temporarily reduced Hunter's reputation in the Musen camp to a very dangerous level. Fortunately, the information about Blue Blossom provided before was too important for Musen Kibutsuji, and the lower-ranked demon who died at the same time happened to prove that Hunter was not completely incompetent.
There is indeed a possibility that the enemy is powerful and there are multiple pillar-level swordsmen participating in the siege.
Hunter knew that at this moment, the only reason he could continue to survive was the authenticity of the Blue Blossom information. If he could not seize that thing, even if he could successfully complete the main task, Musen would kill him before that. So although he did not know the choice of other reincarnations, in order to be on the safe side, Hunter prepared for the worst.
That is, the Demon Slayer Corps also learned about Blue Blossom in advance.
So on the one hand, he suggested that Musen order those officials to continuously send a large number of human soldiers to the destination to search. On the other hand, he asked Musen to arrange for the upper rank to prepare for support. If the pillar-level swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps are on guard, then a large number of human soldiers will be used to hold the enemy back, and the upper moon demon moon will come at night to kill the pillar-level swordsmen and clear the obstacles.
Whether it is the main task or the reputation of the camp, you will gain a lot.
If the professor and others do not have this arrangement, then as long as you successfully obtain the Blue Blossom, no matter how angry the upper moon demon moon is, Musen's praise is better than anything else. This is the survival route that Hunter has found for himself.
Not bad.
Hunter gritted his teeth and affirmed that his body temperature had dropped to a dangerous level due to Doma's blood demon art, but he still insisted that his information was accurate.
Doma had a smile on his face, admiring the way this human was still lying desperately when he was dying. Yes, Doma was very sure that this human was lying.
When humans lie, their heartbeats, pulse beats, and even the smell they secrete are completely different, and it is an upper-rank demon like it that can see these things clearly. But Doma did not expose the other party, but just admired the other party's ugly appearance before his death.
Akaza did not like Doma's attitude.
Although he could see that there was something untrue in Hunter's words, the other party was not completely lying either.
At least,
the martial artist you said who could kill the lower strings with bare hands will also appear?
Akaza was more interested in this person.
Killing a cannibal demon with bare hands, even a lower string demon, this kind of person made him very excited.
Tao Pai Bai? I can't wait to fight with you.
Moreover, according to this writer, Doma, the second upper string, and himself, the third upper string, may not be able to defeat the Demon Slayer Corps together. Because this generation of rock pillar is a terrifying talent that is rare in a century, and with the martial artist named Tao Pai Bai, there is a possibility of sniping two upper strings.
This kind of words is simply incredible.
But Master Musen has already done everything to get the Blue Blossom, so... The man standing closest to the window turned his head at this time, exuding a terrifying aura that was almost as solid as a substance.
Upper string 1 Black Death Eyes. Only this companion can ensure that Doma and Akaza will not have a conflict because of a boring quarrel. Puff! Hunter's pupils shrank, and the black death eyes in his eyes slowly disappeared.
His neck felt hot and a lot of blood gushed out.
What happened? Did they not listen to Musen's orders?
The loss of blood made Hunter fall into the brink of death quickly, but the next moment, a thick blood poured into the wound on his neck. Warning, the plot Strongman Black Death Eyes is changing your blood, and your bloodline will undergo unknown changes. That kind of blood seemed to have its own will, constantly shuttling through Hunter's blood vessels. He felt that his body, will, and even soul began to not belong to him. Bloodline is mutating, physical fitness test, passed, will test, passed, instant death test, passed. Your bloodline has changed, currently, Oni, dark species, secondary species, rare, warning, this bloodline is a secondary generation bloodline of the ethnic group, completely dominated by the ruler of the ethnic group. The space has cognitively intervened in the bloodline source species, Musen Kibutsuji. 1D level singularity will be deducted at the end of the mission, and if it is insufficient, it will be eliminated. Hunter suddenly felt a pain that made his scalp tear. The next moment, his body seemed to be shedding its skin and began to transform little by little. But in the severe pain, Hunter let out a howl of joy. This is power. As night fell, several cannibals advanced at a terrifying speed. The hunter who has adapted to the new bloodline has not only changed his body shape, but his character has also changed uncontrollably. Just like before, he clearly knew that Tao Bai Bai had mastered the Ripple Qigong, and felt that even if he had ghost blood, he should not face him. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. But at this time, he had an uncontrollable desire to kill in his heart, and even because of the continuous emergence of power, he felt that Tao Bai Bai was nothing more than that. At this moment, he can kill the opponent with one sword. The blood of the dark species always inevitably corrodes the mind. He was not fast enough, so he was held by Uozuo with one hand and jumped in the forest. But the closer he got to the target location, the more Uozuo frowned. In addition to the smell of blood in the air, there is also an increasingly strong smell of burnt food. Lai, who was immersed in complacency, smelled the terrible burnt smell. It raised its head, and suddenly its pupils shrank. In the night, a mountain forest completely covered with flames appeared in its field of vision. How is it possible? Call out. Tonyamo disappeared in an instant, and it rushed into the completely burning mountain forest at an extremely fast speed. Wherever it passed, the flames automatically extinguished. But after a while, he still returned empty-handed. There is nothing left in the mountains except the bodies of some dead soldiers. The moment of hunting was like falling into an ice cellar. At the same moment, in the distant mountains and forests, Vincent, who was holding a pair of special optical telescopes, took a breath of cold air. He did not expect that the upper string would actually appear, and that the upper string would arrive together. If he and others really follow the original plan, they may face a tragic group destruction tonight. He immediately placed an item into his and Elizabeth's team space. On the train to Kyoto, Elizabeth saw the props that Vincent had placed in the team's public space. She was also frightened. She raised her head and said to the people in the carriage. The three strongest top stringers all appeared at the target location. The professor sighed, knowing that his plan almost went wrong. Bite Sanju smiled as usual. The professor's idea was too conventional, but he knew very well that when a person is about to die, he will do whatever it takes. Very good, then let's go and kill the future Emperor Hirohito tomorrow. Light flashed in his hand, and a blue bienhua flower appeared in his hand. Green Bana flower, quality, blue, description, a special Higgin flower that only blooms during the day, effect, has special medicinal value. When Lu Chi heard this, he was inexplicably excited. He kept wiping his knife. Bite Sanju was thinking about other things. Wuhan, for this thing, you can abandon everyone, right? Oh. Chapter 54 Deepening Steps. Crane. The professor, Lu Chi, Elizabeth, and Bite Sanju were sitting on the train heading to Kyoto. Because of the previous incident, they had basically reached an agreement. The professor originally planned to take the rock pillars and flower pillars to kill the government troops and officials who came to look for the blue Higgin Bana near Tanjiro's house. This would not only gain reputation, but also prevent the hostile camp from helping Musen complete himself. But Bite Sanju rejected this plan and proposed a more vicious plan. The hidden members accompanying the Demon Slayer squad helped Tanjiro's family and other families in the nearby mountains relocate. After Bite Sanju and his team used advanced modern weapons to defeat the incoming government troops, they directly set fire to the entire mountain forest. Except for a few green Higgin flowers that they had collected in advance, everything was burned to the ground. Although Butterfly Kane objected to this plan, after Ming Minjiu Xingmei used the crow to contact the master agreed to the plan. In fact, only this plan can ensure that Oniatsuji Musen will not get the blue Higgin flower in a short time. But since Oniatsuji Musen already knows that the blue Higgin flower will only bloom during the day, then it is theoretically only a matter of time before it gets this thing. Abuyoshiki Yaya understands this truth, so he does not feel that Attractalode's plan is vicious, but only worries that it is not thorough enough. Now that several of us have confirmed the next main mission, we are all newcomers, so it should be impossible to have a scapegoat. Then, our next action can only be successful or die. The professor looked at several people and spoke like this. I think it is necessary for us to further share each other's information to facilitate future combat arrangements. If we encounter a strong enemy like Shangxin, we may be in danger if we fight alone.
The professor said it very euphemistically. In fact, in her judgment, except for Tao Bai Bai, who has the possibility of defeating some of the strings, the others will almost all end up being killed by the strings. There is a huge difference between the strength of Shangxian Guiyue and Xiexian. Even though they, paper-level reincarnations, have intelligence advantages, know the opponent's blood ghost skills, and are equipped with advanced firearms, they still cannot make up for the gap in strength. Speed, strength, regeneration, fault tolerance, in all aspects, Shangxian Guiyue has an overwhelming advantage. Elizabeth and Lu Qi also knew what the professor meant and did not object. Elizabeth, who had always felt unapproachable, was the first to speak. Vincent and I are members of a team under the Loose Assembly, Xianyu. Because we are a loose assembly, we don't have much resource support. We are just paper-level reincarnators who can use team functions to carry out tasks. That special gathering where even the president is said to have disappeared? The professor seemed to have heard of the somewhat scrawled name of the gathering. Elizabeth nodded and continued. Then my highest personal attribute is spirit, which is 12 points. I can make mental calls within a range of 10 meters, and then... Elizabeth glanced at Bai Xangju, finally sighed and said, I have an incomplete advanced ability, heart mastery, which can crush the opponent's heart. However, because my mental attributes are not enough, I can only use it when I see the enemy's heart. Elizabeth's tone was a little soft as she spoke. This powerful woman, who was nearly 1.8 meters tall, seemed a little embarrassed because of her lack of ability. The professor nodded without saying anything, and Lu Qi also started his introduction. Only Bai Xangju looked at Elizabeth with an inexplicable smile, causing the latter to subconsciously look away. Bai Xangju sighed inwardly. As expected, these are the reincarnations, a group of poor people who can never feel safe. He was very sure that Elizabeth's ability was definitely not what she said, heart mastery, because just crushing the heart would never kill a Xiexian instantly. But that's the way reincarnations are. Even if they want to share information with each other for cooperation, they will selectively cover it up. This kind of incomplete information will become an opportunity for the team to be destroyed when encountering a strong enemy. But Bai Xangju cannot be blamed for this kind of behavior. After all, even he will not tell the truth about his abilities. This kind of loose teamwork is really boring to him. Bai Xangju suddenly opened the window glass on the side of the carriage, and the night wind rushed in instantly. Everyone else was shocked. Lu Qi was still subconsciously reporting on his abilities. I am Lu Qi. The highest value is 13 points of strength. He is good at hand-to-hand combat. His specialization level is LV5. His chosen specialization direction is specialized slashing. Bai Xangju stepped on the table in front of him, and amidst the exclamations of the passengers around him, he jumped out of the carriage. The corner of his mouth curled up. This Lu Qi was actually a bit funny. Bai Xangju grasped the iron sheet at the top of the carriage with both hands, pushed it hard, and in a counterintuitive way, turned over onto the roof of the carriage. He waved his hand downwards. It's up to you to play this boring team game, and I will accomplish the goal myself. Seeing Bai Xangju's appearance, the professor sighed and had nothing to do. But he was actually relieved in his heart. When acting together with Bai Xangju, he always felt that he was completely suppressed by the other party, so that he always felt that he was not confident enough. And maybe, the most efficient way to complete the main task for the reincarnations on his side is to separate. In order to reverse the balance of power between the two sides, in addition to killing as many political strongmen as possible from the enemy camp, we must also find ways to help the Demon Slayer core camp. The professor's eyes lit up, and he suddenly realized that in some aspects, even that Momo Pai Pai could not compare to him at all. Bai Xangju sat on the top of the carriage. Japanese trains of this era would not pass through tunnels. He sat on the train, feeling the whistling wind in the mountains, and his mouth and nose were still struggling to maintain ripple qigong. The injury on his right hand was almost healed at this time. A scarlet light appeared in Bai Xangju's hand, and then he crushed it. You have opened the Scarlet Drop card, a correct version of 16-9-1 Book 1 Forum. Drop is opening. Calculating target kill points, 4, reward slightly increased, calculating your kill points, query X051 holds sin points, 2, you will get an additional reward option, complete calculation, this time you open, you will be able to choose 2 of the following rewards as rewards, A, 30% of the dimensional points, B, 2 items in the backpack, C, get an additional 10% of the main attribute to increase your own attributes, D, randomly draw 1 specialty. And keep the highest level of LV3, E, randomly get 1 ability. The ability can only keep the level of LV1, Bite Sangshu noticed that the values of each item when it was opened this time were somewhat reduced compared to the drop card of Evans. The biggest impact was probably that when I killed Evans, I directly got 1 point of agility, but this time I didn't. In other words, in essence, the space does not want the reincarnations to fight each other in this cooperative mission world. Because of the special nature of sin reincarnation, I have obtained a certain degree of overreaching and obtained the special power that may produce scarlet drop cards in this mission world. Choose C, D. You chose C attribute extraction. Start extracting now. Your agility attribute is increased by 1 point. You chose D feature extraction. Start extracting now. Extracting, you have obtained the basic footsteps expertise, and it is detected that you already have this expertise. Increase the expertise level slightly. Basic footsteps expertise has been improved. Currently, LV5, you can choose a deepening direction once. Note, the deepening direction can be selected at LV4, LV7, and LV10. If the reincarnation has this level of expertise before entering the space, it will be selected at the next level. A. Civet cat, your footsteps are as light as a feather, and the movement of walking is very small. B. Crane, your footsteps are light, and the bounce and air stagnation increase additionally. Choose B. The logic behind Bite Sangshu's choice of reward is actually very simple. This dropped card has a generally low reward value because the opponent's kill points are too low. The only value-preserving and most practical one is C's attribute point reward. Among the remaining options, there are too few rewards for props, and the opponent has not shown anything special. Bite Sangshu thinks that instead of rummaging through garbage, it is better to get a specialty. Even if it is not what he urgently needs, it is more or less useful. The result is not bad, giving him footwork expertise. Bite Sangshu feels the spasm of his muscles, and his strength has been improved again. This feeling of rapid improvement is indeed addictive. Bite Sangshu feels that perhaps the sin-related reincarnationists do not need any additional stimulation at all, and will step by step move towards a fate of constantly hunting reincarnationists to strengthen themselves, then making enemies, and then continuing to fight. And sooner or later, they will be killed by one or a group of reincarnationists, ending their sinful life. The reincarnation of sinners is a very fitting name. Bite Sangshu recalled the rumor about the Black King Society that the professor had sent him at the last moment. It was obvious that the other party was trying to warn him in a tactful way that unlimited killing would lead to disasters in space. Bite Sangshu sat on the top of the train, with a silver full moon hanging high above his head. I've really been underestimated. I've always been a good citizen who resisted temptation and obeyed the law. The wind at night was very strong, blowing Bite Sangshu's hair around. Under the moonlight, his face was filled with a certain excitement. He could already see more and more torii appearing in the mountains and fields in the distance. This was the biggest feature of the city of Kyoto. As a Japanese cultural center that has continued since the Heian period, various shrines have long become the signature of Kyoto. What's more ironic is that as the existence that should be most despised by God, Musen Kibutsuji now lives in Kyoto. And that Prince Hirohito, who would become the reigning emperor who would cause Japan to launch a catastrophic war throughout Asia, was also in Kyoto at this moment. Bite Sangshu's smile became more and more flamboyant. He was not deceiving himself. Bite Sangshu liked order and respected order. During the years he grew up in Dongxia, he was feared because he was an alien, and on the other hand, he was sympathized with because he was also an alien. Bite Sangshu was not the boy in those middle school stories. He did not feel disgusted because of being sympathized by others. On the contrary, he felt that humans were a very magical species. He actually felt sympathy for something stronger than himself. Bite Sangshu touched the position of his heart. Is it because those people have a stronger heart? Several images flashed through Bite Sangshu's mind like a flash, as if someone said something to him, but just when he wanted to think carefully, everything disappeared again. We've arrived at Kyoto. As the train attendant began to remind everyone in each carriage, the train also began to slow down. After almost an overnight train journey, the few people arrived at the place where a fierce battle might take place in this mission. Bite Sangshu did not wait for the others to join him. He jumped directly from the top of the train, like a flapping crane, jumping nearly 10 meters in the air, and landed on the field outside the track. Then he quickly disappeared into the night. He had already discussed the so-called countermeasures with others. What he had to do next was nothing more than waiting for the fight at dawn. Bite Sangshu walked from the field towards the city. Under the moonlight, there was no trace of anyone in the field. But the sound of fine footsteps suddenly sounded from behind Bite Sangshu. Bite Sangshu paused, and the sound disappeared completely. Bite Sangshu moved again, and the sound continued to appear. Bite Sangshu's eyebrows moved, and he looked back to check around.
In fact, Bai Sangshu had sharp senses. He knew that there was nothing behind him. He turned his head and his hawk-like eyes swept over the low-lying fields and the trees on both sides of the train track. Nothing was found. It was neither a cannibal looking for death nor a frightened beast. Bai Sangshu frowned slightly, and the ripple qigong was about to be agitated subconsciously, but suddenly, Bai Sangshu remembered the specialness of this world and that special milestone. Spirit seer, rare seeing a spirit. In the demon slayer world, there are not only ghosts like Muzan Kibutsuji, but there is no doubt that there are spirits in this world. Those who have good intentions always linger somewhere in the world after death, and they are unwilling to leave in order to see the people they love. Bai Sangshu did not expect that he would encounter such a situation. He was not afraid. Bai Sangshu even swung his fists at the most vicious cannibals in this world. It's just that he is not sure how to deal with this situation. This guy is clearly next to him, but he can't see him. Is it because he does not have the ability or qualifications to see spirits, or the other party does not want him to see? Bai Sangshu glanced at the brightly lit city in the distance, unwilling to give up this milestone marked as rare. In various anime worlds, spirit is also a very versatile concept. It is hard to say whether this milestone will affect the acquisition of any precious power system in the future. Bai Sangshu tried to move forward, and sure enough, the footsteps continued to appear. Bai Sangshu changed direction, and the sound was still there. The sound will only disappear when Bai Sangshu walks towards the train. A correct version in 16:9 book form. It doesn't want to go to the train or the train track? Bai Sangshu looked around and suddenly noticed the numerous torii gates. He suddenly had an idea and walked towards that place. The footsteps behind him really appeared again. When Bai Sangshu arrived at the foot of the mountain, he looked up and saw a huge torii gate in front of the mountain gate, and the road behind was completely made of stone, with fox stone statues on both sides. The stairs leading to the mountaintop shrine were covered by small torii gates, like a red tunnel. After he tried to step into the mountain gate, the footsteps behind him slowed down. Is it scared? A voice suddenly sounded while Bai Sangshu was in doubt. I didn't expect that you could actually send this child back. Could this be the revelation of Inari God? The old man was wearing a red skirt and a white coat, very dignified, and looked like the shrine's chief priest or a priest. The old man's hair and beard were all white, and he looked at Bai Sangshu as if he was looking at someone incredible. Bai Sangshu's mouth curled up, revealing his signature smile. He never believed in coincidences or divine revelations, not to mention that he was a reincarnation, and to this world, he was a plunderer. The old man pretended to be solemn and dignified, but Bai Sangshu smelled the smell of conspiracy. The old priest didn't wait for Bai Sangshu to speak, and made a seal with his hand. The footsteps behind Bai Sangshu instantly became clear. The next moment, a little girl wearing a shrine maiden's costume and less than 50 centimeters tall appeared behind Bai Sangshu. The girl's 2 ears protruded from her fluffy hair, her eyes were wine red, and her tail also protruded from under her red skirt. You have seen a spirit in this world and completed the milestone. Seer of spirits, rare, seer of spirits. You will have a chance to see a spirit. The probability is linked to your spirit and the strength of the spirit. Every time you meet a spirit, your spirit will have a small chance to be improved. You have unlocked the subsequent milestone, Toucher of Spirits, rare, successfully touched a spirit and survived. At the same time, the professor appeared at the foot of the mountain gate. He looked at Bai Sangshu, who somehow found this shrine before him, and was slightly absent-minded. Mr. Tao Bai, are you also here to find help? Is the other party not a so-called Sin-type reincarnation? But a type that can get enlightenment like himself? Human, I have a request. The fox girl who was suspected to be the messenger of the Inari god said so. Bai Sangshu reached out to grab the other party's head, but only felt that the temperature of his hand dropped slightly, but he didn't touch anything. The fifth Shintoism. Bai Sangshu did not believe in evil, and tried to touch the spirit of the fox god again, but in the end, he could not touch the spirit itself. His actions changed the expressions of the white-haired old priest and the fox god above the torii path. They could feel that Bai Sangshu had no respect for the solemn shrine, or even the god Inari himself. The professor looked at this scene, his breathing tightened, and his body subconsciously shrank back. He felt that if the situation was not right, he should just run away. The professor was the chosen one, and each chosen one would have a special ability related to the power of space, and that ability was often the first ability obtained after entering the reincarnation space. The first ability the professor got was called Crystal Divination, which was originally a low-level ability close to the level of magic, with a very low accuracy rate, and it was also accompanied by the restriction of using a crystal ball.
But after he learned it, his ability changed, and the D-level, crystal divination, became the B-level, crystal revelation. He only needs to consume a piece of crystal of any quality to get a certain revelation. This revelation is sometimes a dangerous omen, sometimes a special inspiration, and sometimes some very secret information. The professor guessed that perhaps his sensitivity to the plot and his talent for digging out various hidden events are the embodiment of this ability of the Chosen One. After he became a reincarnation, the essence of this Chosen One began to materialize with the help of the acquired abilities. At this moment, the reason why he appeared in front of the largest shrine in Kyoto was because he consumed a piece of high-quality blue crystal, and the revelation he got was related to the shrines in Kyoto that had declined due to the changes of Musen Kibutsuji. He consciously understood where the biggest help of the Demon Slayer camp was in the main task, so he came to trigger the task. However, the professor did not expect that Tao Bai, who was supposed to kill the prince's palace regardless of the consequences, actually came to Fushimi Inari Taisha before him, and seemed to have directly triggered some extraordinary branch line. Old man, if you have anything to say, you can tell me directly. I am a person who is honest when it comes to transactions. Bite Sanshu passed directly through the spirit of the fox god, which made the latter unstable for a while. Bite Sanshu looked directly at the old man in front of the mountain shrine and spoke. The old man lowered his head, but his voice came down the mountain road 100 meters freely. This kind of skill is not something that ordinary people can do. I am just the god who serves Lord Inari. Since the god has returned, everything will be decided by the god. The little fox ignored the professor and appeared in front of Bite Sanshu again in an instant. Arrogant mortal, Lord Inari will bring disaster. The little fox's red eyes became a little scarlet at this moment, and the disguised soft and cute look also became a little evil in an instant. Hidden Camp Shintoism, the impression of you is reduced, currently neutral, 70 out of 100, Bite Sanshu and the professor saw this prompt at the same time. The professor opened his eyes wide and felt a little wronged, but Bite Sanshu smiled even more. He was so rude, but the impression of Shintoism on him was still neutral and friendly. It can be seen to what extent the power of Shintoism has been suppressed, and to what extent the shrine of the god Inari has fallen. Bite Sanshu also realized at this time that he had not thought carefully enough before. In the main task, the power comparison between Demon Slayer Corps and Musen Camp is close to 1:9 at the moment, and the gap is very scary. If you rely on your own idea to hunt down the pro-demon ministers, the prince, and the lone 12 demon moons, I am afraid that if you want to complete the main task, the difficulty will be a bit too high. After all, the samsaras who participated in this cooperative mission were all paper-level samsaras, and being able to kill the lower strings quickly by himself was already an exception. The best among the lower strings were probably already at the lower level, and the upper strings would have a discontinuous improvement. For ordinary, paper-level samsaras facing this mission, it is impossible to hunt down many lower strings to complete the mission. Space will not give missions that must be killed, so reversing the balance of power is not only a way to kill Musen's camp, but also to find help for the Demon Slayer Corps. Those third-party forces that suffered losses because of Musen Kibutsuji and related forces are all potential helpers. Thinking of this, his mind was instantly broadened. He looked back at the professor disguised as a woman, and the other party was indeed quite capable. With this thought, Bite Sanshu looked down at the little fox, then raised his head and said to the old man, "You also want to kill Hirohito and Musen Kibutsuji, right?" The old man shuddered. He looked at Bite Sanshu. His skin and flesh did not move, but his voice came out as usual. "Sir, you are joking. Prince Hirohito is the heir of the emperor. We naturally have no other ideas, but Musen Kibutsuji is doing evil and wreaking havoc on the world. Naturally, my god must uphold the righteous path." The old man said this, but Bite Sanshu just laughed mockingly. Shintoism evolved from Japan's native shamanism. It was designated as the state religion during the Meiji Restoration and should have continued until the end of World War II, but the development process of this world has changed. Musen Kibutsuji, the evil ghost who can grant eternal life at will, made these priests, whose supernatural powers have been fading since the Heian period, lose their favor in a short period of time. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. For example, Inari god, the god of agriculture, will be further degraded due to the Industrial Revolution. The professor coughed twice at this time. He was worried that if he didn't speak, this Tao Bai who was so crazy that he was not polite to the characters in the plot would anger his rare ally. He squatted down at the right time and spoke to the fox envoy. "We can help Inari god correct the path, but accordingly, you must also give us some convenience and help. Seeing the professor and the little fox starting to communicate, Baitsanju walked towards the top of the mountain. He walked very fast and arrived at the entrance of the shrine in just a breath. At this time, he smelled the strong smell of incense in the shrine, but the inside of the shrine was no longer so smooth. The old man of the god master no longer lowered his head to show off his humble appearance. He was not tall, about 1.7 meters tall, and he could only see Baitsanju's face by raising his head slightly. How about it? Fushimi Inari Taisha Shrine is the largest shrine in Kyoto. There is an endless stream of people coming and going to worship, and the incense never goes out. Under the gaze of the Inari god, Oh, it's gone. Baitsanju interrupted the latter's thoughts immersed in the good times without politeness, which finally made the old man's face sink. The old priest held the sleeve of his right hand with his left hand, and held the seal with his right hand. A gust of wind appeared out of thin air, causing his beard and hair to spread out at the same time. An inexplicable force appeared from the shrine, and then, in Baitsanju's perception, the priest seemed to grow taller in an instant, and a strong sense of oppression began to emanate. The old priest muttered something in his mouth, and pointed his right hand like a sword, suddenly pointing at Baitsanju. Bang! The old priest's pupils shrank, and Baitsanju's figure instantly appeared in front of him. One hand had already pinched his wrist, and the other fist had appeared in front of his neck. Is this so-called Onmyoji or divine magic? So slow. You triggered the hidden mission, the decline miracle, task description. With the development of the times, the mystery fades and all the forces are fading, but Shintoism is unwilling to decline, and they are determined to return to the center of politics again. Task content: help the Shinto camp eliminate forces that hinder development. Task reward: hidden camp Shintoism is opened, and the reputation store is opened. Boom! Boom! The sudden explosion broke the tranquility of Kyoto in the early morning. The night market in Kyoto is prosperous, but it also makes many people feel tired in the morning. Although the explosion was outside the city, Hirohito was still awakened. He stood up instantly, and his personal guards were already waiting around. What's the noise? A man in a modified military uniform walked in from outside and said to Hirohito, "Your Highness, the ninja who was looking out said that the train track outside the city was blown up, and the suspect has not been found yet." Hirohito rubbed his eyebrows to relieve the pain of the hangover. Kyoto is a prosperous place with many geishas. He can't get musen, but he won't hang himself on a tree. He can still indulge in sensual pleasures. He pushed the woman in his arms away, let the guards put on his clothes for him, walked out of the door, and looked at the place where the smoke rose from afar. It was quite far away from where he was, so he didn't take it seriously. Although the Meiji Restoration progressed well, there were always some stubborn and pedantic people who thought that it was these roaring trains that deprived them of their land and rule. They seemed to think that as long as the train tracks were blown up and there were no roaring trains, life would return to the past. Oh, stupid. Whether Hirohito indulged in sensual pleasures or was obsessed with Musen's beauty, in essence, he was actually very progressive. He was willing to embrace more advanced and powerful forces and existences at all costs. Whether it was Western innovation or Musen's blood demon art, that was the power he wanted. Your Highness, the Tsuchimikado family seems to have sent someone to meet you. Tsuchimikado, this is also a powerful family that has been passed down for many years. It was a famous family that once used Onmyojitsu to dominate for a time. It's a pity that Onmyojitsu, along with the demons, sorcery in the Heian period, has also declined. Hirohito didn't want to see the other party. He guessed that such people just wanted to continue to get a share of the pie. Unfortunately, the current era is already the era of warlords. Only mastering military power is the most important thing. Even those new industrialists who rose with the reform were looked down upon by Hirohito, so how could he pay attention to these remnants of the old era? He waved his hand and was about to ask people to leave. But suddenly, a black object was thrown from a very far distance. Hirohito watched the object fly from somewhere outside the yard, landed on the ground at the bottom of his four-story building, and rolled several times. Be careful, it's a firearm. A figure instantly appeared from behind Hirohito, pulled Hirohito up and stepped hard, and the whole person flew backwards with Hirohito. Boom! The destructive power of high-explosive grenades is far beyond the firearms of this era. Just one grenade instantly blew down this exquisite wooden building. Outside the courtyard about 200 meters away, a group of people stared at Baitsanju who threw the grenade. Because the distance was too far, they did not realize at first that Baitsanju was throwing firearms at the prince's palace. When the huge explosion occurred, everyone's face changed. The next moment, the minister who brought Baitsanju in turned pale. Tsuchimikado, how dare you? Puff! Bite Sanshu's move was extremely fast, and his right hand, which had recovered from the injury, bounced like an afterimage. The minister's throat was instantly broken, and he staggered backwards and fell. Baga! A group of people shouted angrily, some raised their guns, and some drew their swords. But Bite Sanshu suddenly stepped down, and the terrible force exploded. Bang! Two tigers fire sky-type fire. The stone slabs on the ground cracked in an instant, and a large number of fragments flew around. Puff puff puff! Ah! A group of people seemed to be baptized by shrapnel, and their bodies were instantly cut with a large number of wounds, bleeding. Bite Sanshu was still unable to condense his strength for dozens of meters like Tao Bai Bai, but with his innate terrifying physique, he can instantly burst out his strength in battle. Not only is his burst speed higher than that of the clown Evans, but he can also kill enemies around him. Bang! Bite Sanshu rushed out violently like a raging fire. The guards guarding the outer perimeter of the palace were still looking at the collapsed palace. When they heard the violent footsteps behind them, they turned around and saw a twisted palm that was spiraling towards them. Fox Shadow Flow Rakshasa Palm. Puff! Bite Sanshu's strength was so terrible at this time that he shattered the guard's sternum with one palm strike. He could feel that the opponent's internal organs and muscles were twisted together in his palm, and then violently erupted. Boom! The body of the guard flew out in a spiral, knocking away several soldiers who had just crawled out of the ruins. Without stopping for a moment, Bite Sanshu rushed directly into the smoke, stepped hard, and his figure was as light as a crane. He stepped lightly on the ruins of the wooden building less than 3 meters after the collapse, and instantly jumped out of the smoke and saw several people who were protecting Hirohito's retreat behind him. The ninja who was dragging Hirohito with one hand was wrapped in a nightgown. This person was extremely agile, and he could hear the sound of Bite Sanshu's light step. He turned around and waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of breaking through the air sounded instantly. Bite Sanshu had nowhere to borrow strength in the air, but he twisted his waist, spun several times in the air at high speed, changed direction in the air and fell to the ground. Do. The shuriken sank into the ruins of the wooden building with considerable force. This person is a master. Look at the correct version in the 16:9 book and forum. The ninja didn't care about Bite Sanshu at all. He stopped the enemy with one strike and quickly led Hirohito to retreat. He knew very well that since the Tagumo family dared to cooperate with the assassin, the old-fashioned forces in Kyoto were probably unreliable. He must take His Highness Hirohito to that woman. In the back, 2 men in black military uniforms stopped and drew their swords. As close guards, the 2 men still trusted their swords more in close combat. When Bite Sanshu spun and landed, his strength flowed as he wished. With the help of the rotation in the air, he had dispersed the violent forward momentum of the fire step, and there was no sound when he spun and landed. The 2 swordsmen frowned when they saw this scene. Be careful, it's a master. Bite Sanshu landed on his toes, but his heels didn't touch the ground. At the same time, his knees bent, and his figure jumped high again like a crane flapping its wings. The 2 were stunned at the same time. In close combat, jumping into the air is the most taboo, because there is no place to borrow strength in the air. One person immediately stepped forward, holding the knife with both hands, raised it high, and exhaled from his mouth. Ha! The so-called lion manifestation flow is just like this, relying on terrible strength and momentum, completely ignoring all the opponent's techniques. My sword, only cut. He suddenly slashed at Bite Sanshu, who fell lightly from the air. The sword was terrible, and the air was whimpering. But at this moment, Bite Sanshu's heart beat faster and his pupils dilated, as if he was extremely excited. He didn't like boring and rigid battles, and often challenged himself in battle. For example, at this moment, because of several jumps, he suddenly felt that he had caught some of the essence of Tao Bai Bai's movements. The so-called martial artist is not an ordinary fighter. Martial artists can do all kinds of things that ordinary people can't do. Bite Sanshu's mouth and nose are breathing continuously, and the ripple qigong flows quickly. In the air, he saw the magnificent knife, and suddenly twisted his waist and abdomen, turned in the air, and stepped forward with his left foot. Not a millimeter faster, not a millimeter slower. Bite Sanshu stepped on the tip of the sword that the swordsman of the Shixianliu used to cut down with his strength, and opened his arms like a crane spreading its wings. Ito Yuyuki's pupils shrank suddenly, and he felt the weight coming from his sword. He could hardly believe his eyes. How is it possible? How could a tall human being stand on the sword he cut out with wings spread in the air? How could a human being change his weight? You feel something in your heart, and your martial arts are improved. Your martial arts expertise is improved. Currently, LV3, martial arts expertise LV3, lift heavy things with ease, center of gravity like Mercury, and exert force smoothly and smoothly. You killed the guard Kamita Eiji and got 5-dimensional points. You killed the minister Sato Shoyuki and got 30-dimensional points. You have killed 100 people in total and completed the milestone killer species. You unlocked new milestones, killer ghost, rare, Shura, rare, killer species. Because they have killed too many humans, they naturally exude a terrifying killing intent. After wearing it, they will cause additional damage to human creatures and cause human beings to flee with a certain probability. Do you want to change the milestone to wear it? Change it this time. Bite Sangshu saw a series of prompts. He stood on the samurai sword, like a crane standing on a branch. Ito Hiroyuki's muscles were stiff because of the huge sense of horror. At this moment, he looked up at the man standing on his sword and felt that the other party exuded some terrifying oppression out of thin air. It was a completely different demeanor from the martial artists and swordsmen he had met before, as if they were two species from himself. Ming! The sound of swords rang out, and behind Ito Yuji, another swordsman drew his sword and slashed. Ito Yuji also regrouped at this time, cooperated with his teammates, and directly drew the sword. The peach-white-pink robe on Bite Sangshu had the effect of increasing martial arts expertise by 1 level. At this moment, he seemed to have already seen the door of martial arts. His movements were smooth and free. He tapped his feet lightly, and his body floated up, completely jumping high against his instinct. The swordsman slashed the air with a sword, and Bite Sangshu stepped down from the sky. Bang! The extremely light instantly turned into extremely heavy, and the gravity of more than 1,000 pounds instantly stepped down the swordsman's head into the chest. When Ito Yuji saw this scene, he only felt a chill spreading from the coccyx to the whole body. The opponent was more terrifying than any martial artist he had ever seen, just as terrifying as those cannibals called upper strings. Bite Sangshu looked at the swordsman who was frightened by him and froze in place, chuckled, turned around and stomped on the floor with a bang, and continued to chase him violently. It took a long time for Ito Yuki to come back to his senses and collapsed on the ground. The rear support troops arrived and saw the limp guards and asked Ito-san, "Where is His Highness?" Ito Yuki was in a state of dismay. He let go of the sword in his hand and staggered towards the periphery regardless of the strange eyes. That is not human technology, it must be the revival of the ancient mystery. It is witchcraft. He looked like his will was defeated, and the others could only continue to pursue. Boom boom boom. Kyoto was in chaos at this moment, and explosions appeared from all corners from time to time. Some were small explosions caused by earth gunpowder, some were explosions of new black gunpowder, but there were also some, those military and political offices and some ministers and troop garrisons. However, they were bombarded by high explosive ammunition that did not belong to this era. Even mixed with some infrasonic weapons. This was an attack launched by the stubborn old forces in Kyoto, in cooperation with the professor and others, in the Shinto and Yin-Yang masters. Their core purpose, in addition to killing Hirohito's forces, was to bombard the mansions that might hide the cannibals. Now the sun has risen, as long as the cannibals' hiding places are bombed, no matter how terrible the cannibals are at night, they will not be able to survive. The Yin-Yang masters of the famous Tugumon clan, wearing robes, kept throwing the explosives made of black gunpowder around, and their faces flushed in the explosion. In this era, their Yin-Yang magic was ineffective, and even the Shikigami began to be unable to control it. The reform was like a torrent, constantly washing away their glory from the past Heian period. But at this moment, holding explosives, they felt as if they had returned to the recorded Heian period, holding Yin-Yang magic, and every move was very deterrent. The times have changed? Then blow up these new generation hounds first. The professor saw the prompts that Kyoto was hiding a large number of cannibals. Under the bustling night, many low-level people became food for some cannibals without knowing it. But at this moment, there were constant prompts that the cannibals had died, which allowed them to get a lot of rewards. Of course, because many of them were not killed personally, the reward points were not many, but because of the large number, the harvest was still considerable. And at this moment, the strength comparison of the main task began to change. The strength of the camp belonging to the Demon Slayer Corps has been increasing. Those old-time nobles who were abandoned by the times for various reasons, especially the nobles and shrines linked to religion and mysterious powers, all began to move towards unity because of the common enemy of Muzan Kibutsuji and Hirohito. The Abuyoshiki clan is indeed a noble clan in the local area, and has been married to the priest family for generations. But at this moment, even the largest shrine in Kyoto, Fushimi Inari Taisha, stood on their side. The suppression they had suffered before, the annexed property and land deeds, all were no longer a problem. Because no matter how they were abandoned by generations, these powerful families who had monopolized a large amount of wealth for hundreds of years still had deep-rooted advantages. Almost instantly, the power comparison between the two sides returned to a 30-70 situation. The professor knew that as long as Hirohito, the future emperor, died, the remaining princes would definitely fall into chaos because of the position of the next emperor. All political forces will be divided again. If someone wants the power of Musen Kibutsuji, then someone will definitely choose the Demon Slayer Corps and the Shinto forces that are hostile to Musen. A perfect version in 16-9-1 Book 1 Forum. This is a kind of balance. Just like the political parties in many countries, they grow and decline, and tend to be equal. Now, we just need to wait for our monster to kill the future emperor. The professor looked towards the center of Kyoto. After the advancement of the two specializations of Baitsangshu martial arts and footwork, his steps are no longer so violent, but his speed is more terrifying. When he ran wildly, his body almost began to tilt, and the air made a dull whistle. The ninja held the clothes on the back of Hirohito's neck with one hand. Although the speed was still very fast for ordinary people, he felt the terrible strong wind behind him and knew that it was impossible to run away. He took a look at the inconspicuous wooden house in the distance and the red moon flag on the door beam. The ninja took a deep breath, pushed Hirohito hard, and turned around instantly. "Your Highness, the hiding place prepared by that lord is ahead. I think with the protection of those ghost moons, Your Highness can return to Tokyo." The ninja's voice was a little thin. Hirohito heard his loyal personal guard say this, and he didn't even have time to reply. He staggered forward. But his waist and knees were sore, and he couldn't run fast. The black-clothed ninja had adjusted his breathing at this time, pulled out the long sword behind him, and held it in front of him. Baitsangshu stopped instantly, and his body changed freely between extreme movement and extreme stillness. He looked at the slender ninja holding the sword in a unique posture, and was a little disappointed. "Aren't you going to make a seal? I want to see the so-called ninjutsu." The ninja looked at this person who might be the strongest human being he had ever seen in his life, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and then shook his wrist and threw a black ball. Baitsangshu's head was only 2 centimeters away, and the black ball missed by a millimeter. Bang! The black smoke exploded, covering Baitsangshu. The ninja rushed into the smoke with a sword in his hand. The so-called ninja is a person who endures all extreme environments to assassinate. Baitsangshu frowned, and the breathing rhythm between his mouth and nose was disrupted. This smoke bomb was mixed with some pungent smell. Baitsangshu stepped forward and retreated, but the next moment, the coldness came from behind. Baitsangshu suddenly bent his waist, bent his upper body forward, and kicked his right foot behind him like a poisonous dragon. Puff! Ninja Bai Shingzi slashed with her sword, but nothing was left. She suddenly felt a needle-like pain in her back. She subconsciously softened her muscles, and sure enough, a terrible force stabbed from the front. Puff! Bai Shingzi turned her body, but the kick still pierced through her waist and abdomen like a spear. As a descendant of the 3 legendary jonins of IGA, Bai Tanba no Kami, and a remnant of the Bai clan ninjas, Bai Shingzi shouldered the consciousness of following Prince Hirohito and devoting herself to the resurgence of the declining ninja clan. She seemed to feel no pain, rubbed her hands apart, changed the sword's momentum, and stabbed the opponent's leg with a sword. Puff! The sword sank 3 inches into the ground, and Bai Shingzi instantly pulled back and jumped out of the smoke, and threw a smoke bomb again. She knew that the person in front of her was probably a monster not weaker than the 12 demon moons under that adult, and she was not an ordinary person. As long as she could hold him back for a while and wait for His Highness to be safe, she would succeed. As her mind flashed, Bai Shingzi saw from the corner of her eyes that His Highness Hirohito was almost approaching the wooden house. As long as she reached there. But the next moment, Bai Shingzi was suddenly startled. She did not hear the sound of the smoke bomb exploding. The moment Bai Shingzi landed, she blocked in front of her with a horizontal sword. Her figure was not as stretched as that of an ordinary swordsman, and she seemed to be ready to escape at any time. Baitsangshu walked out of the smoke with several black smoke bombs in his hands. This triggered smoke bomb fell into his hands, as if it did not receive any impact, and was perfectly received without exploding. "Miss Ninja, you disappoint me a little." Baitsangshu suddenly turned around, and his movements were so fast that people were dazzled. The next moment, several smoke bombs instantly shot and hit in front of Hirohito. Baitsangshu himself pounced on the female ninja like a cheetah. Seeing this, the ninja wrapped in a black nightgown took a deep breath. She was not a fledgling who had never seen blood. On the contrary, she had been accustomed to taking lives and having her life taken away in assassinations over the years. The only difference was that it was her turn now. Bai Dixingzi shouted angrily, dancing wildly with both hands, and a large number of shurikens flew out. Bai Sangshu's pupils contracted, and the hawk-like dynamic vision, combined with the terrible reaction speed represented by the agility value of up to 17 points after the addition, all the movements of the shurikens in the sky were mastered. Bai Sangshu twisted his body, his neck trembled like a phantom, and he stepped through the shurikens in an instant. He also exhaled and made a sound, and his right hand was like a knife, and the terrible force was tightened in an instant. Woo! In the whimpering and whistling of the air, the terrible throwing hand stabbed instantly. Bai Dixingzi's heart seemed to sink to the extreme. She felt that her movements were so slow. The opponent exuded a fiery killing intent all over his body, and the hand knife stabbed, which was more terrible than any swordsmanship. Die! She suddenly felt the fear of death approaching, and only had time to move the blade sideways to move forward, trying to block it. But her speed was so slow that the strong wind brought by the opponent had already hit her mouth and nose as soon as the blade moved. Puff! At the last moment, Bai Sangshu changed his hand knife into a fist and punched the opponent's chest. The sound of bones breaking was crisp, and the sound of internal organs breaking like balloons was extremely dull. You killed the ninja Bai Dixingzi, and obtained 300 dimension points. Side quest Bloody Purge, additional rewards are obtained, and everyone who participates in the quest will obtain an additional 500 dimension points. Hidden quest Fallen Miracles, progress update, Shinto camp reputation improvement, currently, friendly, 65 out of 100. The female ninja did not take off her mask until her death. The opponent may have some abilities, but her battlefield should be the dark and strange night, a disguised assassination. Instead of fighting with Bai Sangshu with just a few smoke bombs in this uncovered square. So she died. Hirohito heard the clear sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, and his legs, which were already trembling, were even more exhausted at this moment. But fortunately, the wooden house with the red moon flag was the safe house in his mind. As long as he got there, he could survive. He gasped for breath, and at this moment he began to be angry at the courtesan who accompanied him last night for no reason. If it weren't for the other party's excellent skills, he wouldn't be so embarrassed. Trample, tramp, tramp. Hirohito was startled, and a cold feeling suddenly appeared from behind him. He was stiff all over, and he was only a few meters away from the hut that Muzan left for him to retreat. But that guy. Hirohito slowly turned his head, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The tall man was standing less than 1 meter behind Hirohito at this moment. The two were so close that Hirohito could almost smell the blood on the other's hand. This man killed his personal guards, and even the powerful ninja of the Baiti clan was killed in a moment. Who are you? Hirohito was frightened by Bai Sangshu's silent approach and staggered back, but in fact, he was closer to the wooden house. Bai Sangshu raised the corner of his mouth, pretending not to know, but followed Hirohito's wishes and continued to move forward, forcing him to retreat. What do you want? Money, power? Or beauty? I can give you all. Hirohito was delaying time with his words, while retreating anxiously. He felt that his legs and feet were more flexible at this time. Bai Sangshu looked at the other party, and his teasing intention became stronger. Finally, Hirohito felt himself leaning against the wooden door. His heart couldn't help but beat violently. Maybe, I can survive on my own? The emergence of this idea seemed to ignite Hirohito's heart, making his face turn rosy. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. Bai Sangshu looked at the emperor who would launch a tragic war in the future, and felt that such a figure was equally naive and weak at this time. No matter how many lives are taken away in the future, when his own life is about to be taken away, he will still beg for his life like a wild dog in a mud pit. Squeak! The wooden door opened, and in the darkness, the sound of pipa played. Hirohito felt happy and his face immediately turned rosy. But the next moment, a huge force came from in front of him, and he was lifted up and away from the wooden door in an instant. Bai Sangshu pinched Hirohito's neck with one hand and looked at the woman sitting in the darkness, holding a pipa and covering her face with black hair. No, it should be said to be a cannibal. Hirohito and Bai Sangshu were completely under the sun at this moment. Although Nara news pipa played, nothing happened. Hirohito struggled to turn his head, but saw the tall man's narrow smile. Hirohito, you worked hard to survive, but unfortunately, hey, it's all in vain. Click. Bai Sangshu squeezed it casually, and her throat was instantly broken. Plop. Hirohito collapsed on the ground.
The pain of being unable to breathe and the fear of death made him instantly incontinent.
Bite Sanju kicked the opponent away a little in disgust, then looked at Narunu in the room and said, "Can you allow me to meet Kibutsuji Muzan?"
There was a flash of light in his hand, and the blue bana flower appeared in his hand.
Naruto was startled.
She was about to teleport away, but now she hesitated. It knows that thing is probably something that Master Wuhan has been thinking about for thousands of years.
The next moment, Muzan's voice appeared in Narunu's mind.
Naruto struck the pipa, and Wuhan, a woman in a black kimono, instantly appeared in the dark house. Her red eyes looked at Bite Sanju and nodded. "You are what those two people called a martial artist. You do have some skills.
How about, do you want to live forever?"
Although she was trying her best to stay calm, Bite Sanju could still notice that the other person's eyes were almost glued to the blue Higanbana in her hand. "You killed Prince Hirohito and obtained 500 dimension points. Additional rewards for the side mission Blood Purge were obtained. Each member participating in the mission received a D-level singular .1, and XX53562211, Tau Bye Bye, received a C-level singularity 1. The disguise number can be customized in modified, hidden mission The Decline Miracle, progress update. The reputation of the Shinto camp has been greatly improved, currently, respect, 90 out of 100. Hidden camp Shintoism, reputation store has been opened, main mission progress update. At this moment, Hirohito, who was trembling and squirming, was
completely silent. Bite Sanju suddenly burst into laughter.
The Shrine Lord of Fushimi Inaritaisha Shrine pretended not to want to kill Hirohito, but the reputation he gained from killing Hirohito was much higher than killing ordinary cannibals and ministers.
There is really no difference between this man and a cannibal sometimes.
The laughter of the white Sangshu made Muzan frown, and he felt something strange. The human in front of him exuded a heterogeneous breath. When he mentioned immortality, the other party's heartbeat, pulse, and breathing were completely calm.
Muzan didn't even look at the dead Hirohito on the ground.
Although the other party was a good collaborator, greedy and stupid, Muzan didn't like the other party's eyes, as if a bug was staring at delicious flesh and blood.
"Power, beauty, immortality, power, anything you want, I can give you. Plot character Muzan invites you to join the camp, do you accept it?" Muzan gave more favorable conditions than Hirohito, and even the space gave a hint.
Obviously, the infinite dimensional space has a high degree of freedom, and Muzan really has no so-called principles and bottom line. It doesn't care how many ghosts or so-called collaborators the White Sangshu killed.
It is really inviting the White Sangshu to join its camp.
White Sangshu looked at Muzan, who had inexplicably become wise in this derivative world, but his character remained the same. He narrowed his eyes and tried to observe his muscles and strength. But the result was that there was nothing special about Muzan's body at the moment. "Muzan, I want the lives of a few, 12 Kazuki. For some reasons you don't know, their lives can increase my strength.
Can you accept it?"
Muzan chuckled, thinking it would be a harsh request.
"The lives of the 12 Kazuki?"
Of course. In his words, he did not take his subordinates' lives seriously at all.
Bite Sangshu nodded and smiled as well. "Then let's go to Miss Mingve. I like its ability very much."
Bite Sangshu stretched out his finger, causing Mingve to pause, but there was no other reaction. Bite Sangshu pointed at Mingve, but his eyes were always paying attention to Muzan's expression. Sure enough, Muzan Kibutsuji did not show the kind of dementia in this world.
Human, Mingnu is not the 12 demon moons. The smile on its face faded, and its eyes became indifferent. Muzan is not stupid.
It can always feel the malice from the human in front of it, but Muzan does not care about the malice of a mere insect. It was just unexpected that this lowly insect would actually set its sights on itself. The other party's malicious eyes, compared with Hirohito, are another kind of disgust. It's like pointing at Muzan's nose and saying, "My target is you, I want to kill you, and
I think I can kill you." Muzan's eyelids drooped, his face gloomy. This insult coveted by the insect made his eyelids twitch constantly. The murderous intent was simply unstoppable.
Bite Sangshu noticed the increasingly strong murderous intent in Muzan, and he was not afraid, but more and more delighted. He held the blue-red spider lily in his hand, took 2 steps forward, and walked to the door. At the junction of sunlight and darkness, Bite Sangshu and Muzan Kibutsuji stared at each other across the boundary of light and shadow. In the eyes of both of them, there was undisguised murderous intent and arrogance.
Clang!
The pipa was knocked, and several figures instantly appeared in this dark wooden house without windows.
Mingnu's figure was now completely blocked by several tall figures.
Tap tap tap. Footsteps appeared from Bike Sangshu in the distance, and those subordinates of Hirohito were finally about to arrive. Bang! A terrible roar sounded at the same time, and the professor and Elizabeth began to bombard those soldiers after the military reform with modern thermal weapons. Even the conservative forces in Kyoto began to slaughter the people left by Hirohito crazily. Bike Sangshu looked at the power comparison of the main task, which had become 35%, 65% at this time. Muzan Kibutsuji's camp was stronger than the Demon Slayer core camp. Eliminating Hirohito only made the additional forces obtained by Muzan begin to be eliminated. To complete the main mission, either the generals under Muzan Kibutsuji must be killed or the contact between the conservatives and the Demon Slayer corps must be strengthened. Bite Sangshu knew that after the mission progressed to this point, the ability of the professor and others might be enough to complete the main storyline. After all, there were still more than 20 days left in this world, enough for the professor and the Shinto people to spread the news that Muzan Kibutsuji had cholera in the government. The struggle between humans and demons was brought to the surface. Giving players like the professor who are good at plot mining enough time, perhaps he could also play another route, such as combining the armed forces of the whole of Japan, and even foreign weapons and equipment, to completely suppress Muzan Kibutsuji's forces. But Bite Sangshu didn't like that approach. Bite Sangshu slowly spread out his left hand holding the blue-red spider lily, stretched it to the door, and was only a hair's breadth away from the shadow. With a bad smile on his face, he looked down at Muzan from a high place, taking advantage of the terrain and his own height. Don't you want it? A correct version can be found on the 16:9 book forum. Muzan Kibutsuji. With this thing, you can completely get rid of the weakness of sunlight, he said with a smile, as if he was a bad uncle teasing a child. Hei Shirmo stepped forward from the darkness, his hand already on his sword, Hayakashenku. Bite Sangshu's eyes were also attracted by this powerful swordsman, and the meaning of teasing Muzan was weakened. When Hei Shirmo looked at Bite Sangshu's hand, a terrible sharpness was generated. It seemed that in the next second, he could cut off Bite Sangshu's hand with one blow. But Bite Sangshu didn't blink, and his left hand didn't even tremble. If you can do it, try it, Black Death Eye. Black Death Eye read this message from the other party's eyes. Clang! Another pipa sound rang out, and Lai felt the space in front of him change, and the next second, he appeared in a dark room. Lai, didn't you want to find Blue Bienhua for me? Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. There was a chilling malice in Muzan Kibutsuji's voice. The night clothes on Lai's body were torn, revealing his dark skin. After he turned into a demon, his body seemed to have grown fine black scales, his muscles protruded all over his body was smooth, and he had a sense of speed and strength. His hair fell back like a steel needle. After Lai obtained the blood of the cannibal ghost, his rating had reached paper upper, and met the advanced standards. His real strength might have been exceptional, and the weaker lower strings were no match for him. But he didn't even have the ability to resist Muzan's order. He looked at Tao Bai Bai in the sun in despair, his pupils trembling, full of struggle. Go! At this moment, the reincarnation who was once high and mighty and ready to take whatever he wanted in this low-difficulty world became an insect under the feet of the plot characters. Buzz! In the dull sound of swinging, several powerful upper-rank ghosts disappeared in an instant. The hunter wielding a big sword suddenly chopped the door panel with one blow and directly lifted it into the air, blocking the sunlight. Akaza's eyes lit up. This hunter was not a fool, and he did have some qualifications. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the momentary shadow covering Bite Sangshu, Hunter stepped hard, and the wooden floor shattered instantly. Boom! Hunter burst out at an extremely terrifying speed, appearing in front of Bite Sangshu like an afterimage, and the sword raised high fell quickly. Mountain collapse. The sword wind whistled, and at this moment, Hunter's spirit and will were all in one. He had never felt so powerful before. The ability of collapsing mountain consumed most of his resources, but before that, he could not exert his power because of insufficient attributes. At this moment, with the blessing of bloodline, he could feel that he was definitely an exceptional existence in the E-paper level. Even in the E-parallel level, he was confident that he could kill some weak guys. The smile on Bite Sangshu's face had not yet faded, and Lai suddenly drew his sword from his desperate posture, and with a flash of inspiration, he drew his sword and cut the door to block an attack. This change made him want to applaud. Sure enough, people in desperate situations can always burst out with extraordinary potential. Bite Sangshu's breathing frequency in his mouth and nose changed slightly, and his body moved one step to the side. Bang! A palm-wide sword suddenly slashed on the ground, and a terrible force burst out in an instant.
Boom! The ground shook violently, as if a monster was shaking the earth. The stronger a person is, the more precise his movements are. Bite Sanchu's extremely small dodge allows him to counterattack immediately, but Lai's mountain-shattering attack is not just a slash. Even if it cannot hit directly, the force of blasting into the ground can also collapse the enemy. Although Bite Sanchu was not knocked down, his center of gravity swayed. At this moment, several upper-rank ghosts in the wooden house moved at the same time. Bite Sanchu stood only a little more than 1 meter away from the wooden house. For these powerful ghosts, this distance is almost equivalent to a complete close combat area. Black Death Eyes pressed the sword. Doma also raised his fan, except for Akaza, who frowned and retreated because he didn't want to bully the minority. The other upper-rank ghosts moved at the same time. Even Mingnu raised her head and pressed her hand on the pipa. It only needed one chance to transfer this arrogant human to the Infinite City. At that time, how to deal with the other party depends on the mood of Lord Muzan. Suddenly, Bite Sanchu, who was about to fall, stepped on his toes, and was as light as a feather. The slight vibration of the ground made him jump high. Lai held the sword with both hands, ready to perform an upward move, but when he saw the flying action of Tao Bai Bai, his expression changed. The next moment, he saw Bite Sanchu grab the flying door panel in midair. Lai closed his eyes in pain, with despair on his face. Unfair, Mingnu was even more shocked. It saw the other party's eyes, and it was clear that he was not looking at the most powerful Black Death Eyes. It was sure that this human was staring at it from the corner of his eyes. He knew his ability. Bite Sanchu's mouth curled up. Under the sun, the perception ability of these cannibals was indeed extremely weak. Not only could Mingnu's blood ghost art not be performed, but even that abnormal perception ability could not be exerted. He suddenly swung the door panel in the air, and the creaking sound of muscles and fascia rubbing between the twisting of his waist was clearly audible. And at this moment, a violent heartbeat suddenly sounded from Bite Sanchu's body. When Bite Sanchu thought of what he was about to do, his excited heart beat faster than ever before. At the same time, Elizabeth, who was lying on a wooden building in the distance, held an optical telescope and her pupils dilated. This lunatic! Boom! A whole door panel was violently swung up by a huge force of more than 1,000 pounds, and the sound of the whistling airflow was like a hurricane. Hunter, holding a big sword in both hands, stood on the ground. As the door panel was swung up, the shadow blocked by the door panel disappeared, and the sun shone down instantly. Hunter trembled all over, feeling the approach of death. He looked at the weird reincarnationist in a pink robe in the air, and roared with his last breath of strength, "Tao Bai Bai is a special reincarnationist." Bang! It was unclear whether Hunter was wiped out by space or because of the sunlight. He turned into smoke and exploded in an instant. Although Bite Sanchu caused the death of Hunter, the space did not determine that this behavior was a special kill, because Bite Sanchu had not even caused any damage to Hunter before, nor had he exerted any control. However, Bite Sanchu had no time to pay attention to this kind of thing at the moment. His muscles swelled up, and the excessive congestion made it seem as if only the white of his eyes were left. Bang! The huge swinging sound formed the effect of a sonic cannon, exploding with a bang. Because Bite Sanchu jumped high, the upper strings in the house could not see Bite Sanchu's movements at the first time, and only heard the terrible sonic boom. The next moment, Akaza trembled all over, and its pupils trembled. Destruction Kill Luwajian has been launched, and a murderous and fighting spirit so strong that it was a little incredible exploded outside the house. Bang! The blazing white air exploded like a sound wave. The roof of the wooden house then shattered with a bang. It was as if a giant holding a huge warhammer swept across from above. Bite Sanchu used the huge door panel to violently smash the top of the wooden roof in the posture of opening the absolute domain. As the wood fragments flew, the sunlight naturally fell as the roof disappeared. At this moment, Muzan Kibutsuji trembled all over, and a sense of death crisis that he had never experienced since the death of that man suddenly appeared. "I will die, here, I will die." In an instant, Muzan Kibutsuji's cells seemed to come alive, countless faces appeared, and a large number of tumors seemed to crawl out of his body. The elegant lady's posture is gone, and the man-eating evil ghost instantly reveals its true face at the moment of life and death. A correct version can be found in the 16:9 book forum. Black Death Eye, Doma, Akaza, Gamatsubo, Hantengu, several powerful upper strings were all shocked at the same time. In the air, Bite Sanchu looked at the panic on the faces of several man-eating ghosts, holding a piece of the remaining door panel in his hand and laughing wildly. "Ha ha ha ha!" Muzan howled in despair. Bite Sanchu turned over in the air, and his right hand shook, as if he disappeared. The technique was exactly the same as that of the ninja throwing shuriken. Puff! Mingnu's right hand and the pipa in her arms broke at the same time. Bai Sangshu, who had expanded to more than 2 meters, opened his legs in the air and stomped on the ghosts exposed to the sun. Boom! When Bai Sangshu landed, ripples appeared on his hands. At this moment, everything seemed to be in slow motion. Muzan Kibutsuji's heart seemed to skip a beat, and he looked terrified. The wisdom he had gained from enlightenment seemed to disappear in an instant. The huge fear and anger completely destroyed his thinking. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! Muzan Kibutsuji screamed wildly, and the burning pain of the sun had already appeared. He felt the approach of death. Bai Sangshu retracted his right palm, and in the extreme twist, the terrible power burst out. Xiandao Rakshasa Palm. Bai Sangshu prepared to kill Muzan Kibutsuji with a palm. As Muzan's breath was choked, countless tentacle-like whips appeared, but Bai Sangshu ignored them and hit him with a palm. Destruction style. The ice-blue snowflake formation on the ground lit up, and a short-haired figure with peach-pink hair instantly appeared in front of Bai Sangshu, punching him and directly colliding with Bai Sangshu's Rakshasa palm. Boom! A terrible force erupted from it, and a large number of blood vessels on Bai Sangshu's right arm began to break. Bai Sangshu's face changed slightly, and it was Akaza who suddenly appeared in front of it. Akaza appeared because of the forced spell. The fine wood chips on his head could no longer cover him, and his whole body began to burn under the sunlight. But its posture was still very upright. Akaza seemed to feel no pain, and looked at Bai Sangshu with burning eyes. Ha! Bai Sangshu raised the corner of his mouth, stepped hard, and stabbed out with his left hand like a knife. Akuza's right arm was completely twisted and melted. The attack of Sundao Raksha Palm caused terrible damage to his arm. However, Akaza seemed to feel no pain at this moment. Under the sunlight, his back began to burn, but his eyes still exuded a fiery fighting spirit. Want to fight. Want to fight with the strong. Want to fight with the powerful enemy in front of him. This will make Akaza completely forget the pain. His spirit exceeded the limit. He raised his left arm and looked at Bai Sangshu's sharp hand like a spear, and punched out. Bai Sangshu was also focused, with a fiery fighting spirit on his face. At this moment, Akaza attracted all of Bai Sangshu's attention, surpassing Mingnu, surpassing Kuroshige, and even surpassing Muzan. Sundao Magic Spear. Puff! Bai Sangshu's pupils shrank, and Akaza's head, whose left fist had not yet been fully thrown, was shattered. Countless tentacles smashed Akaza's upper body from behind and instantly stabbed Bai Sangshu. Behind the cruel attack was the twisted face of Muzan Kibutsuji. Die together! Muzan Kibutsuji, who threw away all reason and wisdom, once again turned back into the human dregs, who would do anything to survive. It was his subordinate who blocked the attack for him the moment before, but the next moment he used the subordinate's body as a shield to attack, wanting to kill the subordinate and the enemy together. Bai Sangshu's hand posture changed, his left foot suddenly stepped to the right side of his body twisted and changed direction, and at the same time, his hand, which was emitting ripples like a spear, turned around and slashed horizontally in an instant. Puff! Muzan Kibutsuji cried out in pain, and his tentacles, which were harder than swords, were instantly cut off by the opponent. That is the power of the sun. This guy holds the power of the sun. As Bai Sangshu twisted his body, the sharp tentacles still passed through his cheek, rubbing his cheekbone and plowing a bloody wound. Ming! At the same time, the sound of a sword rang out behind him. Breath of the Moon 8th form Moon Dragon Wheel Tail. The air was cut by the sword, and the terrible whistling sound was like the whimpering of an evil ghost. Bai Sangshu's waist seemed to be broken, and the whole person fell backwards. He supported the ground with both hands and saw the dark moon-like sword light sweeping across his head. Boom! The wooden floor was neatly cut. Boom! In the sudden sinking, Bai Sangshu instantly reacted that this wooden house had a basement. Muzan Kibutsuji had been in despair, but at this moment, he suddenly regained hope. The moment Bai Sangshu fell into the basement, he exerted force with both hands, his waist bounced up, and the black sword light had fallen again on the place where he had just stood. Black Death Eyes was covered in blood, and his upper body had been burned beyond recognition. Even the 6 eyes on his face, only 3 were intact at this moment. But this strongest upper string, the hand holding the sword, did not waver at all. He took a step forward, and the sword force rose again. Breath of the Moon 3 forms Disgusting Moon Erosion. Black Death Eyes twisted his body greatly, and the sword force was very determined. He slashed with a sword, and a huge sword light slashed out, the air was torn apart, and countless crescent-like fine sword winds shot in the air. Bai Xiangshu's body expanded slightly at this time, whether it was strength, speed, or tolerance to pain, it was greatly improved. He suddenly roared, stepped forward, and the moment the ground shook, his body rushed towards the side away from Black Death Eyes. Puff! The sword light sank into the ground, and Black Death Eyes didn't need to hit hard. After a large-scale slash, his body twisted naturally, and the second slash followed instantly. This type was originally a two-shot slash. Its three eyes looked at Bai Xiangshu, who stepped forward and stepped onto the wall. The opponent's strong fighting spirit and even the movement of his muscles were all visible in his eyes. Transparent world. This is a realm that can only be mastered by users of breathing methods in this world after reaching the extreme realm. When the actions that have been tempered for a long time are integrated with the breathing method, the user can even feel the flow of each of his blood vessels and can exert the greatest power with the smallest movement. When the user overcomes the pain of being disturbed by obtaining a large amount of internal information at this stage, the control that exceeds the extreme can allow the breathing swordsman to discard the redundant parts of his movements. Redefine your movements by controlling your blood flow, breathing, and lungs, becoming faster, more accurate, and stronger. In the end, the user will see a completely transparent world, and the enemy's breathing, blood flow, and muscle movements will also be fully sensed. Any movement will be seen through because of the contraction of muscles and blood vessels, allowing the user to directly find the opponent's weaknesses. This is the so-called transparent world. Black Death Eyes paused slightly, and the sword in his hand pinched for a moment. It was this tiny difference that made Bai Xiangshu's attack on the wall miss the opportunity, and it seemed like he was hitting Sukushin Shu. Plop, plop, plop. Bai Xiangshu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He truly felt the coldness of approaching death. Creak. Bai Xiangshu's abdominal muscles made a terrible sound as if they were torn apart, and he suddenly turned in the air, and his forward momentum turned into a battle-axe-like chop from top to bottom. Even Black Death Eyes, the swordsman who opened the transparent world, had his pupils shrink at this moment. He slashed with his sword, and the opponent turned in the air, avoiding this attack that was impossible to avoid normally. Bang! Black Death Eyes raised his hand and was kicked by a terrible force. Black Death Eyes instantly bent one knee to the ground, and the ground shattered. A correct version can be found in the 16:9 book forum. Bai Xiangshu himself used the power of this kick to jump up again. While jumping into the air, he was exposed to the sun again. You killed the upper rank 3 Akaza, and gained 1500 dimension points. The damage you caused to Akaza accounted for less than 50%, and this kill cannot be regarded as a single kill. Bai Xiangshu was startled, and while stepping on the ground, he also noticed that Akaza's body, which fell into the basement, was completely burned. The damage he caused was less than half, which means that his attack, Sendo Raksha Palm, was not the cause of his death. Bai Xiangshu looked at Muzan Kibutsuji, who was beating his body in the dark, and the dead flesh burned by the sun began to regenerate again. Ha, it was this guy who killed Akaza. Bai Xiangshu frowned. He liked fighting and killing, but he just didn't like this feeling. TSK, he's really hopeless. At this time, the remaining upper rank in the underground world were in different conditions. The old man's body in Hantengdu's normal state was not fast enough to be ignited by the sunlight at the first time, and it was already burned out at this time. But probably his original body, the extremely small, cowardly ghost, was still hiding in the shadows. Relatively speaking, in this environment, it was indeed the best upper rank to avoid the sunlight. But because it was burned by the sunlight, it failed to split into a more powerful clone, and for a while, Hantengdu was not much of a threat. Kurashimomo was severely injured by the sunlight, but still had the strength to fight. Doma, the second upper rank, had his flames extinguished, and even because of the injury, the icy blood demon art had begun to be used. The Pipa of Naruto is essentially similar to the sword of Kurashimomo, both of which are already part of the body and are also recovering rapidly. Everything is moving towards the direction that all the cannibals, except Akaza, can leave safely. Muzan Kibutsuji looked at Bai Xiangshu standing on the ground, surrounded by the sun, with his mouth curled up in a cold smile. You can kill an upper string, and you still. Shut up! A loud shout suddenly sounded, and Bai Xiangshu's mouth twitched, revealing a terrible smile. He pulled the ring of the high-explosive grenade in his hand, took a deep breath, and a huge amount of air was inhaled into his lungs like white mist. The abnormal change in breathing frequency, the more agitated the body, the more ripples emanated. Crack! Bai Xiangshu let go of his hand, and the high-explosive grenade fell. Boom! The huge explosion submerged Mingnu, and in the high-temperature smoke, Bai Xiangshu jumped down again. The greatest demonic spear. The violent explosion was even more terrifying because of the small space in the basement. The flames shot up into the sky. The first to be hit was the girl Ming, whose body was completely blown to pieces in an instant. Even Muzan Kibutsuji, who was the farthest away, only had time to produce countless tumor-like tissues to block in front of him before being engulfed by the high-temperature flames. Because the space was so small, it was the best killing range for high-explosive grenades. Ah! In the flames, Muzan Kibutsuji wailed in pain. Kuroshimo and Doma let their bodies break and then reassemble. One of them had a firm will to fight, and the other could not feel the pain at all. Suddenly, both of them looked up at the same time, and in the gray-white smoke where the high temperature had not yet dissipated, a tall figure fell violently. At this moment, Doma also opened his eyes wide, imitating the emotion called surprise that he could not feel. This human is a madman. The expression of Black Death Eye was calm. From the previous instant of fighting, it could already sense that this human had extraordinary talents. Boom! The white sangshu landed on the ground, and golden ripples on his hands continued to dissipate around like water. The power, just by seeing it, made Black Death Eye and Doma alert. Under the clear perception of the two cannibal ghosts, the white sangshu raised his left foot high, and then stepped down violently. Bang! Muzan Kibutsuji was startled, thinking that the second explosion had occurred and the tumor had wrapped around him again, but the white sangshu had disappeared in an instant, and rushed towards Doma madly with hot smoke. Doma narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he did not have any human emotions, he would not be afraid, feel pain, or be happy. But he understood that there was only one reason for the human in front of him to do this. The other party thought that he was the easiest ghost to kill. Doma almost laughed out loud with joy. He didn't know how many humans he had eaten and how many demon slayer swordsmen called pillars he had killed. But he didn't expect that one day, he would be regarded as a weak existence by a human and chosen as a priority target for hunting. Boom! In the narrow space, because of the too fast movement, the airflow made a roar like a hurricane. Doma waved his hand, and a large number of fine ice flowers were thrown out like rain and mist. In an instant, it was like a burst of blue freezing rain, instantly clearing the high-temperature smoke. Blood demon art, scattered lotus. Buzz! Doma suddenly felt a roar in his eardrum, and a huge force came from his ear. The next moment, his body was uncontrollably lifted off the ground. Doma's rainbow-colored pupils trembled and finally focused. A human whose face and arms were completely burned by the high temperature and had a lot of blisters, pressed one hand on his head, grabbed himself violently, turned around, and smashed on the ground. Bang! The ground shook again. Doma has no ability to feel pain, but at this moment, his face seemed to be melted, giving him the illusion that he was about to float up. Doma raised the iron fan in his hand, but the next moment, Bite Sangshu blew out a burning white breath from his mouth, and his right hand seemed to disappear, instantly pressing the iron fan, and under the influence of a terrible force, inserted it into Doma's chest in the opposite direction. Ming! The sound of the sword rang out, and the Black Death Eye soared into the air. The breath of the moon and the blood demon art blended together. It seemed that there was a strong sense of sharpness that scratched Bite Sangshu's body surface in the air without firing the sword. But Bite Sangshu didn't care at all, and still raised his fist. Ripples were agitated, and he was about to punch it down. Doma was also not afraid of dying. It just paused for a while because the attack was interrupted by Bite Sangshu. In an instant, countless ice spears fell from above. Bite Sangshu suddenly changed his fist into a claw, grabbed Doma, and effortlessly used the opponent as a weapon, turning around and swinging. Buzz! Puff puff puff! A large piece of ice spear was smashed by Doma's own body, and it continued to move forward, directly hitting the Black Death Eyes. Black Death Eyes lowered his eyelids, his eyes were calm, and the sword force burst out. Breath of the Moon Type 14 Ferocious Change Sky Full Slim Moon. Black Death Eyes completely ignored everything in the basement and swung out a destructive sword force. A large number of crescent-shaped sword lights gathered into a huge vortex-like sword force, slashing towards the surroundings. Doma, who was the first to bear the brunt, was instantly chopped into several pieces, but Doma's face, which was half melted, still had a smile on it, and its blood had flowed everywhere. This space was about to become a burial ground for highly poisonous substances. Its blood demon art was the nemesis of the breathing swordsman. Bite Sangshu exhaled white turbid air again. He had already exhaled twice at this moment, and the activity time was not sufficient. But it was enough. Bite Sangshu's heart beat so fast that he could hardly hear his own heartbeat. The blood seemed to burst the blood vessels. Bite Sangshu's muscles bulged and expanded to an incredible extent. A large amount of blood flowed all over Bai Xiangshu's body. In Bai Xiangshu's pale eyes, everything seemed to slow down, whether it was Doma who turned into several pieces in midair and still stretched out his hand to control the blood to turn into ice blue crystals, or Haishai who kept waving, Hayakashenku, with continuous sword energy. A correct version can be found in 16-9-1 Book 1 forum. Every movement seemed like slow motion in Bai Xiangshu's eyes. Bai Xiangshu himself was no exception. He felt as if he was trapped in an invisible quagmire. Every move was a heavy burden. Not enough, this is not enough. Bai Xiangshu was so focused that he didn't notice that his spirit that was so strong in the eyes of others because of his overconcentration slowly disappeared. Bai Xiangshu looked at Haishimu, and the opponent's muscles, blood, and even breathing rhythm became extremely clear. He not only began to feel his own blood flow, but also began to grasp Haishimu's blood flow. The complicated sword force like a vortex became clearer in Bai Xiangshu's eyes. Boom! The next moment, the terrible sword force swept around, and this originally solid basement collapsed, and a lot of smoke and dust submerged everything. Haishimu frowned. The fighting spirit disappeared. Ah! A scream appeared. It was Mingnu. Haishimu was shocked instantly, and he subconsciously turned around and swung his sword towards Mingnu's direction, and the sword force was like a crescent moon. Puff! The smoke was instantly cut by the sword wind, but the scene revealed was that Muzan Kibutsuji was taking Naruto into his body, and Naruto's body had been swallowed up by more than half. Ha ha! Kurashimo felt as if there was wind behind him, but he knew clearly that it was just a creature exhaling all the turbid air in its lungs. Bai Xiangshu exhaled the last turbid air, then took a deep breath, and inhaled the ice crystals with Doma's blood in Doma's cruel smile. Bai Xiangshu was now more than 2 meters tall, and his muscles seemed to be about to explode, with clear bulges in his meridians. But what made Kurashimo concerned was that the blisters on the opponent's body that were previously scalded by high temperature and the wounds cut by his sword wind had completely disappeared. Circles of ripples dissipated from the opponent's fists, like 2 streamers. Muzan, Doma and Kurashimo wanted to fight to the death with me, but you secretly wanted to escape, right? Bai Xiangshu's right hand was like a knife, and the ripples were disturbed and began to shake violently. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The terrible muscles were compressed inch by inch, and the almost continuous heartbeat of Bai Xiangshu was clearly audible in the ears of several cannibals. The next moment, the golden light suddenly penetrated the entire underground space like a several-meter-long gun. Xiandao Great Demonic Gun. Boom! Talent anchoring abnormality, re-anchoring, anchoring. Bai Xiangshu was completely selfless, everything had been abandoned by him, his face seemed to be stretched because of the fast speed, and his right hand stabbed out, as if it really turned into a golden spear in the surging ripples. At this moment, Haishimu understood what the other party had done. This man actually opened the transparent world as well. Facing this devastating shot, Haishimu knew that once Muzan died, all the ghosts who existed because of Muzan would die, and he could not avoid it. The breathing of the mouth and nose changed, and the hypocrisy, the ghost sword that merged with it, suddenly appeared with a tangled blade. The flame-like pattern on Haishimu's left face seemed to come alive. The pattern of Haishimu was originally a permanent state, but at this moment, it was more obvious under the reflection of blood and fire. Breathing of the moonland form eternal night lonely moon infinite, his right hand holding the sword seemed to disappear, and in an instant, he slashed out countless vertical slashes, and the sword light tore through the air. This attack was not to kill anyone, but to force Bai Xiangshu not to attack. But at this moment, Bai Xiangshu was emitting white steam all over his body. Regardless, Xiandao Great Demon Spear smashed towards the sword force. Both of them were strong men who opened transparent world. Any fake moves were meaningless. Both of them knew that the other's attack was real. The pupils of the black dead eyes shrank, and the next moment, he felt that the air in the entire space was hit in an instant, like a violent shock wave. Boom! The sword force was broken, and several sword lights like the crescent moon shot out in an instant. The right hand emitting golden ripples suddenly broke through the sword force and hit Sukushinshu with a bang. This ghost sword did not resist for even a moment, and it was instantly broken by the power of the sun. At this moment, the shock in Haishimu was just beginning to appear when he was pierced through by the golden great demonic spear. Puff! At the same time, Bai Xiangshu also felt the bones and flesh of his right hand breaking from the fingertips, and even large pieces of flesh were cut off by the sword wind. The excessive force also made his right hand unable to bear the cost of this shot. Boom! Haishimu was shattered in mid-air by Xiandao Great Demonic Spear, and Bai Xiangshu's right arm was also shattered with it. Blood spurted out, and Bai Xiangshu's whole face was dyed red.
He couldn't tell whether it was his own blood or Haishime's blood. But he didn't notice it at all, but just put his left hand together like a knife and slashed violently. The ripples in his palm quickly weakened because the blood vessels in his right hand were damaged. Ripple Qigong, if there must be any major weaknesses, it must be kept breathing at all times, and a large amount of blood loss will make the Ripple Qigong unusable. These 2 points are the dead points of Ripple Qigong. So the ninja's use of the smoke bomb with irritating gas was actually a lucky coincidence, effectively blocking the white Sangshu for a moment. And Doma's blood demon art will also restrain the white Sangshu. However, the white Sangshu and Muzan Kibutsuji have completely different personalities. He is a madman who was very willing to put himself on the gambling table. He knew that Doma could restrain himself, but he was confident that his Ripple Qigong also had a strong restraint on Doma with a fatal nature. He firmly believed that he could kill Doma instantly before Doma could restrain himself. The golden ripples were like ripples emitted by a hand knife across the air. Doma, who was spinning in the air, only had time to stretch out his hand. The huge, water lily bodhisattva had just condensed into a Buddha head before it was cut off by the hand knife. The left hand of the white Sangshu was also bloody, but Doma's head was directly cut open. The white Sangshu continued to move forward and slash towards Muzan Kibutsuji, who was still trying hard to take Mingnu into his body. Puff! The smooth feeling of a hot knife cutting butter, the golden ripples are the purest restraint force for the flesh of the man-eating ghost. Muzan Kibutsuji watched his defense, which ordinary pillar-level swordsman could not cut through, being cut open by the opponent's palm. He lost all his courage. At this moment, he almost felt a greater fear than when he encountered Jigaku Enishi hundreds of years ago. Half of Muzan Kibutsuji's body was cut open along with the half of Mingnu that was absorbed. And, whether it was intentional or unintentional, the part that absorbed Mingnu was directly cut off by the white Sangshu, and Mingnu began to melt instantly. Ah! Muzan Kibutsuji screamed in pain, and his body exploded in an instant. Bang! Countless flesh and blood splashed in all directions. At this time, the shattered body of Haishimio slowly fell to the ground. Haishimio's head was still conscious at this time, and he shouted for the first time, "Muzan, kill him. His hands are useless, and that breathing method can't work. Kill him." The light in Haishimio's 3 eyes was dimming, and his life was unstoppably heading towards the end. But until this moment, his instinct as a swordsman still allowed him to use transparent world to see Bite Sangshu's situation. Muzan's flesh and blood fell like blood rain silently, without any response. Bite Sangshu walked in front of Haishimio's head, squatted down, and held up Haishimio's head. "Koroshimoko, you have so many eyes, but you still can't see through the essence of Muzan Kibutsuji. Weak, cowardly, hypocritical, incompetent, and venting anger on others. Such a Muzan Kibutsuji is just a scum of the world. How dare he fight with me desperately, ha?" The light in Koroshimo's eyes gradually dimmed, and in the end, he just laughed at himself and died completely. A correct version in the 16:9 book forum. You killed upper string 1 Black Death Eyes, and obtained 1,800 dimensional points. Advanced task: the flesh and blood of the enemy. My supplies. Progress update. The strength of Black Death Eyes is detected as an upper. Do you want to complete the task? You killed upper string 2 Doma, and obtained 1,600 dimensional points. Advanced task: the flesh and blood of the enemy. My supplies. Progress update. The strength of Doma is detected as and middle. Do you want to complete the task? Yes. Bite Sangshu stood up, and the hot white smoke began to dissipate at this time. Footsteps sounded outside the house, and Lu Chi ran over with a sword, followed by the professor and Elizabeth. The 3 people were shocked when they saw Bite Sangshu's appearance. At this moment, Bite Sangshu looked like a Shura devil in the white smoke. His muscles were swollen, his height was over 2 meters, and his muscles were explosively protruding. His hands were completely covered in blood, and there were almost no intact parts on his body. As Ripple Qigong broke too many blood vessels and his lungs were damaged by the blood demon art, Bite Sangshu's injuries could no longer be contained. But even in this state, Bite Sangshu, who should have given people a miserable feeling, was now holding the heads of this world's upper string 1 Black Death Eyes and upper string 2 Doma with one hand, giving people an extremely terrifying sense of shock. This guy actually single-handedly challenged a group of upper strings including Muzan Kibutsuji, and finally killed the top 2 upper strings? For a moment, even Lu Chi looked away somewhat unnaturally, unable to look at Bite Sangshu. Lu Chi always felt that the opponent at this moment might be more dangerous than when he was in good condition. The feeling of feeling the hair on his back stand up just by looking at the opponent, he only had it when he was young and got lost in the deep mountains of northeast China and encountered a northeast tiger.
It was a very shocking feeling, like the pressure from the upper and lower ends of the food chain. Hey, where is Muzan Kibutsuji? Did he run away? I'll go find him. Lucci jumped down to the basement, looking for Muzan Kibutsuji's trace. Elizabeth also looked away, jumped into the pit, turned on the optical instrument to try to find Muzan Kibutsuji, but only saw a pile of minced meat on the ground. Finally, under the pile of flesh and blood, a long and narrow passage like a rat hole was found. It seemed that something extremely small had dug a hole and escaped. Additional rewards are obtained from the side mission, Blood Purge. Each member participating in the mission received a D-level Singularity Point 1, and XX53562211, Tau Bye Bye, received a C-level Singularity Point 2, Hidden Mission, The Decline Miracle, Progress Update, Reputation of the Shinto Camp increased, currently, revered, 15 out of 100, the progress of the main mission has been updated. The current power comparison between the Demon Slayer team and the Wuhan camp is 63:37. Will settlement be carried out? No. The reputation of the Demon Slayer camp has been greatly improved, currently, revered, 45 out of 100, the reputation of the Onamasuji Muzan camp towards you is solidified into hatred. Baitsangju held the two winding heads with his left hand, and only then did he have time to see the prompts that were refreshed line by line. I don't know if it's a bug in the mission determination, or if it's an advanced mission that allows you to obtain multiple heads. At this time, by Tsangshu, the two heads in his hands were judged to be mission items that could be taken out of the space. He put the two winded heads into his backpack. Then he ignored the professor and Elizabeth who were trying to use technological equipment to find the escaped Kibutsuji Mukai. He lowered his head and glanced at the basement where the smoke had cleared. At this time, the sunlight began to fall into the basement as the sun rose. In the piece of flesh that he had almost cut off from Wu Mei's body, blue stars began to gather little by little. When Baitsangju noticed it, a blue card appeared directly in front of Baitsangju. You got the drop card, blue. Baitsangju looked at the Pipa ghost, Naranu's drop card, blue, in his hand, and put it away with a thought in his heart. Naranu's blood ghost technique may have extraordinary value. At this moment, his body slowly began to shrink, and severe pain also appeared. Not only the breaking pain in his hands, but also the severe pain in his abdomen. Baitsangju walked to the sunshine outside the wooden house and sat cross-legged. His muscles began to spasm and his physical condition declined rapidly. It just so happened that at this time, Hirohito died in the city outside. The professor and others used modern weapons and high-explosive grenades to defeat the defenders. At this time, Kyoto once again returned to the hands of the traditional wealthy families of Tsukemikaman. These people had already sent people to the former Edo, now Tokyo City, in advance to report to Emperor Taisho about the murder of Prince Hirohito by cannibals. Religions such as Shintoism and Onmyoji were once the state religions of Japan and had considerable influence on the emperor. Now, with the death of Hirohito, Oniatsuji Mujo's partner. Naturally, these people will no longer allow Wuhan to seize power. They must fight back as much as possible to publicize the terror and harm of cannibals. The hundreds of people who died in Kyoto City are the best proof. Baitsangju was leaning against the ruins of the wooden house. The bloody smell all over his body made the Onmyoji who passed by feel scared and did not dare to approach. My God, you are indeed right. You actually foiled Muzan Kibutsuji's conspiracy. The God Lord, wearing a white robe and a crown, appeared in front of Baitsangju. This old man with white beard and hair, his face was glowing red at this time, and he was obviously very proud. He stretched out his hand to help Baitsangju, but when he lifted it hard, he found that it was not moving at all. The Lord Shin tried again, and finally took 2 steps back. Looking at Baitsangju who was looking at him playfully, the old guy finally stopped pretending. You are seriously injured. Why don't you follow me back to the shrine first? I can take care of your injuries. At this time, the professor walked out of the shadow of the ruins of the wooden house and looked at the old god lord warily. She also discovered that the reputation gained after killing Hirohito was completely different from killing these stringed cannibals. In other words, these so-called big figures in the hidden camp are not, in essence, against Muzan Kibutsuji, but for their own power and status. She must make some intervention to prevent the other party from abandoning the Abuyoshiki clan and the demon slayers too early, which may lead to a sharp decline in the completion of the main mission of several people. And the professor looked at Baitsangju's injuries and was worried that the God Master was up to no good. But Baitsangju just smiled and left with the Divine Lord. Professor, Wuhan was probably broken into hundreds or even thousands of pieces of minced meat and escaped from the hole dug by the Hanton dog. If you want to pursue perfect completion,
You can try to blockade Kyoto and cooperate with the wealthy family's carpet search. Naruto is dead, Wuhan can't run far. After Baianshu said this, he followed the Lord of God towards Fushimi Inaritaisha shrine outside the city. Blood was dripping all the way, but soon, the blood on Baianshu's hands began to decrease. The professor held a broken sapphire in her hand. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, looked at Baitsangju walking away, and said in surprise, "Breath of the moon?" Baitsangju walked behind the divine lord, and the breathing rate between his mouth and nose was indeed completely different from before. Moreover, as his breathing rate changed, the wounds on his hands began to shrink, and the blood began to stop draining. However, the abnormal severe pain in Atractylode's abdomen was still getting worse. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. The muscle spasms made him look very bad at the moment. The two walked all the way through the fields and the bombed train tracks, from the mountain gate passage composed of thousands of torii gates to the entrance of the shrine on the top of the mountain. The divine master turned around, looked at Baitsangju, and said, "How do you know it wasn't an oracle?" The corners of Baitsangshu's lips curled up, thinking that if Inari God could still send down oracles, how could these major religions be overwhelmed by Kibutsuji Musen? But he was too lazy to explain to the other party, just said, "I don't care about your purpose, and what you want to do has nothing to do with me. It's just that I killed Hirohito and gave you convenience, so you must pay for it, otherwise." Baitsangshu raised his head and looked at the old god who was able to perform some magical things in the largest shrine in Kyoto with hundreds of years of incense, and smiled coldly. There was still a bloody smell between his lips and teeth. "Otherwise, I don't mind committing a few more murders," Baitsangshu said casually, and his eyes were not on the old god. But at this moment, the old god felt a chill on his back, and an inexplicable murderous intent emanated from the other party. It was probably the momentum that could only be gathered after killing many people. At this time, the petite fox girl appeared behind the old god again, and her scarlet eyes stared at Baitsangshu. But Baitsangshu was not afraid. If this thing really had special combat power, it would probably have been sent out by this old guy who could plot to kill Hirohito for power. The reason why his group moved so smoothly was nothing more than that this old guy had colluded with those stubborn forces long ago. These reincarnations were like a sharp knife. "Heh, sir, you are joking. You killed the evil spirits for us. You have done a great favor to Kyoto and all of us. How can we not repay you?" He lowered his body and held a piece of talisman paper in both hands. Baitsangshu took it and a lot of information appeared in front of him. "Plot character Okami Mesaya opened a reputation store for you. You can use your reputation to exchange hidden faction items here." Baitsangshu looked at the list that appeared in front of him. It contained various items and practice methods left over from Shintoism, which was once the largest religion in Japan. Secret prayer. There are quite a lot of props in the talisman paper given by the great god Zhengya, which are objects that have been worshipped for many years and even handed down from ancient times. They are contaminated with a lot of information. Therefore, they will be recognized by the space. Baitsangshu has vaguely understood that the purpose of infinite dimension space to release reincarnations is to grab these unique information, but now he still doesn't understand what value these derivative worlds have. He quickly skipped some of the lowest level items, most of which were some amulets that could provide weak protection. Baitsangshu is a straightforward person, or in other words, he is a person who is very clear about his purpose. Just like when he first met, he guessed that these old gods wanted to kill Hirohito because they couldn't let go of their power, not the so-called Inari god descending the oracle. He agreed to help the other party kill Hirohito for the purpose of asking for a reward. If this god encounters twists and turns at this time, Baitsangshu is indeed not going to waste time with the other party. Killing the other party will save time. Although many people think that Baitsangshu is a madman, Baitsangshu has always positioned himself as an overly rational outlier. An irrational person will not be restricted by the concept of common sense that is solidified in the eyes of the public because of various channels. This so-called common sense is whether the rewards given by the reincarnation space are the most precious in the mission world. Many reincarnations will gradually realize after many missions that this mission world itself actually contains more valuable resources than the mission rewards in the reincarnation space. Baitsangshu has benefited a lot from the guidance of the martial arts master Tao Bai in the first world, so he has long understood this. The biggest reward of a mission world is not the few reward points and singularities that you may get in the end after all the tossing in the world. In the eyes of most reincarnations, the most valuable part of Demon Slayer derivative world is bloodline. Musen Kibutsuji can get the bloodline of cannibals at a very low price. As long as you dare to risk your life, you can get a bloodline with specialized survival ability. Even though there are huge flaws, for new reincarnations, the temptation of immortality is really irresistible in those days when one's future is uncertain. Before Bite Sangshu discovered the hidden camp of Shintoism, he realized that Demon Slayer actually has a hidden line besides the line of Musen Kibutsuji on the surface. Religious mythology system. By exploring the existence of Musen Kibutsuji, it can be found that Musen Kibutsuji's cannibal bloodline is essentially a pharmacological or biochemical bloodline. The source of its power is medicine, which is used to treat Musen Kibutsuji's special illness. Strong vitality, fear of sunlight, bloodthirstiness, etc. are all derivative effects of this medicine. But in contrast, the Ubuyashiki clan was cursed after the birth of Musen Kibutsuji, the evil seed that brought disaster to the world. This curse made the men of the Ubuyashiki clan suffer from diseases since childhood and could not live past the age of 20. And under the advice of the Lord of the Gods, they have been married to the priests for generations to maintain their bloodline. The curse encountered by the Ubuyashiki clan is different from that of Musen Kibutsuji, and has a strong mystical element. It is obvious that there is indeed a power beyond common sense in this world, but that power has weakened to the point that it cannot exorcise Musen Kibutsuji by itself. Therefore, Bite Sangshu, who was unwilling to become a cannibal controlled by a fool like Musen Kibutsuji, naturally set his sights on this aspect. He thought that the opportunity to contact this power was in Ubuyashiki Yamane, but he didn't expect that after coming to Kyoto, he would directly contact the lord of the largest shrine. As Bite Sangshu's thoughts flashed, his eyes had already come to the items at the back. Dark Curse Substitute requires 30 points of reputation to redeem, friendly, quality, blue, rare, description, a Shinto-style magic weapon, containing the power of incense and vows, effect 1, after wearing it, it can resist 1 medium intensity or lowering attribute attack or damage, effect 2, actively crush it, and transfer the current negative state of oneself to the substitute and remove it. Bite Sangshu was somewhat tempted, but did not redeem it immediately. Gaoyu's Secret Prayer, left, requires 50 points of reputation to redeem, reverence, quality, green, set 1/2, description. The magatama that has been worshipped for hundreds of years contains special powers, spirit +1, energy +2, effect 1, after wearing it, the reincarnationist will have the ability to listen to the voices of spirits and super spirits, effect 2, after wearing it, it will have some immunity to attacks from spirits, set effect 2. The reincarnationist gains the special ability Spirit Summoning, a correct version in 1619, 1 book, 1 forum. Gaoyu's Secret Prayer, right, requires 50 points of reputation to redeem, revered, quality, green, set 1/2, description. The magatama that has been worshipped for hundreds of years contains special powers, constitution +1, energy +2, effect 1, after wearing it, the reincarnationist will have the ability to transmit sound to spirits, super spirits, etc. Effect 2, after wearing it, it will have the ability to attack spirits, set effect 2. The reincarnationist gains the special ability Summoning Spirits. This pair of special magatama is the first time Bite Sangshu has seen a complete set of items. Both magatama are earrings. After wearing, they not only add a lot of energy attributes, but also give the reincarnation the ability called Summoning Spirit as special ability. Unfortunately, the price is quite expensive. Not only does it require a reputation level of reverence, but it also requires 100 reputation points to redeem together. With the current reputation of Bite Kanangzu, reverence, 15 out of 100, after exchanging 1, the reputation will drop to respect level. In other words, Bite Sangshu needs to gain at least some more reputation before he can exchange for the complete set. If Bite Sangshu exchanges Magatama's Secret Prayer, right, at this time, Bite Sangshu guesses that he can achieve Spirit Toucher, rare, milestone. Moreover, Bite Sangshu also discovered that in the rules of infinite dimensional space, there is actually a loophole in exchanging reputation for items. That is, prestige level and prestige value are counted separately. For example, the reputation level of Attractilodes at this time is reverence, but the reputation value is actually reverence, 15, plus respect, 100, plus friendliness, 100, equals 215, that is to say, the currency that can be exchanged for Attractilodes on the surface is 215, but because it must also meet the prestige level required for item exchange. If Bite Sangshu wants to redeem the pair of Magatama earrings, Secret Prayer, he must keep his reputation level at the revelation level, but he only needs to meet the revelation level.
Even if his reputation marked at the moment is reverence, 15 out of 100, he can also redeem this item which requires 50 reputation. Therefore, the best way to exchange it is to exchange it for 2 items in sequence when Bite Sangshu has earned the reputation to reverence, 51 out of 100. Bite Sanju was going to redeem one first and complete the milestone, but suddenly she felt her clothes being pulled twice. When he lowered his head, he found that it was the Shikigami who looked like a young fox. The other party's scarlet eyes stared at him, then slowly floated up, turning into a ray of light and sinking into the talisman. Bite Sangshu looked up, but found that the old lord, who was probably a member of the Okami clan, the largest lord family in Japan, did not behave strangely. At this moment, Bite Sangshu noticed something was wrong. Bite Sangshu checked the exchange list again, but found that a new item appeared under the secret prayer set, which should have been the last item. Rather than an item, it was more accurately a symbol, a fox-shaped symbol that seemed to be outlined in red stick figures. Mystery Ritual Inari God's Blow Exchange requires 100 reputation, reverence, quality, purple, extremely rare, description Inari God gives a gift, trust, mockery, or curse to the unbeliever. Effect 1, use the power of will to call for a powerful blow from Inari God. Effect 2, it cannot be used after the power of will is depleted, and the power of will must be replenished before it can be used again. Effect 3, non-Inari God believers who engrave this curse will suffer more malice. This is an extremely powerful item. Not only does it have no usage requirements, it does not even require practice. It was like a very convenient hot weapon. But Bite Sangshu frowned. He looked at the Lord and said, "Where is your Shikigami?" Although the old lord did not understand why the evil star cared about his tricks, he could still perform some spells in the shrine with the power of hundreds of years of incense and wishes. He immediately summoned his Shikigami to appear, clenched the seal in his hand, and shouted softly. But nothing happened in the bright and clear world. The old lord was not embarrassed, but just frowned. He performed another spell again. The mysterious power swirled around him, and immediately a breeze blew into the shrine. Okami Masaya also realized something at this time. He looked at Bite Sangshu, his face pale, and his expression was indescribable panic. Without bothering to speak to Bite Sangshu again, he turned around quickly and knelt down devoutly to the body of Inari God, Goriodai, enshrined in the shrine, muttering something in his mouth. Bite Sangshu could tell that the other party's heartbeat was very fast and his breathing was disordered. He was indeed in a panic. He looked at the new thing in the exchange list again and understood it. I'm afraid that the real body of the fox Shikigami is really the messenger of the Inari God, but as the power of the Inari God declined, the Inari God left the messenger with the old lord in the form of a Shikigami. The old lord himself didn't realize it and thought it was his own Shikigami, so he acted in the name of Inari God. Bite Sangshu looked at this special reward called Secret Ritual Inari God's Blow, and after a little thought, the corners of his mouth curled up. Japanese Shintoism is a polytheistic doctrine, claiming to have 8 million gods, but in the eyes of the Donsha people, most of them are ghosts and monsters. Although Inari God is an agricultural god and a good god in the conventional sense, the meaning he showed at this time is indeed hard to predict whether it is good or evil. But Bite Sangshu looked up at the direction where the old god was kneeling. After all, the other party could not punish him directly, just like the old god was not punished for cheating in the name of God. This curse seal may have a deeper intention. Do you want to force me to believe in you, or let me die under the so-called more maliciousness? Interesting. You exchanged for a special item, the secret ritual of the Inari God's attack. In Bite Sangshu's hand, there was a small fox mark emitting a red glow. Bite Sangshu's mind moved, and this thing fell on Bite Sangshu's left hand. Sizzle as if a branding iron fell on the skin, the curse seal that looked like 3 foxes connected head to tail instantly appeared on the back of Bite Sangshu's hand. Bite Sangshu didn't know whether it was because his right hand was broken that the curse seal chose to fall on his left hand, or because the reincarnationist's right hand hosted the reincarnationist's mark. The so-called Inari God's curse seal could not fall on the right hand. Secret Ritual Inari God's Strike, 1/1, this special curse seal has no ability level or grade, it just indicates that the current wish can be used once. Bite Sangshu's reputation immediately dropped to respect, 15 out of 100. He quickly scanned the previous items and chose the items to exchange after a simple thought. Katori Pill, Quality, White, Description, a special pill made by Shinto priests, with healing effects, effect, after swallowing, it accelerates the recovery of the current injury. This yellow pill is the most basic item in the reputation store. It can be exchanged at the friendly level, 10 reputation for 1 pill. Bite Sangshu exchanged 3 pills, ready to use them in his daily practice with Ripple Qigong, to accelerate the healing of the body.
Emblem Shinto, quality, blue, description, a mark used by Shintoism to highlight special contributions, effect 1, spirit +1, energy +1, effect 2, wearing this emblem will increase Shintoism's reputation. This is an item that can be exchanged for the respect level, which increases the energy attribute that Bite Sangshu needs most. At the same time, because Bite Sangshu knows that there is a high probability that he will encounter a derivative world with a Japanese background in the future, this emblem can also be considered useful for increasing reputation. This item consumes 45 points of reputation. Boundary Talisman Tension, simplified version, quality, blue, a correct version found in 16:9, 1 book, 1 forum. Description, a talisman enshrined in a shrine, with the power to disperse ordinary people within a certain range. Requirements for use, Spirit 10, or relevant yin-yang spell specialization. Effect, after crushing, ordinary people within a 50-meter radius will receive mental cues and leave this place. This very convenient charm cost 40 reputation points of Bai Kanong Zhu. This was a combination in which Bai Kanong Zhu spent all its reputation. After the reputation was cleared, the talisman given by the great god Messe in Bite Sangshu's hand also burned and disappeared. Looking at the old god master who was still kowtowing and confessing his sins, Bite Sangshu turned around and walked down the shrine. At this time, the sharp pain in his abdomen finally slowly disappeared. Talent re-anchoring completed. Talent, native gene lock level 2, similarity 75%. A plus, the shackles of evolution unlocked in death and despair, the power to transcend the limits of life. Absolute domain ultimate power, similarity 72%. The ultimate power beyond human beings, reincarnation x051, talent anchoring is abnormal, suspected to be a new talent. You can go to the goddess in your area for analysis. Bite Sangshu looked at the prompts and found that his abnormally expanded muscles and terrifying explosive power in battle were indeed similar to these two powers. But the reason why infinite space is infinite is that there are too many various forces, so the space can only be anchored based on similarity. This kind of anchoring is more like a classification, summarizing your talents into an existing ability system. Space does not give you talents, space only observes your talents. Just like the digital panel only displays your attributes, the body of the reincarnator is not digital, and there are still physical limitations in key points. Gene lock, ultimate power. Bite Sangshu shook his head and refused to think about the answer that could not be obtained for the time being. He still has one last plan in this world, and when that plan is completed, he believes that even if the completion of the main task is not at its highest, his gains will exceed that of almost all reincarnations who come to this world. On Bai Attractilode's scarred left hand, the green BB flower appeared again. Wu Xian, you should be slowly being forced by the professor and those wealthy people until you can't stand it anymore. Bite Sangshu was walking along the Torii path with a smile that could not tell the difference between good and evil. Come to me, give me everything you have, and then beg me. Bang! There was a gunshot, and Bai Kanangzu's body froze, looking at the bullet holes under his feet. In the distance, a man's shout rang out. There is a man here at the shrine, covered in blood. I think I hit him. The man's shouts were mixed with fear and excitement. Bite Sangshu laughed dumbly, but the smile was extremely cold. Is this what is called suffering from ill will? You killed Hirano Choji and obtained 5 dimension points. Milestone Murderer, rare, progress update, currently 1/1000, run. Several farmers holding muskets saw Bite Sangshu slowly pulling out the calf from Hirano Zhomer's chest and completely stepping into it, and they fled in panic. Bite Sangshu did not pursue him. He just wanted to tell these people one thing. If you shoot at me, you must be prepared to be killed by me. This kind of thing is not just a matter of saying I'm sorry and then bowing. It can be solved. When Bite Sangshu returned to Kyoto, the riot in Kyoto had been put down. It was easy for the wealthy families who had worked in Kyoto for hundreds of years to control the city. Attractilodes was immediately treated and bandaged by a doctor. However, Bite Sangshu's right hand suffered devastating injuries. The bones were twisted and shattered, and a lot of flesh and blood was cut off. This was not an injury that they could solve. Even Bite Sangshu himself did not use the healing medicine and the remaining medical ninjutsu scroll on such an injury that could not be cured at all. During this period, the professor, Lucci and others came back once and informed Bite Sangshu that all members of the Demon Slayer team had been dispatched and were preparing to dig 3 feet into the ground near Kyoto to find traces of Muzui demon dance. Moreover, they have joined forces with prominent families such as Tsuchimikado to carry out strict screening of household registrations, and every household must be brightly lit at night these days. Not giving Kibutsuji Musen the opportunity to eat people to replenish his strength and repair his injuries. Bite Sangshu didn't have any objections. That afternoon he saw Beiminjiu Xingming and several other pillar-level swordsmen. These powerful demon slayer swordsmen, with the cooperation of local wealthy families, began to search every house. Many hidden cannibals were killed. Bai Xiangju did not cooperate with their actions. On the contrary, Bai Xiangju had always been very withdrawn. He not only rejected Butterfly Kane's idea to help him heal, but also rejected Mingyu Xingming's suggestion to invite him to act together. Bai Xiangju was sitting in an exquisite house. The owner of the house was an official under Hirohito, and he had died in the morning riot. Bai Xiangju sat in the courtyard, watching everyone's frantic search for the traces of Matsuji Kibutsuji, and he closed the door of the courtyard indifferently. This move made several other reincarnations who had been secretly observing Bai Xiangju breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, since Momo Bai Bai returned to Kyoto City, Elizabeth and the professor have always been in a state of tension. They have been following the Demon Slayer squad, apparently to hunt down Matsuji Demon Slayer. But in fact, they are trying to avoid danger. As for the source of the danger, it is obvious that it is their most powerful teammate before Tao Bai Bai himself. In the battle with Ghost Dance Suji Mukai, there were many upper strings. Although a few people knew that Peach White White took advantage of the terrain and daytime sunlight, and Ripple Qigong was simply the most restrained for the cannibals. One of several abilities. In that form, a paper-level reincarnator, driven by enough courage, does have the ability to leapfrog and kill parallel-level cannibals. But if you want a paper-level reincarnation and face the world boss Kibutsuji Musen and the top ones at the same time, it will basically be a dead end. The scene of Tao Bai Bai appearing alone carrying the heads of the two most powerful people really made a few people feel frightened. Because the words that Hunter shouted loudly before his death were actually heard by several of them. The message Tao Bai Bai is a special reincarnation has become the consensus among this temporary cooperation team. The identity of the special reincarnator is far more important information than the reincarnator's abilities and feat. This has resulted in a rather awkward atmosphere within this temporary team. Everyone is afraid that Tao Bai Bai will assassinate several people in the remaining time. The professor even knows that Tao Bai Bai is likely to be a special reincarnation of the Dead Sin system, which makes her even more uneasy. There is even the idea of settling the main plot and leaving this world in advance. But this mission was his special trial, and he didn't want the completion rate to be too low, so he had to invite the Demon Slayer squad, hoping to use plot characters to limit the injured Tao Bai Bai. Speaking of which, where's Vincent? When the professor saw Bai Xiangju closing the courtyard door and looking like he was not prepared to communicate with anyone, he relaxed his attention and noticed that Vincent, who had stayed on the Demon Slayer side before, did not come with the Demon Slayer team. In this operation, because one person was needed to monitor whether the winding was diverted that night, Elizabeth and Vincent, who owned the team space, decided to separate themselves. Then take advantage of the convenience of the team space to communicate remotely. Elizabeth also frowned after hearing the professor's words. Vincent said he triggered a solo mission and needs to stay there to continue completing the mission. Elizabeth was a little confused, because she could say that she had gained a lot and had obtained many singularities, but Vincent was not moved. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. What kind of hidden mission would allow him to give up the possible singularity point rewards? In fact, Butterfly Kane told her that Vincent only found them on the first night and had almost no subsequent contact with the Demon Slayers. She hid the doubts in her heart and just said, "It doesn't matter if he doesn't come. Now the subsequent endgame is just some small tasks. We just need to cooperate with the Demon Slayer Corps to suppress Musen's space. Even if we can't kill Musen, as long as he can't come out and make trouble again, our main task will be completed very well." The professor seemed not to see the haze on Elizabeth's face and turned away. The high-pressure search policy of the crowd lasted for a whole day and will continue in the next few weeks. Because they knew that the space-transferring Naruto was dead, they all believed that Musen Kibutsuji could only escape with the help of the Knight or Hantengu's ability. When night fell, the Demon Slayer Corps began to replace the Onmyoji who had lost their ability to cast spells and patrolled around Kyoto. Everyone carried special fireworks that would be triggered once they encountered a cannibal ghost. Kyoto was under curfew tonight, and the prosperity of the past instantly turned into silence. Everyone was waiting for the screams that might be heard. But after a night, nothing happened. This continued for 2 weeks, just as the Demon Slayer Corps began to believe that Musen Kibutsuji had somehow escaped from Kyoto. In the night, Baite Sangshu sat by the pit under the silver moon. This pit, where Baite Sangshu and several upper ranks had fought to the death, exuded a faint murderous intent.
Muzan Kibutsuji, how scared are you that you have been wandering here for so many days and dare not come up to see me? The deal I gave you is still valid. Give me Miss Naruto's ability, and I can give you the thing you dream of. Bite Sanshu looked down at the pit with a wanton smile on his face. Anabutsuji Mume appeared in the pothole, his eyes were gloomy, his body had transformed into the form of a teenager, and the tail-like tentacles behind him still stayed in the narrow mouse hole. It is true that Muzan did not leave Kyoto City, but it was not that he could not leave. In fact, only the clone of Hantengu was destroyed, and the original, cowardly ghost, was not harmed at all. It was the Wangseng Anajetsu who retained most of his combat power. If it wants to leave and break out with the half-tengu, ordinary humans and even the pillar-level swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps cannot stop it, except… Wu Quan raised his head, his scarlet eyes staring at the man next to the pothole under the silver moon. There was hatred and disgust in his eyes, but at the same time, there was also unquenchable fear. Although Kibutsuji-mu did recall the roar of the Black Death Eye before his death after the tragedy, it only took a moment for that voice to be left behind. How stupid it is to let a being with an almost endless lifespan fight to the death against an insect that only has a lifespan of a few decades, Kibutsuji Mukai thought. But in the end, Wume allowed Hantengu to stay with him in Kyoto. The reason is that it remembered that at the last moment of the battle, the human being in front of him who could wield the power of sunlight did not choose to grab his head, but cut off Naruko's body. It realized that the other party didn't really want to kill it. Or was the other party serious about the transaction that seemed to provoke him at the time? Just thinking about this possibility made Kibutsuji no longer willing to leave. It hid here and there, finally returned to the underground, and sneaked back to this place again. Sure enough, it was here, feeling the smell of the person who brought it the shadow of death again. After hesitating for many days, Wuhan finally showed up tonight. No one can control what kind of vampire magic can be awakened. Wuka's eyes were filled with hatred, but his words were not sharp. On the contrary, there was a cowardice in them that he was not even aware of. When Nero dies, her blood ghost technique disappears. Even if I create thousands more ghosts, I can't guarantee that the same vampire technique will appear. In fact, Bite Sangju also knows this very well. Unlike many people, Bite Sangju looked down upon the blood of cannibals, but he had a high regard for vampire skills. Among the many cannibals, Bite Sangju didn't think they had much potential, such as Uozua's self-strengthening, Luo Needle, or Tongma's ability to control blood and ice. The strength of an ability does not equate to the strength of the user. But on the contrary, Narum controls the infinite city and can teleport people within the perception to enter or reach other places at will. Hibiki can change the spatial structure of the house at will. Yuwawa controls the movement and direction of objects with invisible vectors. The abilities of these three ghosts made Bite Sangju aware of the potential of the blood ghost technique. In a sense, these abilities all have high-level characteristics that Kibutsuji Muzai himself does not possess. Although the absolute power level is not enough, in terms of potential, it is much more powerful than Kibutsuji Muzan and Ichigo Weijo. This ability is perhaps the greatest treasure in the world. Bite Sangju's lips curled up. What's so good about becoming an ogre? It added many weaknesses to himself out of thin air. TSK, you are really useless, Wu Ku. Bite Sangju stood up, came to the pit and squatted down, overlooking Wu Pei. Kibutsuji Mukai's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously wanted to run away, but soon he noticed that the human's left and right hands were covered with thick bandages, especially the right hand, where the shape of the palm could hardly be seen. Bite Sangju noticed the look in Kibutsuji Mu's eyes, and he opened his arms in an undefended posture. What, do you want to touch me again? His tone was mocking, but Kibutsuji Muzan was not irritated and just looked away. I'm just telling you that Neru's abilities can no longer be restored. Bite Sangshu smiled. Of course, his purpose was not to let Muzan create another Neru. All of Neru's dropped cards were in his backpack. If he was lucky enough, or spent enough money in the space, the price, maybe that ability is not unobtainable. Since you can't do it, then give me the root of your bloodline and the prescription that the pharmacist gave you. I can slowly find someone to concoct it. Anabutsuji Mume's heart sank at the same time, and he felt that this human being had unexpectedly seen. The other party actually wants that thing? Its expression immediately darkened. How could I still remember that kind of thing? Bite Sangshu used the moonlight to look at the curse mark on the back of his left hand. What he just did was not an empty city strategy. Bite Sangshu would never put his own life or death on the other's cowardice. Just like in the last battle, even if his hands were broken and he couldn't use Ripple Qigong, he still had the confidence that Kibutsuji Muzan would turn around and fight with him, and he could immediately leave the basement and return to the sun. At this moment, with this curse seal, he was even more confident that he could suppress Muzui's resistance at any time. However, this scrap of the world is indeed a bit too difficult to kill. Especially when the other party is inexplicably enlightened in this world. As Muzan Kibutsuji, who can split himself into hundreds or even thousands of pieces of flesh and survive as long as one piece escapes, in a sense, he can be regarded as a beggar's version of Majin Buu. Muzan, put your finger into your brain and stir it vigorously for a few times. I believe you can remember it. Muzan looked at the other person's eyes for a long time before saying a correct version in 16,191 book and 1 forum. I can give you a portion of the source blood. After getting the blue blossom, I will naturally leave this place. Humph, I won't do anything unpleasant to your friends. Muzan was half giving in and half threatening. But the mocking smile on Bite Sangshu's face became stronger. What do you want to do to those people is your freedom. Of course, if I want to kill you, it is also my freedom. Now, give me a portion of your so-called source blood, plus that prescription, and I will naturally give you the blue blossom. Bite Sangshu not only did not accept Muzan's conditions, but also intensified them. Muzan's lips and teeth trembled. If possible, he wanted to tear the other party apart now. But, because Muzan has 7 hearts, his heartbeat is particularly intense at this time, so loud that Bite Sangshu can hear it clearly. This Ghost King is probably very entangled. Because he holds his own life in his hands, he has to act cautiously and cannot give it up. Step. Bite Sangshu's pupils shrank, and a figure suddenly walked out of the house on the other side. He turned his head and saw that the person was wearing a kimono and had exquisite makeup. She looked like a geisha from a certain family, but the other party's footsteps were particularly heavy. Step, step, step. After a few steps, the slender geisha's body swelled up, and with a puff, the beautiful skin broke, revealing the blonde man. Master Muzan, perhaps you don't need to trade with him. Blue Spider Lily, there is not only one plant left by Momo Pai Pai. Vincent's originally honest face became lively at this moment, and a light flashed in his hand, and another, Blue Spider Lily, appeared. When Muzan Kibutsuji saw this scene, he showed ecstasy on his face, and instantly turned into a residual image and pounced on Vincent. Bite Sangshu lowered his eyelids, raised his left hand slightly, and the next moment, he said boom. The next moment after Bite Sangshu opened his mouth, a huge fox of nearly 100 meters suddenly appeared out of thin air, swallowing Vincent and the block he was in with a bang. Secret ritual, Inari God Strike. Vincent, or Lu Ziyu, never thought that a person would remain unchanged. Just like himself, he was originally a diligent employee of a large company, with a job that was as good as a golden rice bowl, and his daily routine never changed. But one day, he just went to the underground shopping street next to the station on a whim during his daily routine, and took a look at the dirty mirror in the public toilet that was not cleaned. His life was completely changed. He got an opportunity to transcend all the unchanging daily routines and classes. Lu Ziyu became a reincarnation. But the power of imagination did not come immediately. Instead, it was replaced by endless death tasks and crises. Lu Ziyu sank again. He used the talent of observing words in disguise that he had developed over the years to make himself the kind of teammate that everyone in the space needed: defense specialization, reincarnation. The mortality rate is the highest and the benefits are the least. No one wants to become this kind of reincarnation, but everyone wants his teammates to become this kind of reincarnation. Vincent began to receive some attention. He used this opportunity to find himself a teammate with considerable potential, a woman who called herself Elizabeth. Vincent noticed the woman's arrogance. He did not hate arrogance. On the contrary, people who could maintain the emotion of arrogance in this space usually had considerable talent. Talent means opportunity and resources. Past experiences made Vincent subconsciously try to stay with the woman. For this reason, he even did not hesitate to cover the other party in various tasks and even blocked some attacks. He gained the trust of the woman and began to build tacit understanding in the fixed team again and again. Lu Ziyu felt that the opportunity to change his fate as a reincarnation might come soon. In fact, this opportunity came faster than he thought. He thought that after a few more tasks, he would completely gain Elizabeth's trust and he could complete a perfect kill in the real world and take away everything from the other party. But in this mission, Lu Ziyu unexpectedly got a better opportunity. After the terrifying special reincarnation Tao Pai Pai made the terrible decision to burn the mountain, Lu Ziyu, who was originally prepared to stay on the side of the Demon Slayer Corps to coordinate and avoid the front battlefield, used the optical instrument left to him by the team to observe that Tao Pai Pai grabbed a blue blossom before the fire spread. At that moment, it was like a flash of lightning passing through his mind, and he inexplicably understood the other party's intention in an instant. Perhaps Lu Ziyu was very good at guessing the leader's intention, but at this moment, he was very sure that Tao Pai Pai did hide the blue blossom and prepare to make a deal with Muzin Kibutsuji. Tao Pai Pai wants to have it both ways. The other party wants to get the reward from the Demon Slayer Corps, and at the same time, he wants to take advantage of Muzin Kibutsuji's unprincipled and bottom-line character to seize Muzin Kibutsuji's reward. Lu Ziyu's heart was pounding, and he almost instinctively rushed into the cliff. Before the sea of fire arrived, he successfully found a blue bianhua to hide. Afterwards, Lu Ziyu, who had left the team, seemed to have been enlightened. He realized that this mission would be an opportunity for his rise. Although Muzin Kibutsuji was a human dregs, with no principles and bottom line, Lu Ziyu understood that even such Muzin Kibutsuji would definitely be more willing to trade with him than Momo Pai Bai, who possessed Ripple Qigong. After Lu Ziyu handed over to the Demon Slayer Corps that night, he quickly lurked in Kyoto, waiting for the best opportunity. Although he claimed to be a defense-specialized reincarnation, he actually had no ability to support it, but because the space had a very high demand for various survival abilities, this was not doubted. His physical points were indeed the highest among several items, reaching 13 points. Lu Ziyu's biggest trump card is the superpower called Double Body, which comes from the special potion, the chemical agent, of Black Robe Patrol World. After the adjustment of space, it tends to be stable and eliminates side effects. At the same time, the ability is also limited, and it can only parasitize on individuals whose physique is not higher than his own. Moreover, after using Double Body, if the opponent's spirit attribute is higher than his own, he may be in control of the initiative. It is an ability that Lu Ziyu dare not use easily on the reincarnation. At this moment, he parasitized in the body of an ordinary geisha in Kyoto and waited for the perfect opportunity from the dark. At the moment when Muzin Kibutsuji was about to make a deal with Momo Pai Pai, he decisively appeared, holding Blue Blossom, and said loudly, "Lord Muzin, perhaps you don't need to trade with him." Boom! Vincent's eyes were still on Muzin, who was showing ecstasy, and he felt that he was right. Compared with Momo Pai Pai, Muzin was indeed more willing to cooperate with him. However, the smelly cold wind whistled in his ears, and Kyoto seemed to darken in an instant under the night. Vincent realized something at the last moment, raised his head, and saw an extremely huge mouth, biting down on him. No, it should be said that it was biting down on the entire street. At the last moment of consciousness, Vincent only felt a stream of cold blood piercing his neck. Boom! The exquisite wooden blocks and stone roads were completely shattered in an instant. The terrible giant fox completely shattered everything within a few hundred meters with just one blow. A whole row of streets disappeared completely. The scary fox opened its mouth as if it wanted to swallow the earth directly, and its body was covered with scarlet eyes. The scary movement instantly attracted everyone's attention, especially the professor and others, who were already very wary of Momo Pai Pai. Such a huge movement, except for those upper moons, only the other party could make it. Binding Island Xingming appeared first, and Kocho Kane appeared with the professor and other reincarnations. Is Muzin appeared? What is this monster? Look at the correct version in 16,191 book and 1 forum. Everyone was highly nervous, but the source of the nervousness was not the same. Elizabeth's face was pale, and she saw a clear team prompt. Team member YU15169987, Vincent, was attacked. Based on the difference in mental power between the two sides, you have obtained some information. Reincarnator XX53562211, Tao Bye Bye, attacked your team members. YU15169987, Vincent, is dying. YU15169987, Vincent, used his ability Double Body. YU15169987, Vincent, is in a restricted state at this time. Does Tao Bye Bye really want to attack us? She subconsciously wanted to raise the gun in her hand, but the professor suddenly pressed Elizabeth's arm with his hand, and Lu Qi also blocked the opponent with the hilt of the sword at the same time. Bite Songshu stood at the feet of the demon fox. In the fox's mouth, the remains of Muzin Kibutsuji kept struggling, but the terrifying demon fox suddenly shook its head, and the ground shook violently again. The unparalleled violence made Muzin Kibutsuji realize that he was defeated today. Ha, I lost today, but you and I both know that from now on, you will no longer be my nemesis. Don't worry, I will cook that greedy bug well. This source blood will be regarded as a gift to you, the person who gave me some pain for the last time before I get promoted. Puff! Bite Sanchu pulled his hand out of Muzin's chest, revealing the blood-red fat inside that looked like amber. You got the item, the source blood of the devil, purple, tisk, don't pretend, Muzin, this is not a gift, this is a testimony of your fear of me. You! Bite Sanchu pointed his left index finger at Muzin's brow, with a mocking smile on his face. Because of your fear of me, you prepared this tribute of defeat before you showed up today, didn't you? As for the bug that stole my tribute, don't worry, Muzin, he will run away from you and eventually die in my hands. Puff! Bite Sanchu shook his wrist and stabbed his index finger into Muzin's head. Muzin's body slowly became motionless. In the deathly silence, Mingyu Xingming was the first to make a move. The strongest person in the Demon Slayer Corps today, he was completely blind, but he could still feel the terrifying aura. Wu Xian escaped? He faced Bite Sanju and spoke like this. Bite Sanju turned around, his eyes like sharp knives scraping across the bodies of several reincarnations, each of whom behaved differently. Elizabeth's face was pale, while Lu Qi and the professor were quite calm. Yes, Muzin escaped. One of us betrayed us and took refuge with Muzin Kabutsuji. When Bite Sanju spoke like this, Elizabeth murmured twice, but ultimately did not open her mouth to refute. She is not stupid. From Vincent's mysterious movements before tonight's sudden attack by Tao Bai Bai, it is obvious that the other party is not the honest defender in her impression. Moreover, she thought at this time that as a reincarnation who had experienced more missions at the same time as herself, and perhaps even more than herself, Vincent, in addition to showing a physical fitness of more than 10 points, was always fighting with the help of thermal weapons. It doesn't show any special expertise or ability. Even he has a powerful trump card. How can a reincarnation who can survive alone have no special abilities at all? If nothing else, the trial mission is the easiest world to obtain the first ability. Both Lu Qi and the professor had unique perceptual abilities. They both realized immediately that if Bite Sangshu wanted to kill themselves and others because of the exposure of the special reincarnation identity, he would not use such a powerful ability at all. So, Vincent has a problem. Mingyu Xingming frowned, but Butterfly Kane came to Bite Sangju first. At this time, the demon fox was like a dream, dissipating with the wind, as if it had never existed. Only the huge potholes on the ground and the row of completely collapsed houses witnessed the tragedy that had just happened. Mr. Tao Bai Bai, your injuries from the previous battle have not healed, how can you fight Wu Mei alone? Butterfly Kane is kind-hearted and exudes a simple atmosphere of I want to save everyone. Bite Sanchu put away the ghost origin blood, and told everyone the worst news. Wu Xin not only escaped, but there is a high probability that he will get the Blue Higan Bana from Vincent, thus overcoming his final weakness, sunlight. So, give up, Demon Slayer. Bite Sangju's expression was indifferent, but Butterfly Kane was shocked all over, and even Mingyu Xingming froze in his movements as he walked forward. The professor's expression changed, and he understood the hidden meaning of this message. I'm afraid that Anabutsuji Muzin will become an ultimate creature in a certain sense. With a few paper-level reincarnations, it will be almost impossible to kill this kind of Oniatsuji Muzin. Therefore, the reincarnators must increase the completion of the main task as soon as possible, and then settle and leave. After the professor's expression changed several times, he immediately turned around and left. He was going to find the godmasters and wealthy family heads, and immediately asked them to declare that they would cooperate with the Uyoshiki clan to stop the cannibals from harming Japan from the top. This improves completion. Mingyu Xingming and Butterfly Chanoi were still in a state of turmoil at this time. Their belief has always been to kill the ghost Wu Suji and destroy all ghosts. But today, this powerful martial artist who had personally killed many Oni Suji Mukai told them that Oniwa Suji Mukai could no longer be killed. How could they accept this? Bite Sangshu walked up to several reincarnations, and Lu Qi held down the sword with a wary expression. Lu Qi is a rather classical reincarnation. In other words, he is the type who values friendship and teamwork over interests. He believed that the team had gone through a series of battles and had established a certain amount of trust with Elizabeth and the professor, and he would not just watch Bite Sangju kill a few people. Elizabeth, I want Vincent's information, all of it. Bite Sangju came to the green-haired woman who was nearly 1.8 meters tall. The distance between the two had reached an extremely dangerous level. Elizabeth could even feel the blood-smelling breath of Tao Bai Bai. This guy is like a real beast. At this moment, there is no doubt that Vincent Guy has angered this beast in some form. Elizabeth frowned and took 2 steps back. She raised her right hand with a dangerous look in her eyes. Tao bye, you should know that Vincent and I are regular teammates. She suppressed her anger. Even if Vincent had selfish motives in this task, Elizabeth still felt humiliated by asking her to hand over Vincent's secret information. The same is true for Lu Qi. He stood side by side with Elizabeth, and the posture of holding the sword in his hand has changed unconsciously. In reality, he has been practicing Shinyo sword technique since he was a child, and he already has LV4 swordsmanship when he enters the space. Specialize. Kendo, among the various martial arts schools in Japan, has been referred to as upper 3 dan or even triple dan since ancient times, which means that the first level of a kendo practitioner is equivalent to the third or even 3 times higher level of other schools such as karate. Of combat power. Lu Qi definitely possesses exceptional levels of lethality in close combat. Bai Xiangju raised the corners of his mouth, looking at the two people's reactions, revealing a playful arc. He turned his head slightly and leaned against Elizabeth's chest. This move is not to belittle the other party, nor is it to insult the other party. People always like to convince themselves by deceiving others. Elizabeth, you are actually doubting Vincent, right? Your heartbeat, your breathing, your pulse, are all saying that. Bai Xiangju raised his head and watched Elizabeth's face and eyes constantly changing, and he could see through her thoughts. His breathing frequency was quite short at this moment, and the realm called Transparent World had already shown him what this ability could do through the battle with the Black Death Eyes. A perfect version in 16-9-1 Book 1 Forum. At this moment, Bai Xiangju forced out Elizabeth's most secret thoughts step by step. Vincent, in Bai Xiangju's eyes, was obviously a smart guy. Although he didn't know how he knew his plan, Bai Xiangju didn't hide that kind of thing. In the team, the professor also understood when he saw Blue Bianhua, and Lu Qi and Elizabeth were also reminded by Bai Xiangju, but they all retained basic rationality and didn't think they could trade with an unprincipled evil ghost like Muzin. Only Vincent, this seemingly honest guy, was dreaming unrealistic dreams. And Bai Xiangju's eyes were playful. Elizabeth didn't even share the information of Blue Bianhua with him. The team of these two people was not as solid as it seemed. Lu Qi turned his head. He couldn't believe that the two people who seemed to have always fought side by side and even formed a fixed team also had a grudge against each other. This made Lu Qi hesitate about the team battle he had originally longed for. Bai Xiangju glanced at the man wearing a tattered hat. The other party's mind was really so simple. TSK, this kind of person can live to this day, I'm afraid he is really good. In Elizabeth's mind, scenes of Vincent's past actions that made her suspicious appeared, and finally gathered on the prompts in the space just now. Double body, this is an ability she never knew. Vincent actually hides this ability. Once the seeds of doubt appear, evidence will come from the mind. Elizabeth was a little depressed, and her tall figure hunched over. I only know his serial number and his previous code name, Lu Ziyang. I'm not sure if that's his real name. He might be from the north of Dongxia, and sometimes he has some bad mouthing. He's in space. I really don't know anything else about him. Lu Qi slowly released his sword-holding hand. Elizabeth seemed flustered, but she explained Vincent's information very clearly. Bai Xiangju nodded and memorized the information Elizabeth gave. Vincent, I hope you can use all your intelligence and find a way to escape from Muzin. Take my formula, and then, wait well before I kill you. Vincent's eyes trembled, but he found that he couldn't control his body at all. The next moment, a voice sounded. Bug, your parasitic ability is very interesting, but it seems that it can't hinder the host's ability to move at all. Muzin sat in a carriage, and Bantengo drove the carriage under the moonlight. Muzin Kibutsuji once again put on the female body, his scarlet eyes full of smiles. He looked at the blonde head sticking out from his shoulder, thinking about how to torture the other party so as to get the blue blossom. That's right, let's turn the other party into his own ghost first. Mr. Mama Beibai, although you escaped without misfortune, the master of your achievements is already aware of it. The master asked me to tell you that whatever you want, the Abuyashiki clan will find a way to satisfy you. Please continue to help us, hunt down no misfortune. Wei Mingyu Xingming sat on his knees on the tatami, but it was still like a hill. Bai Xiangju estimated that the opponent's basic attributes were probably very close to the extreme value of 20 points. In the reincarnation space, reaching 20 points in basic attributes will trigger an extreme value reward and obtain special expertise or abilities. That is the most basic threshold for advancing to the strong level. When the sum of the four attributes of the paper level reincarnation strength, agility, physical strength, and spirit exceeds 40 points, he will be judged by the space to be able to accept advanced tasks and try to enter the union level. As long as the reincarnators do not die and continue to experience tasks, in theory, all reincarnators will enter this stage, and then the advanced tasks will not be too difficult. The so-called killing a union level enemy alone is not very difficult for a being like Samsara who has access to a lot of resources. If the conditions are right and enough high explosive grenades are used, the task can be completed. The threshold for entering the strong level will be much higher. Bai Sangshu knew that Ming Mingyu Xing Ming's behavior could be regarded as opening the prestige store of the Demon Slayer camp in a sense, but on the Demon Slayer side, most of them were swordsmanship and breathing skills. Attractoloads is not very interesting. He thought for a while and said, "Can you let me go through all the branches of breathing techniques?" Mingyu Xingming was startled for a moment. Butterfly Kane and Immortal Kawasaniya, who were sitting behind him, had different expressions. Such a request was really greedy. The Demon Slayer squad's ability to fight cannibals essentially relies on the breathing techniques and sword skills that have been passed down for hundreds of years. In a sense, those are the most precious things of the Abuyoshiki clan. Bai Sanju added with a meaningless smile on his face. In return, although I will not continue to hunt down demon dance Suji Musen, I will find a way to teach you the breathing method that can physically kill ghosts. Crunch! Mingyu Xingming stood up instantly, the sound of his muscles tensing and moving was like steel gears. He maintained a half-rising posture, his white eyes wide open. The physical body, killing ghosts. He had never seen Bai Sangshu's moves, but he only sensed it from his breath and knew that this Tao Bai Bai was indeed a rare master with a very powerful physique. Butterfly Kane described to him that the other party could easily kill the cannibals. All the cannibals hit by his rippled golden breath would melt directly and die, unable to regenerate. And the other party is actually willing to teach this power to the Demon Slayer squad? Note, no. X051, space cannot directly write abilities into the body of non-reincarnated people. Note, no. X051, the flow of props and abilities that do not belong to this world into this world will cause the world to undergo unpredictable changes, and these changes will cause the corresponding singularity to be unable to be generated. Bai Sangju didn't deceive Mingming Island Xingming, but as soon as he thought about it, two bright red space prompts appeared. Bai Sangju looked at these two warning messages, and instead of being dissuaded, she used them to understand some of the deeper mechanisms of the space. First, for example, space utilization scrolls where the so-called goddess allow players to learn and improve their abilities. From the perspective of space, it is writing. This expression is closer to a procedural language than a mysterious side. Combined with the consistent accuracy in the description of space tasks, Bai Attractoloads has reason to believe that this space is indeed an impersonal existence. Because if it is a high-level will that is closer to the mysterious side, perhaps using words such as injection or teaching would be more accurate. Second, the singularity is a product born because the behavior of reincarnators caused the development of this world to deviate, leading to the emergence of new branches of destiny. But in this world, whether he killed Tong Mo or Black Death Eyes, he did not get the corresponding singularity. At first, Bai Sanju thought that the two people were not strong enough, but now it seems that this may have something to do with the world itself. Association. The warning in the space indicates that if you bring props or abilities from other worlds into this world, causing unpredictable changes in this world, such changes will not produce a singularity. This is very interesting, because in fact, if players want to cause large-scale plot changes, in addition to killing important characters such as the protagonist, the easiest way is to spread things that do not belong to this world. For example, spreading high-tech equipment and knowledge to a backward world can trigger large-scale changes. But space indicates that this change will not produce a singular point. In other words, if Bai Sangju's previous understanding is correct, space is like a beehive, and reincarnators are like worker bees. Space sends reincarnations to various worlds to collect needed information, and fresh and unknown ones are like worker bees. Change is the information that space needs most, so it gives singularity points as rewards. But if the change is caused by the interaction and agitation of the information from the two worlds, the new information, produced by mixing the two information, is not needed by the Ye space, so there is no reward. Furthermore, Bai Sanju has guessed why there is no special point reward for killing Black Death Eyes and Tong Mo normally in this world. Because, the changes of Musen in this world are not natural. Musen has changed because of some props of a certain reincarnation, and has opened up wisdom that does not belong to him. Check out the correct version in 16,191 Book 1 Forum. Tarot 22, give the chosen person the second card, Priestess. Is this the special feature of this sequence of reincarnations? Although you may not be able to learn it, I do have the idea of leaving that ability to you, after all. Musin feels that he has won a hand from me, so I have to leave it a little surprise. Baitsangshu is not generous, on the contrary, he has a strong desire to win. Vincent and Musin both feel that they have taken advantage of Baitsangshu through last night's actions, so he will teach them a lesson. With Musin's cowardly character, he may have the idea of hiding somewhere, so he can only leave the ultimate nemesis of the cannibal ghost, Ripple Qigong, in this world. As for Vincent, Baitsangshu felt that the other party seemed to have made a mistake. Reincarnationists are not plot characters, and the battles of reincarnationists never stay in the mission world. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, but Baitsangshu's revenge must be from morning to night. If you take something that belongs to me, you must return it with interest. Beiminjiu Xingming immediately contacted the master with the crow and finalized the matter. Within half a day, the trainers of the major breathing methods were sent to Kyoto by In, at all costs. Baiangshu stood in the center, and the three former pillar-level swordsmen, Sakanji, Kawashima Jigoro, and Purgatory Makajuro, were specially invited to Kyoto because they were worried that their disciples did not master the breathing techniques they were taught well. At this time, the setting sun dyed half of the sky red. These three trainers who had mastered the breath of water, breath of thunder, and breath of fire, together with Mingminjiu Xingming and immortal Kawasaniya, gathered around the courtyard for 5 people. Corner, surrounding attractilodes in the center. 5 people have mastered the basic schools of the 5 major breathing methods. Water, thunder, fire, rock, and wind are the 5 basic breathing methods derived from the lost sun breath. Others, such as butterfly canase, flower breath, are derived from water breath. Breath work. Mr. Tao Bai, although we already know that your martial arts skills are strong and you can defeat Shangxian Guiwei, each breathing method has different physical requirements for each person. Forcibly learning a breathing method that is not suitable for you may cause cardiopulmonary damage. Ruan Luzhua recently tried to dissuade Baitsangshu for the last time. He had never seen such crazy demands. Even Wei Mingyu Xingming, who had an astonishing physique, had only mastered the most difficult thing to master, rock breathing. But Baitsangshu was indifferent. For the last time, Zhuo Yuzhao and Kawashima Jigoro looked at each other, both of them feeling helpless. Since the other party could exchange the breathing method known as killing ghosts with the body, they had no reason to refuse. The next moment, Zuoluan's breath became continuous through his mouth and nose, and his body also became soft, and he began to display the sword skill of water breathing one by one. Baitsangshu looked at the movements of Zhuo Yuzhuakansi. He had entered the realm of transparent world. In this case, the contraction of the opponent's lungs and the movement of muscles could not be concealed at all. Coupled with Attractilode's ability to control its own muscles almost perfectly, he could master this breathing method after just one look. Next, each pillar-level swordsman and trainer took turns demonstrating the breathing techniques of their own schools. The gentleness of the breath of water, the bursting of the breath of fire, the swiftness of the breath of thunder, the frenzy of the breath of wind, and the hardness of the breath of rock. Baitsangshu realized that each breathing method was actually a deliberate act of mobilizing his body to coordinate with the movement of the sword. From this perspective, purely from the perspective of breathing methods, the breathing methods of these schools are actually inferior to Ripple Qigong. These breathing methods are still based on the effect of adjusting the breath to change the blood flow rate, oxygen concentration, etc., thereby enhancing part of one's own mobility. Ripple Qigong is on top of this and can actually produce an energy called ripple. In addition to increasing a person's physique, that energy can also effectively kill dark creatures that are afraid of the sun and heal injuries at the same time. Prolong life. Demon Slayer breathing technique is more like a buff ability to enhance oneself. When Zhuolong Sakan was about to start his second demonstration, Baitsangshu waved his hand. Okay, I already understand. Kawashima Jigoro's eyelids twitched. Among the several breathing methods, apart from the most difficult rock breathing, the thunder breathing was the most difficult to find a successor. The person in front of him was somewhat boastful, which made him unhappy. But Baitsangshu took a deep breath, and the breathing rate between his mouth and nose changed rapidly. The next moment, the other party was dancing softly like running water, and his body movements were flowing smoothly. This was not the breathing of water. His breathing rate changed, and he took one step, like a fire erupting, and his body became violent, like a fire. Baitsangshu exhaled slightly and at the same time paused, the next moment. Chilla! The opponent's feet exerted force instantly, and all the strength in his body exploded from his feet, causing him to move so fast that he even made a thunderous whistling sound due to friction with the air. Isn't that the true essence of thunder breath, the flash of thunder? By the time Bite Sangju tried all these breathing techniques, everyone in the venue, including Butterfly Kane who was watching from the outside, were so shocked that they could not speak. Several people also discovered at the same time that there seemed to be no need to ventilate at all during the Tao Bai Bai action, and it was obvious that they had entered the normal state. You have mastered abilities through special methods: breathing of water, D, breathing of thunder, D, breathing of rock, D, breathing of wind, D, breathing of fire, D. Several abilities are now organized into breathing method, D plus control blood oxygen and muscles through unique breathing, and explode the ability to move beyond physical capabilities, different from the Yara flow technique that Bite Sangshu learned from the clown Evans, this time, probably because it is in the mission world and has the basis of plot character interaction. Space has integrated these breathing methods into an ability of Bite Sangshu. Bite Sangju then began to explain the respiratory rate and lung control of Ripple Qigong to everyone. Because his right hand was broken at this time, he could not perform Ripple Qigong, so he could not directly use the conduction of the ripples to let these people understand the use of Ripple Qigong. He could only use his control over himself to express the breathing rate and contraction of muscles and lungs when using Ripple Qigong. Although everyone felt it was obscure, because every pillar-level swordsman was basically a master who had practiced breathing techniques for many years, they could still get some tips. By the time night fell, everyone had memorized the essentials. Bite Sangju, while several people were still studying, came to a courtyard alone. Do you want to settle the main task 3? Yes. Settlement in progress. The current power comparison between the Demon Slayer Core and Musen is 72 vs 28, main quest 3 completed, completion degree, A. Although Bite Sangshu knew that if he continued to wait in this world, with Musen's mentality, he would probably not dare to come out to seek revenge on him, and the progress of the main quest could continue to be pushed forward. But Bite Sangshu didn't care about the tiny evaluation reward. He had more important things to do. No one could just rob his things and run away. All the main quests are completed. Do you want to leave this world? Yes. Look at the correct version in 16,191 book and 1 forum. Bite Sangshu's figure began to fade slowly. At this time, the professor's voice came from in front of Bite Sangshu. You can hold multiple cards at the same time, but only one can be activated in the same sequence. Bite Sangshu saw the other party's figure revealed. The professor was wearing a cloak that was completely integrated with the environment. This prop completely concealed his figure and breath. The invisibility cloak in Harry Potter? Bite Sangshu's mouth curled up. Is this the newcomer favored by the big forces? There are really a lot of good things. The professor was panicked by Bite Sangshu's eyes. Before he could speak, the other party had completely disappeared. He also breathed a sigh of relief. This Tao Bai Bai really exudes a sense of fear at all times. The professor has a hunch that this guy will probably stir up trouble in the space soon and then make a name for himself. This is why he intends to make friends with him. Full body repair, all points will be deducted from me. Bite Sangshu shouted to the dark space, meaningless words that only he could hear. Check the injuries of the reincarnation: moderate physical damage, slight genetic damage, medium to low difficulty of treatment, repair completed, deduct 1250 dimensional points. Reincarnation X051 has returned, settlement started, settlement in progress, world, Demon Slayer Derivative World P9971, main quest, faction war, completed, main quest completion rating, A. Side quests and hidden quests are detected, ratings increased, quest completion rating, A+, note, the lowest rating is E, the highest is SSS, quest reward, 1500 dimensional points, character attribute points *4, note. The rating of the sinful reincarnation X051 is not enough for strong. Attribute points have been automatically allocated. Just got a notice from the editor that this book will be available on November 1st. Please support us. P.S. Anime Infinite Flow will also be judged as fan fiction, so it is difficult to get recommendations. I hope everyone who likes this book can subscribe and support it. Thank you. P.S. I added a group link on the book details page, and the author of the latest chapter said that if you want to discuss the plot or character vests, you can join the group. The fan value must be greater than 2. Chapter 75 Vincent, the Sinful Reincarnator? This time, the pain of muscle tearing did not appear. Instead, Bite Sangshu felt his nerves burning for a moment. The severe pain made even Bite Sangshu, who had a strong endurance, tremble. Fortunately, the pain came quickly and disappeared even faster. Spirit attribute improvement, currently 13, Bite Sangshu frowned. Could it be that he was the most unlucky type of reincarnator in the space? The space actually added his free attribute points to his weakest, spirit, attribute again, which was very unfortunate. If he had added them to agility, he would have been able to access the first extreme attribute at this moment. Although the Yi spirit attribute has the ability to affect the perception in battle and the acquisition of combat information given by the space, in the early stage, this attribute has the least impact on direct physical combat. Almost no one would want to actively add attributes to spirit, except for those reincarnators who obtain special abilities at the beginning. Bite Sangshu's current abilities, apart from the curse seal, have almost nothing that can benefit from the spirit attribute, so this kind of bonus is very unfortunate for him. However, Bite Sangshu has also heard a rumor from the professor that the Yi Supreme in the space are not only the Yi Supreme, with single attributes on the surface, but there will be a very small number of reincarnations who have the qualifications of multiple attributes, and thus be invited to participate in the more secretive competition for the title of Supreme. And those, Supreme, with balanced multiple attributes are the ones who are truly qualified to compete for the title of the strongest in the space. But the professor also said that this statement is just a rumor. At least, he has not heard of or seen any title and ability of any Supreme with multiple attributes. There are only two possibilities for this situation. One is that the so-called Supreme with multiple attributes does not exist at all, but is just an urban legend fabricated by someone with ulterior motives. The other possibility is, of course, that all those who encounter the Supreme with multiple attributes are killed. Bite Sangshu just frowned and put this matter aside for the time being. His stay in space was limited because the time flow rate of the mission world, space, and real world was inconsistent. In order to avoid missing the best opportunity, Bite Sangshu just took a rough look at his gains in the previous world. In addition to the secret ritual, Inari God's Strike, Curse Seal and the last, breathing method, D+, he obtained, he did not get much valuable things, but he exchanged some consumables. In addition, because of the side quests and hidden quests, Bite Sangshu obtained a total of 3 C-level singularities and 1 E-level singularity, which was more than the first world. The dimensional points were unprecedentedly rich because there were too many cannibals in the Demon Slayer world. At this moment, the dimensional points reached a high of 9,750 points, which was deducted from more than 1,000 points for repairing his own injuries. Otherwise, Bite Sangshu's actual dimensional points would have exceeded 10,000. This number of dimensional points made Bite Sangshu believe that the training center and appraisal center he had not visited yet would be the big consumers of dimensional points, otherwise the dimensional points in the space should have expanded long ago. Of course, Bite Sangshu overlooked one point here. He himself was a rare newcomer with extraordinary combat power. At the same time, he brought Ripple Qigong into a world where a large number of cannibals were produced due to the mutation of Musen Kibutsuji. From a certain perspective, the Demon Slayer world is actually Bite Sangshu's scoring world. Bite Sangshu appeared on the familiar bridge again. He could specify the location to enter the public space at will, but Bite Sangshu still chose here. Sure enough, as soon as he appeared, several reincarnation brokers quickly cast their eyes, but seeing Bite Sangshu's ancient god appearance, they knew that Bite Sangshu was not a newcomer and looked away. Bite Sangshu smiled with white teeth. Hey, hyenas in the space, I have a very valuable news here, are you interested? Bite Sangshu's words attracted the attention of several people. After taking a closer look at Bite Sangshu's appearance, they were all stimulated. But in the reincarnation space, resources are the capital for survival. Several people still came over and asked, what news, tell me first. The person who spoke was wearing a ninja outfit, a Konoha forehead protector on his head, and short gray hair, looking like a second-rate koser. Bite Sangshu raised a finger and lowered his voice a little, saying it's about the news of those cards and special number reincarnations. How about it? Several brokers were stunned and couldn't believe that there would be such a good thing. If all kinds of information in the space are clearly marked with prices, in addition to the basic common sense that can only deceive newcomers, the most precious ones are undoubtedly the news of secret clues in various plot worlds and the advancement and acquisition of various abilities. But above this, there are some news that those big forces and big teams are willing to buy at a high price. For example, cards and special reincarnation. The guy wearing the Konoha forehead protector walked lightly and approached Bite Sangshu in an instant. I'll give you 1,000 dimensional points as long as your information is true. Another man dressed in a neat black suit and dressed himself up as a butler took a few steps behind and frowned and asked, how do you prove the truth of your information? Baek Sanshu didn't care about the doubts of several people. He waved his hand and raised a finger.
The new members of the Blue Sky team also experienced that world. There was a specially numbered samsara. In the cooperation mission of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba derivative world, he killed other samsaras and got scarlet drops. The butler-looking man frowned and glanced at the monocle on his left eye. The other person was not lying.
Is there really a reincarnation with a special number? I'll pay 1,500 points. Check out the 16 to 9 book bar and see the correct version.
Several other people saw that Black Butler was also involved, and they all felt that this matter might not be a scam. After a while, a group of brokers came over and wanted to negotiate. But Baek Sanshu shook his head and said, I can give you this news for free, but the prerequisite is that you cannot tell me that the source of the news is me. And the reincarnator disguised his own number. I can't guarantee that his current appearance and number are not what I said.
Black Butler heard this and became even more convinced of the authenticity of the news.
He guessed that the person in front of him might have suffered a big loss in the mission world and wanted to use this method to take revenge on the special reincarnator.
It doesn't matter, as long as you have a little information, you can make a lot of money from those gatherings. There is nothing wrong with being used as a weapon by the opponent once.
A few minutes later, the news of the suspected appearance of a new major crime special reincarnation swept the public space in the East District and spread to a wider area.
Vincent?
Being able to obtain scarlet drops in the cooperative mission world is indeed a characteristic of the sinners. In the shantytown, a man was lying on a sun lounger in his booth, covering his weathered face with a beard with a hat, listening to the discussions of the reincarnators around him, and thinking about this guy named Vincent. The attire of a blonde, muscular man with hundreds of reincarnation dimensions is not a characteristic.
He was once codenamed Lu Ziang, which is a clue. Snap!
He suddenly slapped himself in the face, which surprised the stall owners around him.
Hey, what are you doing thinking about this?
And Ziyuan, just let the newcomers make trouble on their own, and you can enjoy your decadent time with peace of mind.
Hello,
I heard that this is the most accurate stall for divination in the entire shantytown.
I want to do a divination. A voice interrupted in Ziyuan's thinking.
He removed half of his hat and cursed loudly the next moment.
CIO, what an ugly face. Hoo-hoo.
Lu Ziyu gasped for air.
He finally managed to return to space after the pain of his whole body's blood evaporating.
Repair the whole body. Detected that the body of number YU15169987 suffered devastating damage, genes were eroded, and the spirit was eroded.
The treatment is difficult, repairing requires 1D level singularity and 4,300 dimensional points. Do you want to repair it?
Repair.
Lu Ziyu felt very painful.
Although he knew that the best way was to only repair part of the injury at this moment, and then go to the shantytown to find a reincarnation to heal himself, the price was much cheaper. But he was very anxious now, very anxious. During the numbness of his body, a smile began to appear on his face. Unidentified rare ancient recipe, purple, quality, extremely rare, description, an ancient recipe that circulated mysteriously in a certain world, with special pharmacology that can reverse the impermanence of life and death and surpass the limits of the human body, effect, unidentified, quality may change after identification. This is what he found in the other party's mind after enduring several days of torture by Muzan and was almost completely assimilated by Muzan. This is the treasure he snatched from an extremely terrifying, special reincarnationist.
Lu Ziyu's heart was pounding.
He did not carefully experience the enhancement of his own attributes after his bloodline was demonized, and he pushed open the door of the private space and came to the public space. He must immediately spread the fact that Tao Bai Bai is a special reincarnationist, so that the other party will not want to retaliate against him because of the pursuit of all parties. Thinking of the other party's cruel style, Lu Ziyu also felt a little urgent in his heart. He appeared on the huge stone slab bridge, but to his surprise, those fly-like brokers did not appear. He frowned and walked towards the shantytown. On the way, he saw many reincarnations looking at him strangely.
Lu Ziyu suddenly felt something was wrong. What's going on? Is there anything special about him?
It's the appearance of the ghost bloodline. No, his disguised incarnation should completely cover his own characteristics.
As long as he doesn't use his ability, his appearance will be constant in the space.
And there is no real sun in the space, so his cannibal bloodline should not be exposed.
Could it be? Lu Ziyu thought it was not good.
He subconsciously used black fog to cover his figure again and disguised himself as a newcomer, but in a short time, many reincarnations followed him.
Lu Ziyu had no choice but to teleport back to his private space instantly to get rid of the tracking, but many reincarnations had appeared where he just stayed and began to try to capture his remaining information. Lu Ziyu, codenamed Vincent, tried to contact Elizabeth using the team space, but the other party only sent a note. "Where are you? I'm near the Y041 stall in the East District." Lu Ziyu saw Elizabeth's message and felt fear for no reason. It was obviously a normal message. In the past, Elizabeth had communicated with him directly without any emotion, but when he saw it this time, he felt scared. Lu Ziyu did not trust Elizabeth. He removed his avatar, covered his body with black fog, and teleported to the stone bridge again, disguised as a newcomer, and returned to the shantytown. Sure enough, he heard many reincarnations discussing the disguise number YU-151 special reincarnation Vincent. Lu Ziyu's scalp was numb instantly, watching those reincarnations who were good at tracking and divination, exchanging information everywhere, trying to get the objects that Vincent might have used or touched. He wanted to explain that the special reincarnation was Tao Bai Bai, but he didn't dare to speak at all, and Elizabeth, the professor and others who were on the same mission remained silent. No one was willing to offend Tao Bai Bai for themselves in this situation. Lu Ziyu didn't expect that the guy who looked like a beast was so cunning and actually set him up in such a place. He knew that if he stayed in the public space at this time, it would be easy for more information to be found, so he had to leave the space temporarily and wait until 7 days later, when things would cool down for a while, and then find a way to clarify. Or he would completely abandon this incarnation and spend the cost to hide the number. Damn it, Tao Bai Bai. The bearded man in Ziyuan wanted to wash his eyes at this moment. The incarnation of the person in front of him was so ugly that it was unforgettable at first sight, and he was wearing a pink robe. The cover of the space made by Xiangshu unable to see through the muscle movements of others under disguise even if he turned on, transparent world, but Bai Xiangshu also had his own way of observing these reincarnations who set up stalls in the shantytowns. Because he knew the rules of linking the time of staying in the space with the star rating of the reincarnation, those who were very anxious during the stall setting process and communicated directly were likely not to have a high star rating of the reincarnation. And the star rating of the reincarnation is related to the singularity, so to some extent, it can also be linked to the strength. The guy in front of him, who had set up a recliner on the stall and was even sleeping soundly here, was obviously not an ordinary person. The time he spent in the public space was probably terrifyingly ample. This was also why Bai Xiangshu believed the broker's words, that this was the best divination stall in the East District. Bai Xiangshu felt a little sorry that the stall owner could not appreciate his face-pinching art, but he was not angry and repeated his words. "Excuse me, can you do a divination for me?" And Ziyuan was not in a good mood at first, because the sinners were a group of very bad guys. Every time they appeared, they would cause chaos. They were aliens who were born unable to coexist with other people. Killing people everywhere, rising quickly, eventually provoking some big shot, and then being killed. They're just a bunch of wild beasts. That's how Ziyuan views the special reincarnators of the Major Sin series. He wanted to reject the person in front of him, but for some reason, he suddenly lost all sleep. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. And Ziyuan sat up, took out his 3 copper coins, endured the discomfort, and looked at the person in front of him. The other person's eyes were wild, as if he was analyzing and judging his identity, and behind him, there was an inexplicable strong aura rising. It was clear that he was not a simple person. And Ziyuan understood that the disappearance of sleepiness was because his spiritual sense was reminding him that the person in front of him was not a second-rate thing, but had an extraordinary destiny. And Ziyuan threw 3 copper coins on the stall and said, "Grab these 3 copper coins, think about what you want to test, and then throw them 3 times in a row." Bai Xiangshu looked at these 3 copper coins, which were simple in shape. The other party was probably planning to use the 6 Yao fortune-telling to calculate for him. He shook his head. "I predict good fortune and bad luck." And Ziyuan's expression turned cold. He knew what the other party wanted to test. This is not the kind of place where you pay to buy people's lives. And Ziyuan lay down again, not even intending to listen to the quotation of Atractilode's Lancea. "Hey, this brother with a strange appearance, Lao Xian, won't accept it, but I can accept it here. Isn't it just to divine information about other reincarnations? As long as you pay the starting price, it's easy to talk." At this time, the stall owner a few stalls away heard the conversation between Bai Xiangju and Lao Detsai, and came over to grab business. Bai Xiangju glanced at the guy called Lao Xian a few more times. He did have a special smell. It was a smell that was different from all the reincarnations Bai Xiangju had seen. There is no element of exchange of interests in the other party's thinking logic. Are there reincarnators who are not short of resources in this reincarnation space? The guy who came to steal the business was wearing a dark green robe and a pointed hat, for fear that others would not know his identity as a wizard. Bai Sangju took out a special item, which was a bottle of sealed rum. Rum of average quality, white, description, ordinary rum brewed in a certain world and carried by a certain pirate group for more than a year, effect, after drinking, physical strength will be restored to a small extent, and there will be a small probability of abdominal pain. Bai Sangju gently squeezed the jar of rum and said, "Please help me divine the location of the reincarnator who previously held this item." The price is easy to tell. In front of a stall in a shantytown in the East District, Elizabeth looked at Vincent, who still hadn't come to keep his appointment. She was finally convinced that the other person didn't trust her, so she gave up the idea of risking offending Tao Bai to remind him. "You have quit team number 76553, and 3,000 dimension points have been deducted from you." Elizabeth turned and disappeared. "I didn't expect you to kill two enemies of the same level at once, and one of them is a powerful cannibal who is higher than the other. It seems that you are a very promising reincarnationist." The female NPC of the rank management office, wearing armor, looked at Bai Sangshu and praised him sincerely. In fact, Bai Sangshu still doesn't know whether these people who run various institutions in the space are real reincarnationists or virtual creations of the space. There are various opinions in the space. But because these people have never been replaced, and their death iteration cycle is completely different from that of ordinary reincarnationists, most people regard them as NPCs. The woman of the rank management office in the East District is called by the reincarnationists as Night Girl or Fake Quilt King and Space Night King and other meaningless names, and the other party has never expressed any objection. In contrast, the old alchemist of the Alchemy Institute will only be called Old Thing. Both heads contain powerful power, which can become the cornerstone of your journey to becoming a stronger reincarnationist. But now you can only choose one of the heads as the material for your advancement. The Night Girl is quite energetic, and Bai Sangshu began to understand why she is so popular among the reincarnationists. "You have completed the advancement task, the flesh and blood of the enemy, my sustenance. Please choose the advancement material." Bai Sangshu thought about it. In order to find the best fortune teller in the East District, he spent nearly 1,500 dimensional points. By the way, he learned the details of the advancement task from the broker codenamed Black Butler. The so-called, the flesh and blood of the enemy, my sustenance, is a task that must be triggered when a reincarnationist advances from the E-paper level to the combined level. If a reincarnationist kills any enemy with a rating of combined level alone, he will obtain the opponent's head and use the head of the strong as a medium to achieve his own advancement. Depending on the quality of the head used as a medium, the reincarnation will get 3 to 5 advanced options. The stronger and more special the enemy is, the higher the probability of obtaining rare and special options. And the options provided by different plot characters will also be somewhat different. Currently known, the enhancements provided by human species are mostly biased towards skills, ranging from the basic acquisition of a certain expertise to the acquisition of a special expertise, or even the qualification to practice a special ability. And the monsters of non-human species will tend to be basic attribute types, and it is possible to obtain an improvement in a certain attribute, or obtain a special racial expertise, or even obtain a special racial ability. In general, for advanced task materials of parallel level, the improvement of non-human species will be better. Bai Sangshu looked at the two heads in his hand at this time. Ogres are actually a very special type. They were once human species and retained human skills, but at the same time, their bodies have completely left the human category. Bai Sangshu picked up Doma's head, and a series of options immediately appeared. A. Ice Ghost, gain additional affinity with ice elements, and gain a small additional bonus when using frost abilities, rare. B. Evil Child, gain additional pain reduction, gain slight damage immunity, and accelerate the learning of religious abilities. C. Heartless Doll, the heart is no longer a critical point, and the reincarnation can still maintain blood supply after the heart is destroyed, rare. D. Regeneration, weak, gain a weak degree of regeneration, and the injury can be recovered quickly with the replenishment of energy and nutrition. E. Silent Meditation, gain basic meditation expertise, and additional spirit +2. The quality of Doma's head is obviously not bad. Not only 5 options appear, but also rare and rare quality options appear at the same time, especially the Heartless Doll, which makes Bai Sangshu realize. I am afraid that there will be many things beyond common sense in the future battles of reincarnations.
If I choose this option, then a parallel level self can ignore the broken heart and continue to fight, which is actually quite scary in actual combat. Bite Sangshu raised the head of Haisheim again. A. Longevity, cell vitality is enhanced, life expectancy is increased by 20%, constitution +2, rare. B. Sword ghost, obtain basic swordsmanship expertise, and when practicing swordsmanship expertise, the speed is additionally increased. C. Regeneration, general, obtain general regeneration, injuries will heal at a noticeable speed, consuming additional physical strength. D. Sunless moon, at night, physical ability is fully increased, the increase is 50%, cannot exceed the extreme value. Rare. E. Jealousy of solitude, obtain the special passive ability Jealousy of Solitude. When facing an enemy stronger than itself, there is a chance of igniting jealousy every time it is injured, and an additional layer of ability value is increased. All attributes +1, regeneration is slightly increased, up to 7 layers. Rare. Oh, an amazing option has appeared, reincarnation, you have a good fortune today. The night girl seemed to be able to see through the options that Bite Sangshu saw directly. Bite Sangshu looked down and found the reason. On the head of Haisheim, which only had 3 eyes left, there were various lights flowing, and the purple one was particularly conspicuous. Bite Sangshu learned from Black Butler that usually the reincarnation who got the head of Bing Chu enemy would only get 3 options, and there were generally no rare options, while Bing Xia had a chance to have 5 options, and there was a small probability of rare and rare options. In the 16:9 book and the forum, there was no wrong version. For enemies with medium or higher rank, there will almost certainly be a rare level option. Because this mission must be completed by the reincarnator alone, except for those major forces that have enough ways to give the reincarnator extraordinary combat capabilities. For most paper-level reincarnators, it is difficult to win a battle across an entire level, except for saturation bombing or using traps. Therefore, the heads of medium rank rarely appear. Bite Sangshu did get an unexpected harvest today. Even Black Butler, a reincarnator who seemed to be well known among intelligence brokers, had never seen the rare and extreme option appear when he advanced. I choose lonely jealousy. The night girl nodded as a matter of course. She grabbed the head of the Black Death Eyes, and suddenly a blue-white light burst out in her hand. The next moment, the head of the Black Death Eyes melted directly, and the various colors of light dissipated with the flesh and blood in the process. In the end, only that purple light remained, and the night girl suddenly reached out. Bite Sangshu's pupils shrank, and his muscles trembled before the hand pressed on his chest. This night girl is so fast. Your rating has been upgraded, currently, and you have gained the rank ability, Jealous Fire of Solitude. Bite Sangshu felt an evil fire suddenly burning from his body. The feeling was not hot, but rather evil and cold. Bite Sangshu opened his robe and saw a scarlet flame mark appear on his chest, which then slowly disappeared. TSK, it doesn't feel like a very decent ability. Bite Sangshu felt that he had been exposed to these evil abilities since he got the Big Sin card. The one who taught him martial arts in the special trial was Tao Bai Bai, the world's #1 killer. The special ability he got in Demon Slayer was the curse seal from the existence of both gods and demons. Now he has advanced to get this kind of evil fire. Obviously, I have always been law-abiding. Attention, the suspected high-risk target, Red Leaf, has been confirmed to have appeared in the coastal waters of Binhai City and has now landed. Song Xian frowned as he looked at the message sent on the old Nokia phone. What he was most worried about inevitably happened after all. Because the card last appeared in Binhai City, these dangerous guys appeared one after another. Counting the Red Leaf, confirmed this time, 3 high-risk targets appeared, and dangerous observation objects appeared. 7. There is also a high probability that those who follow these people are reincarnators whose identities have not been confirmed. Binhai City suddenly had many unstable factors. Luo Shui noticed that his master was frowning and carefully served the coffee. Master, do you need my help with anything? She blinked her eyes, seeming to suggest that Song Xian could use some connections in her family. But Song Xian just rubbed his temples. Although the Luo family was very powerful, the army could only be the last trump card against these monsters, not conventional weapons. Only the less power that appears can deter people. Once the army and the reincarnations collide head-on, and the reincarnations begin to test what kind of intensity can have an impact on the existing order, chaos will inevitably occur. The reason why Dongxia is stable and has not become a paradise for those who specialize in shooting like the Free Federation is precisely because they always keep their weapons hidden. Every reincarnation that tried to challenge the order in Dongxia was eventually killed, which greatly shocked those fanatics. Coupled with the world's strictest gun ban, Dongxia can be said to be the worst place for shooters who specialize in shooting. It's just that this time, the people who came were some guys who were not easy to get along with. Duh. There was a knock on the office door. The two looked up and saw the helpless face of the director appearing at the door. Song Xian didn't say much, he just put down his coffee, stood up, and walked out of the office. Luo Shui knew that those dangerous tasks would probably have to be completed by Master. She looked around the office. Although there were several colleagues who were said to have the same special abilities as Master, they were all looking at their noses and minds at this time. Minimize your own presence. Song Xian walked to the door, suddenly remembered something, turned around and said, Luo Shui, I may be quite busy in the past few days. If there is a situation with Bai Kanangzu, I have to rely on you to make a judgment on the spot. Luo Shui's eyes widened, and she couldn't believe that such a task was actually given to her alone. But looking at the eyes of others looking at her, she suppressed her panic expression, nodded, and sat down. Comfort oneself. Attractaloads is just an observation object, it's okay. Outside the office, the director, who knew something about the situation, sighed helplessly. Song Xian, our department is still very weak now, so we can only work hard for you again. Song Xian nodded but did not answer. The director knew that he was in the wrong, but he had no better way. In this situation, he felt that he was simply the most disgusting type of boss. Relying on Song Xian's common sense, he tried his best to boss him around. But when faced with such a major change that has not happened in a century, no country has a good way to deal with it. They can only rely on some brave people like Song Xian to step forward. Song Xian walked out of the building and drove directly towards Binhai City Port District. Not long after Song Xian left, the director's phone rang again while he was still sitting still. Director Wang, we just received news that the Korea March Consortium sent an inspection team over and said they would consider establishing a production line in Binhai City. Based on the current situation, I hope you can send manpower to ensure that the inspection team will not be affected by those unstable factors. At this time, Wang Ju also felt that his old problem of migraines was about to relapse. It was supposed to be a nice place to stay in a quiet corner, but why has it suddenly become so troubled recently? However, the March Consortium is one of the major players in the global chip field. Dongxia cannot sit idly by in this industry, so he has no choice but to accept it. Wang Ju looked out the window. The sea was covered with clouds, and it looked like a heavy rain was coming. Bai Sanju looked at Tongma's head in his hand, tried it, and found that it could still be put into his backpack. He thought about it and asked tentatively, "Can my extra head be of any use?" The night girl still smiled with vitality, and she couldn't tell that there was such terrifying speed and power hidden under this warm and intimate body. This kind of head, which can be used as the cornerstone of strength, is a very good prop. The reincarnator can spend a certain price to integrate it into his body at certain nodes. It is said that one general can make a strong man with 10,000 bones. Only the death of a large number of ordinary people can create a strong man, and only the bones of a large number of strong men can create the strongest reincarnation. The night girl said this while nodding. If you don't need this head, we can also recycle it for 3,000 dimensional points. Bai Sanju immediately put away Tong Mo's head. This kind of recycling, just think about it, it must be an extremely low price. And according to the night girl, I am afraid that the reincarnation is not only the e-paper level and the merging level, which can be cast once in this way, there will be other opportunities to continue to cast the materials of other strong men, so that they can obtain more and more powerful features. These characteristics will be an important part of the reincarnation's strength. Is there any way for me to continue to forge other characteristics, Miss Knight? The night girl just smiled. I found a correct version in the 16:9 book forum. I don't know about that kind of thing. I only know that the reincarnators who meet the conditions will show a special glow in my eyes. Bai Xingshu sighed secretly. This might be another secret hint, just like the puzzles of hidden tasks deliberately set in some games. Fortunately, even if it is a game, this space is also a multiplayer game. As we all know, in multiplayer games, there are naturally strategies for puzzles. The only difference is how much you have to pay. He waved his hand and turned to walk out of the store. Bai Xingshu looked at the time. He had spent nearly an hour in the public space, because Bai Xingshu had learned from Black Butler that the training center was a place to spend dimensional points and singularities, and to train abilities, specializations, and even attributes at high speed. He was not going to use up the remaining 1 hour at this moment, and he had to leave time for training. Moreover, there was something more important that he couldn't wait to do.
Baitsangshu hurried to the shantytown and rented a temporary stall for 1,000 dimensional points. Then he hung Doma's head in it and set it to accept offers, but he needed to wait for his confirmation before the transaction could be carried out. This was another kind of temptation. The person who needed this kind of head must be someone who knew the special smelting method. If you want to get this kind of information, the best way is to start from the buyer. Doma's head is also a pretty good material. Just after it was hung up, it attracted a lot of attention. Baitsangshu didn't wait and teleported directly back to the private space and returned to the real world. Baitsangshu, who reappeared in the dormitory, glanced at the mobile phone specially placed on the table. Less than 5 minutes of real time had passed. He opened the curtains and dialed a number on his mobile phone at the same time. Hello, Teacher Zhang, it's me, Baitsangshu. Isn't there an international marathon in Haidai these 2 days? Yes, I want to participate. You know, I'm good at sports. If I'm lucky, I can win some honor for the school. The counselor named Zhang on the other end of the phone heard Baitsangshu say this and also looked at the schedule. In her eyes, sports are indeed one of the few choices for Baitsangshu to use that kind of strange power for positive energy. She didn't refuse. Anyway, Baitsangshu is now in the second semester of his junior year and has very few professional courses. I need to send a classmate to go with you. Forget it, you should pay attention to your own safety. The counselor wanted to say something several times but stopped, and finally only heard the beeping sound on the phone. Baitsangshu hung up the phone and was in a good mood. He turned on the computer, plugged in the storage device taken from Evan's backpack, skillfully opened a website called Silk Road, and began to use his money ability to reduce the difficulty of obtaining information. In the evening, a list of personnel of Haidai Energy Group appeared on Baitsangshu's computer. Baitsangshu looked at the list and did not find the name, Lu Ziyang, but soon he smiled. Lu Ziyang, LZY. Lu Ziyu. Vincent, this is a bad habit that is somewhat fatal. Thanks to Changsher for the recommendation. Thank you for your follow-up reading. Tomorrow, the book will be put on the shelves and updated. I beg for your first order support. P.S. Regarding the subsequent dungeon world, the first and middle stages will still focus on the anime derivative world, interspersed with the film and television derivative world. Jujutsu, One Punch Man, One Piece, Naruto, etc. will be involved. Each world will undergo certain changes, and try to write new ideas, implement the protagonist's personality, and depict the opposition between the reincarnation, space, and plot characters. PS. Regarding the situation where the protagonist obtains jealousy of solitude, the deadly sins in this book are not limited to the traditional 7 deadly sins. Every deadly sin card holder will gradually approach original sin in his own form because of his own alien characteristics. The traditional 7 deadly sins will appear in the form of special abilities in the process. Sorry, I just posted it in the work-related section. If you see a duplicate, please forgive me. Habit is a terrible thing. You can't even notice that you have already formed a certain kind of thinking inertia. In a form that you haven't noticed, there are flaws. Lu Ziyu was lying on the lounge chair on the balcony. The weather in Haidai has been quite good these days. No wonder the international marathon was held in this season. In the past, he would probably be in a good mood in this kind of weather, but now, the sun only makes him upset and afraid. He installed thick sunshades on the windows before he dared to lie here and think about the next action. Lu Ziyu kept throwing the can of rum in his hand into the air, and then caught it. He liked this kind of wine that did not belong to this world. There was always a special taste that made him feel special. That was a delicacy that belonged to people like him who were chosen by the space, and ordinary mortals could not enjoy it. But suddenly, Lu Ziyu caught the can of rum, and he remembered the can of rum he had put into the public team space in the Demon Slayer world to give Elizabeth a signal. He quickly opened the team space, but did not find that thing. Lu Ziyu had a bad feeling in his heart, but he actually put a lot of rum in his backpack, and he couldn't tell whether the can he put in had been fiddled with by himself. Props with too much personal information, which are left outside, are actually accompanied by risks. In the reincarnation space, prophecy and divination are very popular types of abilities. Except for the beginning, these abilities were used to find secret props and characters in the mission world. Later, most people used them as tools for hunting each other. Lu Ziyu suddenly became a little flustered. He got up and went to the living room, using the surveillance to check the information of his corridor and the surrounding area of the community. He secretly bought and installed several cameras to prevent this situation today. There was no abnormality, but Lu Ziyu was still uneasy and called the company. He had already taken this year's annual leave at one time, and wanted to stay at home for a few days, and when he returned to the space, he would cash in all the resources and think about what to do next. But at this moment, the panic made him eager to know more news. For example, will the enemy use the can of rum to divine the location of the park where he is, and then go to the company and find him on a long vacation? Taking a long vacation at this time is really suspicious. Lu Ziyu made many phone calls in a row, and his colleagues in the company told him that there was nothing unusual. No suspicious people came to the company, and there were no strange takeouts or couriers with his name on them. Lu Ziyu then continued to lie down with peace of mind. He took out a heavy machine gun from his backpack. This thing, with a slightly lower power, may not be able to be carried and fired for a long time. The firing rate is as high as 100 bullets per second. Even a wall will be shot into a sieve in an instant. Although in Dongxia, once you use this thing to fight, you will most likely have to flee, but Lu Ziyu is not without preparation, according to what he learned at the salted fish gathering. Many Dongxia reincarnations have fled to the chaotic northern Myanmar region nearby, where they are kings and overlords. I can snatch the purple prescription from special reincarnation, Tao Bai Bai. As long as I successfully trade it out, I think my strength will also be improved. After entering the merge level, it is not a problem to go to that kind of place, not to mention being king, but living a carefree life. Thinking of this, Lu Ziyu relaxed a little. The TV in his living room was broadcasting the schedule of tomorrow's international marathon. He noticed that his company's park was not far away, and there would be road closures to provide a safe environment for those runners. TSK, these mortals really know how to entertain themselves. Lu Ziyu closed his eyes and felt that the competition of ordinary people was so ridiculous in the eyes of reincarnations. A journey of more than 40 kilometers is very long for ordinary people, but the physical fitness of reincarnations exceeds 10 points, and their endurance is simply unimaginable for ordinary people. Luo Shui got off the red Mercedes-Benz AMG sports car, attracting a lot of attention. College students have begun to come into contact with social reality and no longer think that sports cars are just good-looking. The huge financial resources behind this kind of sports car have also begun to attract the hearts of men and women. What's more, Luo Shui is born beautiful, with an oval face and an innocent smile, which makes people feel good. At this time, Luo Shui frowned and was thinking. Are you going to represent the school to participate in the international marathon? Bai Sanshu had a signature smile on his face and held the leave note given by the counselor in his hand. Smiling is Bai Sanshu's habit, and he thinks it is the habit that is least likely to reveal his thoughts. But in his heart, he thought that it was so clever that the police officer named Song Xian was attracted by other things and could not get away, so he arranged this easy-to-talk female police officer to be responsible for his supervision. Bai Sanshu would not be distracted by Luo Shui's beauty. On the contrary, in his eyes, the woman in front of him was a rather weak character. From the first time the other party saw him, he was unconsciously attracted to his eyes, to the politeness in the other party's conversation. Bai Sanshu could sense that this woman named Luo Shui must have been well protected and educated since she was a child. Such a person is naturally a lady who cannot be faulted in daily life. But facing someone like herself, hey, she will always suffer. Luo Shui looked carefully at the note in her hand. She even called the instructor to confirm that this was indeed a very reasonable and legitimate reason. The master also said that attractoloads is just an object of observation and cannot be used to force the other person to take an extreme path. It is better to participate in sports events with the other person's physical fitness than to justify self-defense and send someone to the hospital. Luo Shui tried to contact Song Xian, but the contact could not be reached. After thinking for a moment, she nodded and said, then you have to go back to school after participating in the competition. Understand, you are still in the observation period. She tried her best to remain serious, but the handsome guy in front of her just kept smiling at her. She strained her face, then turned around and returned to the car, preparing to go back and report to her master. Bai Sanju waved vigorously at the sports car with a bright and sincere smile. In the eyes of others, he looked like an innocent man with blooming peach blossoms, but Bai Sanju was thinking about a man in his heart. Lu Ziyu, did you hear that? Your life is counting down. He spent a sea-level singularity point from the reincarnator codenamed Damacy, and allowed the other party to perform the most accurate divination in the form of destroying props. The bottle of rum Elizabeth gave herself was stained with quite a bit of Vincent's information. Elizabeth was not as simple as it seemed. Although she was reluctant, she secretly remembered Vincent's habit of constantly throwing up and catching the rum in his backpack when he was thinking about problems. Finally, Bai Sangju gave up the compensation promised by Elizabeth, killing Xiaoxianxi to get the drop card, and Elizabeth gave the jar of rum to Bai Sangju. Damacy divined that the area where Vincent appears most often is in a park within Haidai. Bai Sangju obtained the information of Haidai Energy Group through a simple search, and then used the virtual currency left by Evans to the dark web allowed hackers to find information about all the group's employees. This kind of information actually takes time to retrieve and can be obtained without a hacker, but Bai Sangju is a person who doesn't care much about money. He pays more attention to efficiency. After getting the list, Bai Sangju finally found Lu Ziyu, whose abbreviations were LZY, based on the codename Lu Ziang, which was very similar to a name of a person. Cooperating with the hacker to obtain Lu Ziyu's consumption records, Bai Sangju was convinced that he had found Vincent's true identity. An ordinary person suddenly becomes lavish and likes to go to various clubs to spend money. Either he has made a fortune through gambling or there is some special pressure that requires him to relax. The bad habit of throwing things away, the bad habit of replacing names, the bad habit of using wine and sex to relieve stress. Putting it all together, Lu Ziyu successfully fell into Bai Kanangzu's field of vision. Song Xian, just answer the phone if you need anything. Can I still do something terrible in front of you? The woman has short red hair, which is very smooth. She wears a black jacket and looks very neat. Her appearance is not beautiful, but her eyes are impressive. The woman has extremely sharp eyes with very long eyeliner, which highlights this even more. She leaned against the big black G-car door, looking at Dongxia's hunting dog, hanging up the phone again and again, with a mocking smile on her lips. She has seen some idiots like this who talk about the feelings of family and country even if they become reincarnations, but they are all dead. Song Xian just glanced at it and saw that it was Luo Shui's call, guessing that the other party probably didn't have anything important to do. Under the current situation, he didn't have much time to pay attention to Bai Sangju. No matter how noisy the other party is, they are still not even half as good as these ferocious beasts. He lit a cigarette, the smoke curled up, and his whole temperament began to change. Perhaps many people, including Bai Sangju, are used to Song Xian's appearance as a conscientious policeman, but reincarnations are reincarnations, and whoever makes a name for himself and still survives today is not someone who crawled out of the dead. Hongye, I know you also came here for that card, but let me tell you frankly, after we killed Phantom Sword, that card did not appear. Fantasy Sword probably handed over that thing in space. You guys coming to Binhai City is just a waste of time. Hongye watched Song Xian light up the cigarette and stood up straight slightly. This hunting dog, which was despised by many reincarnators, was definitely not as simple as the rumors outside said. Being able to make many notorious reincarnations fall silently in Dongxia, Hongye didn't believe that the other party was completely relying on official power. It was not like she had never provoked the state machinery in the White Elephant Kingdom. She believed that with the ability of the reincarnation, even if she was defeated, she would not die quietly. She nodded. Fantasy Sword, that guy is a tough guy, a lone wolf. I believe that if that guy really died, he would have made arrangements in advance. But a dangerous smile appeared on Hongye's face. Who can guarantee that he is really dead? Maybe the Fantasy Sword was secretly hidden by you. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. I know that you also want to cultivate your own team of reincarnators. There is nothing more valuable than a special reincarnator. Song Xian exhaled the smoke in his lungs, and his eyes became dangerous. As expected, none of these guys give up so easily. It's a pity that card really didn't fall into official hands. Nowadays, Binhai City will inevitably become the center of the storm. In order to stop these dangerous guys, perhaps, it is really necessary for me to do something. The white smoke did not dissipate with the wind, but became more intense. Hongye was alert instantly. Devil fruit ability? Or natural system? But at this time, the window of the black G slowly lowered, and a man wearing sunglasses, sitting in the back seat, saw Song Xian and Hongye were on edge, and reached out and knocked on the car door. Duh. Song Xian paused and looked at the person who came. Although he didn't have any information about the other party, he felt a strong threat. Hongye's reaction also confirmed something. After this man appeared, Hongye stepped back a little. Officer Song, I think you may have misunderstood us. We are not going to make trouble in Binhai, nor will we commit any unauthorized cases. Well, try our best. Miss Hongye just accepted my commission to help me find the guy who got the card. I am very interested in the next owner of that card. As the man spoke, a scarlet light lit up on the back of his right hand. Song Xian's heart immediately beat violently. Special reincarnation of the Great Sin System.
This guy is a special reincarnation of a great sinner whose identity has not been confirmed. Song Xian felt that the danger and complexity of the matter far exceeded his imagination. At this time, in the best hotel suite in Binhai City, a woman was also standing in front of the window, looking at the cloudy sea with a blank expression. The old man in a suit behind her whispered, "Miss, Dongsha's security personnel will be here soon, and we can inspect the site selection normally tomorrow." The woman did not respond, but said, "Put the site selection inspection aside, I will go to Binhai University tomorrow, for a walk." The old man frowned. "Miss, do you know anyone there?" The woman chuckled and said, "Maybe." That night, when the violent storm began to permeate Binhai, Bai Xiangshu had already boarded the train to Haidai. It took nearly 9 hours to travel from Binhai to Haidai by high-speed rail, but Bai Xiangshu was not in a hurry. He slept well all night and arrived in Haidai at around 5 in the morning. After leaving the station, Bai Xiangshu saw that the sky outside was already white. He stretched his body, and his muscles and bones made creaking sounds, as if a rusty precision instrument started to work again. The weather in Haidai was sunny, and Bai Xiangshu successfully left the wind and rain of Binhai behind. He carried a simple shoulder bag, had a hearty breakfast, and took a bus to the National Marathon check-in place. This international marathon will start from the vicinity of Xiaoqing Park, along the coast, through many beautiful scenery lines and parks, and finally pass through the vicinity of Haidai Industrial Park to reach the finish line. When Bai Xiangshu arrived to check in, many people had already arrived. Because it is an international event, it also encourages ordinary people to participate, and there are many people. Bai Xiangshu also saw many black people, carrying sponsorship logos of different companies to do preparatory activities. After he simply signed in, he sat alone. In a race with tens of thousands of people, no one would pay attention to who fell behind in the middle, and there were also many who gave up. After the gunshot, everyone cheered and set off. Except for the professional runners sponsored by the company, most ordinary people who had the mentality of participating with success started slowly. Bai Xiangshu mixed in the crowd and was not conspicuous at all. Bai Xiangshu adjusted his breathing between his mouth and nose and ran quietly past the people around him. These people didn't care. With tens of thousands of people running, there would always be some conspicuous bags that would speed up and increase the frequency. Bai Xiangshu controlled his pace. After an hour, when he successfully arrived near the industrial park, there were not many people around him. He pretended to be exhausted and walked out of the road. After leaving the main road, he quickly took out his hat from his waist bag and put it on. His figure disappeared from sight like a civet cat. He had a good memory and remembered the park roads on the map very well. Soon he came to the community where the employees rented. Bai Xiangshu took in the cameras from the corner of his eyes, pulled up the brim of his hat, lowered his head and walked into the corridor of Building 7, and pasted the boundary talisman 10-cent, simplified version, in the corridor. The invisible barrier unfolded, and Bai Xiangshu lowered his head in the corridor, watching the ordinary people who stayed at home leave their homes one by one as if they remembered something important. He quietly came to the door of 705, whose windows were blocked by thick sunshades, and knocked on the door. Da, da. Bang! With a terrible sound, the door exploded. Lu Ziyu had dark circles under his eyes. He didn't go out to relieve stress these 2 days because he was worried about being hunted down, and he didn't sleep well at night. Suddenly, he was awakened by the dense footsteps. He got up suddenly and went to the living room to look at the pictures from the cameras on his computer. The people in the corridor seemed to have something urgent and were all walking out. Although he didn't know what the specific situation was, it must be a very eye-catching thing to stay at home at the moment. The chaotic people in the corridor also made it impossible for him to tell who was the enemy. But at this time, the sun was strong outside, and the deficiency of the cannibal blood was very thorough at this time. Even if he wore thick protection, he would still be at risk of being attacked and killed instantly by the opponent under the scorching sun when he went out. Damn, if it wasn't for the lack of time, I could have cashed in the prescription and then optimized this weakness from the goddess. His heart beat violently. Lu Ziyu was very sure that it must be that guy. Ta bye bye, that guy really found me. A sense of horror emerged from the deepest part of his spine and spread all over his body in an instant. He was cold all over, and his strong physique could not make him feel warm. Then, deeper resentment emerged. He knew that it must be that woman Elizabeth who betrayed him and gave the rum to Tao Bai Bai. Lu Ziyu would not reflect on how many loopholes there were in his behavior, nor would he consider the danger of not informing Elizabeth when he wanted to act. At this time, he only had resentment towards Elizabeth. Damn it, I should have acted earlier and killed that woman.
Because of fear, Lu Ziyu's thoughts began to dissipate uncontrollably, but soon, the sound of footsteps made him even seem to lower his heartbeat. It was a footstep. The other party was walking up from the corridor, and the other party gently knocked on the wall, as if to announce his arrival. The other party stopped on the 7th floor. Will he find him? At this moment, Lu Ziyu was almost out of breath. The hand holding the gun was also full of sweat. Brown lines began to spread from his neck to his whole body. His body began to swell, and his strength, speed, and recovery ability were all improving. Click! The footsteps stopped. Damn it, is it because I am the only one who put up the sunshade? Lu Ziyu is not stupid. He has been here all the way. Whether it was when he gave up staying in the big city and returned to his hometown to rely on his parents' connections to get a job in such a unit, or when he got along with his colleagues and leaders, he was very pleasing and got what he wanted without leaving any trace. He is a little smart. The only time he was a little greedy was when he clicked the yes. At that moment, he was greedy. He wanted to get the power that transcended all the mundane daily life. As for Jiahu Walnut Bai's transaction with Wuzan, Lu Ziyu did not think he had any problem. That was something that every reincarnation has the right to do. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Trample, tramp, tramp. The footsteps came to the door. Lu Ziyu's mouth was full of fangs, his feet broke through his shoes, and he completely revealed the posture of a cannibal. Da. The moment the knock on the door sounded, Lu Ziyu's pupils shrank, and he suddenly raised the blue shotgun named Terminator's Grip in his hand and pulled the trigger. At this moment, he no longer considered what would happen in the future, he just wanted to survive. Bang! At the moment the door exploded, Lu Ziyu's pupils trembled, and he saw the guy wearing a baseball cap leaning against the wall, completely avoiding the shot. Damn, the other party had predicted it. When Bite Sanshu knocked on the door, he was actually prepared, and his sensitivity to breathing at this time far exceeded Lu Ziyu's understanding. Human breathing is also a rhythm, a frequency, and a sign. Before launching an attack, people will always subconsciously take a deep breath, but at the moment of breathing, they will hold their breath for a long time, especially when doing highly stimulating behaviors such as shooting. Bite Sanshu twisted his waist and watched the broken door panel fly out of the corridor on the 7th floor. The shell of the shotgun in Vincent's hand popped out instantly. He turned around, lowered the barrel, and pulled the trigger again at Bite Sanshu. Swish! Thunder breath flash of thunder. As if a muffled thunder suddenly exploded, Vincent's eyes were empty. He subconsciously turned his head and a hand suddenly attacked him from behind. The breathing rhythm in Bite Sanshu's mouth and nose changed violently, and his lungs felt stinging because of this change, but Bite Sanshu seemed to move without a pause. He pressed one hand on Vincent, no, on Lu Ziyu's face, and suddenly smashed it on the door frame that had lost the door panel. Bang! The force was so great that the walls shook violently and blood had already splattered. Bite Sanshu had an expressionless face, pressed Lu Ziyu's head, and began to run wildly along the corridor. Puff, puff. In the violent friction between the flesh and the wall, blood and flesh mixed with lime and cement kept falling together. Ah! Lu Ziyu's tragic wailing sound was no longer human, and his howling sound suddenly became sharp. Ringing. Severe tinnitus hit Bite Sanshu, and he felt that the whole space seemed to be vibrating. His ears began to bleed in an instant. Lu Ziyu suddenly punched the wall, and the wall shattered. He also took the opportunity to fall down, and his head, which was almost flattened, quickly began to regenerate. Click, the shotgun was loaded again, and he wanted to kill this monster with one shot. Click, click. Lu Ziyu pressed the trigger twice, but it had no effect. When he lowered his head, he saw that one hand was already stuck in the trigger. Bite Sanshu leaned back. This kind of sonic attack on the vampire was somewhat beyond his expectation. Lu Ziyu's hand flashed with light, the shotgun disappeared, and the machine gun with an astonishing rate of fire appeared. Although it was a blank slate weapon, it was more than enough to kill an unprotected reincarnation at close range. He pulled the gun bolt, but heard a loud bang. The guy's strength was really terrifying, and with just one stomp, the corridor was already cracked. Click, click, click. The corridor began to break apart. Lu Ziyu's pupils shrank and his heart sank suddenly. If he fell down at this time, he would definitely be killed by the sun. He looked at the lunatic's ears and temples bleeding, but there was a bloodthirsty smile on the corner of his mouth. Lu Ziyu turned around and rushed towards his room. Bite Sanshu's speed and reaction were faster than Lu Ziyu's. At the moment when the corridor shattered, he jumped up like a white crane, stretched his body, and jumped into the room ahead of Lu Ziyu. Lu Ziyu jumped back into the room, heard the noise, and raised his gun again, but a strong wind was already blowing in his face. Bang! Like a watermelon bursting, Bai Sangshu smashed Lu Ziyu's head with a punch. Lu Ziyu shook twice and fell to the ground. As his muscles trembled, his head began to slowly recover. Bai Sanju did not use ripple qigong to kill Lu Ziyu. Although Lu Ziyu has many bad habits, it has to be said that his habit of stuffing rum into his backpack gave him a lot of opportunities in a sense. Bai Sanju didn't want to take the risk of extracting a few bottles of rum and kill him directly, so she gave Lu Ziyu many opportunities to counterattack. The breathing rhythm of attractalodes was surging, and the golden ripples finally appeared. He squatted down and used the knife to cut off Lu Ziyu's limbs and cut open his chest and abdomen lightly, just like dissecting a white mouse. Now, I say, listen, do you understand? Just as Lu Ziyu's head recovered, he howled because of the burning heat of the ripples. He tried to return to space, but the prompts were ruthless and indifferent. You are in combat, please leave the battle and return to space, puff. Bai Sanju took off an eyeball with a flick of his finger. Lu Ziyu finally nodded while wailing. Don't kill me, please, Tao Bai Bai, don't kill me. Do you want to live, Lu Ziyu? Lu Ziyu's heart was beating extremely fiercely in his open chest and abdomen, and Lu Ziyu himself, who was watching his heartbeat with his own eyes, had his pupils trembling constantly and his face shaking as if spasmodically. This is a sign that humans begin to lose the ability to control some organs under great stimulation. Although Lu Ziyu was no longer a human being in the strict sense, he still maintained human reactions. Facing the beast that cut him into a stick in an instant, Lu Ziyu nodded subconsciously. His skull had not yet completely regenerated, and he could even feel his brain splattering with the nod. Bai Sanju seemed satisfied with the answer, nodding with his signature smile. Very good, it seems we have a basis for friendly communication. Bai Sanju stretched out a finger. I was alone in a fierce battle with Shangxian Guiwe, but you picked the last fruit. This is inappropriate. You must return that prescription to me. Lu Ziyu couldn't get any positive emotions from the other party's warm smile. He looked at the ribs and muscles on his chest that were about to heal, but were cut open again by the rippled hand knife. Damn, this guy is totally the nemesis of cannibals. Lu Ziyu nodded subconsciously. In fact, he didn't hear clearly what Tao Bai Bai was saying at this moment. He was just afraid. He just wanted to live. If I kill you, I can gain 1 attribute point for conservative reasons. You know, I am a special reincarnation, so you have to make up for my loss. Lu Ziyu's consciousness began to return at this time. He looked at Tao Bai Bai stepping on him, and his heart moved. If he could have a way to touch his body, he would be able to cast his doppelganger. Lu Ziyu suddenly realized that Bai Sanju had stopped talking. He raised his head and met those cold and ruthless eyes. The false smile just now had completely disappeared, leaving only a pair of eyes with no warmth at all. Although Bai Sanju cannot read the mind, the trembling frequency of the eyeballs, the contraction frequency of the lungs, and the beating rhythm of the heart of a person whose chest has been cut open all indicate that the person in front of him has started thinking again. And he doesn't like his prey to think. Bai Sanju gently raised his right foot, and Lu Ziyu suddenly felt a tearing pain in his scalp. It was a sense of crisis that was so strong that it almost stung his nerves, warning him. The next moment, the breathing rhythm in Bai Sanju's mouth and nose changed, and the explosion of breath of flame was matched with the violent stepping of Arrowlu fire sky-type fire. Don't! Bang! Bai Sanju felt like he had stepped on a rotten winter melon, and the flesh and smelly juice instantly sprayed everywhere. Aha! Blood instantly turned the entire room red. Lu Ziyu's perspective was spinning. His head was rolling around the room like a rubber band that was ejected after a balloon exploded. He saw that everything in his field of vision was covered with his own flesh, blood, and internal organs. The tremendous pain and fear almost completely overwhelmed him. He didn't understand that he hadn't done anything yet and this guy was clearly negotiating terms with him, so why? The perspective suddenly changed, and he was picked up from the corner by a hand. Lu Ziyu looked at the reincarnation codenamed Tao Bai Bai, covered in his own flesh and blood, but still expressionless. This guy really has a problem. Lu Ziyu was extremely certain that this guy, even among the reincarnators who were not normal themselves, was definitely the most alien one. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. Let's continue. In addition to getting the attribute points for killing you, I can also get your specialization, abilities, or props. You have to pay for this part of the loss. Do you have any objections? Lu Ziyu wanted to nod, but as he only had one head at this time, his head only shook twice in the opponent's hand.
He was really scared. At this moment, he deeply realized that he and the other party were not the same species at all. Why would I want to rob something from this guy? No, I have no objection. As long as you can live, I will give you anything. Bite Sanju nodded without answering, and then allowed the other person's neck and chest to grow one by one. After his hands grew, Bite Sanju stretched out his hand to indicate that the other person could hand over the things to him. Lu Ziyu looked at this evil star, not daring to have any other plans in his heart. With a flash of light in his hand, a prescription with a purple glow appeared. YU15169987, Vincent, wants to make an oath with you under the witness of space. YU15169987 will hand over all his props and 80% of dimensional points and singular points, and you will no longer be able to carry out any attacks on him. Except, the contract fee shall be paid by the other party. Bite Sanju frowned when he saw this prompt. The ripples in his hands appeared again. Lu Ziyu quickly explained the space contract has the highest effectiveness. Only in this way can I hand over those things with confidence. Otherwise, I would rather die. He is not stupid. If he hands over things in vain and loses his value, he will only be killed by the other party. Bite Sanju still shook his head, and Lu Ziyu felt cold in his heart, but without a space contract, he would not accept such a fatal deal and could only choose to fight for his life. The content of the contract has been modified to say that I cannot attack you within 7 days. Bite Sanju seemed to give this answer after thinking about it. Lu Ziyu was startled, and the courage he had just raised to fight for his life disappeared instantly. After thinking for a while, he understood the other party's concerns. Tao Bai was worried that the content of the contract just now would prevent him from attacking him if the two met in the future. This concern is very reasonable, and what makes Lu Ziyu even more happy is that thinking like this means that Tao Bai is indeed willing to let him go. After his heart started beating again, he immediately changed the contract. YU15169987, Vincent, wants to make an oath with you under the witness of space. YU15169987 will hand over all his props and 80% of dimensional points and singular points. You will not be able to do anything with him in the next 7 days. Aggressive behavior, whether to accept it, the contract fee shall be paid by the other party, except. Lu Ziyu suddenly felt relaxed as he watched Tao Bai accept the contract. You have obtained a prop, an unidentified rare ancient recipe, purple. You have obtained a prop, the Terminator's shotgun, blue. You have obtained the prop, the M134, white, of the Lonely Hero. You have obtained a prop, average quality rum, white, *12. You have obtained a sea-level singularity point *1. You have obtained 4,800 dimension points. Lu Ziyu was lying on the ground, thinking about how he should explain the gunshots just now. Maybe he should create a gas explosion. Anyway, the police would not be able to find any firearms from him. In that case. Suddenly, Lu Ziyu felt a sight. He raised his head. His limbs were still regenerating slightly slowly. He suffered several serious injuries today, and his recovery speed was somewhat slowed down. When Lu Ziyu saw Tao Bai who had completed the contract, he did not leave. Instead, he looked at himself with an inexplicable smile. He suddenly panicked. What are you going to do? We have a contract, you can't do it in any form. Bite Sanju looked at what Lu Ziyu gave him to make up for his loss, showing a satisfied smile, and he took the initiative to add to the other party. I can't attack you, I know. I wasn't planning on attacking you, I was just planning on doing a little damage, hey. The next moment, a strong wind blew up from the room. Lu Ziyu's heart seemed to stop beating for an instant, and huge fear struck again. Bite Sanju suddenly turned around and took a step forward. The floor shook violently. He instantly came to the balcony and punched out. Boom! The window on the balcony was completely shattered in an instant, and the thick sunshade was blown straight out. When Lu Ziyu saw the dazzling sunlight coming, he wanted to move back to avoid it, but Bite Sanju took another step forward, and his body instantly swelled. Bang! The brick wall shattered and the windows expanded to their maximum size in an instant. The sun was so fierce that it could no longer be blocked. Bite Sanju kicked all the furniture out with one kick. Bai Attractilodes wiped her watch. At this time, 10:15, the sun was just right, and the lighting in this community was also just right. He stepped aside, watched the sunlight completely illuminate the house he had opened from both sides, and waved his hand to Lu Ziyu, who was starting to burn. I will not break the contract. You may not know it. I abide by the rules. Ah! Lu Ziyu disappeared little by little under the sun. Bite Sanju neither saw the kill prompt nor the scarlet drop card. Because this was indeed not his kill, the opponent was killed by the sun.
Bai Sangju looked at the bloodstains on his body and frowned. He went to the bathroom where the outer wall was also shattered by himself, turned on the spray, and rushed towards himself. After rinsing himself clean, Bai Sangju changed into a clean pair of light t-shirts and shorts from his pocket, and placed a black card in the puddle of ashes in the center of the room. Then he deleted the surveillance records on his computer, turned around, jumped off the 7th floor, and disappeared into the woods below the community. An hour later, Bai Sangju's clothes seemed to be soaked with sweat, and she finished the Haidai National Marathon in the top 100. After having a seafood buffet, we boarded the high-speed train back to the city. As everyone knows, at this time, Binhai was in a turmoil, and Song Xian suddenly received news from Haidai's special department. Black cards appeared in a park in Haidai, and it was suspected that reincarnators were fighting. The scene was tragic. The reincarnations staying in Binhai all had their own news channels. At this time, they all stopped what they were doing, and the tense atmosphere suddenly dissipated. Another card appeared? Or is it that Huanjin did not die at all, but led everyone to Binhai while he went to Haidai? A large amount of complicated news seemed to ease the situation in Binhai for a moment. On the same day, all 3 high-risk observation targets went to Haidai, and Song Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. The guy who was suspected of being a reincarnator really made Song Xian very uneasy. Bai Sangju returned to Binhai University at night and did not forget to report his itinerary to the instructor and Luo Shui. Neither of them found anything unusual. A black business car also drove out of Binhai University at this time. Bai Sangju returned to the dormitory, closed the door and window, and immediately entered the space. He was about to appraise the prescription, but at this time, he suddenly received a special quotation. Quotation: "Be careful of the moon demon, he already knows your general identity information. Bitter, PR334587XX, Professor." Next, we will quickly go through the real-life plot. The next copy is the return of the spell that was destroyed by the reincarnation to the world. New cards and sequence clues will appear. It's hard to recommend unlimited streaming of anime, so I beg for your support. If you want to discuss the content, you can join the group. Chapter 82 Appraisal, Secret Treasures, Cursed Blood Origin, 3K subscriptions requested. Professor, is there any meaning in doing that? Elizabeth appeared in a private space like a manor. No, it should be said that it was a team space. She wore a purple evening dress with green curly long hair, and her temperament was quite good, while the professor still wore black-framed glasses and sat by the fountain pool in the center of the space to drink tea. Lu Qi took off his bamboo hat, revealing a square face. The 3 of them persisted in the follow-up of Demon Slayer until the end of 30 days, pushing the progress of the main task to the S level. This kind of gain was something that Lu Qi and Elizabeth had never obtained before. The 3 of them recognized each other's abilities and character, so they simply reorganized the team. At this time, Elizabeth asked the professor. She guessed that perhaps her former teammate, Vincent, had been killed by the beast named Tao Pai Pai. Although there was no hatred, Elizabeth could still recall the oppression she felt every moment when she was traveling with Tao Pai Pai, and she didn't want to have more contact with that kind of person. The professor shook his head. He knew very well that his special trial was very difficult. If it weren't for the existence of Tao Bai Bai, it would be difficult to barely complete it, and it would not be as smooth as it is now. He owed Tao Bai Bai a favor. And I don't want to win him over. It's just that in this space, the further you go, the more monsters you will encounter. It's better to build a good relationship with one of them as soon as possible than to face one more predator in the future. Lu Qi didn't say anything, just wiped his knife. He has always been confident in his combat power, but this time, seeing a guy like Tao Bai Bai still made him feel urgent. Elizabeth sat down. She was very tall. The professor guessed that Elizabeth might be a petite woman in reality, so she deliberately made her avatar like this. Avatar and codename are 2 things that can show the character and purpose of a reincarnation. He felt more and more so. Just like Lu Qi, this extremely simple codename with a little ancient flavor made the professor guess that the other party was not young in reality, and might be a family member who inherited ancient martial arts techniques. As for Tao Bai Bai, the professor shook his head. He thought that the aliens might have taken on the nickname just because they got the clothes from Tao Bai Bai. The thoughts of aliens were the hardest to grasp. You mean, even if Tao Bai Bai is targeted by that moon demon, now, he won't die? Moon demon is a high-level reincarnation with a good reputation in the East District. It is generally speculated that his combat power is at the upper level of strong level, and he uses a sword style with great destructive power, and his killing ability in actual combat is amazing. Together with Flame Demon, Great Demon, and the most mysterious, Heart Demon, they are called 4 demons, and are recognized as the elite reincarnations closest to title level in the East District. And Moon Demon has risen very quickly. Many intelligence brokers and team think tanks believe that this person must have some special information channels, which can hunt other reincarnations in reality and rise quickly. Some people also think that Moon Demon is the rumored Sin System reincarnation. But all the news has not been confirmed. The professor has the intelligence source of Chinkong, and she is also a special sequence reincarnation of Priestess. Her ability to obtain intelligence is top-notch, and she knows a lot of secret information. It is rumored that Supreme is ready to recruit the 4 demons and let these people form a new team, but the arrogant Big Demon and the mysterious Heart Demon refused the invitation and were hunted down by the Supreme. The emerging team of Moon Demon and Flame Demon also disbanded after a mission world. In that mission world, Flame Demon's partner, Mozhan, died. After that, Moon Demon left the team and began to be wanted by Flame Demon and Supreme. The professor told these secret information, and Elizabeth frowned, and only then did she come to her senses. You mean, the disbandment of that emerging team is related to Tao Bai Bai? There is no reason for a high-level reincarnation like Moon Demon to have entanglements with low-level reincarnations like himself. The only explanation is that Tao Bai Bai did offend the other party at some point. The professor did not continue to speak. He had spent a gem of near-perfect quality to obtain relevant enlightenment for Tao Bai Bai. He had done his best and there was no reason to continue to do more for him. In the final analysis, the professor did not think that a guy like Tao Bai Bai could join his team. Even if he joined, the professor did not think that he could control such a fierce beast. Bai Sanshu did not change his plan because of the professor's warning. He took a look at other offers. Most of them were some dimensional points or consumable props, which had no value. There were also many newbies who asked what this head could be used for. There was no possibility of trading at all. He left the stall directly and came to the location of the Appraisal Institute. Compared with other institutions, the Appraisal Institute has a much smaller facade. The low eaves of the door made it impossible for reincarnations to enter the interior. They could only be appraised from the window. But the Appraisal Institute has 4 windows. Bai Sangshu walked forward and saw that the appraiser at his window was not a human, but a fairy with a body length of no more than 30 centimeters. Little guy, take out your things. I hope they are not too inferior props. I have seen too many miscellaneous items today. Bai Sanshu did not have any emotion about the words of these NPCs. He took out the prescription-emitting purple glow and handed it to the fairy. Oh! The fairy moved his nose and flew around the ancient prescription for a few circles. I smell the ancient and mysterious smell, the breath of those demons and ghosts. To identify this thing, you need to pay an E-level singularity and 4,500 dimensional points. Appraisal Master Lucia V asks you for an E-level singularity and 4,500 dimensional points. Do you want to pay? Pay. The fairy stretched out his hand, and the star-like light began to fall. Then, the power behind this undecipherable prescription finally began to appear. The bright purple glow suddenly lit up, and Bai Sangshu reached out to take it. You have obtained the item, Secret Treasure Blood of the same origin, Purple Extreme, Secret Treasure Blood of the same origin, Quality, Rare, Extreme, Description. An ancient secret treasure circulated somewhere during the heyday of the Heian period when spells were at their peak, which contains the power to allow humans to surpass cursed objects and become ultimate creatures. Effect 1, if you obtain all the materials, you can purify your bloodline and obtain the human race perfectly. Purified bloodline, and obtain the characteristics of high-speed regeneration, high-level strength, and medium immortality. Effect 2, if you obtain some of the materials, you can change your bloodline to a ghost, dark species, native species, by paying 1 B-level singularity and 6,000 dimensional points, and obtain the characteristics of high-speed regeneration, high-level strength, medium immortality, and weak light, a correct version in 16:9, 1 book, and 1 forum. Effect 3, in the absence of materials, you can pay 2 C-level singularities and 3,000 dimensional points to melt this recipe into yourself and randomly obtain certain characteristics. Lucky boy, even I have only seen this thing a few times. The small fairy sat cross-legged in the air, speaking in an old-fashioned tone, but it can be heard that the thing Bai Sangshu got is indeed a treasure. Bai Sangshu looked at this secret treasure and saw a series of required materials, 3 curculi grass, feather-leafed ghost lantern, tomorrow leaf. Among the series of materials, Bai Sangshu only had the blue bianhua, that Musen Kibutsuji had been unable to find for thousands of years in his backpack. He put away the prescription and went to the training center without stopping. The NPC of the training center is a bald strong man who looks very philosophical, with a bronze complexion and bulging muscles. After entering the training center, time in the public area will no longer be lost, but 50 dimensional points will be consumed per minute in the training center. There will be an additional charge for opening special facilities. Do you want to enter? The training center looks quite cyberpunk, full of neon lights, but inside, it is an extremely huge gym style, surrounded by mirrors, and the floor is made of white jade-like tiles, which feels warm underfoot. As soon as Bite Sangshu stepped into this space, he immediately felt his body sink, and even his heartbeat became a little more laborious. Gravity change, 1.5 times, can be adjusted to a maximum of 3 times, oxygen density, 0.75 times, can be adjusted in the range of 0.5 to 3 times, extreme environment setting, none, can be selected in environments such as waterfalls, lakes, seabeds, volcanoes, etc. Bite Sangshu looked at the series of prompts that appeared on the panel and began to realize what kind of place this training center is. Various factors including gravity, oxygen content and even extreme environments can be customized, and various ordinary equipment can appear with just a thought. This is the most basic, cultivation place, setting that allows reincarnationists to exercise basic attributes. For various specializations, reincarnationists can also purchase related facilities according to their needs, and even invite NPCs for sparring. The first time Bite Sangshu used it, he directly materialized many equipment and began to squeeze himself. He deliberately took off his peach-white-pink robe. At this moment, Bite Sangshu's 4-dimensional basic attributes are Strength 13, Agility 15, Physique 13, and Spirit 13. Benefiting from the 2 allocations of space, Bite Sangshu's attributes are quite balanced at this moment. Even in the case of naked clothes, he almost reaches 3 times the quality of ordinary people in all aspects. But the flesh is inherently intertwined, and strength, agility, and physique affect each other. The faster the speed, the greater the power that can be exerted. Conversely, the greater the power, the faster the punch speed. Bite Sangshu, a human with 3 times all attributes, has an actual combat power far beyond ordinary people. At least, he jumped down from the 7th floor without any injury. He ran 100 meters in less than 7 seconds at full speed without using any ability. He already had completely superhuman attributes. Not enough. After Bite Sangshu learned about the so-called attribute extremes and the single attribute, strongest, from the professor, he had been curious about what would happen if his 4 attributes all reached the extremes. If his 4 attributes were comparable to the strongest, then what would he be? Your physical fitness has been improved. Currently, 14, Bite Sangshu consumed nearly 6,000 dimensional points and successfully improved his physical fitness by another 1 point. When he returned to the dormitory, he was already in a rare state of exhaustion. But Bite Sangshu, who had begun to feel no effect in the gym and the real world, did find the feeling of being stronger again through the practice center. He felt that if there were unlimited resources, perhaps the physical potential of human beings would far exceed the imagination of many people. Beep, beep. Bite Sangshu's cell phone rang, and he picked it up and saw that it was the police officer named Song Xian who called. The other party was a reincarnation. There was no doubt that Bite Sangshu was sharp-minded and knew that the other party called at this time instead of coming in person, which proved that the other party did not have more doubts about him. Hello, Officer Song? Song Xian sat in the office and finally relaxed his mind. Just now, he got the news that the last dangerous object, Lowly God, had also left Binhai City for Haidai, and Binhai finally calmed down again. In his heart, he only felt that the black card in Haidai appeared at the right time. As for Bite Sangshu, he learned from Luo Shui that Bite Sangshu also went to Haidai to participate in an international marathon and got a good result in the top 100. Song Xian did not doubt Bite Sangshu because the scene of the incident in Haidai was quite tragic, and it was suspected that a reincarnation with the ability of bloodline died. As for Bite Sangshu, at most, Chu Chi's incident was observed for only a little more than a week. Song Xian felt that even if Bite Sangshu was a reincarnation, he would not reach this point so quickly without leaving the campus and being under observation. I heard that you participated in the competition and performed well? Bite Sangshu automatically filtered out this meaningless opening remark and said perfunctorily, yes, it's okay. Song Xian thought for a while and said recently, there are some clues in Chu Chi's case. Our observation of you may end in a few weeks. During this period, I still have to trouble classmate Bite Sangshu pretended not to know what happened. He knew very well that the card that had lost its effect could at most divert attention for a while. When this observation period was over, he had better move to another place. Perhaps, as a junior, finding a job in another city is a good reason. If you encounter any strange people or things recently, remember to contact me or Luoshui as soon as possible. Binhai City is not peaceful recently. Bai Songshu readily agreed to Song Xian's arrangements. After Song Xian hung up the phone, he looked at the birds flying outside the window, but suddenly realized something. Logically speaking, Song Xian did not doubt himself, so in his eyes, he was just an ordinary person who was not a reincarnation. But according to the current space rules, if reincarnations fight and die in the real world and become scarlet drop cards, his existence and all personal information will be erased by space, and ordinary people's cognition will be hindered, and they will no longer have each other's memories. So, as a reincarnation, why did Song Xian talk about the dead Chu Chi to himself, who was an ordinary person in his eyes? There is only one answer. In Song Xian's eyes, ordinary people will still remember Chu Chi. TSK, there is a problem behind this matter. Bai Songshu tapped his arm. After a while, he went downstairs to eat as usual, then went to the gym on the opposite commercial street to exercise, and went to school in the afternoon. Occasionally, he rejected some face-loving schoolgirls who approached him recklessly. For several days in a row, Bai Songshu's daily campus life was boring and tedious. He had long been accustomed to this kind of daily life, but with the infinite dimensional space, Bai Songshu found it increasingly unbearable. He looked at the students coming and going, and his breath between his mouth and nose became long and unconsciously. The body structure of these ordinary people became clear in his perception in an instant. Weak flesh, sparse bones, perhaps, he only needs a light punch to break the internal organs of these guys, and even if his strength is a little more refined, it is not a difficult thing to pretend to be sudden cardiac death. Bai Songshu walked on the campus, his mind was slightly scattered and fluttering. When a human being gradually began to transcend the shackles of human beings, it became increasingly difficult for him to identify with others. Over time, empathy will weaken or even disappear, and eventually become a complete alien. Fortunately, Bai Songshu has been enduring such a daily routine since he was a child, and he has begun to get used to hibernation. Bai Songshu returned to the dormitory and began to exercise his limbs with iron sand again. He asked Xiaoning to buy another bucket of iron sand and put it in the dormitory so that he could exercise every moment. He suddenly inserted his hands into the iron sand, and his hands instantly turned red, but he completely ignored the pain and hit again and again. The practice of weird arm flow is very similar to the ascetic practice of ripple qigong. This kind of self-mutilation-like practice can improve his limb strength and the practice of ripple qigong at the same time. Bai Songshu can clearly feel that his ripple qigong is still improving rapidly, and the healing speed of the palm injury is much faster than before. Even if it has not reached LV5 now, Bai Songshu believes that he can soon touch that limit. Attention, number X051, you will start a new round of space delivery in 1 hour. Please confirm the safety of the surrounding environment in advance. Finally, Bai Songshu waited for the space prompt he had been thinking about again. He closed the doors and windows of the dormitory and thought about it. Return to private space, Bai Songshu would reserve 1 hour every time, before entering the mission, to adjust his state and replenish his consumption. Because in the Demon Slayer world, he exchanged a lot of consumables for healing, and got 2 hot weapons from Vincent. At this time, the regular props on him were actually quite enough. Your goods, Muxingwi Doma, received 132 quotations. Bai Songshu returned to the stall and saw a large number of dense quotations. Excluding worthless dimensional points, consumables, etc., there were only 3 items left that Bai Songshu thought were valuable. Quote, 1 sea-level singularity, 4,000 dimensional points, bidder, FG 999524141, hunter, quote, sea-level physical or swordsmanship ability, bidder, XS 54154822, Ouyang, quote, information on the smelting characteristics in exchange for this head, bidder, LT 44344564, conspiracy, 3 quotes, 1 for ability, 1 for singularity, and 1 for information. Bai Songshu tried to respond to the quote and found that the guy with the code name, conspiracy, did not seem to be in the space. Of the 3 quotes, the most valuable one for Bai Songshu was this information. Although Doma's head has a rare option, there is no reason for Bai Songshu to have it. Bai Songshu actually has both singularity and sea-level ability. Although Bai Songshu's dimensional points have fallen to less than 2,000 points after being used in the Yi practice, he actually has a lot of singularities. 1 B-level and 3 C-level singularities have a very strong purchasing power in the space. As for abilities, what Bai Songshu needs is the kind of explosive ability or special ability that can complement himself now. Baeksanshu is not too scarce in physical skills and swordsmanship. Therefore, after leaving a message to conspiracy, Baeksanshu left his stall and began to quickly search the shantytown to see if he could find anything else suitable for him. The reincarnation space is a place where people live in drunkenness and dreams. The pressure faced by reincarnators is unimaginable even for mercenaries in the real world, so generally, if there are good things that they can't use, they will sell them as soon as possible. No one will consider the future and store any supplies. Therefore, almost every day, the shantytowns in the reincarnation space will cause a sensation because of the appearance of various rare items and abilities. Last time, it was Kyo Kuzunagi's gloves. This time, another group of people gathered in front of a stall. Baeksanshu went over and found that it was an eyeball in a special glass container. Biocosmetic suit Sharingan, quality, purple, rare and extreme, description, the eyeball of Naruto and the Uchiha clan in the derivative world, with good transplant adaptability and powerful capabilities, requirements, physical fitness 15, spirit 15, effect, hidden, the boss is a reincarnation wrapped in a gray cloak. This person stands in front of his stall and drives away these reincarnations who can't afford the price and surround the stall. Check out the correct version in 16191 Book 1 bar. Stay away from those who only have dimensional points. This is not something you can afford. Only purple grade items and abilities can be exchanged, or singularities above B level can be exchanged. This item is for sale urgently. I have 3 hours left to enter the mission world. If you are satisfied with the offer, I will trade it immediately without delay. It is obvious that this reincarnation is eager to cash in, which gives many people an opportunity. There are also some speculators in the space who will make a fortune by taking advantage of information gaps and time gaps. Baeksanshu just glanced at the eyeball and turned away. Sharingan is indeed powerful, but for people without strong chakra, it is ultimately a burden. In the original work, a genius like Kakashi can hardly afford the consumption of a 3 Megatama Sharingan. This thing is nothing but a castle in the air for Baeksanshu at the moment, and it is flashy but not practical. Baeksanshu took advantage of the fact that others were watching Sharingan, and there were fewer people at other stalls, and quickly looked for something that might be useful to him. TSK, there are still rational people here, those idiots only stare at the so-called rare props, but they don't know that they can't control them at all. Look at these reincarnationists watching. I bet that less than half of them will be here in 7 days. A reincarnationist with a cigar in his mouth leaned on his stall and talked to Baeksanshu who was looking over. When he saw Baeksanshu's face clearly, his face changed. Fuck you, what the hell is this? Baeksanshu has already gotten used to the reactions of these people when they see his artistic face. He looked at the items on the other side stall. Bio-colonial suit spirit gathering index finger, quality, blue, rare, description, a powerful psychic left behind a finger after death, with special effects, requirement, spirit 10, effect 1, after wearing, the spirit will be eroded, spirit -2, effect 2, gain additional spirit affinity, energy increase speed slightly increased, effect 3, overdraw spirit, release a LV4 level spirit pill. How do you want to trade this thing? The item Baeksanshu saw was a human index finger. Like the Sharingan in front, it was a special equipment classified as bio-colonial equipment. This type of equipment would not be worn on the body. Instead, it would be directly implanted into the body of the reincarnator, fused with the body of the reincarnator, or directly replace part of the body. In the infinite dimensional space, it is a type of equipment with a very high rarity, second only to the God-made armor, that ordinary reincarnators have only heard of. The reincarnator holding a cigar took a few puffs to relieve his discomfort, and was not as enthusiastic about Baeksanshu as before. Don't ask for this thing if you don't have a B-level singularity. 1 C-level singularity. Baeksanshu abides by the rules. He does have a B-level singularity, so he asked, but he is unwilling to trade with a B-level singularity, so he quoted a C-level singularity. But the stall owner did not understand Baeksanshu's logic. He frowned and waved his hand, not wanting to talk to Baeksanshu. Baeksanshu was interested in this equipment mainly because he wanted to increase his attack range, and he was quite interested in items that could improve the attribute of energy. Because he had a Dong Dong Wave of grade A in his hand that he could learn. Once he learned Dong Dong Wave, Baeksanshu's combat power would rise to a higher level. Moreover, this item could further improve Baeksanshu's attack range, and he would no longer rely entirely on ripples for targets such as spirits. The price of the B-level singularity of the Sharingan, and you also want a B-level one, it's unrealistic. Baeksanshu knew that the stall owner cursed those who were surrounding the Sharingan because he was outbid by the stall owner. The purple quality, Sharingan, was indeed more precious than his blue item with a negative attribute. 2 sea-level singularities, no bargaining accepted. The stall owner was a little angry, but Bike Sangshu still lowered the price. The preciousness of the singularity was definitely not a resource that could be wasted. 1 sea-level singularity, 2 D-level singularities, and 1,000 dimensional points. You got the item index finger of gathering spirits. After Bike Sangshu got the index finger, he found that the inside of the finger was hollowed out, leaving only a thin layer of skin. He put it on his index finger and immediately felt the effect, as if countless tiny creatures were drilling into his index finger. There were not many useful things on the other stalls. The item closest to what Bike Sangshu wanted was a special ability learning scroll of Ken Wish World. Liberation, very happy face, forcefully unlock the brain's control over the body and burst out all physical strength. This B-level ability is not expensive, but because this ability itself requires the bloodline of Wu's clan, other people's use of it has great side effects. And this, liberation, in fact, in Bike Sangshu's opinion, is very close to the ability of Genlock First Order, and his talent is quite similar to Genlock Second Order. So he did not buy it, but took the remaining resources to Goddess Residence for the final enhancement and upgrade. Bike Sangshu walked straight through the 2 white lions and entered the goddess's residence. The huge silver-haired, red-eyed goddess was still half lying in the air, with her skirt fluttering, just enough to cover all her private parts. Tisk, it's you again, this impolite little guy, aren't you dead yet? The goddess obviously had some wisdom. Not only did she remember Bike Sangshu, she also showed a clear disgust. Please select the function you want to choose. A. Enhance the authority of the reincarnationist. B. Ability advancement, ability removal related. C. Bloodline advancement, bloodline removal related. D. Sequence advancement, sequence removal related. E. Talent advancement, anchoring related. F. Insufficient authority. This time, Bike Sangshu saw a new option. E. The goddess lowered her head and glanced at Bike Sangshu again, then fell from the air, her ruby-like eyes turning. Bike Sangshu felt an invisible force, instantly brushing over his body, like a breeze. A talent that has never appeared before. I didn't expect you to be so valuable. Bike Sangshu's talent at this moment, after being anchored in space, showed 2 possibilities at the same time, but the degree of consistency was not high enough. Talent, native Genlock Second Order, similarity 75%. A plus, evolutionary shackles unlocked in death and despair, power beyond the limit of life, absolute domain ultimate power, similarity 72%. Ultimate power beyond human beings. Your situation accounts for about 0.34% in the space. The space has not included relevant talents. You can choose to spend a certain price, and I will integrate your talent into the existing system. Whether it is native Genlock or ultimate power, they are both talents with considerable potential. In this way, you can continue to advance your talent, unlock higher-level Genlocks or awaken the power of the universe. The goddess bowed her head, and the huge face was less than 1 meter away from Bike Sangshu. There was no flaw on her perfect face, and even the pores could not be seen. But because of this, the uncanny valley effect was generated, so Bike Sangshu would not be attracted by it. Or, goddess, I should have other choices. The goddess saw the arrogance in the heart of the tiny reincarnationist at a glance. The conceited meaning was written on her face. She felt that she was very special and did not want to be anchored by everything that existed. It seems that every reincarnationist with this talent is of this type. They firmly believe that they are destined to be born, but there are very few who live to see those talents blossom and bear fruit. TSK, you can naturally give up the combination and let the talent awaken naturally, and finally show the true posture, provided that. Live until then, I know. Bike Sangshu smiled and nodded. The logic of his thinking was not the so-called arrogance or the so-called self. It was pure value logic. His talent could have the characteristics of 2 powerful abilities at the same time. To a certain extent, it must have more value than a single ability. At this time, spending extra money to let the goddess combine her talents into one of them, just to spend singularities to upgrade talents as soon as possible, this kind of thing, no matter how you think about it, is a great loss of resources. And the loss is irreversible high-level resources. He didn't explain. The goddess could see through Bike Sangshu's thoughts, and dropped a little from the air again. Goddess, can my curse seal be upgraded? Bike Sangshu raised his left hand and showed the mystery Inari God Strike. This thing is actually Bike Sangshu's strongest burst at the moment. But Bike Sangshu couldn't figure it out. Is this thing considered equipment or ability? The goddess just took a look and looked away. Mystery Inari God Strike, strengthening requires 1 C-level singularity, charging requires 1 D-level singularity. Baitsangshu thought about it, and now he has 1 B-level singularity, 2 C-level singularities and 1 D-level singularity left in his hand. Considering that he would upgrade Ripple Qigong later, he did not strengthen the curse seal, but only consumed 1 D-level singularity to charge the curse seal. This is also the convenience of the reincarnation. The so-called incense, vows and faith can be solved directly here at the goddess through the singularity. Most of the characters in the plot need to accumulate power for many years, but for the reincarnation, it is just a resource exchange. As long as it is used properly, the reincarnation is a group of bloodthirsty wolves who fight to support war. Baitsangshu then split a C-level singularity into 3 D-level singularities again. With the blessing of the goddess, the ability Ripple Qigong LV4 has been improved. Currently, Ripple Qigong LV5, with the blessing of the goddess, the ability Ripple Qigong LV5 has been improved. Currently, Ripple Qigong LV6, energy increased by 1 point. Currently, 5, 3 plus 2, then, Baitsangshu offered the C-level singularity in the goddess's eager eyes, pushing the Ripple Qigong to the height of LV7. With the blessing of the goddess, the ability Ripple Qigong LV6 has been improved. Currently, Ripple Qigong LV7, energy plus 1, currently, 6, 4 plus 2. Physique plus 1, currently, 17, 15 plus 2, Ripple Qigong, C+, breaks through to LV7, please choose the deepening direction. A Ripple enhancement, when running, additionally increases strength, agility, and constitution by 2 points, this effect cannot trigger the extreme value. B. Crimson ripples run fast, running crimson ripples can cause the ripples to generate high heat, and the attack has a high temperature effect. C. Immortal ripples run fast, and the ripples have the effect of penetrating wall masonry. D. Turquoise ripples run fast, running turquoise ripples, and can spread from the liquid. E. Silver ripples run quickly, running silver ripples, with the effect of being transmitted through metal. F. Ripple surge, additional increase in ripple intensity, energy plus 1, rare. When each ability is upgraded to LV7, it is equivalent to entering a very advanced level, and the improvement obtained is also quite powerful. However, for Baitsangshu, he does not consider so many wit scenes in JoJo. His fighting style prefers to use bursts of speed and power to destroy opponents head-on, so he only thought about option A and option F for a moment before choosing F. The reason is that although the attribute value increased by option A is high, it cannot trigger the extreme value effect, so it is essentially similar to the effect when he turns on his talent. It is still an enhancement of his own attributes, but there will be no qualitative change. The improvement of energy and ripple intensity is currently irreplaceable by other means. Check out the 16:9 bookbar to see the correct version. After the option was confirmed, Bai Angju could almost feel the ripples in his body that were so saturated that they were about to overflow as he changed his breathing. The rapidly increasing energy attribute not only increases the intensity of the ripples that Baitsangshu can emit, but also improves his own healing ability with Ripple Qigong. As long as the Ripple Qigong is not able to be used due to huge damage from severed limbs, Baitsangshu actually has a very powerful combat endurance. As a result, Attractilodes only has 1 B-level and 1 D-level singularity left. Considering the materials required for Secret and Cursed Blood Origin, there is a high probability that it will appear in various anime derivatives set in Japan. In the world, he left this B-level singularity as a backup, which would allow him to use Cursed Blood Origin to temporarily transform himself into a miserable existence at certain special moments to survive. Reincarnators who carry sins, don't you want to increase your reincarnation star level? Sometimes, those things that seem useless to you have a great impact. The goddess needed something special, no doubt about it, but Attractilodes couldn't tell if she was implying something. But Baitsangshu would not use up the B-level singularity just because of this Ritter-like reminder. He waved his hand and turned around to leave. Next time, goddess. Please return to the private space immediately, the task delivery is about to begin. Not long after Baitsangshu came out of the goddess's residence, he saw a familiar prompt. With a thought, he had returned to his private space and was quietly waiting for the release. At the same time, somewhere in a huge private space, a man in a green robe also picked up the Black Knife Knight, next to the chair. He looked at the clock floating in the air and muttered to himself. Isn't it too late? You are such a lucky newcomer. 3, 2, 1, publishing starts, countless information streams penetrated by Kanangzu in an instant. Bai Kanangzu had begun to get used to this feeling. The corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously, and his heart beat slightly faster. Flutter, flutter, flutter. I don't know how long it took, but the thunderous heartbeat woke up Baitsangshu. Bai Sangju blinked, and then the world came into his field of vision a little slower. The dark square, dilapidated tall buildings, walls covered with moss and bloodstains, and crooked neon signs flashing occasionally make the atmosphere even more airy. A woman stood in the corner about 50 meters away from Bai Sangju. Her face was pale, and her violent heartbeat was particularly harsh in this quiet space. She also saw Bai Sangju waking up and mouthing to Bai Sangju, but unfortunately, the reincarnation's constant ordinary language knowledge did not include the ability to read lips. The next moment. Bang! The wall behind the woman and the woman's body exploded together, and a huge blue arm stretched out from the darkness. The arms were full of human faces, some crying, some laughing, every face. He was always looking carefully at the space in the darkness. It's quiet, it's nice to be quiet, hee. Yeah, that heartbeat is so noisy, so noisy. The faces on the arms speak to each other. Bai Sangju stood in the shadows, watching this scene expressionlessly. He knew very well that the space would not arrange a first sight kill when the reincarnated person first entered the world. Therefore, as long as he did not do anything extreme at this moment, he would be safe in a short period of time. Blood was flowing on the ground. Bai Sangju lowered his head and saw a row of writing appearing. World loading completed, mission world, spell return derivative world B3243, world type, team competition. The reincarnators fighting in this world will produce scarlet drops, challenge difficulty, medium high, time limit, 30 days, attention, due to the influence of DM66616387, important plot character Gojo Satoru has died, and related tasks are being removed. Attention, based on the DM Tokyo Conjuration High School has disappeared, related tasks are being removed. Note that the DM Zenyuan clan has disappeared and related tasks are being removed. Bai Sangju looked at the long prompt that popped up before the milestone of this world was refreshed, and he secretly sighed twice. It seems that this world has been messed up by some incredible guy. In this world, you can obtain and unlock the following milestones, which will affect the task rating and title acquisition: Spirit Toucher, Rare, successfully touch the spirit and survive; Curse Apprentice, trigger more than 5 curses and survive; Exorcist, exorcise at least 10 cursed spirits; Lucky, participate in a spiritual disaster and survive; Black Flash, Rare, successfully trigger Black Flash at least 3 times. TSK, just looking at the milestones, you can know how ominous this world is. Bai Sangju stood in the shadows, his heartbeat slow, the huge arm was pulled back from the broken wall, and the body could be vaguely seen as a twisted huge meatball. The oppressive feeling exuded by this monster is far from comparable to the hand ghost in the Demon Slayer world. The most important thing is that the other party is undoubtedly a spirit, a cursed spirit, and an invisible monster that ordinary people can't even see. Bai Sangju looked at the curse seal on his left hand. At this moment, although he could see these cursed spirits and monsters, his ability to fight them was somewhat lacking. The cursed spirit is not a cannibal ghost, and will not die directly because of the sunlight. Although the positive energy of wave qigong can play a little effect, it does not have much restraining effect. The cursed spirit is a special life form formed by negative emotions and energy such as fear and curse power, and it can walk and kill people in the sun. Bai Sangju now confirmed that his best way to kill the cursed spirit is undoubtedly secret ritual Inari God's Blow, which comes from the power of the god worshipped by Shintoism, and has a very good affinity with demons and ghosts. Bai Sangju turned around and walked to the other side. A piece of tattered paper flew over, and he caught it with ease. Clear handwriting appeared in front of him. Main quest started. Main quest stage 1, successfully escape from the dead city of Tokyo within 3 days, success reward. Start the next stage of the quest, reward E-level singularity *1, 1000 dimensional points. This main quest only shows the reward, and there is no penalty for failure. In Bai Sangju's eyes, it is almost clear that something terrible will happen in Tokyo 3 days later, so that the space thinks that you're staying in Tokyo after 3 days is the biggest punishment. Bai Sangju jumped up lightly, his figure was light and agile, his movements were swift, but he didn't make much sound. After a few steps, he had already arrived at the edge of the square, and the surroundings were quite quiet. On the wide main road, the vehicles had long been abandoned, and the cement road had cracks. Bai Sangju suddenly raised his head, and several figures walked out of the building opposite, and 2 people appeared on Bai Sangju's left. These people were obviously dressed as reincarnations, and their incarnations were quite distinctive. Because incarnations cannot be seen by the characters in the plot, it can actually be regarded as a means for reincarnations to recognize each other. Of course, there will be reincarnations who do the opposite and deliberately disguise themselves as plot characters. These reincarnations, seeing that they did not make any noise, understood that no one was a fool.
The leader of the trio who walked out from the opposite side of Bike Sangshu pointed to the front of the road, where there were no buildings blocking the way. Communicating in that place, even if a cursed spirit appeared, they would have time to react. The trio and the two-person group both moved forward to exchange information, and their eyes were vaguely on Bike Sangshu. They had all discovered that a lone wolf had sneaked into this dangerous mission. Because of the existence of things like bloody drop cards, it is difficult for reincarnations to build trust with each other. However, the high risk of reincarnations forced many people to seize the time to stick together and form teams. And as the number of missions increased, those who could not adapt to the special environment of the reincarnation space were slowly eliminated. Lone wolf players are often the first to be eliminated. Once someone has bad intentions, it is always easier for the team to kill the lone wolf. But on the other hand, a lone wolf who can successfully survive in this kind of mission world, which is also quite difficult in the parallel level, must not be a simple thing. It seems that everyone is smart. I will say it directly. This world has obviously been messed up by some reincarnationists. Gojo Satoru is dead, the plot is changed beyond recognition, and our intelligence advantage has been greatly reduced. And considering the danger of the current environment, it is not a wise behavior to fight internally now. The man who spoke was the leader of the trio. He was a middle-aged strong man with a thick beard and a black leather jacket. Bike Sangshu noticed that he had several silver rings on his hands and guessed that it might be some special equipment. The two people standing behind him, a tall and thin young man with a ponytail wearing a monocle and carrying a sniper rifle on his back, is a typical shooting expert reincarnation who poses a strong threat to other reincarnationists. The other person was wearing a hood and his face could not be seen clearly, but he was holding a short staff in his hand with a ruby inlaid, which was the dress of a spellcaster. It seems that this team is a standard team combination, with a melee front row, a spellcaster, and a high-damage shooter. A team that can make such a combination is likely to be a stable team with a high degree of mutual trust. Let me introduce myself first. I am the captain of the Last Hit team, codenamed Li Da. The three of us are parallel-level reincarnations with specialized attack capabilities against cursed spirits. This man, codenamed Li Da, obviously has a certain ability to consider. As the team with the largest number of people and the most obvious advantage, he took the initiative to suggest that it is not appropriate to fight internally at this time. Usually, he can get the support of the weakest party at this time, the lone wolf player. Whether it is good or bad intentions, it is always right to hold the initiative of the temporary team in your hands. The duo looked at each other and agreed. My codename is Mai, and this one is codenamed Yakurako. We are also parallel level. We both have the ability to attack cursed spirits. The duo did not report too much information, but the two men were called this codename. Bike Sangshu guessed that the two were probably not very old in reality, perhaps otakus. Several people looked at Bike Sangshu at this time, and Bike Sangshu was about to speak. Bang! The huge explosion made several people's faces change. The buildings in the distance seemed to be awakened in an instant. The dark atmosphere began to spread, and a large number of curious-looking cursed spirits appeared from the buildings. The source of the sound was a kind of firework. In the night, after it exploded, it formed a special pattern. It was a shape of 4 small light sources and a prism surrounding a huge light source. Hurry up, it's the fifth element. That group is calling teammates. The reincarnation codenamed Li Di obviously recognized this special firework mark. Bike Sangshu, because he had only been a reincarnation for a short time and had no connections in the space, did not know who the so-called fifth element was. The group did not bother to wait for Bike Sangshu to introduce himself, and began to quickly disperse and flee. This loose alliance that was just about to form a temporary team collapsed in an instant. A correct version of the one book one bar in 16:9. In the face of danger, loose alliances are often better than running for their lives. No one can be sure whether others will give you a knife at a critical moment. The trio came directly to a car on the side of the road. Li Da pulled the car door with his hand and it was torn open. The man with a sniper rifle came directly to the driver's seat and fiddled with it twice, and the vehicle was successfully started. The other two people took out 2 skateboards directly from their backpacks. After they stood on them, they pushed hard. There was a device similar to a propeller under the skateboard, and they quickly rushed away from the road at a speed of 80 miles per hour. Bike Sangshu realized at this time that he still lacked something. Mobility. Although he was very fast in close combat, he lacked convenient means of transportation when facing some large-scale main tasks. It is impossible to rely entirely on plot characters or public transportation in the plot world and the mission world. He thought about it and said to the three people who successfully started the car and were about to leave, "Hey, do you mind taking me for a ride?" Baek Sangshu has always been law-abiding and does not have this kind of car theft skills. When Lida's three people heard Baek Sangshu's words, they all felt that this incarnation was so ugly that it was difficult to look directly at the guy, and it was indeed a little different. "Are you sure you want to get in our car?" Lida was very sure that a normal lone wolf reincarnation would not travel alone with a three-person team in a world where bloody drop cards could be produced. That basically means putting your life on the so-called moral sense of other reincarnationists. But the reincarnationists themselves are a group of robbers who harm the heavens and the worlds, and they seize the resources of the worlds to strengthen themselves. Looking for a sense of morality in this group of people is nothing more than looking for a millionaire under a bridge. Baek Sangshu responded to the other party with action. He sat directly in the back seat, closed the car door, and said, "Don't worry, I usually don't take the initiative to attack others." Lida wanted to say more, but the hooded spellcaster had already spoken. "Let's go first, and we'll talk later." This spellcaster is a female reincarnationist. The car was directly ejected and started. There were many abandoned vehicles on the avenue, but the man driving the vehicle had obvious good driving skills and was quite fast, leaving the city quickly. Lida sat in the back seat, alert to Baek Sangshu. In his opinion, Baek Sangshu's behavior was either a fool or really good. A lone wolf who can survive to this day is not a fool no matter how you think about it. As the vehicle moved quickly, Lida clenched his right hand. Baek Sangshu noticed that the silver-white rings on his fingers seemed to glow slightly. "It's time to introduce yourself, Mr. Lone Wolf." Baek Sangshu looked around. The visibility was not high at night, but judging from the main task of escaping Tokyo, this place was probably within the city of Tokyo. He said, "Tao bye-bye, let's just say you are a close combat specialized reincarnation." Click. As he spoke, a shotgun suddenly appeared in Baek Sangshu's hand and loaded it instantly. Lida's scalp exploded, and he punched subconsciously. "Be careful, there are units approaching quickly from behind." The caster on the co-pilot warned sharply. Baek Sangshu tilted his head and dodged a punch. At the same time, the barrel of the shotgun was almost directly on Lida's shoulder, and he pulled the trigger. Bang! As the car door blew up, Lida's eardrums were pierced by the terrible sound, but he reacted at this time and turned back instantly. Sure enough, he saw a reincarnation with arms open, spinning in the air for several circles, and disappeared from sight. "It's a scout from the fifth element, drive to those commercial areas." Thanks to Chow Ali Hagangshan for the reward, and thank you for your monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. The vehicle was shaken sideways by the recoil of the Terminator's grip shot, but the driver's skills were excellent and he did not lose speed. Instead, he stepped on the accelerator and rushed straight towards the commercial district in front. This team competition type of mission world is the cruelest free combat world. All reincarnations must be wary of attacks from other reincarnations in addition to facing plot missions. But in contrast, those powerful reincarnation teams regard this type of mission world as an excellent opportunity to become stronger. As long as you get enough Scarlet Drops, it is a reward that even S-level mission ratings cannot give. Baek Sangshu put away his shotgun and his eyes moved away from the reincarnation who flew out from behind. The other party was not flying by his own ability, but was equipped with a wingsuit-like flying device, flying quickly with the help of wind power. When his shot was fired, the other party reacted very quickly and opened his arms. The huge air resistance allowed him to quickly pull up and change direction, avoiding the shooting, but at the same time, he also lost speed and could not continue to stick to the back of the car. Baek Sangshu's mouth curled up. This was the first time he saw a reincarnationist using this method to maneuver. It must be said that reincarnationists are indeed a group of creatures that can constantly give him a sense of freshness. Lida was still in shock. He glanced at the reincarnationist who called himself Tao Bai next to him. The other party's perception ability was quite amazing. He actually found the enemy's traces faster than Kava. He didn't care about talking. He held the seat tightly, looked around nervously, and began to actively share information. The Fifth Element is a well-known team in the East District. They have a fixed number of members. All members are said to live together in the real world, so they have a high sense of mutual trust and coordination. The team leader is a reincarnationist codenamed Kai, who is considered to have strong level strength. The Fifth Element has risen rapidly in the past 6 months. Although there have been casualties, the members have been replenished quickly. Many lone wolves with good strength have been absorbed by them. It's a group of tough guys.
Bai Xiangshu didn't react at all. He just watched the car crash into the greenbelt outside the commercial street at a speed of more than 80 miles per hour. He tapped his toes lightly, and the moment the door opened, he jumped out, spread his wings like a crane, stood on the branch of a small tree, and swayed to relieve the force of the forward rush. The other three landed and rolled a few times to relieve the inertia. "Let's go to the underground parking lot. We will change a car before leaving." Li Di gave a brief order, but Bai Xiangshu did not choose to follow. Li Di and the other two looked at Bai Xiangshu, who was standing on the branch and swaying as if he had no weight, and did not continue to speak, and left directly. Bai Xiangshu watched the three people enter the darkroom, and with the moonlight in the sky, he saw the guy gliding in the air hovering above. It was obvious that the other party was waiting for someone. This posture seemed to have already eaten his group of people. They either had an absolute advantage in numbers or were absolutely confident in their own strength. Moreover, the other party was not worried that he could run away. Bai Xiangshu felt the surroundings, and there was no killing intent or hostility. The reason why he felt the enemy's presence faster than the caster was naturally because of killing intention perception. At this moment, Bai Xiangshu didn't know whether the other party was too far away or not staring at him, so he didn't notice the killing intent. He fell from the tree and walked towards the road. The circling reincarnation in the sky landed on the top of the tall building. He was wearing special goggles with built-in optical imaging. Report: the 5-man team here has been divided into 3 teams. A team of 2 people went north along the main road on a jet skateboard. Old Ghost, you guys are ready. Hee, it's already in my sight. The 3-man team went underground. I guess they want to escape from the garage. Brother Jiu, are you okay? Hand in hand. The reincarnation codenamed Wei Yixiao looked at the lone wolf who had just bombarded him with a shotgun, and the next moment, what the hell? Wei Yixiao looked down and saw that there was no one in his field of vision. He immediately looked around and there was no trace of him. There was no trace of the other party in those shopping streets. He looked at the main road again, and saw a figure running rapidly from the roof of the shopping street, with extremely fast and steady steps, obviously with high-level footwork expertise. What's wrong, Bat? Is there an unexpected situation? Wei Yixiao heard the boss's voice and immediately added that Lone Wolf is probably a reincarnation with agility. He is very fast and is heading west in the style of rooftop parkour. It's okay, I'll go after him. Be serious, Bat, this mission is not a joke. The degree of alienation in this world is very serious. We must clear out the idle people as soon as possible and leave Tokyo. If I guess correctly, I'm afraid Tokyo will be nuclear exploded in 3 days, and then. The laughter in the headset also began to disappear at this time. This mission, even for Fifth Element, is not easy to complete. They must try their best to reintegrate the plot characters before that guy enters this world and get the help of the world situation, otherwise, it is probably dangerous. In an instant, a huge explosion appeared from a very far distance. As Bai Xiangshu ran, he saw many cursed spirits appearing in several buildings due to the explosions. He frowned slightly, and realized that this was supposed to be the most prosperous city in Asia, Tokyo. He had been running for so long, and even just now he was running after the vehicles, but he didn't see many figures. The huge city of Tokyo seems to have really become a dead city. Thinking of the description in the main quest, the city of death and silence Tokyo, Bai Xiangshu began to be a little curious about what happened in this world of spells. That reincarnation DM666163887, by what means did he turn this world into this? In the 30-day mission cycle, he not only killed a difficult character like Gojo Satoru, but also expelled the Zenyuan clan and made Tokyo High School disappear. Could it be that a reincarnation whose strength far exceeds that of this world entered this world through a special channel? No, theoretically, such a thing should not exist. Even if it can be done, the space will definitely intervene, and the difficulty of the mission will be raised to a terrifying level. Bai Xiangshu jumped nearly 7 meters, and landed across the commercial street. He looked calm, not like he was fleeing at all, but like an experienced hunter waiting for the wolf to walk into his trap. Finally, the vague killing intent appeared again in Bai Xiangshu's perception. Bai Xiangshu's ears moved slightly, and he had heard the sound of the wingsuit cutting through the air. He had already run nearly 6 kilometers at this time. Bai Xiangshu felt the killing intent behind him gradually increase, and the hair on his back was about to stand up. He suddenly stopped, and the extreme movement instantly turned into extreme stillness. With the strong inertia, Bai Xiangshu instantly jumped up, flipped in the air, and a light flashed in his hand. The long-unused Knock on the Door of Doom appeared in his hand. In the 16:9 book and forum, there is no wrong version. Wei Yixiao glided in the air to chase the pink-robed reincarnation who was running very fast. He originally planned to drive the other party away until the other party ran out of energy, and then he would go down and kill the other party easily. But he didn't expect that the guy below ran 6 or 7 kilometers without slowing down. Wei Yixiao noticed something strange. In order to avoid being led away by the other party, he took out a high-explosive grenade and threw it in the air. The next moment, the reincarnationist running fast below suddenly flipped in the air. The transition between movement and stillness was extremely abrupt, which made Wei Yixiao's heart sink suddenly. It's a master. He had seen this posture on his boss. He subconsciously opened his hands and climbed higher. Bang! Wei Yixiao felt a pain between his shoulders, waist and abdomen. He had been shot. Fortunately, he was equipped with props that had additional protection against hot weapons, and this shot did not cause any injuries. Wei Yixiao put his hands away, and the whole person rotated dozens of times in the air and fell to the ground. He shook the high-explosive grenade in his hand and threw it far away at Bai Xiangshu. In his hand, a light flashed and a javelin appeared. Bai Xiangshu knew that he was not good at shooting. In addition to trying to use the special effects of misfortune knocking on the door, he fired a gun to make the other party mistakenly think that he was good at shooting. If this kind of reincarnationist with flying ability keeps a distance from him, Bai Xiangshu really doesn't have a good way to deal with it. Seeing the other party throw 2 grenades the moment he landed, Bai Xiangshu was not panicked at all. He took a step forward and landed in the next moment. Bang! The ground shook violently, and Bai Xiangshu's figure disappeared instantly. Wei Yixiao, holding a javelin, had his pupils trembling violently. He also had excellent dynamic vision, not to mention the help of technological equipment. In the early warning of the flashing red light of the radar, a series of afterimages were locked by him. The next moment, Wei Yixiao also took a step forward, shook his right hand, and seemed to disappear. Whoosh! Bai Xiangshu was running fast, and suddenly his foot was wrong. His right foot stepped in front of his left foot. His body twisted instantly, as if leaning on an invisible wall, and turned left more than 180 degrees. While his left foot stepped on the ground violently, the breath between his mouth and nose became like thunder. Shiz! The terrible sound exploded, and Wei Yixiao only felt the strong wind in front of him. Ming! The alarm almost exploded from the goggles, and Wei Yixiao finally reacted and turned his neck. Boom! The air made a dull bombardment sound. That was the sound of a punch with too terrible speed and power, completely blasting out a ball of air. This guy! Wei Yixiao's hand flashed again, and a new javelin appeared, but before he could lift it, the other party had already leaned sideways and leaned against his body. Bang! Amid the violent collision, Wei Yixiao felt that he was flying again, and he watched the other party quickly move away from his vision. Boom! Then, after smashing a storefront, he regained the sense of his body. Captain! Puff! Wei Yixiao spit out blood, and his chest was so stuffy that he couldn't speak smoothly for a while. When he wanted to speak again, a hand had already grabbed his neck and lifted him up. The fifth element, it's not that good. When Bai Xiangshu opened his mouth, his ears suddenly moved, and he instantly grabbed Wei Yixiao and turned around to block him. A blazing white energy ball emitting strong fluctuations and impacts swept in from several kilometers away, with a diameter of more than 2 meters. Boom! The terrible explosion exploded more than 10 meters in front of Bai Xiangshu. The terrifying fluctuations and impact force penetrated Bai Xiangshu's body in an instant. He was stiff all over and couldn't even crush Wei Yixiao's neck. Hadouken! Wei Yixiao reached out and took out a tube of injection and inserted it directly into his blood vessel. The severe pain in his chest and abdomen immediately improved. He shook the javelin in his hand and shot out again. Puff! Bai Xiangshu's face trembled, and he tilted his head at the last moment. When his cheekbone was cut open, the pain also allowed him to finally regain his mobility. The power just now was something he had rarely felt since leaving Dragon Ball World. That kind of strong energy didn't hit him directly, but it actually made him stiff. You have been attacked. Based on the mental gap between the two parties, you have obtained the following information. You are affected by the wave fist of the unknown reincarnation and are paralyzed. You suffered a throwing attack from Samsara CV74471152, and you escaped the paralysis effect. Tisk, the wave fist is really impressive. The Hadouken in the game is only about the size of a football. Unexpectedly, this person actually blasted the Hadouken 2 meters wide. This kind of guy is probably beyond the level of parallel level. Bai Xiangshu quickly moved his head left and right to dodge the 2 javelins that were shot at him. He didn't even look at the guy who kept throwing javelins at him. TSK, it seems that you have an incredible guy in your team. Then I'll leave today. If you're not afraid of death, just keep chasing him. Bai Sangju saw that the man who fired the wave fist did not rush over quickly, and guessed that the other party might not be good at running, or that the other party was fighting the threesome. Bai Sangju chuckled, waved to the scout who lacked the ability to attack, then turned around and quickly started running again. Wei Yixio held a javelin in his hand. This Amazon weapon is actually quite easy to use. Not only can it be stabbed at close range to cause considerable damage, but it can also be thrown to cause medium and long-range damage. Although his attributes are not high, he has used this weapon to lock in technological equipment and killed several parallel-level guys, but Wei Yixio looked at the enemy who was running wildly again, but he didn't choose to chase him immediately. Sorry, Captain, that guy ran away and I am no match. His heart was still beating. He was very sure that if it hadn't been for the captain's long distance, fist, he would have been killed by the opponent. That guy was deliberately tempting him to pursue him. Moreover, the opponent's attributes are very high, such as the speed of escaping, the endurance of long-distance attacks, the power to break one's own shield with one blow, and that kind of keen insight. That guy is probably a reincarnator with balanced attributes. Moreover, his reactions were very fast, and his movements were frighteningly smooth. He had only seen that kind of technique from his boss who was specialized in fighting. Being approached by the opponent, he had no ability to resist. Well, it doesn't matter. You can come back first. In the underground garage, a tall man with long brown hair messily hanging behind his head, wearing a loose sweatshirt, slowly took off his headset and jumped off the roof of the car. Watching the body of the tall and thin reincarnation man on the ground slowly disappear and turn into a scarlet drop card, he lit a cigarette and said to the swordsman wearing a ghost mask, "Hurry up and clean up, and continue to deal with the two injured and fleeing bugs." Something happened at Yixiao, and one of them escaped. The swordsman, codenamed Old Ghost, wears a prajna mask and a very light coat. He looks very slender. The sword in his hand is Itachi with a length of more than 1 meter and 2 meters, and the blade is clear. He shook the blade, blood spilled out, and sheathed it neatly. He lowered his head and picked up the scarlet dropped card, not forgetting to laugh at his companions. "Ha, that guy Wei Yixio, I have long told him that instead of spending money on those flashy technological equipment, it is better to invest in yourself, and he will be killed sooner or later." Kai didn't say much. Everyone has their own thoughts. He knew that Wei Yixio probably had some ambitions in his heart and had been accumulating resources. He probably had a fancy for some special ability. He doesn't care if there are conflicts among this group of brothers. As long as everyone can complete the work required by the team, he can be very tolerant of other mistakes. And that guy just now did have some strength. He almost killed Wei Yixio instantly in just one face-to-face encounter. He didn't look like a guy who had just entered the Bing level. As Bai Sangju ran wildly, he guessed that the other two groups of people would not end well. At least, according to Bai Sangju's judgment, if the trio who had taken him along before encountered the guy who could release the wave fist, it would most likely be a disaster. The cruelty of the reincarnator lies in the fact that he obviously did not make any wrong choices, and the space did not give him a fatal mission, but he would be killed just by being on the same mission with some invincible opponents. Bai Sangju had a smile on his face, but a layer of dark red flames ignited on his body for no reason. This layer of flames made him faster and his physical strength even more terrifying. Bai Sangju ran for dozens of kilometers in one breath before coming to a stop. It wasn't that he couldn't run anymore, but that he was a little lost. The main mission requirement is to escape from Tokyo within 3 days, but without a map, it is easy to lose direction in a city covering an area of more than 2,000 square kilometers. Bai Sangju couldn't see any landmark buildings at the moment, and was completely unable to find anyone to ask for directions. She had to stop and try to find some maps and the like. The place where he was at this time was probably near a park. It was quiet at night, and Bai Sangju was unwilling to enter the depths of the park. If he encountered a cursed spirit at this time, it would be quite disadvantageous for him. But suddenly, a clear human voice appeared. "Hey, are you okay? Hold on, I'll come to save you right away." A very energetic voice appeared, and Bai Sangju frowned. In this kind of place, at this time, there are actually humans appearing? Bai Sangju followed the sound and found a pickup truck parked on the side of the park. A white-haired old man stood holding the car, while a boy with short pink hair, wearing sportswear, tried to go down to the park river to save people. The young man was in good physical condition and quickly crawled out of the river with a woman on his back. He blinked a few times to confirm that he had seen correctly. There was indeed a man standing behind his grandfather. "Are you here to participate in the rescue too?" the young man asked, but Bite Sangju frowned. "Polygonum cuspidatum Hisovito? What rescue?" Bite Sangju asked, but her nerves tensed unconsciously. Hirohito Knotweed is not a simple passionate male protagonist. His birth was the conspiracy of the Millennium Monster, Kensuo. At this time, Bite Sangju didn't want to be involved in that kind of person's vision. At this time, the old man who heard his grandson's conversation slowly turned his head. "Oh, Tokyo Rescue, didn't you come from other places to rescue me? Could it be that you ran away from that disaster-like city?" Bite Sangju's pupils shrank, and the old man in front of him had clear sutures on his forehead. "This guy is Kensuo. Oh, it seems that you are no ordinary person." Kensuo, who was using Japanese Knotweed Waisuk's body, had a kind face, and he waved his hand to Japanese Knotweed Yuhito. "Hiran, go and rescue those people. They must have been in the water for a long time and they are all uncomfortable." Bite Sangju noticed at this time that the skin of the woman who was carried by Polygonum guinea urine was white all over, and her face had swollen. It was obvious that he could no longer die. But Hisahito Knotweed still had a warm smile and kept calling out to the corpses in the river, asking those people to hold on and wait for him to save them. There was something sinister about this scene, and Bite Sangju was certain that it must be the fault of the 1,000-year-old magician in front of him. The other party is a guy who has completely abandoned human principles, ethics, and even his own shame and common sense. In order to achieve the goal of optimizing the power of magic, he has been creating conspiracies and manipulating the magic world for thousands of years. This is supposed to be the real boss hidden behind the scenes in this world, but whether it is in the original series or in the current world, it seems that it has been taken away from the attention. "You are guarding against me." A smile appeared on Kensuo's face, and the corners of his mouth curled up. The old face of Hu Zhanghuoju became a little distorted because of this smile. "So, you know me. But I can't feel the breath and spell of those old friends from you at all. There is only one answer. You are one of those special monkeys. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version." Bite Sangju raised his left hand slightly, and he looked at Kong Suo with the same formidable smile. "Kensuo, the six-eyed magician you fear most is dead, and you are still hiding in a place like this and doing such a thing, I guess. You must be afraid of something. Let me think about it. Is it something in Tokyo at the moment, or?" Bite Sangju has already pinched the curse seal in his left hand at this time, ready to hand over the secret ritual, Inari God Strike, at any time. Kensuo is a conjurer who has survived for thousands of years by constantly changing his brain. Every time he changes his body, he can master the spells of that body. This makes Kiso's capabilities very diverse. Although Kong Sudo may not have occupied Xia Yaoji's body at this moment, the gravity technique of Polygonum cuspidatum Kaori alone posed a powerful threat. Bite Sangju will not hold back when facing this kind of enemy. The smile on Kensuo's face disappeared. Hearing the sound of Hisahito carrying the corpses to the car, he thought for a moment and said, "You must have been afraid of that thing, so you escaped from the city. We may have the same enemy. The plot character Kensuo invites you to join the hidden camp. Do you accept it?" Bite Sangju found that he seemed to be very popular with these evil forces. He looked back at the city of Tokyo in the distance, guessing that he encountered Kensuo on the west side, and if other passers-by successfully broke through from the east and north, they would probably encounter certain plot characters, which would trigger the subsequent main plot. After Hisahito the Japanese Knotweed rescued all those people and put them in the pickup truck, he saw that his grandfather was already chatting quite harmoniously with the strange tall man. He immediately returned to the car and waved to the two of them. "Grandpa, everyone has been rescued, let's send them out." Kensuo nodded pleasantly to his real son. Then he took the initiative to sit in the passenger seat of the pickup truck. Bite Sangju glanced at the pickup truck. He didn't get into the cabin. Instead, he jumped directly into the back compartment to live with the corpses. Facing this kind of 1,000-year-old magician is much more dangerous than some corpses. The pickup truck started quickly, but the sound of the car was still heard clearly. Those madmen killed the six-eyed magician in a taboo way, but they gave birth to an extremely terrifying cursed spirit king. Oh, and now they want to rely on those American nuclear bombs to bombard Tokyo. That's stupid. Sangshu seems to be willing to share some intelligence with Bite Sangshu. After the pickup truck drove for half a night, Bite Sangshu finally saw the prompt for the completion of the main task. Successfully escaped from the city of Death Tokyo, main task phase 1 completed, obtain E-level singularity *1, 1000 dimensional points, main task phase 2 opened, main task 2, prevent the king of cursed spirits from reviving, task reward, all participants obtain C-level singularity 1, core contributors obtain B-level singularity 1, and complete alone to obtain A-level singularity *1, failure penalty, forced activation of main task phase 3, Bite Sangshu saw this task prompt and guessed what the so-called main task phase 3 was. If the reincarnationists cannot complete the main task to prevent the king of cursed spirits from reviving, then the main task phase 3 will definitely be triggered, which naturally requires the reincarnationists to kill the king of cursed spirits. Combined with the powerful reincarnationist of the fifth element, who was obviously much stronger than the level reincarnationists encountered not long ago. The difficulty of this main mission is foreseeable. The difficulty of this mission is much higher than that of Demon Slayer. Bite Sangshu frowned. Logically, he had just entered the parallel level and should not encounter such a difficult mission. There must be something wrong here. But now is not the time to consider such things. Since he knows that he is weak, the most urgent thing is to obtain intelligence and find the key factors that can reverse the situation. The nose in front of him is one of the existences with decisive power in some aspects. In the millennium, Nose has continuously changed his identity and completed a considerable degree of infiltration and erosion of the entire curse world, and has almost the strongest intelligence and network advantages. Lord knows, from what you mean, a nuclear explosion in Tokyo cannot kill the king of the cursed spirit? In some story settings, a nuclear explosion has an effect similar to an artificial sun. Although the cursed spirit itself is not afraid of the sun, Bite Sangshu still deliberately asked this question. Nose chuckled. Nuclear explosion, that kind of thing, I'm afraid it will have no effect except to give birth to more terrible cursed spirits again. Cursed spirits are life forms born out of fear and curses. Apart from cursed power, what effect can those mortal flames and explosions have except to give birth to more people's fear? Cursed power is the key to exorcising cursed spirits. Momo Pai Pai, I can feel that you have the qualifications to control strong cursed power. Ever since Bite Sangshu was despised by Tao Pai Pai for his lack of qualifications in the first Dragon Ball world, he didn't expect to be praised by another villain in the plot for having special, cursed power, qualifications. The cursed power in the world of curses, after all, is actually a kind of energy based on negative emotions. The stronger the negative emotions, the purer and more powerful cursed power will be brewed. Bite Sangshu smiled grimly and nodded, yes, I can feel it too. After all, my purity is very high. Chapter 88 Savior Xiaoyojie, 3K First Update. Li De's eyes were gloomy, as if he had lost all life. His dead eyes made the long-haired man in black cassock raise the corners of his mouth. Cherish your desire to destroy everything in the world, that is your power of revenge. At this moment, Li De was exuding resentment that was almost visible to the naked eye. That kind of distortion, anger, unwillingness, injustice, and all kinds of negative emotions were intertwined together, mixed with self-blame and self-destructive emotions. In Xiaoyojie's eyes, it was the best catalyst. A catalyst that can turn a useless monkey into a rare weapon. Xiaoyojie jumped off the giant bird-shaped curse spirit, and Li De was shaken off by the curse spirit. Xiaoyojie took this monkey who successfully escaped from the dead city of Tokyo to Kyoto, or in other words, the last palace of the Japanese savior. Li De, welcome to the palace of the savior, Punching Sect's Kyoto headquarters. Xiaoyojie waved his hand, and several magicians in white cloaks came out. The first one had long shawl hair and dark circles under his eyes that were so heavy that they could hardly be covered by makeup. Glass, help him take care of his injuries. I have a hunch that this monkey will be very useful. Li De numbly followed Yarrow Glass into the interior of the shrine built on the top of the mountain. Yarrow Glass held the cigarette in his mouth again, and skillfully performed the reversal technique. By reversing the spell power, which was essentially a strong negative energy, the negative was transformed into a positive, and turned into a powerful positive energy for healing. Li De's collapsed chest and abdomen quickly began to recover, and the half of his face that had been chopped off also grew back. But the physical injuries can be healed, but what about the mental ones? What appeared in his mind at this time was still Li Chang struggling to hug the Prajna-masked swordsman and being cut in half by a sharp blade. Then in the deep underground passage, Anne's sleeves and nose were bleeding, but he still forced himself to activate his ability to save himself from there. It is possible to travel through a narrow passage to teleport a scene from the past. He could only watch Shio being pierced through the throat by a javelin. So weak, I am so weak. I hate it so much, I hate it so much. Li De suddenly roared angrily and hit the ground hard. Every time he hit the ground shook with such force that it was like an earthquake. But this kind of power is not enough at all. It is obviously good luck to meet teammates who can trust each other in life and death. It is obvious that they have agreed to support each other to achieve the best. Obviously, the three of them are neither greedy nor evil, and they even occasionally provide the best possible help to the reincarnations they meet. But why did Li Chang and Shou die? Why should I survive? Questions like these were like a dark snake that completely tied up Li De. The snake wrapped around his neck and made it impossible for him to breathe. Hate it. Glass's voice was flat and without any fluctuations. Li De subconsciously raised his head. Glass looked at him and repeated. If you want revenge, just hate. Even if it means death, even if it turns into a super-great curse spirit, I must take revenge. I haven't seen that kind of awareness from you yet. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head again and briefly treated Li De's injury. Then she turned around and opened the door. When she was about to step out, she paused again and said, "Have you seen that thing?" Li De had no intention of interacting with the plot characters at this time and had no reaction. Seeing the other party's reaction, Karajiji laughed to himself. If we really saw what that guy Gojo looks like now, none of these guys would be able to survive. Glass left the room and passed a group of conjurers. She passed a lobby where there were many important people who were once said to support the order of this country. Yes, once. Everything has happened since that day when someone used the massacre of 33,000 people in Tokyo as a trigger, and then detonated an extremely huge barrier. Gojo Satoru went to fight back the enemy, but ended up falling inside the barrier. Subsequently, the boundary between the yin and yang forces in Tokyo was broken, and a large number of cursed spirits began to appear throughout Tokyo. The contrast in power between the cursed spirits and the spellmasters was completely broken. The group of spellcasters that was supposed to be strengthened as the power of the cursed spirit strengthened, and the next six-eyed spellcaster that was supposed to be born with the death of the six-eyed spellcaster, all remained strangely unchanged. The balance of the world was broken, and in the place where Gojo Satoru died in Tokyo, a terrible curse began to spread, and a phenomenon that might have been called a spiritual disaster in the Heian era began to appear. The night parade of 100 ghosts becomes a reality. The magic world collapsed as the Chanyuan clan was instantly destroyed, and a large number of living forces were killed, injured, or even annihilated. No one knew that at this time, he would finally stand up to break the barrier from the outside and save these magicians in the magic world. It turned out to be Xiao Jie, who had become the founder of Panqing sect, was rebellious and claimed to kill all ordinary people. Xiao Jie, who was once the strongest with Gojo Satoru, as the ancestor of the Panqing cult, saved the top leaders of the outside world, including the Prime Minister, and allowed the top leaders of the magic world to suffer huge losses. Eventually, the Panqing sect became what is now known as the Salvation Religion. This is not Xiao Jie's boast, this is the Japanese Prime Minister's affirmation. Yarrow Glass had a self-deprecating smile. Gojo Satoru, who was supposed to be like an arbiter, broke the balance between the curse spirit and the curse master by one person, allowing the curse master to gain an overwhelming advantage. Now he died miserably, and in the place of death, the most terrifying curse in history was born. Perhaps soon, he will awaken as the king of cursed spirits. Then, completely destroy the resistance of humans and sorcerers. Please, President, please agree to the nuclear explosion plan. Yes, we have confirmed that there are no living forces in Tokyo. Nuclear explosion is our most effective plan to end this disaster. The Japanese Prime Minister sincerely requested the President of the United States to launch a nuclear bomb on Tokyo. This scene made the mocking smile on the face of Jelly Glass even worse. She came to the deepest room, where Xiao Jie was. You know that nuclear explosion is useless, but you still let them do this? Glass's tone was not like dissuasion, but more like she didn't care about anything. Xiao Jie looked at Li De, who was following Jelly Glass. The other party was deeply trapped in negative emotions. This was a useful material. Nuclear explosion is useless for cursed spirits, but it can awaken the fear deep in the souls of tens of millions of monkeys who are still alive in this country. And that kind of fear is very useful. Xiao Jie had a smile on his lips. A correct version at 16,191 book in one forum. After all, if I want to fight an enemy like Wu, I don't have any confidence if I don't have the cursed spirits that are born out of fear. Gojo Wu is the strongest. Kaoyu pointed to the sky with one hand in the ground with the other, imitating the posture of Gojo Wu in his memory. But soon, the smile on his mouth faded. After all, he is not Gojo Wu, and he cannot understand or generate such strong emotions. The self-confidence and arrogance that constantly emanates from his bones may be the real reason why Gojo Wu can be the only one in the world. For a sorcerer, rationality is not a good thing. The strong emotions that are born from the bones and cannot be suppressed by rationality are the best qualifications for a sorcerer. You have triggered the hidden camp mission trial of the Millennium Magician. Mission description: to be with the Millennium Magician, it is necessary to control the magic power. Please survive and control the magic power in the trial of Noso. Success reward: get the special energy system magic power. Failure penalty: the camp reputation drops to negative numbers and encounters Noso's hostility. Bite Sangshu walked out of the house of the Itadori family. The sun was already in the center of the sky. Itadori Yujin cooked lunch and warmly invited Bite Sangshu to eat together. But Bite Sangshu just glanced at the poor boy, shook his head and walked out of the yard. Itadori Yujin is Noso's biggest trump card at the moment. If he says something extra, he may be assassinated by the Millennium Magician. From Noso, Bite Sangshu roughly figured out the changes and development of this world, combined with the reincarnation mentioned in the world description. Probably, at a certain time when Geto Suguru defected but before the 100 Demons Night Parade began, a group of reincarnations descended into this world because of a mission. The joining of the reincarnation has had an impact on the camp of Geto Suguru, the camp of high-level sorcerers, and the camp of Tokyo Sorcery Academy. It should have been a chaotic group battle. But the reincarnation with the number DM66616387, with an unknown special ability, cursed 33,000 Tokyo citizens, and used this to cast a special barrier to break the balance of power between the Yin and Yang worlds. Then, the strongest six-eyed sorcerer of the current generation, Gojo Satoru, who was regarded as maintaining the balance of power between sorcerers and cursed spirits, took action, but died in the barrier in a way that no one knew. According to Nozomi's speculation, it must be some kind of extremely evil curse that caused Gojo Satoru to be filled with resentment when he died, and was eroded by the environment of Tokyo, and his body and spirit became the embryo of the king of cursed spirits. This is different from Ryomon Sukuna, who was born an alien and completed his dominance in the Heian period when sorcery was at its peak. After his death, his fingers became special cursed objects because of his overly powerful curse power. Strictly speaking, the Curse King at that time did not turn into a cursed spirit himself, but his fingers, because of the overly powerful curse power, became the vessel of the cursed spirit. And with enough fingers, Ryomon Sukuna will be awakened. Gojo Satoru is his own spirit, and will turn into the king of cursed spirits. Noso was afraid of the mysterious man who killed Gojo Satoru that day, and also afraid of the six-eyed magician who would become the king of cursed spirits. He couldn't even imagine who could exorcise that kind of cursed spirit if it was born. Therefore, he had to hold Yuji Itadori by his side, and for this he gave up other bodies and chose the old body of Yuji Itadori Yasuke. At the same time, he secretly obtained 10 fingers, ready to revive Ryomon Sukuna at any time. Bite Sangshu left Yuji's home and came to a warehouse alone, outside which was parked the old pickup truck. This was where Yuji Itadori placed the patient, which was also arranged by Noso. For ordinary people to become a sorcerer, possessing spell power and spells are two basic conditions. The definition of spell power in the sorcery world is that most people actually have a certain amount of spell power, but the level is so low that even the cursed spirits cannot see it. As for Bite Sangshu, whether it is natural talent or because he now has 7 energy attributes and the special milestone of seeing spirits. At least in the eyes of Suwasuwa, he is a person with excellent qualifications to become a sorcerer. The trial of the millennial sorcerer for newcomers is simple and rough. To use spell power, you must naturally learn to control your emotions, control the flow of emotions and spell power, and nothing is more effective than facing a group of cursed spirits that have been born and are about to be born. Either learn to control the power of the curse and exorcise the cursed spirit, or die. Bite Sangshu pushed open the door, and the stench of corpses hit his nose. These bodies, who had been dead for who knows how long, were hidden in this warehouse. The warehouse was cast with a spell by Nozomi, so no one would notice any abnormalities, and all curses and negative energy were imprisoned in it. Nozomi was naturally not trying to protect the people around him. He asked Yuji Itadori to collect these bodies and bring them back to cultivate cursed spirits. After Bite Sangshu entered the warehouse, his eyes quickly adapted to the environment inside. Cursed spirits were not afraid of light, and the light-transmitting opening on the top of the warehouse was not sealed. The corpses lay on the ground, but several cursed spirits with long hair completely covering their faces were squatting in the corner. Woo! Woo! These cursed spirits turned around, did not speak, but just whimpered, and then pounced on Bite Sangshu.
In fact, Nozomi thought wrongly about one thing, that is, ordinary people face cursed spirits, especially cursed spirits that are very close to ghosts, and they have the instinct to be afraid. Fear is also a negative emotion, an emotion that can serve as a catalyst for cursed power. But Baeksangshu will not be afraid. Baeksangshu lowered his eyelids, walked towards the cursed spirit, and then stretched out his hand. Boom! A punch was thrown, and a transparent shockwave visible to the naked eye flew out in the air. Bang! The cursed spirit was instantly knocked away and hit the wall. Cursed spirits are actually different from ghosts in the usual sense. Cursed spirits are special life forms with entities. They can touch and kill humans, and can also be touched by humans in turn. It's just that attacks without curse power cannot cause effective damage to cursed spirits. Baeksangshu frowned. This punch had no effect. In other words, he did not grasp the flow of the so-called curse power. He did not master the power that made his negative emotions surge. Baeksangshu sighed secretly and continued to walk towards the cursed spirit on foot. Bang! 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 The terrible collision sound continued to ring, and Baeksangshu could not feel the so-called curse power. This is not the ability infusion obtained through the form of space recognition. This is the form of Baeksangshu insisting on touching the curse power himself. It is worth mentioning that contacting the cursed spirits did not allow Baeksangshu to complete the achievement of touching the spirit. Obviously, in the judgment of space, the cursed spirits and the spirit bodies are two different existences. Baeksangshu kept bombarding the bodies of the cursed spirits. These newly born cursed spirits were extremely weak, and their attacks were not strange. Through physical attacks, it was easy for Baeksangshu to dodge. So the scene became Baeksangshu's unilateral beating of several cursed spirits. Baeksangshu suddenly had a thought, and there were many negative emotions, not just fear, hatred, and resentment. He looked fanatical, and the corners of his mouth curled up. To be honest, your touch is not bad. And, it won't be broken. Baeksangshu suddenly became interested. He usually trained his limbs in martial arts with sandbags and iron sand, and lacked a sense of interaction. At this time, facing these living sandbags that could not be broken, his desire for destruction grew rapidly. That was an uncontrollable impulse for a person who was used to fighting and physical violence. Just like you have the power to smash a wall with one punch, but when you see a fragile body, you can't help but want to punch it. This is not because Baeksangshu is abnormal or something, it is the innate desire of human beings to destroy and attack. Children like to smash things when they see them, and want to trample on flowers when they see them. There is no other reason, destruction itself is an instinct rooted in human bones. Baeksangshu twisted his right palm and suddenly hit it out. Fox Shadow Flow Rakshasa Palm. Boom! The body of the cursed spirit curled up instantly, as if it was about to be shattered and flew backwards. Baeksangshu no longer cared about how to explore the use of cursed power, he began to regard this attack as a kind of practice. Constantly showing terrible physical violence. In the house of Yuji was cleaning the house, but Nose, who was sitting by the window, felt the constant bombardment in the warehouse and frowned. Could it be that I have made a mistake? This Tao Bai is just a monkey who cannot master the power of curse. It is not impossible to defeat these low-level curse spirits completely by brute force, but this so-called victory is a boring style that only monkeys can show off. Muzo took his mind off and began to think about what arrangements he could make if this chess piece was not useful. The identity of the red-robed man has always puzzled Muzo. For thousands of years, he has never heard of the existence of such a magician. Could it be the family of alchemy that circulated in the ancient empire next to it? Although Japan's yin-yang magic and curse magic originated very early, no one can guarantee that there is no older and more systematic magic system in that ancient empire with a long history. As for Geto Kagome, who is now pulling up the power of the curse world in Kyoto, Muzo doesn't care. He wants Geto Kagome's magic, but it's not the time yet. There must be people like Geto Kagome standing in the open, so that people like him can continue to hide in the shadows. This is Noso's philosophy of life. Many of his connections and power were actually deliberately arranged by him to be with Xiao Jia. The only reason was to make the red-robed man strike again. Only if the other party strikes again, Noso will have a chance to catch a trace. In comparison, the nuclear explosion was just Xiao Jia's boring resistance. If you want an extremely terrifying cursed spirit born from a nuclear explosion, I'll give it to you. As long as you can stop the cursed spirit transformed by the six-eyed magician, it doesn't matter if you can be the top magician for a few years or even decades. He wants Geto Suguru, the genius magician who has fallen from great good to great evil,
to become the so-called savior and the target of others. As Nozomi thought so, suddenly, a terrible roar suddenly sounded from the warehouse. Ming! A black flash of light instantly lit up and penetrated the barrier outside the warehouse. Nozomi slowly turned his head and looked at the warehouse again. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile that almost tore the skin of this rotten body apart. Really, an undisguised desire for destruction. Tao bai bai, is this what you call purity? A correct version at 16,191 book in one forum. You have completed the hidden camp mission trial of the Millennium Magician. You have mastered the special energy mantra. Using mantra will consume both spirit and energy. When spirit and energy are too low, mantra cannot be used. Bai Sangshu looked at the mantra spirit whose head was broken, purple blood flowed all over the ground, and could no longer stand up. He showed a look of loss. He clenched his fists and felt the energy that was completely different from Ripple Qigong. If the energy generated by Ripple Qigong is the energy flowing in blood vessels, flesh and bones, mantra is a kind of energy flowing in the special layer between flesh and soul. The cold numbness cannot be controlled by your muscles. In other words, the control of mantra cannot be called control. Instead, the mantra master is controlling the mantra, and the mantra master is using his own will and emotions to generate a strong intention to achieve a certain purpose. Mantra completes the operation in this way. Ripple Qigong is a positive, tangible, real power that can be controlled by oneself. Cursive power is a negative, imperceptible, and completely idealistic power. Milestone Black Flash, Rare, Progress Update, currently 1/3, Bai Sangshu's fierce punch, the desire for destruction mobilized the curse power in the body, which was completely consistent with the frequency of the punch, creating an explosive attack. The so-called Black Flash is a special phenomenon when the curse power is used to hit the body. Because the curse power itself cannot be completely controlled, the cursor cannot completely keep the impact of the curse power consistent with the timing of the physical attack when hitting the curse power. This will lead to two special attack methods. One is that the physical strength is too high and the punching speed is too fast, resulting in the curse power impact being obviously slower than the previous beat, causing the fist to hit the target first, and then the curse power impact causes more serious secondary damage, Jingting Fist. The other is that the interval between the physical attack and the impact of the cursed power is within 0.000001 seconds. At this time, the strong cursed power will be completely synchronized with the body, and the soul and the body will be united, causing an extremely terrible attack, causing the space to distort slightly, and the cursed power will also turn black. The power that burst out at this moment far exceeds the sum of the physical strength and cursed power of the sorcerer, and can reach the level of 2.5. It is one of the most advanced attack methods among the sorcerers. And because of the extremely harsh conditions, there are almost no sorcerers in the world who can actively use Black Flash before Yuji Itadori. Bai Sangshu was savoring it, and he punched again, and there was no sign of Black Flash. But the power of that punch made Bai Sangshu extremely happy. He looked at the other cursed spirits in the warehouse, his eyes showing greed. Dong dong dong. The warehouse door was knocked, and Yuji Itadori's voice sounded from outside. Mr. Tao Bai Bai, Grandpa said he has something to find you. Bang! Bang! A series of blows sounded, and Bai Sangshu then pushed the door open. His face was normal. Yuji Itadori looked into the warehouse and saw that the patients he had saved were now staggering. Ah, Mr. Tao Bai Bai, what on earth have you done? Don't be afraid, I'll come to save you right away. Hearing Yuji Itadori's voice, Bai Sangshu paused. He looked back at the boy who was supposed to be the son of the world, but was now being controlled like a fool. With his mouth raised, Bai Sangshu came to Nisoko again. His temperament and expression were completely different. Bai Sangshu tilted his head back slightly, his expression was willful, this was not intentional, but the cursed power was such an energy. Strong emotions will give rise to strong cursed power. On the contrary, strong cursed power will also give rise to uncontrollable emotions. That was Bai Sangshu's instinct at this moment to show Nisoko this is my true appearance, I will not be driven by you at will, and I am very strong, it is not impossible to kill you. You have awakened. Congratulations, Tao Bai Bai. You are no longer a monkey. Your behavior has been appreciated by the plot character Kensuo, and your reputation with Kensuo has increased. Currently, indifference, 78 out of 100, TSK. The corners of Bai Sangshu's lips curled up, showing a lot of disdain for this 1,000-year-old sixth man hiding in the body of Japanese monk. The other party is indeed a powerful conjurer, who has abandoned human principles, and can even take over a woman's body. Find the reincarnated twin brother Ji Jiring,
and marry him to give birth to Ji Jiren. This behavior is a container specially prepared for the two-faced Su Nuo. From a certain perspective, he is crazy enough and a powerful spellcaster with enough emotions.
But on the other hand, Kensuo is far less frank and direct than Liangnian Sunuo and Gojo Satoru. Regardless of whether it is Rangnian Sunuo or Gojo Satoru, they always firmly believe that they are the strongest, and their belief in being invincible complements their own strength. For the conjurer, the strong emotion of I am the only one in the world is the strongest reason for these two to reach the top. Kensuo is obviously far behind in this aspect. He has fear, worry, and a mentality of seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages. Even though he has been planning for thousands of years and has knowledge and techniques far beyond those of ordinary magicians, he still chooses to hide behind the scenes and hide in someone's shadow when facing the magician from 1,000 years later. Faced with a junior like himself, he still has to play these tricks of hypocrisy and coercion. Bai Sangshu raised his head and confirmed that judging from the qualifications of the spellcaster alone, which is a rather idealistic system, he is better than the other party, even if, an outsider like him, who has not even used the Xingda technique, the qualifications are not known. A very important point in the power system and spell return is that almost everyone's spells are actually born spells, which are abilities they are born with. But just because you're born with it doesn't mean you can use it. Even if one has the power to see the cursed spirit and has the birth spell, the structure of the brain determines whether the birth spell can be used. It can be said that this is a very special setting of this world, that is, in fact, these natural magicians and ordinary humans are indeed similar to two kinds of creatures. There are fundamental differences in brain structure. It's like mutants and ordinary people in the world of American comics. This makes Xia Youjie's monkey theory indeed somewhat convincing. Now, do you know who is controlling the remaining power of the magic world and wants to make the final struggle? Bai Sangshu thought for a while. Gojo Satoru was dead, the magic world in Tokyo was almost completely eradicated, and the only ones left were the group of people in Kyoto. Whether it is the Kyoto College of Magic or the wealthy families who have been rooted in Kyoto for hundreds of years. Bai Sangshu's eyes looked strange when he thought of this. He still had that special coat of arms in his backpack. Heraldry Shinto, in addition to improving the spiritual and energy attributes by 1 point each, it also has the effect of increasing additional Shinto reputation. In the Demon Slayer world, he has gained considerable reputation among the ancient Onmyoji wealthy groups such as the Hidden Camp Shinto and Tsuchimikado. Bai Sanju was very curious about what those old diehards in Kyoto would think of him if he took out that coat of arms. Are they those people from Kyoto? Kensuo nodded and added, to be precise, it is the so-called Panching sect led by Xia Youjie who is organizing the remaining guys to have a dream of nuclear bombing Tokyo to eliminate the spiritual disaster. But many people know that after the nuclear explosion, a new special-level curse spirit will definitely be born, one that is far more powerful than ordinary special-level ones. Based on the fact that this country has been unable to dispel the curse of fear of nuclear explosions for decades. You triggered the side mission, preventing a nuclear explosion. Task description: Japanese high-level officials decided to bomb Tokyo with a nuclear bomb, but this move was deemed invalid by Keisu and would cause other negative consequences to prevent the nuclear explosion from coming. Task reward: sea-level singular point *1, 3000 dimensional points. When Bai Sangju saw the triggered tasks, both the rewards and the task content were quite normal. But there is only one thing: the logic is abnormal. For Kensuo, whether there is a nuclear explosion or not, or even whether the nuclear explosion curse spirit will be born, actually has nothing to do with him. There is only one absolute dilemma in this land at the moment, and that is Tokyo, the city of death. In the once most prosperous area in Asia, a terrifying curse spirit that has never been seen before is being born, and there is also a terrifying reincarnation person who caused all the events hiding behind the scenes. Kensuo, Xia Youjie, and all the surviving figures in the magic world, regardless of their previous positions, should only consider this enemy now. Bai Sangju did not point this out. He nodded and accepted the task, and then proposed to let his Shito Kazuidi drive him to Kyoto. Yurito is still young, and he is too immature for that kind of long-distance journey. I'll arrange for someone else to take you there. Kensuo refused the request as expected and took the initiative to arrange for a man to take Bai Sangju out. Bai Sangju and Kong Suo looked at each other with smiles in their eyes, as if they had seen through each other's intentions. Then, Bai Sangju shook his fingers indifferently, turned around and left. He already understood the purpose of coming here. This mission to prevent a nuclear explosion is actually to send himself to Kyoto, to the front line of facing a spiritual disaster.
Whether he successfully prevented the nuclear explosion or was caught by Geto Suguru, he would be exposed to the camp that opposed the king of cursed spirits. Bite Sanshu guessed that perhaps the main plot of this world revolved around Geto Suguru and the cursed spirit Gojo Satoru, and the forces of other hidden camps would eventually mix their power into these two parties in some form.
Hello, Mr. Tao Bye-Bye, I'm Kong Shiyu, I'm here to take you to Kyoto.
Waiting for Bite Sanshu downstairs was a man in a black suit, with short hair and a calm expression. He drove a black Honda sedan and invited Bite Sanshu to get in the car. When Bite Sanshu heard the name Kong Shiyu, combined with some clues in the plot, he became more certain of his previous guess.
Kong Shiyu is a very coincidental character. He first served as the middleman of the punching sect and contacted Fushiguro Shire to assassinate Star Plasma, Ten Enrico, which led to Gojo Satoru's first death and awakening.
After Xiaoyojia defected, he helped Xiaoyojia violently integrate Pangsingyo and become a sect.
Even when Gojo Satoru was young, Kong Shiyu had tried to find someone to assassinate Gojo Satoru.
This guy is basically a member of Nozomi, and his appearance at this time just proves this point.
Moreover, it also proves from another side that Xiaoyojia is still under Nozomi's control. What Xiaoyojia wants to do now or passively does is Nozomi's will.
TSK, Lord Nozomi, can't you send a cursed spirit to take me directly to Kyoto?
You still need a monkey like you to drive a car in such a primitive way?
Bite Sanshu sat in the back seat, with the corners of his mouth raised, deliberately provoking Kong Shiyu.
But Kong Shiyu just smiled indifferently, started the car and got on the road.
Bite Sanshu looked at the contraction frequency of Kong Shiyu's heart and lungs, and the rhythm of his pulse. The other party was indeed not affected by this verbal provocation at all.
This guy is a smart man. But I don't like this kind of smart people. Kong Shiyu suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him.
He subconsciously shrank his back and looked at the rearview mirror. He saw Tao Bye-Bye staring at him intently. That look was full of hostility. This guy, maybe he is really a lunatic. Kong Shiyu wandered between the inner and outer worlds, did many things that were not allowed to be seen in the light, and naturally came into contact with all kinds of people. Whether it was a killer or a sorcerer, there were few normal people with stable mental state. But this Tao Bye-Bye still made him feel a little too dangerous. The other party's eyes and thoughts were unscrupulous. He was not afraid of the power of the adult in the inner world, nor did he seem to be afraid of the laws of the outer world. Because of the dramatic changes in Tokyo, the Japanese were panicked, and large areas of the streets seemed a lot more desolate. The rich had already fled to other countries, and most of those who stayed in Japan fled to the two ends farthest from Tokyo.
The car sped all the way. Kong Shiyu was in an inexplicably tense state. It took him just over 3 hours to send Bite Sanshu to Kyoto.
Bite Sanshu suddenly broke the side window, stretched out his body, and felt the strong wind blowing in the car that was driving at a speed of nearly 140 miles per hour. He saw the familiar yet unfamiliar scenery again. A correct version in the 16:9 book forum. The Kyoto in the world of magic is much more prosperous than the Taisho era. Outside the shadow of the ancient shrine, there are also high-rise buildings made of reinforced concrete.
Kong Shiyu, you know, I have never had good luck.
Kong Shiyu was in the car and could only vaguely hear what the madman said outside the car, but he couldn't help but look behind the car distractedly. The madman had almost leaned his entire body out of the car. At this speed, if he had a car accident, the other party would definitely become a pool of neat paste.
Bite Sanshu didn't feel any danger at all, on the contrary, he enjoyed the excitement.
He raised his left hand high, and the curse mark left by the Inari god was particularly conspicuous in the sun. So, Kong Shiyu, act with me, be careful, hey bang. The car body shook violently, and Kong Shiyu instantly felt that the car was leaking. He subconsciously stepped on the brakes and looked back to see what the madman was doing, but the other party was getting farther and farther away from his sight.
That madman actually jumped out of the car at a speed of 140 kilometers per hour?
You. Before Kong Shiyu could curse, a huge shadow suddenly enveloped him. He raised his head and suddenly felt cold all over, and his back felt a needle-like pain.
A huge cursed spirit fell from the air. Boom!
The vehicle hit the body of the cursed spirit, twisted and then exploded. Kong Shiyu pushed open the door and jumped down at the last moment, but the strong inertia made him roll wildly on the road, breaking several bones in an instant, and his muscles were also bruised over a large area.
Mr. Kong Shiyu, you are really unlucky.
The curse brought by secret ritual Inari God Strike will make Bite Sanshu suffer additional malice. Even if he walks on the road normally, he will be looked at unhappily and provoked. Not to mention this world with many cursed spirits.
Bai Xiangshu placed himself outside the car. The high-speed vehicle was like carrying a sign that attracted envy and kept moving forward. It was highly likely that he would be attacked by the cursed spirit. Kong Shiyu wanted to get up from the ground, but amid the roar of the cursed spirit, he can only turn his head slightly and look at the madman. He didn't understand at all that he followed orders and wanted to send the other party to the vicinity of the punching sect's territory without any arrangements against the other party. Why would the other party do such a thing suddenly? Bai Xiangju didn't look at the huge bird cursed spirit. Its huge beak and rather bloated body made this cursed spirit not very agile. He walked directly towards Kong Shiyu. The cursed spirit suddenly raised its head and pecked downwards. Sheila! There was a flash of thunder, and Bai Xiangju moved at high speed in an instant, came to Kong Shiyu, and grabbed the black glove who had done many things with one hand. I just don't like having a smart guy around. Yes, Bai Xiangju is not prepared to follow Ken Suo's wishes and join Xia Yajia's side. Whether or not there is a nuclear explosion has nothing to do with the main mission. In other words, if it is necessary to prevent a nuclear explosion, then with so many reincarnations in this world, someone will naturally carry out such a simple task. What Bai Xiangju wants to do is to truly understand the core essence of this main mission, spiritual disaster. That was the essence of the ability that led to the death of Gojo Satoru and the transformation of Tokyo into the city of death. The answer to this question is probably best understood by those wealthy families and religious figures in Kyoto who also inherited it from the Heian era or even earlier. And by doing this, Bai Xiangju naturally did not want a troublesome person like Kong Shiyu to follow him around or behind him. The cursed spirit pulled out its beak, and a pit several meters deep appeared on the solid cement road. Bai Xiangju lifted Kong Shiyu's neck and suddenly exerted force on his palms. Click! There was a clear sound of the throat being squeezed and broken. Kong Shiyu trembled weakly for 2 times and then lost his voice. You killed Kong Shiyu and obtained 50 dimension points. Milestone Murderer Progress Update, currently, 19/1000. Bai Xiangju grabbed Kong Shiyu and threw him high, while he turned around and jumped off the highway, running towards the distant shrine. The bird-shaped cursed spirit raised its head and swallowed Kong Shiyu's body. When it came back to look for Bai Xiangshu had already ran 2 kilometers away. After hundreds of years, Attractalodes once again stood under the gate of Fushimi Inari Taisha Shrine. The fireworks of this shrine in this era are much stronger. Unlike the Taisho era when the trust and favor were taken away by Suji Nizan, Fushimi Inari Taisha Shrine in today's era has even become a famous attraction. While receiving offerings, casual believers and those who do good things will also come here to add some incense. Bai Xiangshu quickly went up the mountain along the mountain gate path composed of thousands of torii gates. I wonder if it was his illusion. When he came to this shrine, he could feel that the curse seal on his left hand was slightly emitting a dim light. Kyoto was also affected by the fall of Tokyo. At this time, there were very few people in the shrine, and there were only a few priests. When Bai Xiangju came to the courtyard in the middle of the shrine, she saw an old man wearing a priest's robe, carefully cleaning the red leaves. He turned around and was suddenly shocked when he saw Bai Xiangju. You are. Bai Xiangju deliberately held the coat of arms and said, I have something I want to ask the Divine Master, but I don't know if he can be there? The old man bowed and saluted. Do you, Lord Divine Envoy, want to ask about the Taishan Mansion Monarch Sacrifice? Bai Xiangju frowned. Taishan Prefecture Monarch Sacrifice? The so-called Taishan Fujian Festival should refer to a special ritual in the native Chinese natural mythology. The Taishan god, Dongyue Emperor, has a very high position in Taoist mythology. The original intention of Taishan Fujian Festival is to pray sincerely to Dongyue Emperor and exchange one's life for the return of the life of the deceased. In the era when Yama Luo had not yet appeared in the faith, Huangquan was also under the jurisdiction of Dongyue Taishan Emperor. And this kind of yin-yang Taoism and even Taoist culture were introduced to Japan with the influence of the ancient empire on Japan. The name of Taishan Fujian Festival also appeared in Japan's yin-yang religion. But Bai Xiangshu also knew that in this infinite reincarnation world, which is mostly anime world, Taishan Fujian Festival is probably not the same as in the Eastern mythology. There is an animation called Tokyo Ravens, which also involves such a ceremony in the core of the story. Bai Xiangshu had never seen this kind of niche work, but recently he had been training with Xiao Ning for a long time and it was too boring, so he started to play some unpopular anime works. He didn't expect to meet it at this time. How do you know I came here to ask about this? Bai Xiangshu did not deny it, but continued the conversation along with the words of the Lord of God. He vaguely realized the problem. The other party called himself a messenger of God. Was it because he had established a huge reputation in the demon world, or because of the curse of the Inari god on himself? The old Lord of God felt the clear breath of the Inari god on the other party. There was no doubt that this was a real messenger of God, closer to the Inari god than the one who came before. In fact, half a year ago, a divine messenger came and asked about the ritual of the Taishan Fujuin festival. That is the secret of the Tsuchimi Kato family. They used it once after the war that swept the world, but it caused great damage to their family and even Japan, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it shook the country's destiny. I can only introduce the divine messenger to the Tsuchimi Kato family, and then that incident happened. The old god lowered his head. He felt that the Taishan Fujuin festival was like a curse. But he still hoped that the divine messenger would come to repair everything. This kind of thing is not something that the current curse world can solve. In other words, in his opinion, since the end of the mysterious and prosperous era of the Heian period, human magicians have no chance of solving this matter without the help of the power of the gods. Bai Xiangshu obtained some important information and has a clearer grasp of the current situation of the world. The Tsuchimi Kato clan is the descendant of the famous Onmyoji Abe Haruaki of the Heian period, and the story of Tokyo Ravens does mention that the patriarch of the Tsuchimi Kato clan, the Onmyoji Tsuchimi Kato Nightlight, once launched the Taishan Fujuin festival after the end of the sinful invasion war. But the result was a terrible spiritual disaster that broke out in Tokyo. Although in the story of Tokyo Ravens, Nightlight launched the Taishan Fujuin festival with the purpose of reincarnating into the descendants of the clan, it cannot be guaranteed what he wanted to do in the current world. The many worlds in the reincarnation space seem to have a certain degree of connection in the worldview, but because there are various branching world lines, you cannot guarantee where the other world lines in these worlds are heading exactly. The last question, Lord God, what are the characteristics of the previous envoy you mentioned? The old Lord God looked up and glanced at Bai Xiangshu. It seemed that because of Bai Xiangshu's question, he noticed that he should look at the appearance of the envoy, not just the glow. I didn't look closely, but that gentleman was wearing a white cloak and exuded a special smell. What Bai Xiangshu actually wanted to know was not the appearance of the reincarnationist. The reincarnationist in the eyes of the plot characters would be completely different from the appearance seen by other reincarnationists because there was no influence of the incarnation. Appearance is meaningless, but some temperament and habit characteristics are quite useful. Special smell, what kind of smell is it specifically? The old god thought for a while, he turned his head and looked at the woods under the mountain, and said, it's like no matter where he goes, the sun will fall on him, and in hot weather, he will also get a breeze, the kind of special smell that will unconsciously attract other people's attention. In the eyes of mortals, maybe he will be regarded as the son of destiny. The old god's description was poetic, but Bai Xiangshu frowned. This description does not seem like a simple ability, but more like a special feature that obviously exceeds the ordinary power dimension. Moreover, the description of Child of Destiny made Bai Xiangshu think of the special cards mentioned by the professor, the 12 heavenly stems, which are destined to be people. TSK, this world is really getting more and more interesting. Bai Xiangshu was also pointed out by the old god to the location of the contemporary Tsuchimi Kato clan. When the sun set, he came to this mansion located in the mountains and forests. As the direct descendants of Abe Haruaki, the Tsuchimi Kato clan almost represents the highest level of Japanese onmyoji. But at this moment, the mansion is quite deserted. When Bai Xiangshu came to the door, there was no one guarding the mountain, and no one to inform. He came to the center of the Tsuchimi Kato clan in such a dignified manner and met the white-haired contemporary Tsuchimi Kato family head, Tsuchimi Kato Okii. By the way, he also saw the long-haired man wearing a black cassock standing behind Tsuchimi Kato Okii. Strong murderous intent and hostility instantly surrounded by Kanine Zhu, and a cold aura, like a swamp, surrounded by Kanine Zhu. Bai Xiangshu turned around and saw a huge bird-shaped curse blocking the way at the mountain gate where he came from. And outside the courtyard wall, a plump female curse spirit with a completely hidden face was also floating on the wall. Master Tsuchimi Kato, your clan is not as deserted as you said. Another guest has arrived. Tsuchimi Kato Okii raised his head and looked at Bai Xiangshu. He was about to say that he didn't know him, but suddenly he saw the coat of arms in his hand. This person seems to be someone who was really kind to our Tsuchimi Kato clan, maybe he is a descendant. He stood up and bent over with difficulty towards Bai Xiangshu. This distinguished guest, our Tsuchimi Kato clan will always remember any benefactor who has helped us. He knew that kind of coat of arms was only awarded by the family and other onmyoji, Shinto, and other forces during the Taisho era to those who provided outstanding help to them. If you could come here with this coat of arms in the past, we would definitely be able to give you what you asked for, but now. He looked at his failed house and empty clan land with sadness on his face. Xiaojie waved his hand, and the special curse spirit Tamamo slowly disappeared. He looked at Bai Kanangzu curiously, and felt that the eyes and posture of the person in front of him reminded him vaguely of someone. The corner of his mouth that always seems to be teasing, and the expression that he tilts back slightly to look at people with his lower eyelids. TSK, looking arrogant. Bai Sangju also recognized Xiaojie, and thought that this so-called savior was really not a fool, and he actually found the real core of the problem in Dead Silence City. You misunderstood, Tsuchimikado, I'm not here to ask for anything from you, I just want to ask you. Check out the 16:9 book bar to see the correct version. Then, Taishan Prefecture June Festival, who did you entrust it to? Xia Yaojie's expression changed slightly. He had indeed realized that the power that caused Gojo Satoru to fall and turn the whole of Tokyo into a place of death was not a spell, but an onmyoji. Moreover, suspicion has also been placed on these traditional wealthy families who have lost their power due to the prevalence of spells. But this man, whose curse was constantly lingering like a scarlet flame, actually said his name. Taishan Prefecture June Festival? Is that the true face of that technique? The big black snake appeared from the shadows, and in just a moment, it entangled Tsuchimikado Okii. This is the era of spells. As the times change, the mysterious power of yin-yang magic has faded, and it has long been unable to compare with the power of spells, which is rooted in human emotions and fear. Mysteries will fade away, but human emotions and fears will grow larger with the development of civilization. Xiaojie's eyes narrowed in a dangerous arc. Bai Sangju looked at the distance between Xiaojie and him at this time, which was only about 7 meters. He took a step forward. Mr. Conjurer, you'd better not do anything unnecessary before I get the answer. I am very dangerous. The corners of his mouth quirked up, revealing the same dangerous smile. Xiaojie looked at this strange spellcaster from the corner of his eye, who didn't have very good spell power, and didn't take the threat seriously. Although the nature of the opponent's spell power does look good, after all, it is just the spell power of an ordinary magician. He stretched out his hand and pinched Tsuchimikado Okii's neck. The old head of the Tsuchimikado clan was lifted up weakly and whimpered. Xiaojie looked at Bai Sangju calmly and was about to speak when he saw the other person raised his left foot and stamped it violently. Bang! The ground shook violently. Xiaojie's eyes changed, and there was no trace of the other party in his pupils. This movement, this speed, reminded him of something not so wonderful. Xiaojie suddenly dropped Tsuchimikado Okii, and the first-level curse spirits like black snakes also crawled behind him at the same time. Many people actually misunderstand Xiaojie, thinking that he relies on magic spirits to fight. But in fact, Xiaojie's physical skills are very powerful. In terms of physical ability alone, Gojo Satoru is not as good as him. When the strong wind behind him hit his face, he turned around instantly, the magic power flowed, and he punched out. Sure enough, Bai Sangju appeared behind Xiaojie in an instant. He showed no reaction to Tsuchimikado Okii, who was thrown to the ground. Xiaojie punched him with a strong curse, and Bai Sangju also tilted his head slightly. Puff! Xiaojie's throat hurt, and his throat was instantly hit by a knife. The sound of broken cartilage sounded, and he realized what was happening. This guy. The opponent instantly appeared behind him and punched him. The opponent's speed did not slow down at all. He just tilted his head and dodged his punch with the most accurate range. Then the moment he walked past him, a hand knife struck his throat. Without any unnecessary movements, just with the most suitable speed and the most suitable power, he knocked himself down with one blow. When Xiaojie fell, the 3 big black snake curse spirits had just arrived in front of Bai Sangju. The magic power also appeared on Bai Sangju's hands. He looked down at Xiaojie and said, "Look, I told you, I'm dangerous." No, 3K second update, the big black snake suddenly opened its mouth towards Bai Sangju. Bai Sangju pointed his toes, reversed his center of gravity, jumped back in the air, and grabbed Xiaojie on the ground. Puff! The smelly breath spread, but Bai Sangju grabbed Xiaojie and kept retreating. He pinched Xiaojie's neck with one hand and placed his other hand on Xiaojie's waist. Reversal spells are not omnipotent. If you don't let these curse spirits stop, I will kill you immediately and escape. Compared with these curse spirits, Bai Sangju's method of dealing with Xiaojie is actually simpler. Seeing that the target of the curse spirit's attack was still focused on him, and the space did not give a kill prompt, Bai Sangju knew that Xiaojie in this world might have understood the reversal technique. Becomes quite difficult to kill. But Bai Sangju still holds the opponent hostage. He knows very well that if Xiaoyojie is really allowed to do what he does and thousands of cursed spirits come out, even if he has a backup plan like mysterious ritual Inari God Strike, he will submerged. Reversal technique is almost the most powerful universal ability in the world, allowing these spellcasters to gain a powerful recovery power that is almost equivalent to weak immortality from their originally not strong physiques. Of course, the reversal spell also has weaknesses. The essence of the reversal spell is to reverse the spell power of negative energy. A large amount of the spell power of negative energy reacts in a similar multiplication form and becomes positive energy. From this produces healing capabilities similar to those of holy light and additional damage to cursed spirits. Continuous use of reversal spells will cause the efficiency of your own spells to decrease. But in a short-term battle, if the magic node is not destroyed, it can indeed be regarded as a certain degree of immortality. In the domain battle with Ryoman Sunua, Gojo Satoru's body suffered almost non-stop blows, but he still used the precise operation of the unlimited technique and the heaven-defying reversal technique to stay alive. But the magician's magic power node is actually located in the lower dantian, where the flow of magic power converges. Xiaoyojie tried to struggle, but the person behind him was indeed just like the Tanyu tyrant Fuhishir that he and Gojo Satoru had encountered. His physical ability is completely beyond that of ordinary people, and a spellcaster like himself who is proficient in hand-to-hand combat cannot move. Bite Song Shu is already activated, transparency to the world. Although the spell power cannot be seen through, any body movement of Xiaoyojie will be seen through by Bite Song Shu. He could completely achieve the effect of attacking the enemy first and put an end to Xiaoyojie's struggles one by one. Bite Song Shu is indeed capable of killing Xiaoyojie at this time. As long as he uses Rakshasa Palm to completely crush Xiaoyojie's lower dantian and make the reversal spell unable to continue, he can completely end this super magician. But Bite Sangshu saw the cursed spirits outside the courtyard who were about to move. Hey, seeing that look in your eyes, I thought you were a lunatic like Satoru. What's wrong? You should still be sensible. Xiaoyojie's cervical spine was clamped by Bite Sangshu's hand. If he moved slightly, severe pain would be felt in his cervical spine, but he still smiled. Bite Sangshu could detect that Xiaoyojie was really not afraid of death. Even, he has the potential to self-destruct. Click, click. With a cruel smile on his face, Xiaoyojie twisted his cervical spine bit by bit and turned to look at Bite Sangshu. His eyes were careless, not caring about this fatal injury. You are right. If you kill me, those thousands of cursed spirits will go berserk and burn the entire Kyoto to the ground. There was ridicule in his smile, as if he was mocking Bite Sangshu for his greed for life and fear of death. But Bite Sangshu sneered, and then held down Xiaoyojie's head with his left hand. Click, click. Amidst the chilling sound of bones twisting, he turned Xiaoyojie's head back again. During this process, Xiaoyojie's body was out of control, and his cervical vertebrae were completely misaligned. Before being repaired by the inversion surgery, his body had various out-of-control reactions that were uncontrollable. Bite Sangshu threw Xiaoyojie away. Only a fool who has no strength and can't let go of his obsession will want to die. Plop. Xiaoyojie was thrown to the ground, and the reversal technique quickly healed his injuries. Bite Sangshu has discovered that although Xiaoyojie was restrained by him, he did not stop controlling the cursed spirit. Neither the Tamomo front outside the courtyard wall nor the big snakes attack the defenseless Tuyu. The door closes. Xiaoyojie is much more rational than the crazy attitude he shows. Xiaoyojie stood up and patted the dust on his cassock, not minding his own embarrassment or Bite Sangshu's ridicule. You too, the spiritual disaster in Tokyo should be the fault of our Tsuchimikado clan. But now, our Tsuchimikado clan's bloodline has withered. Even if we want to get rid of the spiritual disaster, it is impossible. Tsuchimikado Okiai, who saw the fight between the two, spoke at this time. No longer dodging and pretending to be stupid, he admitted that the huge disaster in Tokyo actually came from the terrible Onmyoji inherited by the Tsuchimikado clan, Taishan Prefecture King Festival. Back then, our ancestors were in Tokyo, trying to reverse the defeat of the war and reverse the fate of the country with the Taishanfu King Festival, but they ultimately failed, causing a great spiritual disaster in Tokyo, with many casualties. The Onmyoji lineage suffered a devastating blow, and our ancestor Yi Guang also died. Bite Sangshu listened to the old man's narration of history, and wondered whether this change was a change in the world line, or whether there were some facts hidden in it. But if it is true that the Tsuchimikado tribe is almost dead now, then Tsuchimikado Yeguang in this timeline will not use the Taishan Fujuan festival to reincarnate himself. As the most trusted Onmyoji of the Japanese military at that time,
he combined various Japanese religious techniques at the time and created the so-called imperial style onmyoji. It is indeed possible to reverse the fate of the country with the Taishan Fujuin festival. Xiaoyojie also leaned aside and listened to the other party's story. He also wanted to know what force caused his nearly invincible friend to die. 6 months ago, a special person appeared. He also held a coat of arms that made great contributions to our clan and won our trust. I don't know who gave him the spell. Maybe no one gave it to him. After all, the huge ceremony of Taishan Mansion King Festival is simply not something that a single onmyoji can accomplish. But in the end, he learned about the existence of imperial style Taishan Mansion Lord Sacrifice, which is the modified technique of the ancestor of Yi Guang. Then, you have seen the results. The old man sat slumped on the ground. Imperial style Taishan Mansion King Festival. Xiaoyojie repeated the name, his mind filled with thoughts. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Baixanju noticed Xiaoyojie's distraction. In his opinion, Xiaoyojie is really not a qualified leader, let alone a competent villain. When he was kind, he was too idealistic. Even if he fell, he still retained too many worries and thoughts. This kind of person was probably the type who could never commit any evil. So, it was that person who made a wish using the imperial-style Taishan Fujuin festival and exchanged the lives of 33,000 people for Gojo Satoru to be cursed to death? Baixanju feels that things shouldn't be that simple. Taishan Fukuin festival is not an ability that can be used by a single person at will. According to records, only top onmyojas such as Abe Saimai and Tsuchimikado Yokoko have used it when Shikigami and other preparations were sufficient. Tsuchimikado Yeguan, who could be called the strongest onmyoji of an era, also died because of performing the imperial-style Taishan Fujunji, and caused a spiritual disaster. Baixanju was suddenly startled. He looked at the old man and saw him looking away. The other party's heart rate was higher than before. He is lying, or in other words, he is covering up. Tread, tread, tread. The sound of Baixanju's footsteps made Tsuchimikado Okiai's heartbeat more violently. Xiaoyojie was looking at this side leisurely at this time and did not stop Baixanju from doing anything. Head of Tsuchimikado, if I remember correctly, after Tsuchimikado Yoku used imperial-style Taishan Fukuin festival, it also caused a huge spiritual disaster in Tokyo. I'm wondering, did that guy really set the location in Tokyo on purpose? Isn't it a coincidence that both spiritual disasters broke out from Tokyo? As Baixanju spoke, he put his right hand on the other person's shoulder. His breathing rate changed between his mouth and nose, and golden ripples began to swim away. Tsuchimikado Okiai suddenly felt that his old body became a little more relaxed. Neither I nor the tutor behind me can be considered a good person. Can you tell us the real secret of the imperial-style Taishan Palace Monarch Festival? Tokyo, the city of death and silence. A big man wearing a jacket and a beard walked out of the car. The old ghost waved his knife, and the smelly blood of the cursed spirits was thrown away. Several people finally arrived at the location of Tokyo. Not far away, the pitch-black dome is constantly expanding and contracting, as if it is nurturing new life. Wei Yixiao did not dare to fly into the air at this time. The concentration of curses in this place was too high. They had to replace the amulets on their bodies that were responsible for protecting against negative energy attacks almost every 5 minutes. Boss, are Gojo Satoru's body and spirit body here? Theoretically, we only need to destroy the corpse or spirit body, then the king of cursed spirits will not be born. Kai took 2 final puffs, put the cigarette down, and exhaled a thick breath. It's not that simple. A ceremony was performed in this place probably a few decades ago. The ceremony failed at that time, but for some reason, the information of the ceremony still remains on this land. That guy, Hakuman, probably stole the destiny of Tsuchimikado Yeguan, and under the guise of Tsuchimikado Yeguan's identity and destiny, he reperformed the Taishan Fujuin festival here, completed the ceremony, and triggered a huge spiritual disaster that swept through Tokyo. But Gojo Satoru's death is a bit strange. Before we are sure whether Gojo Satoru's destiny was taken away, we cannot conclude that the king of cursed spirits, who will be born is Gojo Satoru. The old ghost wearing a Prajna mask stopped teasing his teammates at this time and said, Gojo Satoru's unlimited techniques, combined with 6 eyes, coupled with the reversal of the techniques he has learned himself, theoretically speaking, his actual combat ability should be among the top in the strong level, by mean, other than using the so-called Taishan Mansion Lord Festival to directly pray to Taishan God, to curse him to death. Is there any other way? Kai also shook his head. Who knows, White Face is one of that adult's followers. I have only fought him once in a team battle before, so I can't be sure what abilities he has added now. A reincarnator of the Special Order of the 12 Heavenly Stems and a follower of the Most Powerful. This guy, TSK, is really troublesome.
Boss, we don't have much time. The first phase of the main mission is over.
I'm afraid either the King of Cursed Spirits will wake up and bloodbath Tokyo, or it will be a nuclear explosion.
Wei Ishio looked a little nervous.
No matter what it is, once the boss's plan fails and they fail to evacuate in time, the fifth element may be removed from the list today. A werewolf nearly 3 meters tall was walking from a distance, the scarlet light on its claws gradually dimming.
Bat, are you so scared? I really want to give something like a nuclear explosion a try.
If I can withstand a nuclear explosion, in reality, can I go to the surrounding small countries to dominate? Have you seen Bladeya?
The werewolf was very nagging.
This werewolf codenamed Yojio was called Ninth Brother by them. He was one of the most powerful people in the team besides the boss, Kai. Not only is the lethality powerful, but the vitality is also very terrifying. In the previous world, there were records of charging into the modern army and massacring hundreds of people. Of course, that army did not have heavy firepower. Brother Ninth, you should go to the goddess to adjust your bloodline later. I feel that your mind is getting more and more abnormal. Behind the werewolf, a bespectacled woman carrying a sniper rifle mercilessly complained about her companions. She can no longer stand the lunatic behavior of Yojo. The last world insisted on attacking the modern army alone, but this world has begun to dream of resisting a nuclear explosion.
The woman wears a baseball cap and has a flame-like mark on her right cheek.
She is codenamed Bazaar.
She is also Wine's bed partner.
The two have a relationship based on a team contract. Kai ignored the others and was still thinking. When they went to the last world, they suffered a sniper attack from White Face, and the team lost several members. Then before going to the last world, he obtained some singularities through trade, temporarily added members, and made targeted arrangements. This time I came to this world with White Face, specially, wanting to avenge my previous shame. But he didn't expect that guy, White Face, to be so crazy and turn the plot world into a mess. He had only seen this kind of behavior in those ferocious level monsters, completely turning Tokyo into a dead city. At this time, Kai suddenly felt a trace of regret in his heart. Perhaps he should not continue to be an enemy of this kind of guy.
Boom!
The loud sound startled several people, and they all subconsciously entered a fighting posture.
Boom! Boom!
The huge sound gradually became regular, and started to sound continuously.
It's the heartbeat, boss.
Wei Ishiao lowered his voice unconsciously, as if he was afraid of waking something up. He has realized that in the dark barrier, like a huge embryo, the King of Cursed Spirits has been successfully nurtured.
A heartbeat occurs. Roar! Moo! The roars of countless cursed spirits rang out from all over Tokyo.
Those cursed spirits became restless, and the power of the curse in the air even began to become visible to the naked eye.
Bang, bang, bang.
There was a series of explosions, and the amulets worn by several people exploded one by one.
Boss, what should we do? We must make a decision quickly.
Basha's voice was a little sharp, and she also felt some kind of fear. At this moment, the reincarnation person, Asu, who was responsible for analyzing the situation near the barrier, also turned back at the same time, with an anxious look on his face.
Boss, Bai Mian's situation doesn't seem to be good.
Kai crushed the cigarette between his fingers and made a split-second decision.
You have wine, Bazaar. You go and guard the perimeter.
If any plot characters or reincarnations approach, kill them directly.
If you can't kill them, try to delay them as much as possible.
Everyone else, come in with me. He pointed his toes, and his figure disappeared instantly. The next moment, the ground he stepped on suddenly collapsed. With strong fluctuations emanating from his whole body, Kai took the lead and rushed directly to the edge of the barrier.
This huge barrier was surrounded by the bones of several people wearing white onmyoji costumes.
This is a clue, and it is from here that Xia Yojie got the key information.
But, the fifth element is not the kind of team that is good at analyzing plots and discovering mission types. They are better at fighting.
Jiasu pressed the seal with his hand, and strong spiritual energy fluctuations appeared. The next moment, a hole was torn open in the dark barrier, and several people filed in.
Wei Ishio was in the distance, watching Boss Kai, Lao Gui, and others enter the dark barrier one by one.
He felt an inexplicable chill, but at this time, the commander of the peripheral personnel was Brother Joe.
This rugged werewolf didn't care about the danger. He just slapped Wei Ishiao and almost knocked him away. He joked, "Bat, don't look. Let's think about where to catch those guys you let go. You really need to kill more, the attributes are too low." Wei Ishiao moved his mouth twice, but he couldn't laugh at all. He didn't know if something was wrong with him or someone else. Could it be that no one noticed that dangerous feeling that almost froze one's soul? He looked down at his feet. At some point, a layer of cold water had appeared on the ground in Tokyo. Even though he was wearing shoes, he could still feel the biting cold from it. In the barrier, there is a girl wearing a white gold-rimmed cloak. She holds several dry fingers in her hand. Even in the dark and lightless barrier, surrounded by countless resentful spirits, the girl is still not attacked. What a bunch of idiots. Fortunately, I had part of Liang Miansu Nua's fingers in advance. Did those guys never think of awakening Liang Miansu Nua to deal with me? Heh, let me have some fun with you after this ceremony is over, Kai. You triggered the hidden mission, the end of the Tsuchimikado clan. Task description: the Tsuchimikado clan's nightlight created a huge spiritual disaster in Tokyo with the imperial-style Taizen Fukuin festival, paving the way for today's disaster. In order to apologize, the Tsuchimikado clan asks you to end the ceremony. Task reward, settled based on completion. Task penalty, none. When Bite Sangju and Xiaoje walked out of the courtyard of the Tuyuman clan, there was no sound in the courtyard. TSK, he is really a cruel guy. He shows no mercy to the elderly. Xiaoje squinted his eyes and mocked Bite Sangju. Your behavior is appreciated by the plot character Xiaoje, and your reputation with Xiaoje has increased. Currently, friendly, 12 out of 100. Bite Sangju raised the corners of his mouth, looked at this man who also spoke insincerely, and once again showed a smile that made Xiaoje feel nostalgic. Cruelty, kindness, old age, young age, are those things that important to you? Xiaoje, you are far worse than Gojo Satoru. Bite Sangju's directness made Xiaoje's expression stiff for a moment, but soon he followed quickly. He really saw the shadow of Gojo Satoru in Bite Sangju's demeanor, and Xiaoje did not deny the fact that he was inferior to Gojo Satoru. When he was young, he did think that he and Gojo Satoru were the same person, the same strongest. But when Gojo Satoru awakened after being killed by Fushiguro Shirji, and showed an expression of being the only one in the world, Xiaoje truly felt that he was far from being able to compare with Gojo Satoru. That is not the difference between spell spirit manipulation and unlimited spell, nor is it the difference in spell power. That is the essential gap between himself and Gojo Satoru. Xiaoje is a very weak person in nature. He needs many things to support his behavior. As he always emphasized, the strong must help the weak. He used this concept as his creed to support himself in constantly eating those cursed spirits that were like rags stained with vomit, and then used the cursed spirit manipulation technique, save more weak people. Just as he is deviant and wants to turn the world into a world where only spellcasters are left, the reason is also because of the harm suffered by others. Regardless of whether Tanuchi Riko died as an astral body, and Koji Uyuki told him that other astral bodies actually existed, his kind-hearted descendant died cruelly during the mission, the conjurer risked his life to protect ordinary people and exorcise the cursed spirits. However, ordinary people in a certain village were wantonly killing a girl with the power of the conjurer. Everything comes together to destroy Xiaoje's idea of survival, so he wants to go dark, he wants to degenerate, and he wants to take revenge on the world for this. This is a normal person who has strict emotional logic in all his actions and ideas. But for a conjurer, normal means not powerful enough. Gojo Satoru is completely different from Xiaoje. His protection of ordinary people is more like interest and more like a game. Just like humans will feed stray cats and dogs, just like humans will give alms to homeless beggars when they are in a good mood. It is a pastime based on oneself being far stronger than the other party. He protects people for no reason, and he doesn't need many reasons for killing. Gojo Satoru, who was officially awakened, found his true self. At that moment, when he saw those ordinary people from the Panching sect, he only said one sentence: "Are you going to kill them all?" There was no emotion at all, just as casual as asking Xiaoje if he wanted to step on these ants. Xiaoje has become more and more aware of this gap over the years, but essence is far more disappointing than any talent, spell, or technique. That's yourself, that's your soul, and you can't change it. But today, Xiaoje met another human being who gave him this feeling. Although this tall man was completely incomparable to Gojo Satoru in terms of spell power, the arrogance that almost emanated from his bones, the unruliness that was completely centered on self-judgment when the spell power escaped, was exactly the same. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. Compared to a guy like Satoru, naturally everyone will be far behind. However, sir, do you want to join our punching cult? If you want to do that kind of thing, you will definitely not be able to do it alone. The plot character Xiaojie invites you to join the punching cult camp. Do you accept it? Baitsanju didn't expect to go around in circles and finally return to this route. However, now I have indeed captured the clue to complete this main mission that is obviously too difficult. Click. Baitsanju stopped, and Xiaojie noticed that the bluestone slab that the opponent stepped on cracked instantly. The opponent's physical strength was truly astonishing and terrifying. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of spell could make the opponent's physical strength reach such a level without being bound by God's curse. Baitsanju looked at Xiaojie and suddenly said, "Do you want your best friend to rest in peace, Xiaojie? I have a plan." Baitsanju still had a smile on her lips, but Xiaojie sensed Senhan's murderous intent. But it happens that Xiaojie himself is a person who is not afraid of death and wants to self-destruct to some extent. That night, Geto Suguru suddenly issued an order that the Pansei cult and all the currently assembled sorcerers should move towards Tokyo. The Pansei cult headquarters was empty, with only the politicians still doing the final coordination work, and the security was replaced by military personnel. Yeri Shoko stood on the edge of the dead city, and the sorcerers who escaped from Tokyo, such as Kyuzukabe, were also scattered around. Everyone looked at the once prosperous Tokyo and was a little silent. Why, do you know the true face of that spell? If we enter Tokyo now, won't we be affected by the nuclear explosion? Yeri Shoko looked calm, and her personality was quite detached. After her last relatives and friends died, she was like a pool of stagnant water. Another former friend, Geto Suguru, in her eyes, also became like a walking corpse, being pushed towards the most dangerous place. Geto Suguru looked at the smiling Naoko when she was young, and now finally became like this after losing again and again, with the corners of his mouth raised, revealing a mocking smile. This damn world, if only we could have a nuclear explosion together. I felt more and more that maybe the madman's plan was the best. Don't worry, the nuclear explosion will stop. Kyuzukabe frowned. Those politicians don't seem like they will accept your orders. Japan has always been a model of separation between the surface world and the inner world. Thanks to the education that has always been there, although the sorcerers have power, they have never interfered with the surface world. Of course, the biggest reason is that the politicians in the surface world have actually been under the control of those powerful families. But now, with the population of Tokyo almost extinct, those powerful families have also been hit hard. Politicians have gained unprecedented autonomy. At this time, those madmen may want to nuclear all the powerful families. Xiaojie opened his hands, and cursed spirits began to appear one by one. They don't need to accept orders. Only madmen know how to deal with madmen. At the same time, Baitsanshu had arrived at the punching sect headquarters and knocked on the door of the conference room. Because he was also a member of the camp recognized by Xiaojie, he was not suspected. After Baitsanshu entered the meeting room, the politicians just looked up and continued to check the time and coordinates with the US side. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of Baitsanshu's clapping was too loud, attracting everyone's attention. The Prime Minister frowned. Didn't your patriarch tell you not to disturb our work if there is no major security problem? Baitsanshu smiled brightly. Everyone, now I report a major security problem. A killer has sneaked into our headquarters and is ready to kill all of you. Baitsanshu's words made these politicians nervous instantly, and many people were already contacting the guards. But the Prime Minister suddenly noticed the bloody footprints on the ground behind the sorcerer who delivered the message. You. As soon as he opened his mouth, Baitsanshu clapped his hands. Bang! The explosion like a stun grenade made these politicians scream in fear. Yes, you are really smart, Prime Minister, that killer is me. Baitsanshu laughed and rushed into the crowd. You killed Prime Minister Abe, and got 100 dimension points, milestone, update on progress of killing ghosts, currently, 27/1000, you killed a politician. While Baitsanshu was fighting, he was thinking that the ritual of Taishan Fujuin Festival was a very precious opportunity for the reincarnationists. If it were me, would I really choose to use this ritual to curse Gojo Satoru? No, if it were me, I would definitely use it to strengthen myself, just like that Yuan Matsunghao did. Baitsanshu guessed that he might have completely understood the purpose of the hidden and terrible reincarnationist. Ah! Help! Lida was awakened by the screams. He was in extremely poor condition at the moment, with sunken eye sockets and a haggard appearance. This was a sign of excessive mental exertion. He walked out of the infirmary of Ie no Shiko and found that not only Ie no Shiko was missing, but also all the other conjurers had disappeared. The strong smell of blood gradually brought his senses back to reality. He sneered, lowered his hands, and the dark spell continued to drip like liquid. Xia Yojie and Yaroglass were right. Only this kind of hatred, this kind of resentment that wants to burn the world to the ground, can allow them to take revenge. Spell power may not be as wide-ranging and has a high upper limit as magic power, but what the heck? I just want revenge, even if I can drag the fifth element with me and fall into hell, that would be great. He followed the smell of blood and staggered to the first floor. The door to the conference room was closed, but blood continued to flow from the crack in the door. He sniffed, and he had never felt this kind of bloody smell before. It was so wonderful, it was so appetizing. Maybe, before I die, I should try something I have never tried before. Li Di showed a malicious smile. Fui stretched out his hand, and the door seemed to be corroded and instantly began to melt under his spell. Bang! A black shadow shot out of thin air. Li Di instinctively raised his hand, and the dark spell power corroded most of the spherical object in an instant. Li Di looked down and saw a severely deformed head. Oh, what a coincidence, you're not dead yet. Bai Sangju saw the man who enthusiastically carried him halfway not long ago. He was completely different from the high-spirited look before. If his clothes hadn't changed and he still wore those iconic silver-white rings on his hands, he would have also. They won't recognize each other immediately. Li Di was in a daze. This lone wolf player has actually survived to this day? But what about myself? He lowered his head, and the spell power on his body became more intense. Bai Sanju felt the murderous intention rising for no reason, and as he breathed, golden ripples began to spread out from his hands. After they dispersed in circles, it seemed as if golden wings were floating behind him. Li Di, are you ready? Be prepared to die in this unknown place. Bai Sanju can probably guess what happened to the other party. It is nothing more than a story of a positive, friendly, and positive young reincarnation who was tortured by the dark and cruel reality and became inhuman. But he will not sympathize with the other party, let alone have any thoughts of tolerance. If you take action, I will kill you, that's all. Li Di sniffed, and a strong murderous intention came over him. Perhaps because of the power of the spell, he was more sensitive to the murderous intention at this time. This lone wolf, who didn't even have time to report his code name to himself and others, was indeed not a simple character. With his fierce aura, it seemed as if he had killed hundreds of people without knowing it. At this moment, the other party stood among the broken corpses, indeed looking like a murderer. He regained some sanity. Your life should not be wasted in a place like this. He turned around and prepared to leave. You have completed the side mission, preventing a nuclear explosion, obtain sea level singular point *1, 3000 dimensional points, under the pressure of death. The Secretary of Defense, who asked the United States to cancel the launch of nuclear bombs, was shaking like a sieve. Seeing that the task was completed, Bai Sanju patted the other party on the shoulder, and then said to Li Di, are you interested in seeking revenge on those who made this world a mess? He thought for a while and felt that this kind of rhetoric was not powerful for reincarnation people, so he changed his words. No, I mean, go find those reincarnations who killed your teammates to death, and have a fight. Li Di paused, then whimpered a few times before making a sound that sounded like it was spitting out from the abyss. Where? Bai Sanju walked to the wall, put his hands in his pockets, and kicked out. Boom! The wall instantly shattered, revealing a large hole, and a bird-shaped curse spirit was already waiting outside. Bai Sanju tilted her head towards Li Di and said, the city of death, Tokyo. The huge bird-shaped curse spirit flapped its wings and flew high into the sky after the two of them got on their backs. This is the car Xia Yojie prepared for Bai Sangshu, and the moment of decisive battle has arrived. The curse spirit flew extremely fast, taking the two of them to the sky above Tokyo in just about 40 minutes. The rich aura of death and curse made the curse spirit move faster and faster. At this moment, Bai Sangshu suddenly felt a murderous intention locking on him. He turned his head and looked at a tall building a few hundred meters away, and his falcon-like pupils began to focus. A woman wearing a baseball cap appeared on the roof of the building, pointing a gun in her hand. Bang! Bai Sangju didn't even have time to say a warning, the gun had already fired. The bird-shaped curse spirit was shaken, and a hole as big as a bowl appeared in the curse spirit's body, and a large amount of blood began to spurt out. Almost instantly, the curse spirit lost the ability to resist. Bai Sangshu knew that it was probably some kind of enchanted bullet or specially processed ammunition. These high-level reincarnations will definitely not be as reckless as themselves.
They will be prepared for various missions in the world in advance. Bai Xiangshu's palms were like knives in an instant, and while the curse power was flowing, it was directly inserted into the wings of the bird-shaped curse spirit, and then pulled up violently. Basha hit the target with one shot and saw that the bird-shaped magic spirit was about to fall, but suddenly raised its wings and began to glide from a high altitude. Her expression changed and she immediately issued a warning from the headset. "Brother Ninth, come quickly, I have a situation." She was very cautious and would never underestimate her opponent. As soon as she saw the dead cursed spirit beginning to glide, she put away her gun, turned around and started running towards the passage behind her. Sure enough, amidst the strong wind, the huge curse spirit was artificially manipulated to slide towards the building. It was like a plane crashing into a building. Boom! In the terrible movement, the cursed spirit crashed directly into the middle of the nearly 100-meter-high building. The glass wall shattered instantly, and the cursed spirit got stuck in it. Bazaar's steps were fast and her figure was very stable. At the moment of the impact, she jumped up like a civet cat, bounced several times in the corridor, avoided the impact, and instantly descended from the top floor to more than 10 floors. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. The sniper rifle in his hand was replaced by a shotgun that was more suitable for close combat. In just a few dozen seconds, she saw the dead cursed spirit, which was bruised and bloody. A figure seemed to be stuck in the cursed spirit's body and was being pulled out. Her eyesight was very good, and she instantly recognized the other person as the only one who escaped among the trio reported by Wei Yishuo. Bang! With one shot, the cursed spirit's flesh and blood instantly exploded, including the floor. This gun is extremely powerful, and the explosive power of ordinary-level reincarnators cannot be compared with the powerful thermal weapons. Basha shook the gun for a moment and loaded it again. The moment she jumped from the air, she aimed again and pulled the trigger. A huge force suddenly appeared from under her feet. Bazaar shot empty, and the floor shattered. At the same time, she looked extremely calm. The shotgun in her hand had disappeared, and the 2 grenades in her hand had been activated. Bai Xiangshu grabbed the woman's feet and wanted to smash the woman down directly, but the other party's reaction and response were terrifyingly calm. The 2 activated grenades were enough to blow up Bai Xiangshu together at the moment of impact. Bai Xiangshu's breathing was flowing, and her body became as terrifying as a rock. She took a step forward and twisted her center of gravity. Crunch! The muscles were torn apart with great force like bowstrings, making an unpleasant sound. Bazaar's heart moved. The huge force actually threw her from the downward slamming position into the air and threw her out of the window. Whoosh! Basha weighs less than 140 kilograms. With the weight of a reincarnation person and that kind of muscle density, she is already extremely light. The huge force can almost make her hear the sound of the air rubbing violently against her ears. His pupils shrank and he was thrown out of the window. Only then did she see clearly that the guy fighting her had blood-red skin, was wearing a pink robe, and had an ugly face. Boom! The high explosive grenade in Basha's hand exploded in the air, and she herself was wrapped in it. Bai Xiangshu's heart moved. There was no killing prompt or even attack prompt. The other party has special abilities. Bai Xiangshu dwarfed in an instant, then stepped on his feet, and his figure instantly bounced onto the roof. After a few more kicks, the person disappeared instantly. At this time, a blue portal appeared on the wall, and the woman jumped out of it holding a shotgun. She didn't expect the guy to be so agile, and she had killed many good players with this move. Boom! 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 The wall shook violently. Basha kept following the position of the sound. The other party was upstairs. She looked towards the corridor, but there was a sudden rumble above her head. As countless cements fell, the red figure, dragging a light like golden wings, fell from the sky in an instant. That palm was twisted to the extreme. Basha had excellent dynamic vision. At this time, she tried hard to turn around and raise the muzzle of the gun, but the opponent's speed was astonishing. She could only watch as the extremely twisted palm spread out in an instant and struck with a palm. Basha raised her arms. Poof, bang! The strong twisting force twisted Bazaar's right arm in an instant, and then exploded into pieces in the next moment. Bai Xiangshu's immortal Rakshasa palm hit the woman's chest with a straight palm. Bazaar flew out in a spiral. Bai Xiangshu's left hand flashed with light, and a revolver appeared. He didn't even aim, and instantly raised his hand to open it. Bang bang bang! 3 shots in a row. Roar! Amidst the terrifying roar, a tall figure suddenly crashed into the ceiling below, instantly blocking the woman. None of the 3 bullets deflected, and they all hit the opponent's face.
But the tall human wolf just tore it apart casually, and the bullet-laden flesh and blood fell to the ground. Yojio has been killed. At this time, Li De had just pulled out his body from the cursed spirit that had been completely corroded by himself. Although the battle between Bai Xiangxu and Basha used frequent tactics, in fact, from the very beginning when Basha shot, to when Basha's right arm was shattered with the palm of her hand. And it was only less than half a minute. Werewolves, have wine. Li De saw this iconic giant human wolf and instantly realized that the two people in front of him were the core members of the fifth element. He showed a smile that was uglier than crying. It's so nice to meet you, ah. Amidst the sharp roar, the dark magic power boiled instantly. In the drunken wolf state, he was nearly 3 meters tall. With a wave of his hand, he shattered the ceiling of the first floor upstairs. Bai Xiangxu noticed that the claws of this human wolf were emitting a scarlet light. His claws did not touch the ceiling, but the wall panels on the ceiling and the cement partition between the two floors were directly torn apart. This guy is very strong. Yojio lowered his head, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth unconsciously. He looked at the appearance of the two people and said with disdain, "You are the two little fishes that escaped from our hands. You didn't cherish your lost lives, and you dared to die. That's ridiculous." He stepped forward directly and approached Bai Xiangxu. "Be careful, ninth brother, that guy is not simple." Basha leaned against the wall and calmly took out the hemostatic spray to stop the bleeding from the wound on her broken arm. She kept looking at Li De. She and Yojio cooperated tacitly. She knew without saying a word that the other party planned to break through forcefully and kill him first. The stronger guy. Li De didn't expect that these enemies of his were right in front of him, but they didn't even look at him. That sense of humiliation made him even more resentful. The spell became stronger, and his pupils began to turn dark. Li De suddenly raised his hand, and the strong spell power condensed briefly, and then he waved directly at Basha. Poof! The human wolf stretched out his hand, and his arm was instantly corroded and dripping with blood. Bang! The shotgun roared again, and Li De was instantly blown away. There was a flash of light on his chest, and the amulet was broken. Li De was still in a daze and fell from the window broken by the cursed spirit. The fifth element, these core members are not only strong and experienced individually, but also very skilled in cooperating with each other. The human wolf saw that Bai Xiangxu was motionless and couldn't help but laugh. Are you scared out of your mind? Boy, you won't do anything at this time. Bai Xiangxu calmly looked at this human wolf whose attributes were probably beyond the extreme value. The destructive power of the other party's casual blow was almost comparable to the Rakshasa palm when he was using Ripple Qigong. And he has a special bloodline with extremely strong resilience. Interesting. No one told you that you talk a lot? Bai Xiangxu shook his neck and spoke with a smile. Yojio originally planned to ridicule the other party, but he didn't expect that this ugly guy in his incarnation would actually retort and talk too much. He was often complained by his teammates. So Yojio's face instantly turned cold. He bent his right hand, his claws exuding cold light, and his knees bent down. The body with a completely different muscle structure from human beings accumulated terrifying power in an instant. Boy, do you have any last words? Yojio's inability to control his trash talk is part of the influence of his bloodline. His bloodline allows him to gain vitality and wildness beyond human beings, but at the same time, he will also lose a certain amount of rationality and self-control. Bai Xiangxu shook his body, and his muscles and bones made clicking sounds. Faced with the provocation of the human wolf, he only jumped twice, and then his body sank slightly. He waved at the human wolf with his left hand and made a funny sound in his mouth. Movement. Aha, aha. At the moment when he was drinking, he felt the blood rushing straight to his forehead. He could no longer suppress his murderous intention, and his strength exceeded 20 points in an instant. Boom! The floor shattered in an instant, a large hole nearly 2 meters wide appeared, and he himself seemed to have disappeared. Bai Xiangxu's pupils trembled slightly to focus. The human wolf had appeared in front of him. His right paw raised high and swiped down violently. Judging from his movements, he wanted to tear Bai Xiangxu in half. But when Atractylodes breathes, it seems like white clouds appear from between the mouth and nose. He inhaled a large amount of air in one breath, and the muscles of Atractylodes were constantly trembling, and his body completed the adjustment in an instant. He stepped forward with his left foot and bent his body toward the ground, his center of gravity so low that it almost defied the laws of physics. Bai Xiangxu could almost feel the whimpering sound in the air when that giant claw exuding scarlet luster passed in front of him. Poof! The wall looked like it was made of paper, and huge scratches appeared instantly. The human wolf hit the air with one claw and reacted instantly, but the guy on the ground was already like a spiritual snake, coming from under his feet to behind him. Bite Sanju raised his palms and pressed them on the wolf's waist and thighs for a moment. Arrow style, Chow style, Lu. The completely irresistible force burst out in an instant. Yojo felt that his own inertia was completely unstoppable at this moment. After he burst forward and hit the air with his claw, the opponent's force matched his own force, causing him to twist in an instant, flying out across the sky. Boom! The human wolf crashed out along the wall that was smashed with his claws, and fell from a height of dozens of meters. Basha's pupils shrank. She didn't expect that the powerful Jyogu would be knocked down with just one move. Her heart sank, and with a shake of one hand, she loaded the shotgun. Holding the shotgun under her arm, she turned violently, and at the same time, the blue portal appeared again behind her. This is a rare prop she got, a portal, from a certain game world, which can be used a limited number of times after being charged at a high cost. He has saved her life several times and killed his opponents. Now, she wanted to do it again. Boom! The entire floor collapsed in an instant, and Basha panicked inexplicably. Her steady left hand began to tremble for the first time. Bang! The shotgun fired first, but it didn't hit anything at all. The next moment, a strong wind blew in her face, and the opponent's figure appeared in her eyes as a long and blurred afterimage. This guy is really fast. Basha thought so in her heart. Puff! Xiandao magic spear. The golden ripples splashed like a blow, and Bite Sangshu instantly pierced the woman. The amulet in front of the opponent flashed and was shattered. Bite Sangshu's physique at this time had reached 18 points when the ripple qigong was running, and he would no longer break his hand bones with a magic spear. He clearly felt that he stabbed into the opponent's chest with one palm, and then completely shattered the internal organs, and the force vibrated in it. The woman trembled, and her heart exploded. Bite Sangshu shook hard, and the woman's body fell from the air. A figure who used the corrosive spell power to climb on the glass wall of the high-rise building saw the falling woman's figure, roared, and slapped out, and the woman's body began to dissolve in the air. The smelly flesh fell from the air. Your teammate BS88565547, Baza, has died. The werewolf fell to the ground from dozens of meters in the air. At this moment, he was tearing the side wall of the building and crawling up quickly. But a scarlet handwriting appeared in front of him, which made him startled, lost his balance, and slid down the wall again. Baza is dead? Yojo felt a burning pain on his scalp and spine. The cruel truth that he didn't want to admit pierced his psychological defenses bit by bit. The werewolf's painful roar echoed in the city of death. A correct version in 16,191 book and 1 bar. Wei Yixiao, who arrived late at this time, saw the reminder of Baza's death while gliding, and was shocked. He instantly fell on the roof of a building next to him. He immediately contacted the captain through the unlimited channel. Boss, something happened here. Boss? There was no echo in the radio, only constant noise. The fear buried in his heart began to erupt little by little at this time. He thought of the characters who had entered the city of dead silence from another direction not long ago. Because there were too many cursed spirits, the boss asked the 3 of them to enter from the opposite side. At that time, he could still contact the boss in Ague, but now, the contact has fallen into the sea. Woo! The terrifying wolf howl began to sound. Wei Yixiao could understand the sadness of Brother Jiu at this time, but he knew very well that losing reason at this time would be extremely dangerous. Wei Yixiao gritted his teeth, jumped off the roof again, and began to glide. He saw the werewolf grabbing the wall of the high building, constantly jumping up, his eyes were red, and his body swelled a little again. He understood that Brother Jiu had gone completely crazy. Brother Jiu, calm down, Brother Jiu. Wait for me to give you the location information. Click, beep. The radio was torn apart by the werewolf. Wei Yixiao watched helplessly as the tall werewolf tore the outer wall of the building and entered a combat environment that was not suitable for him again. No, Brother Nine is completely unable to communicate. Wei Yixiao suddenly panicked. He took out his javelin and shot it at the other target crawling on the glass outer wall, but the other party instantly got into the building. Wei Yixiao didn't dare to follow him in, so he could only keep circling outside, feeling extremely anxious. Yojo entered the building, swung his claws, and a scarlet light flew out. The body of the bird-shaped cursed spirit shattered instantly. Soul-scattering iron claw. Come out. Waste, come out and fight with me. Yojo completely lost his mind and turned into a real mad wolf. He kept bombarding the walls of the building, even breaking the load-bearing walls. Bai Xiangshu listened to the movement, raised the corner of his mouth, and calmly grabbed the scarlet card in front of him. You killed the reincarnation BS88565547 in the team competition type world, sin points +1, currently, 3, the private space of the reincarnation BS88565547 has been integrated into your private space. You can check it after entering the space. You got a scarlet drop card *1, Bai Xiangshu stood under the broken building, looking at the mad werewolf above, and suddenly clapped his hands. Snap! Snap! Yojio's ears moved, and he heard the movement and looked down from the building. Bai Xiangshu held the scarlet drop card in his hand and shook it at the werewolf. That woman, not bad. This sentence undoubtedly completely shattered the last string in Yojio's heart. He roared, suddenly jumped directly from the broken floor, and swept his claws. The scarlet claw light completely cut the building in half in an instant. Bai Xiangshu jumped up lightly, his body curled up like a ball. As he turned in mid-air, he heard the sound of the building breaking and collapsing. He tapped his toes and jumped out from the side as if he had no weight. Don't run! Like a roar from hell, the wolf's eyes turned white. In an instant, he broke through the limit, stepped on the air, shot down, and actually reached out to grab Bai Xiangshu. The building also collapsed at the same time. Boom! Everything was buried in dust. Wei Yixiao hovered in the air, not knowing what to do. Boom! The ruins were suddenly lifted up, and a huge human wolf more than 3 meters tall stood up from it. He looked up to the sky and roared. Woo! Wei Yixiao saw this scene from the air and felt relieved. Brother Ninth had won. But the next moment, bang! A ruin exploded. The familiar pink robe appeared again. Bai Xiangshu looked at the large piece of flesh and blood that had been torn off his right leg, and then looked at the human wolf roaring up to the sky. Golden ripples flowed, and the blood in the wound healed quickly. At the same time, a numbness appeared, and the injury was getting better quickly. Thump, thump, thump. The violent heartbeats sounded from Bai Angzu's chest. His body also began to swell, with muscles bulging, and his streamlined figure suddenly became as exaggerated as the Hulk. Bai Xiangshu raised his left foot high, almost at the level of his eyebrows, and then stepped down with a bang. Boom! The broken brick wall exploded in an instant, and the terrifying sound was like a high-explosive grenade exploding. The human wolf turned back instantly, only to feel the terrifying air current sweeping in like a violent wind. The human wolf's eyes turned white, and he violently tore the air with his claws. Bai Xiangshu didn't dodge, and suddenly punched out, the fire-like momentum rising explosively. Bang! Bai Xiangshu's fist hit the opponent's palm instantly before the human wolf's claws tore through the air. The huge forces collided, and there was an explosion in the air. A circle of blazing white smoke spread from the place where the two men met. After a brief stalemate, the werewolf roared, shifted his center of gravity forward, and violently carried out his actions to the end. Bang! Bai Xiangshu flew out instantly. The capillaries on both men's arms were broken and blood spurted out. But the wolf is very feral, and this pain will only make him more bloodthirsty. Yojio's movements were old, and he lay down. He simply used his hands as feet, and exerted force on all 4 legs at the same time. He was really like a huge wild wolf, running wildly among the ruins. For the first time, Bai Xiangshu experienced the feeling of being crushed by someone in this head-on confrontation. While flying in the clouds and mist, he suddenly exerted force on his waist, turned upside down in the air, and rolled violently like a meatball, dissipating the huge force. When he landed, the injury on his arm had been healed by the level 7 ripple qigong. Interesting. Seeing the human wolf running towards him on all 4s, Bai Xiangshu seemed to have not accepted the lesson and rushed away again. The human wolf suddenly pounced from the air. Bai Xiangshu, transparent world, opened it in 1 step, and tightened the spiral of his right palm. Rakshasa palm. With a palm strike, the wolf also did not dodge, and scarlet light appeared from both claws. Soul-removing iron claw. Scarlet light burst out of his body in an instant, and the white Xiangshu Rakshasa held it in his palm but did not release it. In the physical battle, because of his perfect body control ability and transparency to the world, he had the effect of being first in line. Before the opponent's move is released, he can see the reality of the opponent's movement. Therefore, as soon as the human wolf's soul-removing iron claws came out, his center of gravity shifted under his feet, he exerted force on his heels, and he suddenly turned his body upside down. Like a crane that ignored gravity, he instantly jumped 4 or 5 meters into the air, floated back, and retreated. Puff! The ruins of the broken building were chopped into pieces in an instant. The claw attack of this human wolf is not like a physical skill, but more like a slashing attack, and its lethality is terrifying. The man-wolf's blow missed. He turned around instantly and fell to the ground with an almost complete loss of balance. However, he bounced up again and suddenly grabbed Bite Sangshu. Bite Sangshu could tell that this guy's movements were definitely not that of a martial artist or fighter, they were completely driven by wildness. This guy has completely lost his mind. When Bite Sangshu landed, the ground shook again. He used the steps of arrow-style fire sky-type fire when he landed from high altitude. The terrifying explosive power brought by it was even more prominent, but it would only cause tears to his own muscles. Crack! But with the restorative power of Ripple Qigong, a certain degree of self-destruction was also planned by Kan Shu. The human wolf once again missed with one claw, but Bite Sangshu's explosive speed brought him behind the human wolf, and, immortal Rakshasa palm, struck out instantly. Bang! With whine, I felt severe pain in my lumbar spine, and my steel-like muscles were twisted in an instant. He stumbled instantly and fell to the ground. Only then did Atractylodes exhale the turbid air in her lungs, which filled the air like white smoke. The skin on his body was red, and there was a faint white mist all over his body. His posture was completely different from his normal state. The werewolf's muscles swelled and his eyes turned white. He was breathing heavily and didn't even bother to check the space prompts. There was still only anger in my mind. That kind of anger has affected his battle choices, and Bite Sangshu sneered because of this. You are very weak. Bite Sangshu watched this power go beyond the extreme. Even if he turned on his talent, the human wolf was knocked away with a punch, and he still felt that the opponent was weak. In a sense, he is even weaker than the clown Evans he first met. There is absolutely no consciousness of being a reincarnation person. You enjoy it when you kill, but you feel helpless when you are killed. It's so weak. Bite Sangshu actually didn't understand why these veterans, who were supposed to be used to fighting, lost their minds because of the death of their companions. He didn't understand what the so-called bonds and feelings were. It was like he had never felt anything like that. The madness of human wolves, in Bite Sangshu's view, is weak and unqualified. The wolfman didn't listen to Bite Sangshu's nonsense. He just used his claws to tear open his twisted and torn muscles, and then turned around with blood. I want to kill you, no. I want to eat you, ah. The wolfman suddenly screamed. Bite Sangshu frowned, and the wolfman suddenly raised his foot violently, and a figure was pulled out of the ruins like a carrot. At the same time, it can be seen that the wolfman's right foot has been corroded into bones. Li De was covered in dirt and blood, one of his ears was torn, and most of the flesh on his face was missing. His cursed power without birth technique, relying on a little feature alone, was not enough to completely protect him from the collapse of the building. But Li De waited for the opportunity with the help of drugs and amazing resentment. He was kicked out, and the wolfman raised his hand instantly, and the scarlet light passed through his body. Puff! A pair of thighs fell neatly, and the hands in front of him were attached with strong cursed power and were not cut off. Li De fell to the ground, and he roared in pain or pleasure. Ha, ah! He gasped, and blood began to spurt out from his mouth and nose. The werewolf was still wailing in pain, and he had to cut off his right leg to avoid the erosion of the curse. The right leg disappeared completely below the knee, forcing the tall werewolf to land on his hands, losing the ability to swing his hands at will. Quick, kill him! Li De was like a madman, not caring about his thigh that was bleeding. That kind of slash almost certainly cut the artery in his thigh. Seeing that Bite Sangshu did not react, Li De used both hands to pull the ground hard to get closer to the injured werewolf. He was not afraid of death. On the contrary, death was a relief, but he wanted revenge and wanted to see the enemy suffer. The howl of the werewolf was the most beautiful sound he had ever heard. In Bite Sangshu's chest, the violently beating heart suddenly calmed down slowly. He felt a little bored. The fight between these two people could not be called a fight at all, nor could it be considered a fight. It was just a primitive hatred. A self-destructive attack that violated biological instincts. Because, companions? Bite Sangshu recalled Li De's two companions and found that he had never paid attention to their appearance and codenames. He only knew that one was a sniper and the other was a spellcaster. He only cared about the other party's ability as a reincarnation, and these two seemed to have expectations for other functions of their companions. Perhaps it was spiritual comfort, or perhaps it was the joy of bed. Puff! The wolfman inserted a claw into Li De's back, and Li De also raised his hands at the same time, and the dark curse power spread to the wolfman's hands. But the wolfman was already alert at this time, and instantly threw Li De away like a rag. Li De's body rolled on the ground, blood flowed all over the ground, and his body began to twitch. That was the desperate struggle of various organs in the human body to try to survive. But the chance of life was getting less and less. A figure came to Li De's side. Li De turned his head and saw the ugly face that made people feel uncomfortable in the darkening vision. A strong will suddenly burst out from his body. A correct version in the 16:9 book forum. Kill him, please. Reincarnation PO33144477, Li De, initiated a transaction with you, you got the item, weapon arm telekinesis ring *2, you got dimension point 3321, you got. The transaction failed, reincarnation PO33144477, Li De, has died. Bai Sangshu had no expression on his face, looking at Li De whose last bit of life had dissipated in his eyes. The other party's body slowly turned into a scarlet luster, condensed into a scarlet drop card, and appeared in front of the werewolf. He didn't even have time to give all his things to Bai Sangshu. What a failed deal, Li Da. The werewolf was crawling on the ground at this time, and the broken leg was trying to grow back, but even if his vitality was so strong, it would still take some time for the broken limb to regenerate. Usually at this time, Basha would use the portal to take him to retreat temporarily, and relying on Wei Yixiao's high-altitude vision, the few people would retreat to the team. With the cover of Lao Gui and Boss Kai, he could recover as before. But this time, Basha died. You have wine, roared. Wei Yixiao in the sky held a javelin in his hand and began to hover at low altitude. He was pale and so nervous that he could hardly breathe. Bai Sangshu suddenly laughed at himself. I really don't understand you, you are all reincarnations, what is the point of doing these sensational dramas? You are all so affectionate and righteous, doesn't it make me look like an alien? Bai Sangshu's hand flashed with light, and 2 high-explosive grenades appeared. He pulled the ring and threw them at the werewolf. The werewolf exerted force on one foot and jumped up instantly. But Bai Sangshu had already appeared in his hand, Terminator grip. He pulled the trigger towards the air. Bang! Bang! The close-range shotgun was very powerful. After 2 shots, several blood holes appeared on the werewolf's body and his body was also beaten. Bai Sangshu continued to pull the gun and load the bullet, acting like a qualified shooter. Shotguns are something that almost everyone can be a good shooter as long as you dare to use them at close range. Bang! Bang! There is wine, felt pain all over his body. The impact of losing a leg on him was far greater than he had imagined, and his mobility slowed down too much. Swish! A javelin shot from the air. Bai Sangshu paused, and the javelin stabbed in front of him. The gun in his hand disappeared. He grabbed the javelin, took a big step, and shot it directly at the werewolf while jumping high. Puff! Yojo turned around to avoid it, and the javelin sank into the cement for nearly 1 meter. The fear of death passing by suddenly appeared in Yojo's heart. He suddenly felt scared for no reason. Bai Sangshu listened to the werewolf's violently beating heart suddenly change frequency, and his breathing became flustered. His expression became more boring. How could a reincarnation who showed such a passion for killing be afraid of his own death? Bai Sangshu suddenly stepped hard on the ground. Boom! The violent vibration sound instantly alerted Yojo. His head shook quickly and his pupils contracted violently, trying to find the other party's trace. But there was no movement around. Disappeared? No, Yojo turned around and found that the other party didn't move at all. He really just stomped his feet on the spot and didn't move at high speed. At this moment, Yojo also realized his own problem. He was afraid of the other party. Bai Sangshu shook his head and blamed himself for feeling that this werewolf was very strong for a moment. The other party's performance in the battle was not even as good as that woman who used hot weapons. Boom! There was a terrible earth-shaking sound again. This time, Yojo subconsciously looked at the enemy's position just now, and then when he saw nothing, his heart sank. Chiss! Like a muffled thunder breaking through the night sky, the air was filled with a faint smell of burning. The pink figure rushed straight from the front. Yojo raised his claws, and the scarlet luster emanated. Blood dripped from his claws, and he slashed out with some kind of power. Soul-scattering blood claw. Puff! Before the claws raised high were swung down, the figure had already appeared in front of him. The golden magic spear went straight through the werewolf's chest. Xiandao Big Magic Spear. After seeing through the other party's hesitation and fear, Bai Sangshu shot directly through the other party's chest from the front. On his fist, there was a huge heart, which was still beating a few times in the air, and then it gradually stopped moving because of the lack of blood supply. Yojo felt a pain in his chest and looked down. The other party's arm had completely pierced his chest.
The werewolf's body suddenly began to shrink and slowly turned into a human form. Yojo was a thin man, probably about 1.7 meters tall. Baek Sanshu held the other party and watched the blood gushing out of his mouth and nose. He couldn't speak anymore. But Yojo still opened his mouth, as if he wanted to sob a few words. Ha! Puff continuously spraying blood and internal organs, Yojo finally realized that he was going to die. At this time, he lost the madness of a werewolf. He suddenly raised his head and yelled at Wei Isho, who was still circling with a javelin in his hand. Bat, run! Poof! Baek Sanshu threw wine casually, and it fell to the ground, already a corpse. You killed the reincarnator UD39655522 in the team competition world, sin points +1, currently, 4, the private space of the reincarnator UD39655522 has been integrated into your private space, you can check it after entering the space, you got the Scarlet Drop card *1, team member UD39655522, Yojo, has died. Kai exhaled a breath of foul air. A moment ago, when he saw the notification of Bosch's death, he had a bad feeling. Although Yojo has strengthened his bloodline, his brain is lacking. Without Bosch's command and control, it is easy for him to go berserk. I didn't expect that he would die so soon. Damn, is there any other powerful team in this world? Who is that damn number XX53562211? Why do I seem to have some impression of this number? Hey, boss, the situation outside is very bad. Should we retreat? Jia Su frowned. He was not familiar with Yojo and Baza, and they would not usually act together, but Yojo was the core combatant of the team. As a reincarnation with strengthened bloodline, he was obviously a veteran member of Fifth Element. This kind of reduction in personnel is a major loss for any team. The space they were in at this time seemed like a dark night, completely isolated from the outside of the barrier. Neither radio signals nor mental telepathy can connect the inside and outside of the barrier. The only exception is the space prompt. But unfortunately, the space prompts seen by the people of Fifth Element are all news of the death of team members. Kai's thoughts were inevitably divergent at this time, wondering whether it was the hidden plot characters who killed his teammates, such as the 1,000-year-old sorcerer hiding behind the scenes, or the two-faced sukuna who was not yet revived, or the extremely powerful special-grade cursed spirits in the plot. I'm shaken, Kai. A huge voice sounded from the dark space, and in an instant, countless vengeful spirits howled again, and dense vengeful spirits and cursed spirits were everywhere in this space. Ordinary, paper-level reincarnations would probably die if they couldn't even deal with these miscellaneous soldiers. Stronger, both-level reincarnations can only use props to protect themselves. Kai exuded strong fluctuations all over his body, and all the vengeful spirits and cursed spirits that rushed over were directly smashed by that fluctuation. He stood at the front of the team, his face was livid, and he exuded a terrifying aura. This scene made Xia Yuje, who could slightly perceive the surrounding information in this special space with the help of the vision of the cursed spirit, look sideways. What's wrong? Kusakabe asked Xia Yuje. Xia Yuje shook his head and continued to follow the crowd forward. Each of them held a white amulet, which was the last legacy of the On-Myoji clan, Tsuchimikado. Xia Yuje had the new generation of sorcerers divide these things. These amulets can drive away the evil spirits to a certain extent and reduce the loss of sorcerers. Moreover, Jelly Shoko is very skilled in the reversal technique. She is a sorcerer who is used to outputting positive energy and also has a strong restraint on the evil spirits. Nothing, I just saw a monkey that was particularly powerful. Then, Geto Xiao clapped his hands and said, while that guy's attention is on the monkey, we need to find all the ritual nodes quickly. Perhaps, this time we really need to save Tokyo. It was obviously a heroic deed of saving the world, but in Geto Xiao's mouth, there was only a teasing tone. It seemed that saving the world was very funny to him. Among the many sorcerers present, only Yeri Shoko understood that this guy who had decided to slaughter all ordinary people not long ago was the one who had the least to do with saving the world. It's just... Yeri Shoko looked up, as if she wanted to find the body of another friend of hers. It's just that the person who would not care about everyone's will and said that everything would be handed over to him is dead. Found it. A sorcerer walking in the front spoke, and everyone's attention was attracted. It was a corpse wearing a white haori, sitting on the ground. The clothes were new, but the flesh and blood on the corpse had disappeared, and the bones had turned black, as if it had been there for who knows how many years. Xia Yujia walked forward, bit his finger, and drew a special symbol according to the method he had learned from Tsuchimikado Okiai. Others began to use the corpse as a ruler to carefully measure the nearby ground.
The arrangement of any ritual would not be irregular. There must be some kind of pattern between each node. As long as one node is found, the other nodes will be easy to find. Jalio Naoko looked at everyone looking carefully and felt that she should not be so confused. She randomly found a direction and walked into the darkness, without any fear in her expression. Xia Yujia noticed this scene, smiled, and walked in another direction.
In the sky, the reincarnation in a white robe looked down at the characters in the plot and the fierce Kai, with a calm expression. Her limbs were bound by blood-red chains, and a huge shadow was looming behind her. And just above her, the tall man opened his arms, as if he was blocking something, but the 6 eyes, that should have been flowing with blue sky and white clouds were already dead silent. Gojo Satoru's whole body was linked by the blood-red chains, as if something was pulling him into the void, and as if something was about to emerge from the darkness, but Gojo Satoru tightened the chains, making the door unable to open. White Face's eyes moved around, and finally stopped at Gojo Satoru. Tisk, is this the so-called strongest of the contemporary era? Because he is the strongest of the contemporary era, he must protect the contemporary era. This is really an unreasonable bandit logic. But soon, I will get everything and enter that realm. Suddenly, her face changed slightly, and a section of the chain on her right hand broke. At the same time, a section of the chain behind Gojo Satoru also broke. She immediately realized that it was those characters in the plot who knew the secret of the ceremony. Sure enough, the Tsuchimikado clan still had a backup plan. It was a pity that she needed the blood of the Tsuchimikado clan members to start the ceremony at that time, and she failed to kill them all in advance. Her mind moved, and suddenly a spark appeared in the air. It was the result of some invisible thing using its own existence to rub against the air and produce a reaction. Whoosh! A dark blue flame ignited out of thin air, hanging in the air, floating up and down, and then a huge fox began to appear behind the dark blue flame. The fox was snow white all over, and its pupils were ice blue, exuding a weird aura rather than holiness. As soon as the fox appeared, the vengeful spirits around it burned out of thin air and dissipated with screams. Fox fire, go, burn all those guys to ashes. The correct version is on the 16:9 book forum. The huge fox, which is more than 3 meters in size, moves without any sound, and the air will not be disturbed by it. Under the command of White Face, its figure disappeared again. Only the 3 dark blue flames were floating in the darkness. Not long after, Sayojia suddenly heard a cry of surprise, turned around and saw that the curse masters he brought were wrapped in dark blue flames. No matter how the curse power rose, the flames could not be extinguished. When the flames faded, several people had fallen to the ground and had no life. Sayojia suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his back. He thought about it, and a huge curse spirit suddenly broke out from the ground under the ground and swallowed him. The next moment, 3 ghost fires lit up, and the huge special curse spirit instantly ignited. Puff! Sayojia broke the belly of the cursed spirit and rolled over from behind to avoid it. A cursed spirit of the special level was killed instantly without even putting up a decent resistance. This kind of power. He thought about it and looked back to see the bodies. Their bodies were well preserved. He immediately understood the problem. Be careful, the enemy can attack the soul directly. The first-level sorcerer Mingming, who was covering his face with long hair, immediately jumped back and opened his hands. Countless crows appeared from the darkness, densely covering almost half of the sky. In just a moment, the dark blue fox fire ignited again. She used her divine wind ability to control the black crows to locate the enemy's position, and the others immediately started the spell. The cursed power began to explode in an instant. At the same time, Kai also noticed the change in the environment, and he thought about it. The Hakumian holding spirit has been dispatched. That guy is really in a bad condition. He quickly started running, and the others had to keep up. Kai's movements were concise and powerful. As he ran, every time he threw a punch, the air made a terrible sound like a cannonball being fired. Whether it was a vengeful spirit or a cursed spirit, they were completely unable to match the power of that fluctuation. Kai was chasing after White Face. Perhaps, this was his last chance to defeat the other party. The Fifth Element itself was a larger team, but in a previous mission, the Fifth Element encountered White Face's team. Kai didn't want to offend this elite reincarnationist who was taken in by the strongest, so he negotiated with him to complete the mission together and hunt down other teams of reincarnationists who entered the world separately. But at the end of the mission, White Face suddenly turned against him without any warning, causing the Fifth Element to suffer heavy losses.
Of the 9-member group of veterans, only Kai, Yojo, and Lague were left. Kai sniped Whiteface in the subsequent mission world, causing Whiteface's team to also suffer serious casualties. The two sides had a grudge. But the weight of the dead people to the two of them was completely different, which determined that this battle would not be the end. After learning that Whiteface had completed a terrible layout in this world before and could take the opportunity to enter the evil level, Kai would not sit idly by and watch the other party succeed. The strength of the two could be considered close. If Whiteface went one step further, I am afraid that the fifth element would be completely destroyed. Kai sold the team resources and was determined to destroy Whiteface's attempt in this world. While thinking, Kai suddenly sensed a breath. He looked up suddenly. Sure enough, as the battle between the two sides broke out, a large number of resentful spirits died. The plot characters seem to have destroyed the note of the ritual, and the ability to interfere with perception in this space has been reduced a lot. Kai sensed the special aura that belonged to Whiteface. That special, disgusting aura, as if everyone would unconsciously focus their attention on him, was no exception at this time, and instantly let Kai find Whiteface's location. Kai saw that Whiteface's hands and feet were bound by blood-red chains, and knew that the other party was probably in a bad condition at the moment. He put his hands together, twisted his body and put them at his waist. Strong waves surged in his hands. Hadouken! The momentum of the Hadouken was extremely loud, stirring up the aura of thousands of meters almost instantly, attracting everyone's attention, including Hakumian. She just lowered her head and saw Kai's destructive Hadouken. But she neither recalled her holding spirit, nor made any movements, just looked down at Kai, smiling mockingly. She actually didn't think she had any grudge against this senior reincarnation codenamed Kai, who was a little famous in the East District. At best, she just tricked the other party in the mission and killed several of his team members. As for the next mission, the other party plotted against her and killed all her former teammates, but Hakumian didn't think that was a grudge. As for the reincarnation, either I kill you or you kill me, it's just a reasonable interaction. The only difference is, Hakumian had a smile in his eyes. I will never lose. Bang! The Hadouken exploded in the air, and the strong wave swept everything in an instant. That was a destructive force that could completely injure or even kill a strong level samsara. But when the fluctuations dissipated, Kai frowned, and Hakuman did not move at all, and was actually unharmed. He did not know that there was an alchemist in the space who could make a talisman that could resist his wave punch. Hey, Boss Kai, Gojo Satoru's body has moved. Jasu's voice was very low. At this time, he looked up and saw the legendary special samsara, Hakuman, who caused more than 8 samsara teams to be wiped out in a certain mission world and survived alone. He felt a little scared. But what made him feel even more weird was the body of Gojo Satoru, who was also tied up in the void by red chains. The movement changed silently. Plop! The huge heartbeat suddenly moved twice, which further confirmed his guess. Gojo Satoru seemed happy. But no one could guarantee what kind of existence the thing that came back to life was. If according to their guess about the main task, the dead Gojo Satoru was the real body of the king of cursed spirits, then when the body of Gojo Satoru is really revived, no one will be able to escape. Kai also frowned. He has the characteristic of absolute sense of distance, that is, no matter how the space changes, he has an absolute sense of distance between himself and the target, his position, etc. This characteristic is mostly chosen by remote reincarnations, but as a fighter, he has a unique understanding of this characteristic. At this time, although the entire space is pitch black, there are no coordinates to mark the distance and position. But Kai can find that Gojo Satoru's position has changed. The opponent seems to have moved forward about half a meter. The old ghost wearing a Prajna mask, at this time, drew his sword, and the cold killing intent began to show. As the absolute second combat force of fifth element, the old ghost is extraordinary. He feels the flow of air, and suddenly, he draws his sword to cut through the air, holding the hilt with both hands, and in an instant his hands dance like a residual shadow. Crow! The air whistled sharply, and several white swordchi flew up in the air, shaped like crows. The ability called White Crow Swordsmanship also does not belong to the anime world, but is a product of the novel world obtained from high-level reincarnations. The swordsmanship has amazing lethality, and several swordchi have a very large impact area, which instantly included Gojo Satoru and Hakuman. Hakuman still had an indifferent smile. Kai, do you know? Only you will be obsessed with those who died, because you know in your heart that those who believe that you can kill me will never be there again. So, you are indignant about the death of those people.
Hakumen's voice was crisp, but for Kai, it would never be pleasant. That was a sound that only crying and howling would make him feel at ease. Puff puff puff. The sword chi of dozens of meters shattered in front of Hakumen and Gojo Satoru. This time, there was no interference from the fluctuations, and the two could see clearly. The slash clearly did not touch the other party's body, and it shattered out of thin air and then dissipated. Unlimited spell. Among the many abilities in the world of spells, the spell that many reincarnations believe has the highest upper limit is undoubtedly the unlimited spell, possessed by Gojo Satoru. This ability, which is said to be close to the level of mathematical paradox, combined with the precise spell power operation given by Six Eyes, can allow Gojo Satoru to precisely operate the space in front of him, so that all substances judged by him as dangerous can only approach him forever, but cannot really touch him. This special ability can be called absolute defense in a sense. At the same time, combined with its derivative spell, Song, it can compress space to achieve shrinking the earth into an inch, ultra-high-speed movement or even instant movement, and cooperate with the spell reversal, He, to carry out powerful release-type space attacks. After combining the compression of Song with the extension of He, the destructive, was born. This is also the reason why Gojo Satoru can still be rated very high by reincarnations in space even though he can't reach a very high level in absolute destructive ability. At this moment, this level of dangerous plot characters are about to fall into the resurrection of the king of cursed spirits, and Jiasu has to shudder. He looked at Boss Kai and Old Ghost, hoping that they would give up their plan. Look, your companions are already terrified and are hoping that you will give up your plan. Mian saw through Jiasu's mind, almost making the latter want to run away instantly. He controls spiritual power and possesses high spiritual awareness. At this time, that strong spiritual awareness is always warning Jiasu. Run away quickly, otherwise you will definitely die. Poof! The heartbeat became more intense. Behind Gojo Satoru's body, the blood-red chains began to pull apart little by little, causing Gojo Satoru's limbs to bend backwards uncontrollably. Mian showed an excited look, and she could feel that the spirit of this contemporary king was about to dissipate. The door to hell will soon be completely opened. The obsession with the Yitsuchimikado night light that I had stolen seemed to be swaying strongly, trying to shake my will. Don't worry, Yi Guang, I will definitely complete this Imperial-style Taishan Mansion June Festival. The white-faced smile was full of greed. The seventh node has been found. Kuzukabe shouted loudly. At this time, the first-level conjurer at the Tokyo Conjuring College was already covered in blood, but he couldn't tell whether it was his own or the cursed spirits he killed. Xia Yojie controlled his army of cursed spirits to continuously attack the surroundings, consuming as much power as possible in this space. Quickly modify the nodes while doing so. According to Tsuchimikado Okiai, that person stole the fate of Tsuchimikado Yeguan, and has the qualifications and mission to complete the Imperial-style Taishan Fukuin Festival. Check out the 16:9 book bar and see the correct version. But a huge spiritual disaster had broken out, and theoretically, the ceremony should have ended at that time. But the result is that although Tokyo has turned into a dead city, Tokyo is always shrouded in a dark barrier. The closer you get, the more resentful and cursed spirits there are. All signs indicate that although the spiritual disaster has begun, the ceremony has not ended. The only possibility is what Gojo Satoru, the most powerful conjurer in the world who entered alone at that time, did at the beginning of the ceremony. As a result, the ceremony was not successfully completed. At the same time, this choice caused the invincible spellcaster Gojo Satoru, who could come and go almost anywhere, to die on the spot. Xia Yojie knew that there should only be 49 ritual nodes in the Taishan Mansion Lord Sacrifice. Even if the opponent used a modified version of the Imperial-style Taishan Mansion Lord Sacrifice, the difference would not be too big. You only need to change most of the nodes to your own blood, and the other party's prayers will not be successful. Boom! The blue flame burned again, that special existence that was neither undead nor a cursed spirit, and its body was constantly switching between intangible and tangible. The kind of flame that can take away a person's soul is even more lethal. The magicians didn't have a good way to deal with it for the moment. It was just that Kuzukabe's slash with magical power had a slight impact on the target, and then Xia Yojie suddenly realized that using positive energy might be dangerous. He gave up searching for other nodes and turned around and rushed towards the home. Ai no Shiko is not good at fighting, and she has no interest in fighting or exorcising cursed spirits. But in this society, it is not the interests that can determine one's future. Just like she never thought that she would spend all day in the medical room treating her colleagues who were riddled with wounds by the curse.
Just like she never expected that the kind and funny Xiaoyojie would kill hundreds of ordinary people to launch a rebellion, just like her, she never thought Gojo Satoru would die. Yuri Nisoko raised his head, looked at the corpse hanging in the air, moved his mouth twice, and finally blew out the smoke from his mouth. It's so ugly, Gojo Satoru. The blood-red chains were getting tighter and tighter, and Gojo Satoru's arms had been completely stretched behind his back. At that angle, the bones were completely torn off. Xiaoyojie hurried over, and several special-level curse spirits gathered around him. He also noticed the body of Gojo Satoru in the air, but he also saw the guy who Tsuchimi Kato Okiai described as the Son of Destiny. Wearing a white robe and a gold-rimmed cloak, even in such a dark and strange space, the other party still firmly occupies the center of his vision. This is the kind of guy who killed Gojo Satoru. No, Xiaoyojie, I didn't kill Gojo Satoru, he chose death himself. Bai Mian has a certain ability to read minds. She looks down at Xiaoyojie and corrects his mistakes. At this moment, the chains on her body have loosened a little, and she can move slightly. She raised her hand and patted Gojo Satoru's body that had fallen in front of her. This guy who calls himself the savior wants to stop me from opening the gate of hell with his own life. You clearly don't regard ordinary people as equal creatures to yourself, but you still want to sacrifice your life for those lower creatures. What's this? Holy Son Jesus? Bai Mian sneered, and suddenly, his hands grabbed the scarlet chain, and Gojo Satoru instantly broke his limbs backwards. Plop, plop, plop. The strong heartbeat began to become more intense. If you don't want to see hell come to this world, then wake up quickly, Gojo-san. Hey, then kill your friends one by one with your own hands. Plop. The intense heartbeat suddenly stopped, and Gojo Satoru's body slowly opened its eyes. The scarlet spell began to burn instantly, and the curse began to spread throughout the space. Hey, don't let my main mission fail so early. Boom! An onomatopoeia appeared, and then a giant fox several hundred meters long suddenly appeared and swallowed Gojo Satoru and Hakumen in one gulp. The Fifth Enlightenment, 4K third update, 10,000 words updated, please subscribe. You have opened the Scarlet Drop card, drop is opening, calculating target kill points, 24, reward increased, calculating your kill points, checking that X051 has sin points, you will get an additional reward selection right, calculation completed, this time you open. You will be able to choose two of the following rewards as rewards, A. 70% of the times you won points, B. 4 items in the backpack, C. Get an additional 10% of the main attribute to improve your own attributes, D. Randomly extract one specialty and retain the highest level of LV5, E. Randomly obtain one ability, the ability can only retain the level of LV3, F. 5% probability of extracting bloodline items, bloodline optimization without reservation. Bite Sanshu crushed the wolf's scarlet drop card. What surprised him was that the opponent's kill points were not as high as he imagined. However, it is understandable to think about it. This wolf is not like Evans who specializes in hunting newcomers. He almost only encounters other teams in team competition mode. If the strength gap between the reincarnation teams is not big, they will not rashly choose team battles. The two sides will try to contact each other and avoid the conflicting parts of the main task, so that both teams can complete the task with a similar degree of completion. No matter how good the task reward is, you have to be alive to get it. The ecology of the reincarnations is very similar to the animal world in the primitive jungle. Even if you are a predator, you will not risk being injured or killed to hunt prey with considerable resistance. The reason why Fifth Element did not say a word in this world and started to hunt Bite Sangshu and others directly was that Bite Sangshu guessed that it was because the performance of the few people contacting each other after they appeared was seen by the scouts gliding in the air. So they judged that these people were weak teams or lone wolf reincarnations who had no resistance. After Fifth Element summoned the fireworks, several people began to run away, which made Fifth Element confirm this point and then started hunting. TSK, Bite Sangshu felt that he had a lot more knowledge about the reincarnations. He was like a young male lion who had just arrived at the African grasslands and was absorbing these hunting experiences bit by bit. Seeing the options of the Scarlet Drop, this time there was an option to extract the bloodline props. Bite Sangshu was not sure whether it appeared because the other party had the bloodline ability, or because his sin points increased by 2 points, and the other party's killing points were not low. For these options, Bite Sangshu still first confirmed C. For Bite Sangshu, when he could not confirm what special items or abilities the opponent had, attribute points were an option that would never lose. Moreover, the attributes of this werewolf were obviously beyond the limit. As for the other one, Bite Sangshu had never seen the werewolf use items in battle, and guessed that the opponent might not have any in stock, or they were all equipped on his body, but the uncertainty was very high, and the dimensional points were useless to him. Choose C and F. Bai Xiangshu was ready to try this 5% probability. You chose C, extracting, your strength attribute plus 2, currently, 17, 15 plus 2, you chose F, extracting, bloodline item is being extracted, extraction, successful, you obtained the bloodline item werewolf, rare. Bai Xiangshu raised his eyebrows. He did not expect that the 5% probability could also succeed. He thought to himself that this might be the first draw protection mechanism. At the same time, his muscles, including bones, felt strengthened again. He clenched his fists and found that his strength had increased significantly. He felt that if he exerted his strength in the right posture, he could already punch 2 tons. However, this also proved from another perspective that the werewolf's strength attribute was indeed over 20, exceeding the limit. Thinking back to the moment when the two of them fought, he was almost unable to resist and was knocked out. Perhaps after exceeding the limit, the improvement of the attribute would be more terrible than he imagined. Bai Xiangshu crushed another scarlet drop card again. You have opened the scarlet drop card, drop is opening, the target kill points are being calculated, the target kill points are 17, the reward is increased, your kill points are being calculated, X051 has sin points, you will get an additional reward option, complete calculation, this time you open, you can choose 2 of the following rewards as rewards, A. 60% of the dimensional points, B. For items in the backpack, C. Get an additional 10% of the main attribute to increase your own attributes, D. Randomly draw 1 specialty and keep the highest level of LV4, E. Randomly get 1 ability, the ability can only keep the level of LV2, choose C and B. The woman fought with Bai Xiangshu for a short time. The only thing that impressed Bai Xiangshu was the woman's calmness and the special props that could be teleported. You chose C, extraction in progress, extraction abnormality, target attribute balanced, random extraction, your spiritual attribute plus 1, current, 15, 14 plus 1, Bai Xiangshu secretly clicked his tongue, he didn't expect that woman to be similar to him, a reincarnation with balanced attributes. You chose B, extraction in progress, you have obtained props, high quality tobacco leaves, white, you have obtained props, 762 bullets *60, white, you have obtained props, dolls and homemade, you have obtained props, dolls and homemade. Bai Xiangshu lowered his head and saw that the 2 so-called homemade dolls were simply made of rags and straw. This woman, interesting. Bai Xiangshu knew that he had been tricked, but at the same time, his evaluation of that woman increased again. The other party was different from the human wolf with empty blood. He was a reincarnator who had to meet too many qualifications. He actually anticipated his own death in advance. In order to reduce the chance of the enemy who killed him extracting his rare items, he filled his backpack with it. Lots of useless props. Bai Xiangshu dropped the doll and walked straight into the dark barrier. Following the passage that Xia Youjie and others had cleaned, and coupled with the constant sound of explosions in the barrier at this time, he already had an approximate idea of the situation on both sides. White Song Jutsu is extremely fast. Unlike those magicians who are hesitant, the magicians are afraid of the unknown curse and the terrifying and powerful enemy that even Gojo Satoru has fallen into. But Bai Xiangshu was extremely certain of his guess, there was no unknown curse at all, and the powerful enemy that indirectly caused Gojo Satoru's death should have been trapped by now. In this barrier, this happens to be the least dangerous moment. A moment later, Bai Xiangshu used his own blood to smear a skeleton, and when he turned around, he saw the terrifying wave fist erupting. After he got closer, he first saw the huge white crow sword energy hitting Gojo Satoru's body, but no success was achieved. Then he noticed that the woman wearing a cloak was patting Gojo Satoru's body, trying to wake him up in advance. A huge fox with a body length of more than several hundred meters suddenly appeared out of thin air and swallowed Gojo Satoru, who had just opened his eyes in the air, and Byakuman, who turned around, into his belly in one bite. Terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations swept across the entire place. Xia Youjie and his family were stunned, as was Kai and others. This huge fox aura is completely different from the cursed spirit, and it is also different from the possessing spirit, summoned by Mion's burning witchcraft power. The fox's body is covered with huge eyes, and the pupils in the eyes are thread-shaped, showing a strange beauty. Bai Xiangshu saw that his main mission had not yet failed, and knew that the Yi King of Cursed Spirits had not fully recovered. You attacked Samsara DM 666163887. Based on the gap in mental power between the two parties, you obtained relevant information. Your attack did not affect Samsara DM 666163887. The reminder of the battle information convinced Bai Xiangshu that the opponent was in an extremely special state at this time. It's not that his attack was blocked by the opponent without causing damage, but it was unable to have any impact. This is Inari God's blow, and the opponent can ignore the impact. Compared to the unlimited technique of the cursed spirit Gojo Satoru, the White Song Jutsu is more inclined to. The opponent is still in the ritual at this time. Kai, you are really becoming more and more ineffective. Didn't you actually clear out these irrelevant people? Mion's voice still came out clearly from the fox's body. This made this evil fox seem to be furious, and suddenly its whole body emitted terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations. Buzz violet red light erupted from the fox's body, and the next moment, broken cracks began to appear in the black barrier. The upper limit of power of mysterious ritual Inari God's strike far exceeds Bite Sangju's imagination. Xiaoyojie was also fully armed at this time, and the strong spell power rose instantly. He did not expand the realm. On the contrary, countless cursed spirits rushed out almost simultaneously, moving in all directions, covering the various ritual nodes he calculated inside the barrier. Check out the 16:9 bookbar to see the correct version. Next, I will concentrate the power of more than 2,000 cursed spirits and strike with all my strength. Xiaoyojie expressed his intention calmly. This is also a type of spell, called binding, which means imposing unfavorable conditions on oneself through various forms, thereby strengthening the power of one's spell. Xiaoyojie's initiative to explain his intention to attack will make the opponent defensive, which is a disadvantage. Similarly, he also uses this form to enhance his spell power. The strong spell began to spread in a spiral shape. Poof! The violent heartbeats sounded again. The movement this time was extremely huge. The huge fox suddenly began to leak yellow liquid from its 7 orifices, and then burst into pieces. The back of Bite Sangshu's hand tingled, and the curse seal immediately dimmed. The curse seal was eroded by the underworld and entered an unusable state. Ha 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 ha! Crazy laughter rang out, and first blue-white spell power shot up into the sky. Gojo Satoru stood straight, his broken limbs hanging down naturally, and the chains connected to his limbs had been completely cut off. Behind Gojo Satoru, an invisible door was slowly pushed open. Accompanied by Mion's wild laughter, Mion also regained his ability to move. She stretched out her hand and a faint blue, fox fire, appeared under her. Gojo Satoru, after all, I still can't stop the door of hell from opening. A huge turbid yellow river fell from behind Gojo Satoru. The auras of countless resentful spirits appeared from it, and the temperature began to drop rapidly. Mion regained his mobility and immediately pointed out to Kai and Lao Gue. Fox fire, opens its mouth and spits out blue flames. The two disappeared instantly. Xiaoyojie and Bite Sangju remained motionless, allowing the cold river of the dead to flood their ankles. Glass, can you please take everyone out of here first? Xiaoyojie clasped his hands together and folded them in front of him. The terrifying power of the spell caused strong winds to blow around him. The special spell spirit Tamamo no Me had already merged into the whirlpool behind Xiaoyojie. Every moment, a large number of cursed spirits are being swallowed, and the intensity of his spell power has reached an incredible level. Yeri Glass looked at the sky, opened his eyes. There was no longer a blue sky and white clouds inside, but a blood-red Gojo Satoru, and finally gave up. Is there any difference between leaving now and not leaving? She took out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket and tried to light them. Bang! A huge force came, and Bite Sangshu knocked this woman who was calm on the surface with just one blow, but in fact, she was already pessimistic and desperate in her heart. If Iadi Glass hadn't had the reversal technique, he would have been killed in one blow. She flew almost horizontally for nearly 100 meters. Attractolodes officinalis. If Gojo Satoru dies, will the world end? This guy is here, why don't you think he will win? With a funny, ridiculous smile on his face, he looked at Xiaoyojie. You probably don't think so either, Xiaoyojie. Xiaoyojie's expression calmed down. Of course, after all, I am the savior of this world now. With a playful expression, Xiaoyojie opened his hands. Spell Spirit Manipulation Technique G No Ban Whirlpool. The terrifying fluctuations suddenly opened up the surrounding darkness, revealing the appearance of Tokyo once again. Mion was in the air, looking back leisurely. Seeing Xiaoyojie's thoughts, he sneered. Pretending to use curse binding to strengthen his spell, he was actually lying to cover up his true purpose. Xiaoyojie did not intend to attack him, but wanted to destroy the ritual. How could you possibly do that kind of thing? Now that the ceremony has begun, there is no way it can be stopped without so many bloodlines of the Tsuchimikado clan. This is the reason why he brought almost everyone from the Tsuchimikado clan into the barrier. He had long since eliminated the possibility of the ceremony being terminated. Boom!
Xiaojue's spell power exploded completely, and his body was almost blown away by the strong force, but Xiaojie still held the curse power cannon and swept across it suddenly.
Countless cursed spirits and resentful spirits disappeared in an instant.
Amidst by Mion sneer, a stream of foxfire ignited from the feet of Gojo Satoru's corpse.
The next moment. Moo! Gojo Satoru opened his mouth and let out a monster's roar. Circles of invisible fluctuations spread out with Gojo Satoru as the center. Any resentful spirit that touches that kind of fluctuation will be killed almost instantly. The second stage of the main mission, preventing the resurgence of the King of Cursed Spirits, has failed. Forced opening of the third stage of the main mission, ending the King of Cursed Spirits Gojo Satoru. The scarlet curse power burst out from Gojo Satoru's body, healing his broken limbs in an instant.
At the same time, the densely packed eyes on his hands began to open. Each of them was the 6 eyes, with the blue sky and white clouds flowing in their eyes. But just for a moment, the blue sky and white clouds were submerged by the scarlet spell. The King of Cursed Spirits is completely revived. Mion laughed wildly in the sky, the foxfire drowned the old ghost swordsman, and Kai's wave fist burst out in the midst of Kai's desperate roar. Bai Cangzhu reflected everything in his eyes, but a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He held his handprint alone and carved the blood on the other hand.
Taishan Mansion Monarch Festival, start.
The method to crack the Taishan Fujian Festival that Bai Cangzhu and Xiaojuie learned from Tsuchimikado Okiai is to find more than half of the ritual nodes and remove the opponent's blood marks attached to them.
Xiaojuie and Bai Cangzhu immediately realized a possibility. But no matter how the two used means to force Tsuchimikado Okiai, the old guy just gritted his teeth and refused to admit the fact that the Taishan Fujian Festival ceremony could be artificially modified after it was opened. In any case, the price of the Taishan Fujian Festival was actually paid by the direct descendants of the Tsuchimikado family. The Abe family and even its descendants, the Tsuchimikado family, have always worshipped Danyue Fujian as the main god, and in the yin-yang magic of this family, the Taishan Fujian Festival has become the top priority. Tsuchimikado Okiai thought that the era of yin-yang magic had ended, but the guy wearing a cloak and holding the sacred object of Taishan gave him hope.
The Taishan Fujian Festival was not obtained by Hakumen, from someone unknown, as he said. It was the head of the Tsuchimikado clan who voluntarily handed it over for the revival of the family. But Hakumen, who betrayed Tsuchimikado and took away the Night Light destiny, would never use such a powerful ritual as the Taishan Fujian Festival to reincarnate any plot characters or reverse the national destiny of Japan in the mission world. What she wants is power. Tsuchimikado Okiai realized this after all the direct bloodline of his family died in Tokyo and heard about the terrible spiritual disaster. But just as Bai Cangzhu and Xiaojie could guess that the ceremony was not completely completed, Tsuchimikado Okiai also knew it. He would not allow outsiders to use the blood of his clan to perform the Taishan Fujian Festival to grab all the benefits from the main god worshipped by his clan. But no matter how he concealed it, it was useless for Bai Cangzhu, who could see through other people's muscles, breathing, and cardiopulmonary activities. He only needed to use a little trick to find the correct answer. When Geto Suguru and the Fifth Element were confronting the mysterious reincarnationist, Bai Cangzhu relied on his perception of murderous intent to quickly find the nodes and cover them with his own blood. The reason why he appeared in front of the other party and used the secret ritual, Inari God Strike, to attack the other party was just to divert attention. He and Geto Suguru were both using actions to make the other party mistakenly think that they wanted to kill him. Geto Suguru was even more powerful and did a good job. Bai Cangzhu sneered. He knew what Geto Suguru wanted to do, nothing more than wanting to die in place of Gojo Satoru. Geto Suguru had the idea of using the Taishan Fujian Festival to reverse life and death. Just like the most original records, one life for another. During the period after Gojo Satoru died and all the humans in Tokyo died, Geto Suguru had realized how small a group of sorcerers were. It was completely unrealistic to want to slaughter all ordinary people and then turn the world into a world of sorcerers. The numbers of both sides were completely disproportionate. Ordinary humans are extinct, and sorcerers will soon be extinct. After being given the title of savior by the monkey with the title of prime minister, Xiaojie realized his insignificance. Whether it was the hidden despair of Yeri Shoko or the sorcerers who fled Japan, they all made Xiaojie realize his limitations. Bai Cangzhu hinted to him that Taishan Fujian Festival could change everything. So the two had a follow-up plan. Xiaojie gave up the idea of nuclear explosion in Tokyo to create special-grade cursed spirits, and Bai Cangzhu completed the camp mission. But at this point, Bite Sangshu showed a successful smile. What life for life, resurrecting Gojo Satoru, how can it be more important than the great power belonging to oneself? Taishan Fujian Festival, start. The strong spiritual power was activated from many nodes in an instant. At this time, Baimian was still wantonly wielding witchcraft in the air. Even in terms of frontal combat power, she did not think that Kai was absolutely stronger than herself. But Foxfire itself has the characteristics of changing from real to virtual, and it is almost perfectly restrained for fighters like Kai. Every time you attack me, you are killing Gojo Satoru's spirit. The weaker Gojo Satoru's spirit is, the faster the gate to the underworld will open. For the first time, Baimian's face appeared from under the cloak. It was a delicate and small face, probably not as big as Kai's palm, but the expression of this woman with a delicate face seemed to be broken at this time. She will soon be able to transcend life and death in the baptism of the underworld and become someone who was close to the highest realm of yin-yang magic to some extent. She can quickly transform her spirit into a super spirit from this path, so as to transcend her own shackles in one step and enter the ferocious level, and even the position of Shaman King in the future is unspeakable. Kai frowned, and he became more and more aware of his shortcomings. It seems that since the team suffered a major loss and the team's think tank, Yanxiu, was killed, his decision-making has gradually lost balance. At this moment, he was at a loss because of Baimian's words, and he didn't know whether he should continue to attack. Don't listen to her lies, the king of cursed spirits Gojo Satoru has awakened, kill her, Kai. The old ghost burned by the foxfire roared, and his soul was quickly weakened, but the man suddenly crushed a certain prop. Bang! A circle of strong breath spread out. The old ghost screamed in pain, and his body immediately stretched out, his hair turned white and quickly dragged behind him, his body stretched out further, and the loose robe could not hide his body from being torn. Ah! He completely turned into a demon swordsman, with the Prajna mask fused with his face. He sheathed the sword in his hand, lowered his center of gravity, and the next moment, a strong demonic aura swept through him. A brilliant sword light lit up. Ming! The brilliance of this sword instantly overwhelmed Geto's magic cannon, and Baimian's heart was also trembling. She raised her hands, and in the strong witchcraft rising, the dark blue flame burned and turned into a blue and white wall. Puff! The sword light sank into the flame and instantly penetrated the body. Blood splattered between Baimian's waist and abdomen. But at the same time, a huge gap appeared between Laogui's waist and abdomen, and his intestines flowed out instantly. He was hunched over, unable to resist anymore, and was engulfed by the dark blue flame. Kai, kill her! Laogui's last voice sounded in Kai's ears, and this hesitant man finally seemed to wake up. Bang! The whole body was shining with the power of fluctuations, and a silver-white ripple spread instantly. Kai's body swelled slightly, and his whole body seemed to be wrapped in the power of fluctuations, shining with a silver-white glow. Sorry, Laogui, and thank you for believing in me. At this time, Kai's mind appeared Baimian's previous words. He was indeed seen through. Since those brothers who trusted him all the way died one by one, he began to doubt himself. A correct version in 16-9-1 Book 1 bar. Time and time again, Baimian used various strange abilities to escape, and watched him being surpassed by the other party little by little, and he began to distrust himself in his heart. He didn't even notice it himself. He just blindly followed Baimian's traces, exchanged resources for various attributes and abilities, but he had long lost his determination to win. Just like before, he didn't care about any rituals at all. He believed that his fists could break all obstacles and smash Baimian himself, and all conspiracies naturally had no foundation. But this time, he began to fear and began to think. Laogui used his death to tear off the disguise that Baimian's ability was not invincible. She also needs defense and will be injured. After the outburst, the terrifying aura spread from Kai's body. At this moment, a true, strong superior, reincarnation began to show his presence. Jia Su. Jia Su hid a few hundred meters away, his face pale, and he didn't know what to do. Suddenly he heard Kai's voice and turned around. Boss, what do you want me to do? Kai didn't look back, just said run away. Huh? Jia Su didn't come back to his senses, but the place where Kai stood had become the center of the hurricane. I said, run away. Go find Xiao, run as far as possible with him, and tell him that the fifth element will be handed over to him in the future. You transferred the position of team leader. Jia Su was startled. At this time, the strong fluctuations were like a hurricane, completely dispelling the curse and the barrier, and the vision returned to normal. Except for Gojo Satoru, who seemed to be slowly recovering and mutating in the air, everyone's actions were visible. Kai's hair was dancing like weeds in the wind, and his slightly old jacket was also rustling. But that unprecedented powerful spirit impacted Jiasu's heart little by little. Jiasu was sure at this time that this was really that Kai, the pure fighting reincarnation who rose rapidly with the fifth element, and smashed many powerful enemies with his fists. The relaxed smile on Bai Nian's face had also disappeared at this time. She looked at Kai, who had regained his Tao heart below, indifferently, as if she had lost a beloved toy. She liked to play with people's hearts, especially guys like Kai who looked extremely strong. Bai Mian, I may die in this battle today. But you will never leave with your head and tail intact. Kai looked serious, and the next moment, he moved his feet. Without the exaggerated movement of Bai Xiangshu, Kai was able to fully control nearly 40 points of power. With one step, dozens of phantoms appeared, and Bai Nian pulled out the fox firewall again. Her ability was true and false, and the real ability was always disguised under that appearance. Kai knew that this wall could rebound damage, but it didn't matter. She just needed to know that the other party would also be injured. Kai punched out, and the green, red, and yellow lights on his fist shone at the same time. He appeared in front of the firewall with a brilliant color, almost like teleporting, and punched out. Bang! The air sank, and then suddenly broke. Sonic clouds exploded in front of Kai's fist. The terrible impact force exploded devastatingly. The powerful fighting spirit completely penetrated Bai Nian's defense in an instant and burst out of her body. Her powerful magic power was not able to completely rebound this blow, and she vomited blood instead. Not only that, the strong fighting spirit and fluctuations made Bai Nian's body stiff and temporarily lost the ability to move. Her pupils shrank, watching Kai turn around and move his center of gravity backward. His muscles tensed, and his heart sank. Kai exhaled a breath of turbid air, and the strong fighting spirit spread around like burning. Grit your teeth and take this blow.